Comrades sacrificed, empire collapsed, demon lord triumphed, humanity perished. All are the faults of him, our main character, the great wizard of the 9 magic circles. For allowing a foolish individual to possess the unique power capable of defeating the demon lord. He pleaded with the creator for a chance and swore to rectify everything. In mercy, the divine granted him a true repentance. But whether this time he can alter the cruel fate and defeat the demon lord or not, to find out the outcome, let's follow the review section of North Comics production. One day, the overcast sky was dyed in a sinister red, reminiscent of blood, over a barren land strewn with sharp, jagged rocks protruding from the dry ground. This desolate area was surrounded by a valley recently devastated by an earth-shattering battle. The demon lord stood stoically amidst the gloomy and pitch-black scene, akin to a hellish landscape. A warrior lay sprawled on the ground, his lifeless form released from his grip, signaling the absence of any signs of life. The warrior fell into the arms of a girl with platinum hair, her fingers loosening around the hilt of a meter-long spear that had pierced through his chest. Facing them was a blonde teenager, frozen in disbelief to the point of being dumbfounded. This was our main character, Mikhail, who seemed unable to comprehend that the warrior had indeed perished. Beside Mikhail stood a robust middle-aged man and a petite brown-haired young man. All of them were immersed in a solemn silence as they gazed upon the fallen warrior. However, it wasn't merely a moment of mourning and reflection. The fallen warrior was no ordinary fighter, he was the possessor of the mightiest power. And he was also the one bestowed with the power to slay the demon lord, but now he had drawn his last breath. The platinum-haired girl gently cradled the warrior's head and spoke with a choked voice. The demon lord has pierced through his heart. We've exhausted all revival spells, so there's no way to save him anymore. I believe it's beyond help. After a few moments of shock, Mikhail shook his head in frustration. My mistake was promoting this fool to be our commander. The brown-haired young man looked up at Mikhail. Do we have any other choice, Mikhail? The robust man seemed more resolute. Indeed, he is a 9th-tier mage. Surely, there must be something he can do. Mikhail could only shake his head. We've prepared many spells, but they only work when the warrior is still alive, he sighed, gazing at the warrior's now lifeless body. Now that he's gone, everything has become useless. It's all just discarded items. The robust man mumbled under his breath, damn it. The burly man continued with a tone devoid of pity for the fallen warrior. See, I told you from the beginning that you should have been the commander. Don't know why you let that idiot take the lead. These words left Mikhail deep in contemplation. Mikhail found himself immersed in a stream of memories. Both he and the fallen warrior were chosen to become novice heroes. However, Mikhail had forsaken that destiny, believing himself unworthy of such a title. Now, with everything having spiraled into this abyss, Mikhail couldn't escape self-blame. He couldn't help but confront the harsh reality that everything was a result of his own mistakes. There was no alternative but to accept that all the blame rested on his shoulders. While the group of heroes was still fumbling for a solution to save the world, the demon lord suddenly roared with a sound that shook the heavens and earth. Accompanying that thunderous roar, monstrous creatures surged forth like a swarm of disturbed bees, charging towards the heroes with a ferocious and hostile demeanor. The demon lord's resounding roar hadn't subsided. It made the ground tremble violently. Its breath resembled a fierce tornado, threatening to sweep away anything in its path. Mikhail had taken the position that once belonged to the fallen warrior, despite the absence of someone empowered to vanquish the demon lord. Nevertheless, the group of heroes remained undeterred. Mikhail, without a hint of hesitation, looked towards the demon lord and told everyone, I will unleash the most powerful magic I can muster, but it will take a bit of time. He immediately raised both hands parallel to each other, palms facing the oncoming horde of demons like a tempest. The burly man, without hesitation, stepped forward, cracking his knuckles. I'll buy you some time, Mikhail, the rest, take care of yourselves. The brown-haired young man quickly stepped beside the burly man. While you hold the front line, I'll be in the rear supporting. With the formation settled, the tall man immediately entered combat mode, fists clenched like solid rocks. Alright, then. As soon as he threw a punch, several dozen monsters were sent flying into the sky, the force of the powerful blow causing dust to billow and obscure the sky. Mikhail, positioned at the rear, concentrated on chanting, drawing magical circles on his hands and channeling his energy into them. The skilled archer, the brown-haired young man, swiftly joined the fray. As he raised his bow, arrows were released in quick succession, their whistling sound marking their passage through the air. After a series of continuous attacks from both sides, a considerable number of the smaller monsters were eradicated. Their scattered remains littered the ground, emitting a pungent and intense odor of blood, further darkening the atmosphere in the area. Even though the archer was positioned at the rear, he had sustained severe injuries. Blood flowed profusely from his nose and soaked his clothes, but his determination remained resilient. Despite his trembling limbs, he continued to draw arrows with unwavering will. Meanwhile, the muscular young man was being ruthlessly attacked, his sinewy muscles torn into by the relentless onslaught of the monsters. He, too, was succumbing to a state of desperate struggle, his body marked with deep bite wounds that oozed blood. Frustration etched across his face. He grunted, "Can't clear out this whole horde." Suddenly, a large black figure appeared before the burly man, causing him to freeze in place. The demon lord stood imposingly opposite him, the tall and mighty man appearing minuscule in comparison to the demonic entity. Overwhelmed and rendered powerless, he could only express bitter curses and helplessness in the face of such wickedness. The demon lord raised its hand and slammed it down, creating a colossal shockwave that shattered the ground. Despite the robust man's formidable physique, he couldn't withstand the overwhelming force of the attack. Upon witnessing his comrade being defeated in a single blow, the archer rushed forward to buy more time. With a powerful leap into the air, he gathered the last of his energy and fired 3 consecutive swirling arrows towards the head of the demon lord. Fully aware that he might not escape his fate, the archer turned his head, a solemn expression on his face, and shouted, "Take care, everyone." At this moment, 2 arrows had missed, and only one last glimmer of hope streaked through the air, aimed straight at the head of the demon lord. Unfortunately, the arrow couldn't pierce the demon lord's body, it merely grazed across its neck. In response, the demon lord swiftly raised its hand, severing the head of the archer. Having received a superficial wound from the arrow across its neck, the demon lord halted its attack. Glaring at the remaining enemies, it signaled the horde of monsters to finish off the remaining foes. The white-haired female mage dropped her staff to the ground and walked forward. She approached Mikhail directly, gently calling his name, Mikhail. She turned her head with a soft smile, like the autumn sunshine, expressing gratitude for the companionship they had shared until this day. Mikhail stared at the girl for a moment, seemingly entranced. He then smiled gently in response, as if conveying that he considered himself fortunate and grateful to journey alongside such excellent companions. After exchanging these final words with Mikhail, the girl quietly knelt down, facing the approaching horde of monsters. She clasped her hands together in a prayer position. A radiant aura emanated from her, forcefully drawing the entire horde of monsters towards her, diverting their attention away from Mikhail. As the multitude of creatures lunged towards her, thunderous explosions erupted, followed by a powerful burst that completely obliterated the horde. She sacrificed herself to buy time for Mikhail. Mikhail watched the brilliant light emitted from the explosion and muttered, "Now it's my turn." Ancient runes began to glow along the movements of Mikhail's fingers. He silently expressed gratitude to everyone for buying him time, promising to unleash 9th-tier magic. Around Mikhail, enormous magical circles emitted a dazzling radiance. His voice echoed sternly towards the horde of monsters, "Return to the depths of hell." In the ominous sky, a sudden burst of brilliant light appeared, akin to the midday sun, startling the horde of monsters into stunned stillness. A colossal meteor shower descended from the heavens with terrifying speed. Each meteor was of such immense size that even the demon lord seemed dwarfed in comparison. It looked up, its expression aghast, as one massive meteor prepared to crash down upon its head. As the meteorite neared its descent right in front of the demon lord, it remained motionless, either overwhelmed by shock or disdainful of the power this particular meteorite held. Seconds later, all the meteors simultaneously crashed into the ground, resounding in thunderous explosions that echoed ominously. The meteors vanished, leaving behind a thick veil of dust and enormous craters. The stillness of the space was only disrupted by the faint crackling sound of lingering embers within the fractured earth. Clearly, the horde of monsters had been obliterated by the meteor shower, leaving no trace behind except for scattered ashes. After unleashing the 9th-tier magic, Mikhail was nearing exhaustion. He breathed heavily, clutching his chest in fatigue. However, he had no time to rest. Immediately, he lifted his head to assess the situation after the meteor shower. Unfortunately, Mikhail's efforts were not sufficient to eliminate the entire horde of smaller monsters, let alone the fact that the demon lord still stood defiantly amidst the lingering smoke. Despite sustaining a broken horn and minor burns, the demon lord's injuries were inconsequential and did little to weaken its imposing presence. Mikhail shrugged his shoulders, a sense of helplessness settling within him. Clearly, he couldn't predict the outcome, and using magic to turn the tide of battle was now impossible. After all, he was not a hero. "But if I die here meaninglessly, I won't even have a chance to face my comrades again," Mikhail muttered to himself, looking directly into the eyes of the demon lord. Mikhail took a deep breath. The day had come, the day he had to stake everything. Without hesitation, he raised his hands, silently contemplating that even as a 9th-tier mage, he didn't have the power to change the rules of the world. But the 10th-tier magic is different. If I choose a different path, perhaps in a moment, we can touch that higher realm. Even if it's deemed impossible, it's still possible. Mikhail narrowed his eyes, focusing all his attention and remaining energy on this breakthrough. "I will break the chains and unleash everything hidden within my body," he declared, determined to shatter the limits and tap into the untapped potential. Mikhail embarked on a perilous endeavor, essentially forcing himself to expend all his energy to break through to the next tier. It was as if he were willingly subjecting himself to a form of self-destruction. Nevertheless, he remained resolute in unlocking the limits of his body. A searing pain surged through Mikhail's body, coursing straight to his heart as the uncontrollable flow of mana rushed within him. The agony pushed him to the brink of losing consciousness, yet, in the final moments of clarity, his last shreds of rationality battled fiercely against the pain. No matter how excruciating it became, he had to endure, he must endure.
Mikhail trembled, inscribing ancient runes and self-encouragement into the air. It was the only way to reach that higher plane.
What had previously existed only on paper, an unpracticed form of magic, the reversal spell. In an instant, he punctuated the conclusion of his incantation. The space around him fell into complete silence. As if frozen, he sought to reverse everything. Time had come to a halt. The tragedies and the heroes sacrificed. The countless failures they endured, all could be undone once this spell succeeded. Right after the chanting process concluded, a surge of energy akin to thunder descended upon Mikhail's body. The diameter of the energy column continued to expand, crashing down to the ground like a waterfall. However, the brilliant energy stream only managed to open up a bit more, extending for a few seconds before gradually narrowing again. As the beam of light, which carried the last glimmer of hope, faded away, Mikhail fell to his knees, raising his face to the sky in desperation. Truly miserable, he couldn't fulfill it. Mikhail's eyes were glazed over, as if he had lost his sanity, burdened by heavy thoughts. Everyone had paid with their lives for him to unleash this magic, yet it still wasn't enough. As Mikhail let go, the demon lord advanced toward him with a smug smile, the scratches they inflicted on its skin having disappeared. Confronted by the demon lord reaching out triumphantly, Mikhail remained unmoving, only letting out a faint sigh. He couldn't complete that spell. Mikhail looked up towards the fiery red sun behind the demon lord, silently praying to the creator. But, even if there was a miracle, if that magic succeeded, even in part. If there's any miracle, if that spell were to succeed, even just a fraction, I swear I won't make this mistake again. I swear I won't yield to someone not powerful enough to be a warrior. And I swear I won't hand over the lives of everyone to someone not capable enough. Right after that, Mikhail's tragic life came to an end as the demon lord's hand completely obscured his vision, and the sounds of shattering echoed. But a miracle had truly occurred in the hazy dream. Mikhail slowly opened his eyes upon hearing familiar voices echoing in his ears. Young master, young master, young master. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Mikhail gradually struggled to sit up with his head bandaged. It seems that the head injury has affected Mikhail's memory, thought the butler, kneeling beside the bed. He looked up at him with a sense of unease. Mikhail still had a lingering drowsiness, his gaze wandering vaguely around the space. As everything in the room became clearer and more real, Mikhail immediately recognized that this scene was too familiar to him. Gathering his thoughts, Mikhail turned to the butler and asked, "What year is it now?" The butler looked at Mikhail with a puzzled expression, and after a moment of hesitation, he replied, Well, it's that day, the date, you know." Hearing this, the butler became visibly worried, his face turning pale. Anxiously, he exclaimed, "Are you okay? Do you have a headache?" Or Mikhail cut him off sternly, "I'm fine, just tell me the date quickly." Faced with his master's irritable attitude, the butler responded in a soft, hesitant voice, "Yes, it's the 32nd of Terhern, in the month of April." Mikhail raised his hand to his head, looking thoughtful, and mumbled to himself, "So, it's about 20 years ago." The spell of regression, with a success rate of 1%, was an extremely rare and virtually undocumented magical technique. It was for this reason that it was referred to as the impossible technique. Contemplating this, Mikhail couldn't suppress his emotions, clenching his fists tightly. He joyfully exclaimed, "I did it." Immediately after the moment of celebration, Mikhail swiftly began to assess his magical abilities. This opportunity was unique, and he didn't want to waste a single second. Mikhail carefully examined the magical circles on his hands, where each circle represented a layer, and the size indicated the level of mastery attained in that layer. Mikhail sighed, muttering to himself, "Only at level 3, and not even completed yet." Feeling a bit disheartened, he rubbed his head and thought, "This is far too low for the heir of the powerful magical lineage of the Walpurgis Marquis family." As he ran his hand over his forehead, Mikhail realized that his head was still wrapped in bandages. The exhilaration of the successful regression had overshadowed any sensation of a headache. Mikhail looked puzzled and asked the butler, "What's this? The bandage on my head, what happened?" The butler, with a concerned look, replied, "Have you forgotten everything?" Without knowing why, Mikhail abruptly interrupted the butler, saying, "Hold on, I'm starting to remember." "Just sit there." He leaned back, took a deep breath, and pondered for a moment. After a few seconds of contemplation, Mikhail spoke with a serious expression, "I pretended to attempt suicide every time I felt depressed, didn't I?" The butler quickly dismissed that seemingly crazy idea, saying, "Continued to speculate based on his memories from the previous life, so I was beaten by Island for insisting on canceling the engagement." Seeing the butler bowing his head in silence, Mikhail got out of bed and said, "Well, it seems like that's correct, I understand from your expression." Island Lindell was a naturally talented swordswoman and had been Mikhail's fiancée until he turned 20. Their engagement played a significant role in shaping the events that followed and became an unforgettable part of his life. Mikhail examined his somewhat delicate and feeble appearance in the mirror and then glanced at the butler, remarking, "I behave quite rudely, don't I? What would the ducal house say about me?" The butler responded, "They haven't said anything yet." Mikhail pondered for a moment and then muttered, They're keeping silent, huh?" After some contemplation, he mumbled to himself, "Alright, I understand now." Mikhail casually slipped his hand into his pocket and said to the butler, "I guess they aren't comfortable doing that either." At this moment, memories from a few days ago flashed in Mikhail's mind. He recalled appearing before Island in a disheveled and seemingly untalented manner, standing before the esteemed queen like an insignificant and incapable individual. Island had looked at him with eyes filled with cold disdain and contempt. Mikhail furrowed his brow slightly as he remembered that scornful gaze, but it seemed that no resentment or hatred arose within him. Seeing Mikhail standing in front of the mirror for a long time without saying anything more, the butler grew curious, but before he could inquire, he was pushed out of the room. Mikhail hastily told him, "There's nothing, I have something to do, please step outside for a moment." The butler hesitated at the door, looking at Mikhail, while he remained composed and said, "If you need anything, I'll call for you." Mikhail was about to enter the room, but the butler lingered, refusing to close the door. He gazed at Mikhail with a hesitant look and finally spoke, "Young master, why is that?" Mikhail asked, "Why is what?" The butler furrowed his brow anxiously and warned Mikhail, "You're not supposed to meet the young miss, do you understand?" The overly concerned tone of the butler irritated Mikhail, and he snapped back, "I know, just go." Without waiting for the butler's response, Mikhail hastily shut the door as if fearing further admonishments. He seemed to mock himself, twitching the corner of his mouth, thinking, "Why do I get scolded so much at the age of 20? Alone in the quiet room, Mikhail began to sink into contemplation. Memories from his past life surfaced in his thoughts, particularly the image of a warrior in whom he had placed all his trust and expectations. Each fragmented memory related to that person filled Mikhail with a sense of regret. For example, when Mikhail was preparing to perform a spell to suppress the enemy, this person would intervene, saying, "Mikhail, I can't let you take so many innocent lives." Reflecting on each incident, Mikhail couldn't help but feel resentment. Siegfried, the name of this warrior, always complicated matters with his strict ethical principles, regardless of the responsibilities he had to bear. Countless times, Mikhail wanted to explode with frustration due to Siegfried's overly confident attitude and his naive declarations, "I am a warrior illuminated by the divine spirit, we will not retreat like failures, charge straight through the enemy camp." Or when he arrogantly awakened a sleeping wyvern, then led the charge while still loudly arguing with Mikhail, saying, "Someone who can defeat a demon lord is afraid of a wyvern." Siegfried's self-righteous nature and refusal to use tactics exploiting the enemy's weaknesses further fueled Mikhail's frustration. The straightforward and honorable nature of Siegfried, not aligning with Mikhail's own approach, also stirred his blood. Facing an adversary, one lost and the other won, and yet Siegfried would loudly debate with Mikhail, "I will not use tactics that take advantage of the enemy's weaknesses." Mikhail. In the end, it was unclear how many territories fell under his ideology of benevolence, leaving Mikhail to question the true cost of Siegfried's actions. Recalling the horrifying events that had unfolded, Mikhail couldn't help but feel disgust and self-reproach. He bowed his head, vowing not to make any more mistakes. At the same time, in another room within the mansion, Mikhail's father, Adon, was furious. He questioned the butler, "Has that brat woken up yet?" The butler quickly responded, "Yes, he has awakened." Adon, visibly annoyed, continued his inquiry, "What did he say? If he demands to see that temperamental princess again, I will beat some sense into him." Facing the wrath of his master, the butler hesitated, unsure of what to say. Adon pressed, "Well, speak up, Mordin." The butler, looking apprehensive, responded, "Actually, I'm not sure what to say." He spoke calmly and unusually, "If the young master wishes to do that, I will inform you, sir." Adon raised an eyebrow, looking at the butler with suspicion. "Are you telling me the situation is not as it seems?" The butler recalled the moment when Mikhail stood before the mirror, clenching his fist, and hesitated before confirming with Adon, "Yes, that's what I mean." He. Looking quite furious, the observant butler had noticed that expression on Mikhail. Even if it was just a fleeting moment, it was a demeanor quite different from his usual self. Indeed, at this moment, Mikhail was seething with anger. However, that rage had become one of the driving forces propelling him forward. Mikhail reassured himself, acknowledging that his regression spell had taken effect, and he had returned to 20 years ago. All for the purpose of defeating that demon lord. From now on, I have to prepare everything for that battle, Mikhail thought. With that in mind, he pulled out the magical circles to inspect them. He muttered, "It's misaligned like this, I'll need to readjust it." Mikhail quickly sat down on the floor, realizing that the wound on his head was causing him considerable pain. Despite that, he sighed inwardly, acknowledging the need for self-adjustment. He sits in a meditative posture, initiating mental concentration as mana begins to flow in a specific direction. The direction of mana is crucial, and without careful attention, it can significantly impact its essence. Currently, its correct flow is clockwise. Mana will follow the designated direction, circulating throughout the body, then converging in the area around the person's heart to create a magical circle. That's how the formation of a spell circle occurs in theory. However, Mikhail interprets it differently. He murmurs to himself, believing that mana doesn't necessarily have to gather in one place exclusively. With the method of self-circulation and eccentric training approach, he creates circulation points throughout his body, allowing the mana to flow through them before finally converging at the same location at a specific moment. Of course, this training method exerts more pressure than usual, and Mikhail begins to break into a sweat, feeling overwhelmed. However, he remains calm, reassuring himself. It's not uncommon for his entire body to feel like it could explode due to the rapid and intense flow of mana within. Mikhail's eyes reveal a steadfast determination. But I am no ordinary individual. I am the 9th level mage, Mikhail Walpurgis. As the pain threatens to overpower his reasoning, the image of Siegfried emerges, pushing Mikhail's willpower to new heights. He gasps for breath, letting out a primal scream to gather his spirits. In comparison to what lies ahead in the future, this ordeal seems trivial to him. In that moment, the threads connecting the magical circles undergo a powerful transformation. The recalibrated mana flow quickly contributes to the perfection of Mikhail's third magical circle. Not only that, but a dazzling fourth magical circle has also manifested, shining as brightly as the previous three. Concluding this somewhat strenuous process, Mikhail takes a deep breath and regulates his heartbeat. Content with himself, he remarks, it's just the first time using this self-circulation method, so this outcome is quite satisfactory, I must say. Mikhail heaves a sigh of relief, glancing down at his hands. His magical circles have stabilized, and now he can efficiently harness mana, confirming the accuracy of his thoughts. With some remaining mana from the circulation process, he can create another spell circle. Mikhail counts the circles on his hands, feeling a hint of excitement. It seems he has ascended to the rank of a 4th level mage. After inspecting the spell circles, he raises both hands, whispering to himself, well done, with this progress, I'll soon advance to the next level. Following that, Mikhail simultaneously chants to create an ice dagger and a fire projectile. He gazes at his experiment with dual magic, and despite its success, his expression still seems somewhat dissatisfied. Originally, only mages of level 7 and above could use this type of dual magic, a high-level magic achievable only at a certain proficiency. However, Mikhail still finds it insufficient in size. Right now, I can only manage 2 spells simultaneously. It feels like I'm lagging behind. In theory, for a 4th level mage like Mikhail, it's too early to master this type of magic. However, due to his mastery of the intricate self-circulation method, he can now execute more advanced spells than usual. Nevertheless, he remains unsatisfied with his current capabilities. Reminiscing about the time when he was a 9th level mage, he could effortlessly wield various types of magic simultaneously. Shortly after, those spells dissipate, and Mikhail clenches his fists. However, his current mana reserves are quite low, making it impractical to use magic for an extended period. After a brief lamentation, he reluctantly accepts, muttering, well, for now, this will have to do. Mikhail scratches his head in contemplation. He realizes he has addressed all the crucial issues at hand. The next challenge is about to emerge. At that very moment, the door swung open accompanied by an angry growl from Mikhail. Idan suddenly appeared, sporting the expression of an enraged lion, demanding an explanation for whatever transpired. However, Idan's unexpected entrance and thunderous voice failed to faze Mikhail. He remained calm, casually slipping his hand into his pocket, looking at Idan and musing, it's about this, isn't it? With his nonchalant demeanor, Mikhail scratched his head in reply to his father, yes, I know. Idan, almost reflexively, continued scolding, exactly, you surely don't know, that's why. However, moments later, upon realizing what Mikhail just said, he abruptly stopped and stared at his son. Wait, what did you just say? Mikhail calmly replied, I said I know, I've damaged our family's reputation, there's no need for you to remind me. Observing Mikhail's unapologetic demeanor, Idan revealed a demonic expression, so, you're well aware that I'm tempted to break your legs right now, aren't you? Mikhail immediately adopted the indifferent stance from earlier, nonchalantly responding, oh, that, I wouldn't know. He smirked at Idan, father, listen carefully, I had my own plan, and that's why I did what I did. Idan raised an eyebrow, looking skeptical at Mikhail. What? Mikhail immediately explained, honestly, I think if we let the Duke's family be the ones to request the annulment, it wouldn't be good. Idan nodded thoughtfully, humph, their reaction indeed reeks of arrogance. He pulled out a chair and sat across from Mikhail, wearing a sly smile. Interesting, go on, according to what you've said, it seems you know something about this. Mikhail responded with a smug smile, of course, I know. He muttered under his breath, lips quirking upward, knowing a lot makes a difference. In his previous life, Mikhail Walpurgis had undergone a complete transformation when he reached the age of 23. However, by that time, Island Lindell had endured the wretchedness of his character during the years leading up to Mikhail turning 23. Simply put, his current self was deplorable in many different ways. Reflecting on his past in the previous life, Mikhail couldn't deny that he was once an indecisive, incompetent, weak-willed man lacking any firm convictions. Mikhail bears a striking resemblance to the kind of person Island finds repulsive. Despite the humiliation, Mikhail reluctantly acknowledges that his past self was indeed detestable, and it's no wonder Island despises the engagement between them. Her eyes always carry an air of disgust and disdain whenever she looks at Mikhail. It's not like Island to mince words, she despises men as incompetent as this. Mikhail understands well that there's no way Island could ever harbor a talentless and weak individual like him in her heart, even when she's forced to do so at the age of 20. Now, let's return to the conversation between Idan and Mikhail. Mikhail gets straight to the point. Do you still remember the conditions for fulfilling the engagement with the Countess Lindell? Idan promptly responds, no learning any form of mana training, as mixing two different types of mana is prohibited to ensure the birth of a legitimate heir.
Mikhail laughs knowingly, exactly, that's it.
The heir is crucial for the family, especially if the child inherits the traits of a knight or a mage, suggesting a genetic legacy from both parents. Crossing his arms and resting his chin, Mikhail unveils a sly tone, and from that, the child suddenly grasps the essence of the matter. What would happen if Island doesn't adhere to that condition? Mikhail looks directly into his father's eyes with a confident expression, leaving the outcome hanging in the air. Hearing this, Idan's eyes widen, a mix of curiosity and intrigue evident on his face. Mikhail smirks inwardly, thinking, his expression has changed. He then says to his father, indeed, initially, I declined breaking off the engagement with her, but I couldn't shake the feeling that she's hiding something. Idan, now serious, asks Mikhail, are you suggesting they might be deceiving us? Mikhail asserts confidently, exactly, before we got engaged, she had already learned mana training methods to become a knight. Idan, still skeptical, questions, are you sure about this? Mikhail responds promptly, absolutely, although, deep down, he thinks, I added a few details for effect. Idan remains suspicious, furrowing his brows as he looks at Mikhail, really, even an 8th level mage like me didn't detect this, how could someone like you know? I suspect you might be exaggerating the severity of the matter. Mikhail insisted, even in just a fleeting moment, that he could confidently affirm she had been practicing with mana. At this point, he was speaking without blinking an eye, seemingly in total conviction. Mikhail continued to elaborate, noting that her mana flow was far from stable. Idan remained doubtful, wondering if Mikhail was truly accurate. Mikhail skillfully persuaded him, pointing out that even a level 8 mage like her father failed to detect it. In that case, there was only one trick left for them to use. Idan was gradually drawn into Mikhail's web of lies, grumbling about the situation. He looked at Mikhail and paused, thinking before responding, don't tell me ancient magical artifacts. Idan's spot-on answer left Mikhail extremely satisfied with his ability to manipulate the psychological aspect of the situation.
A few days later, at the Lindell estate,
Island's footsteps moved gracefully across the ground. She was practicing sword techniques along with mastering mana control. Island displayed sharp and decisive sword strokes that perfectly matched her icy demeanor. In the blink of an eye, the sword blade cut through several sweet-colored patterns on the wooden dummy. A moment later, the dummy was divided into scattered pieces, falling heavily to the ground.
Island raised the gleaming sword towards the dazzling sunlight.
Then, she closed her eyes, slowly taking a deep breath as if concluding a familiar ritual at the end of her training session.
Suddenly, her father called out, Island.
Looking up at her seemingly concerned father, Island politely responded, yes, father. Duke Lindell appeared uneasy as he inquired about Mikhail Walpurgis. After that day, did Mikhail Walpurgis do anything else? Island calmly replied, no, sir, that idiot surely wouldn't have noticed anything. Duke couldn't shake off his worries, I also think so, but who knows what might happen to those who find out. Yesterday, Ilian firmly told her father, 2 days ago, when he was here, she didn't see any signs from him at all. The young woman paused for a moment, contemplating. And then said, besides, Dad also thinks that he will never be able to be her husband, right? Duke immediately nodded, yeah, that's right. Duke sighed, but if the Marquis Walpurgis family learns about this, it will surely become very complicated. However, in the next moment, Duke's gaze changed, he whispered to himself, that's right, even if they are from the renowned magical Walpurgis lineage. They won't be able to discover the magical weapon I've attached to the girl. Duke looked at the sword emitting a powerful and steady energy source, confident in his thoughts. He rested his chin on his hand, contemplating, oh, so you can already emit that radiance? Island responded with excitement, yes, sir, although I've only just begun to understand its operational principles. Duke looked pleased at the shining sword and thought to himself, indeed, with my daughter's talent like this, it would be a waste for her to engage in political marriages. As Island affectionately stroked the blade and curiously asked Duke, by the way, how did the marriage proposal from the Parslope family go a few days ago? Duke immediately replied, the representative from their family will arrive today, and Leon Parslope will be among them. Leon Parslope is the sole heir of the Parslope family, a prodigious swordsman known as the Next Holy Sword. Upon hearing that a talented young man like him would come to discuss marriage, Island couldn't hide her excited smile. Fantastic, she exclaimed. She told her father, Leon Parslope is undoubtedly a wise choice compared to that foolish guy. Just then, someone arrived to deliver news. Sir, the representatives have arrived. Duke was slightly surprised. Oh, they're here already. Meg McEwen respectfully bowed and replied, yes, sir, no, it's not them. Duke furrowed his brow in confusion. If they're not from the Parslope family, then who are you talking about? We're not receiving any other guests. McEwen lowered his head shyly before finally speaking up. It's the Walpurgis family, sir. Meanwhile, the horse carriage carrying Mikhail and the steward had arrived at the entrance of the Lindell estate. The steward, who had already come this far, still appeared astonished. Oh heavens, have we truly arrived here? He muttered to himself. He glanced at Mikhail with a clearly startled expression. Young Master Mikhail, is it really alright to act like this? Mikhail casually smiled and reassured the steward, stay calm, don't make such a horrified face. Mikhail gazed up at the luxurious mansion in front of him with a composed demeanor, as if he had calculated every step of his approach to this place. A few days ago, when discussing with Idan, he was asked if that was indeed an ancient magical weapon. Mikhail confidently replied, yes, it is. The other day, I exaggerated a bit just to confirm. I guess they requested the cancellation of the engagement because they knew I had figured it out. Idan, being somewhat skeptical, questioned, so, you're saying Island requested the cancellation because she knew you discovered the truth? Mikhail continued to persuade his father, explaining that after the engagement was called off, they could come up with various justifications. Still skeptical of Mikhail's words, Idan sighed, well, if what you're saying now isn't true, things will only get more complicated, our family will have no face left to show. Idan looked at his son's determined expression, torn between trusting him and the potential consequences of resisting the Duke's family, realizing that if they believed Mikhail and opposed the Marquis, it could lead to much more serious issues. Idan stared at Mikhail, his eyes narrowing, and he questioned sternly, so, are you willing to take responsibility for this, son? Mikhail involuntarily swallowed, feeling a bit uneasy. The pressure was real, being the head of the most powerful wizarding family in the empire was different. However, Mikhail didn't hesitate for long, he immediately affirmed, I know. He continued speaking with a confident smile, that's why I want to handle this on my own. Idan looked at his son, contemplating. After a while, he stood up and said, if you're really adamant that you're right, then we'll trust you this time. Idan looked sternly into Mikhail's eyes, warning him that if what he was saying turned out to be falsehood, not only would he lose the position as the heir of the family, but he would also have to remove the Walpurgis name from his own. He reiterated the seriousness of the consequences, asking Mikhail one final time, so, do you still want to proceed? Mikhail responded promptly, of course, sir. Idan's face softened a bit, as if he now viewed his son differently. Alright then, let's see what you can do, he said. And that's why Mikhail and the steward were present at the Lindell estate at this moment. The steward, still in a state of panic, told Mikhail, I'm not at ease at all, you already have quite a reputation within the family. He fretted, concerned that if things took a wrong turn, there would be no turning back for him. Despite the steward's worries, Mikhail remained composed, silently complaining in his mind, he's making quite a commotion. The anxious steward continued, all this has happened recently, and yet you've come to meet the Duke like this. Mikhail couldn't bear it any longer and finally interrupted the steward, we need to progress further. The steward looked puzzled, how so? Mikhail gently reassured him, don't worry, Mordin. Mikhail wore a confident and somewhat scheming smile, everything has been planned by me. While McEwen was still hesitating to report to Duke, a guest from the Walpurgis earldom arrived for a visit. Duke was taken aback, Walpurgis, why have they come? He shook his head with a sigh, muttering, trouble is brewing. After a few seconds of consideration, Duke instructed McEwen, can't avoid it, I have matters to attend to today, so tell him I cannot meet with him. Shortly after, McEwen approached Mikhail and delivered the message as instructed. Mikhail simply nodded and responded, oh, is that so? McEwen adhered to proper etiquette, I sincerely apologize, Master Mikhail, I hope he can make time for you on another occasion. After that, Mikhail, without making a fuss, turned away and left. Well, that's that, he muttered. McEwen sighed in relief, thankful that the Duke accepted the situation without causing a scene. The steward followed, leaning in to whisper to Mikhail, young master, are you really planning to leave just like that? You said you've planned everything. Mikhail calmly replied, steward, just follow my lead. After walking a few steps, Mikhail suddenly sat down under a cool, shady tree and leisurely closed his eyes. McEwen was puzzled and asked, what are you doing, sir? Mikhail, nonchalantly leaning against the tree trunk, responded, why do you ask? I'm just taking a break. Mikhail responded with indifference, you don't know how much time it takes to return to our territory, do you? It's not like we've arrived after just a few days, so, why can't I take a break? The steward, sensing Mikhail's unusual behavior, became more anxious, young master, considering your position, it might not be appropriate to linger here. Seeing Mikhail sitting there, McEwen furrowed his brow and thought, Count Parslope will probably arrive soon. It's quite inconvenient. McEwen spoke to Mikhail with a tone that resembled giving an order, Lord Mikhail, I will accompany you on the way back. Hastily, he grabbed Mikhail's arm and tried to pull him up, urging him to leave the spot. Mikhail, with a stern expression, spoke firmly to Makuan, even if the engagement is annulled now, I was still the fiancé of the young lady you serve, I am the rightful heir of the Walpurgis family. He glared at Makuan, his voice cold and threatening, let go of my arm, the anger I might unleash won't be pleasant. Makuan was startled and quickly released Mikhail's arm, taking a step back. Mikhail straightened his clothes and asked in a commanding tone, Lord Makuan, I have a question for you. Are you such a renowned figure that you can lay hands on a member of the Walpurgis family? Mikhail's gaze pierced Makuan, cold as a knife, his words soft but carrying a sharp edge within.
Makuan was immediately horrified, kneeling down, it's not me, sir. He sweated profusely, silently thinking that the kid couldn't even breathe normally when standing in front of him just a few days ago. Since when did it happen? It has changed so much. Makuan couldn't help but feel alarmed by the 180-degree change in Mikhail's attitude and demeanor. Mikhail stood in front of Makuan arrogantly declaring, if you want to chase me away from here, I'll let you know the quickest way to do it. Makuan quickly reported the situation to the Duke, who was also taken aback by Mikhail's attitude. What's going on? He instructed Island to come over immediately. Indeed, that Mikhail guy is not to be underestimated. Duke looked at Makuan with a puzzled expression, still finding it hard to believe that Mikhail would dare to act so boldly after just a few days of not seeing him. Makuan bowed, I am extremely ashamed, sir. Duke rubbed his chin thoughtfully, I have a bad feeling about this, it's getting complicated. Makuan suggested, if you give the order, I'll take him away immediately, even if it requires some forceful measures. However, Duke dismissed that idea. No, doing so won't solve this issue. At this moment, Island spoke up coldly, I'll handle it. Duke looked worriedly at his daughter, is it okay like this? Island nodded, yes, Mikhail insists on seeing me, so all I have to do is to send him away, just like last time. Island quickly stepped out of the sword training ground and instructed, Lord Makuan, you said he's waiting at the front gate, right? Makuan replied, yes, that's correct, sir. Island walked confidently and said, then escort me there. Makuan noticed that Island maintained her usual cold and proud demeanor and hesitated before speaking, yes, miss. Island turned to look at him, what's the matter, Makuan, is there a problem? Makuan intended to say something, but the words got stuck in his throat and he swallowed them back. He quickly put on his hat, no, sir, let's go. Meanwhile, on the other side, the steward Morden continued to grumble in Mikhail's ear, young master, why do you act without much thought? Is it because of the recent rumors that you got bored and cut him off, sir? Mikhail interrupted him, trust me, steward. Despite Mikhail's reassurances, the steward remained uneasy and restless. Seeing the steward fall silent, Mikhail whispered to himself, it has to be today. Because today, Duke Parslope will arrive. He began to sink into his own thoughts, contemplating the prestigious Parslope family joining the ranks of the Dukes in the near future. Specifically, it's the lineage that Leon Parslope, the next sword saint, belongs to. He's one of the individuals I had connections with before my return, and it's best that I meet him as soon as possible. Mikhail pondered and relaxed while waiting. Even though he knew about the future beforehand, he still felt a bit puzzled, finding it hard to believe that their noble families would converge in the same place for a matter that needed addressing. I need to hurry before things take a turn for the worse. Observing Mikhail's unusual expression and gaze, the steward grew even more anxious. Young master. Mikhail didn't wait for him to finish and waved his hand dismissively. Steward, I've said it before, everything will be fine, right? The steward hesitated, I wasn't going to mention that. He fell silent for a moment, as if searching for the right words to express his concerns. After a while, the steward glanced at Mikhail with a hesitant look, I was wondering if you might have been practicing during the Duke's inattention. Mikhail was slightly surprised by the unexpected question, why would you suddenly say that? The steward recalled Mikhail's momentary burst of power from earlier, dominating Makuan, and explained, even though it was just a brief moment, the strength I witnessed in you, young master, wasn't that of a level 3 mage. He looked at Mikhail with a sense of unease, it's not the power of a mage. Even though I'm not a mage, I am the close aide of the Duke, I genuinely believe I am quite knowledgeable and insightful in these matters. Mikhail looked at the steward with an innocent expression, as if to ask if he was wondering whether I did something forbidden to forcefully advance my own level. The steward nodded without hesitation, yes, sir. Mikhail nodded in agreement, ah, I see. After that, he didn't hesitate to gesture towards the steward, then. Why don't you check? The steward immediately took hold of Mikhail's hand, alright then. He closed his eyes to sense the powerful energy flowing abundantly within Mikhail's body. A prolonged silence ensued, minutes passing by with only the sound of the wind rustling through the branches of the trees. The steward remained contemplative, bowing his head after the thorough examination. He hesitated and confirmed with Mikhail, you have, indeed, reached level 4, sir. Mikhail nodded, yes, that's correct. The steward widened his eyes in astonishment, but when did you achieve level 4? Mikhail calmly replied, I think it was about 2 days ago. Even though he personally verified it, the steward still appeared concerned. 2 days ago, reaching level 4 isn't particularly high, but this matters still.
Mikhail looked at him sincerely. Are there any signs of prohibition on my body? There's no way you wouldn't notice, right, steward? The steward nodded in response. There are no such signs, Mikhail then said. That's settled then. With no more worries, the steward couldn't contain his excitement, his voice trembling. Yes, that's really good. It means you've accomplished this purely with your innate talent, sir. The steward curiously gazed at Mikhail. How did you come across such an important opportunity, sir?
Mikhail interlaced his fingers and pondered for a moment.
He looked at the steward and chuckled mysteriously. Do you want to know? Suddenly, an uneasy feeling washed over, leaving the steward startled.
He quickly nodded. Yes, I want to know.
Mikhail put on a serious expression, causing the steward to become even more restless. All right then, it's because.
Within a split second, he changed his demeanor, smirking, because I got kicked.
The steward, who was eagerly anticipating a tale of earth-shattering secrets, was left disappointed and bewildered. After a moment of silence, he skeptically tilted his head and looked at Mikhail. Sure. The steward stammered. No, I mean, you're serious about that, sir. Mikhail seemed amused by catching the steward off guard and casually said, you know, those methods actually exist. The steward looked at Mikhail with an unusual expression, and his mouth twitched as if he were excited. A dark aura seemed to emanate around him, suggesting some sinister plot. Oh, that means you could easily reach level 9 if kicked a few more times. Mikhail, not wanting future romantic entanglements to face more obstacles, laughed and avoided his gaze. The steward returned to his concerns. Well, anyway, after reaching level 4, you came here out of anger. You truly had me worried. Suddenly, Mikhail spoke with a serious tone. Steward, what do you think would happen if the Lindell family were to collapse? The steward, somewhat puzzled, replied, well, I'm sure there would be a lot of chaos, although I can't be certain how severe the chaos would be. The empire wouldn't find peace easily. After expressing his view, he curiously asked Mikhail, why do you suddenly inquire about this? Mikhail paused for a moment before saying, no particular reason, I just have no intention of letting the Duke's family be harmed. At this moment, Mikhail was contemplating, with no doubt in his mind, that the Duke Lindell family was a pillar of the empire. He recalled from his previous life that the collapse of the Lindell family had a more profound impact than the chaos within the empire. That's why, having reincarnated, I have no intention of just standing by and watching it happen. Yes, now that things have come to this point, I have to change the fundamental aspects of everything. Mikhail sighed softly to himself, recognizing the difficulty of using his knowledge from his previous life to alter the future. Suddenly, Island's appearance interrupted his train of thought. Faced with her cold and disdainful gaze, Mikhail calmly said, oh, you're here.
Island arrogantly questioned Mikhail, what's the matter now? Didn't I already say everything that needed to be said last time?
Mikhail stood up and replied, that's right, it's all settled. Mikhail chuckled and leaned close to Island's face, tauntingly saying, but just because you said it doesn't mean I'm finished, right?
Island responded impassively, it's not amusing at all.
She coldly informed Mikhail, the agreement about our engagement has been officially completed after the meeting of both families, there's no room here for your wishes anymore. Island elegantly ran her fingers through her hair and sternly told Mikhail, please stop your useless actions, just go back. Mikhail remained unfazed by her cold attitude, saying, let's chat for a bit, shall we? Why are you in such a hurry? He looked at Island with a scrutinizing gaze. Is there an important guest visiting today or something? Island was caught off guard by the accurate remark and slightly startled. She avoided Mikhail's gaze and didn't dare to show a hint of a smile. Mikhail smirked, feeling quite pleased within himself. Got you now, didn't I? He knew better than anyone that Leon Parslope had no involvement in the political affairs of the family and focused solely on refining his swordsmanship. Of course, there was no way he would know anything about what had happened in the family during his visit or their current situation, and he didn't care either. There was only one peculiar thing.
He is very concerned about ethics and reputation.
Mikhail thought to himself, if the woman he was about to promise to marry had unilaterally requested the annulment of the engagement for an unjust reason, that upright man would never tolerate such a situation. Moreover, if it turned out that this matter was the consequence of an unfair situation, it would be even worse. Understanding the Lindell family's vulnerability, Mikhail calmly spoke to Island. You're right, this matter has been officially settled through a mutually agreed-upon agreement between the two parties. However, it is not solely based on a premise, or so it seems, that this engagement has no underlying issues whatsoever. Each word from Mikhail made Island feel uneasy. She couldn't bring herself to look directly at him with that arrogant expression anymore. Mikhail understood well that the noble Lindell family must be aware that this matter would not bring about anything good, which was why they were trying to avoid meeting him. Mikhail whispered to himself, determined to capitalize on their concerns. Sensing the other side starting to waver, he urged, speak up, Island, what is it that you want to say? Island hesitated before responding. The engagement has no issues at all. Mikhail smirked and said, oh, really? Mikhail leaned in closer to Island, asking, do you truly believe that, Island? He even went as far as to whisper in her ear, in that case, can I consider it the official statement from the Lindell family? McCoon abruptly interrupted the conversation and forcefully pushed Mikhail away, exclaiming, that's enough, you've gone too far. Mikhail was pushed hard until his back collided with the base of a tree, producing a distinct thud. Despite the impact, Mikhail remained unflinching, showing no signs of retaliation or resistance. McCoon continued to raise his voice, undeterred, even if you are the successor of Walpurgis. I cannot overlook such reckless actions. McCoon tightened his grip on Mikhail's shoulder in a threatening manner. However, Mikhail paid no attention to him, maintaining a cold tone as he called out, Island. So, this is the extent of Lindell's Knights. Mikhail glanced at Island with a mocking and disdainful expression. Instead of stooping to engage in verbal sparring with a mere knight, Mikhail chose to raise his voice and criticize Island and the Lindell family for their inability to control their subordinates. He had always behaved as if he were above such interactions. However, it seemed that now he wasn't sure when he should or shouldn't intervene. Mikhail maintained that haughty smile, directing his gaze solely at Island. Island, of course, couldn't tolerate insubordination. She furrowed her brow and commanded, Sir McCoon, release him. McCoon attempted to argue back. But Island sternly interrupted, Sir McCoon. She warned him with a firm tone, don't make me remind you again. Island scolded McCoon in front of Mikhail to uphold the family's honor. Sir McCoon, it is your duty to preserve the reputation of the Lindell family. McCoon, left with no words to defend himself, lowered his eyes in silent acquiescence. Mikhail smirked in satisfaction, silently remarking to himself, indeed, those words were quite tiresome. Resuming the main topic at hand, Mikhail casually continued, well, that's enough of that, now, whatever you think doesn't really matter. He confidently stepped forward towards Island and suggested, how about we change the location a bit? This isn't the appropriate place for such discussions, is it? Island was about to voice her objection, but a moment later, she held back her words before they could escape. Standing in front of Mikhail, she no longer exhibited the same vulnerability as before. Island reluctantly conceded, I understand. She turned away and said, please, come in. McCoon gently reminded Island with concern, Miss, you already had a prior engagement. Island, with no other choice, reluctantly responded, we'll think about that later. Despite everything, it didn't seem like this matter would take much time. Island still appeared confident that she could dismiss Mikhail before the Parslope family arrived. Afterward, she led them into the mansion. Except for the anxious butler who followed cautiously, everyone else walked in a relaxed and unhurried manner. Mikhail looked up at the opulent scene inside the mansion. Every item was adorned in luxurious white and gold, exuding an air of elegance and sophistication. The radiant glow of candles illuminated every corner of the estate. Mikhail couldn't help but smile. He raised his head and spoke with a nostalgic tone, it still looks the same as ever. The bewildered butler asked Mikhail, young master, you rarely come here, what brings you today? Mikhail was caught off guard and immediately became indignant, he doesn't agree with me, huh? The confused butler responded, well, he mumbles like a young grandpa. Mikhail retorted sharply, not at all. Leaving the perplexed butler behind, he walked away, muttering to himself, why do I sound like an old man? The butler leaned in and asked in a hushed tone, but why have we come here? Glancing at Mikhail with a hesitant expression, the butler remarked, you usually don't accompany the Duke, you come alone. Mikhail confidently smiled and replied, what are you talking about? I came here with my steward, Mikhail said, looking back at the butler with a gleeful expression. Hearing this, the butler was momentarily taken aback, then stopped in his tracks. Touched by Mikhail's acknowledgement and trust, he became emotional, almost on the verge of tears. It's not that serious, he stammered. Mikhail gently patted the butler on the shoulder, offering encouragement. Don't talk about yourself like that, you're the most trustworthy person. With these words from Mikhail, the butler could feel a sense of growth within himself, as if he had matured significantly in just a few days. Reaching a door adorned with intricate carvings, Island informed Mikhail, we're here. She pushed the door open and invited him in, saying, this is the living room. Mikhail, composed as ever, responded, all right then, I assume you don't have much time to spare, so let's get straight to the main issue. Mikhail unexpectedly suggested, but I'd like to talk privately with her. Island confidently agreed, sure, Sir McCoon, please wait outside. Mikhail also turned to the butler and instructed, stand by here for a moment, I'll be back shortly. The butler nodded in understanding. According to etiquette, Mikhail would have been invited to enter first, with Island following behind. However, she abruptly closed the door behind them with a bang, almost as if dismissing a guest. Once inside, Island sat down, appearing quite relaxed and unconcerned when facing someone she deemed inferior. With an air of arrogance, Island questioned Mikhail, so, what do you want to talk to me about? Mikhail slowly sat down across from Island. He straightforwardly confronted her, stating, you lied. Island remained composed and nonchalant, asking, what are you talking about? To which Mikhail responded, the promise between the noble families.
He raised an eyebrow as a reminder, you're not supposed to practice mana while the engagement is still in effect. You remember that, right? Mikhail stared pointedly into Island's eyes. She immediately lost her composure, feeling a sense of unease creeping in. Nevertheless, Island remained defiant in her response. I've said it before, we made no false promises. If you doubt it, why don't you go and verify it yourself? She tried to shift the narrative in a way that put Mikhail at a disadvantage. Moreover, she continued, you've declared to the world that I'm your fiancé. I don't feel comfortable being referred to that way. Mikhail observed Island's gestures attentively and contemplated, realizing that she might think he was deceiving her and exaggerating the situation. Mikhail awkwardly recalled his younger self from the previous life, thinking, well, I was indeed carefree and naive back then. In response to Island's challenge, Mikhail didn't hesitate to say, fine, I'll verify it myself. Island hastily stood up, challenging him, if you want to, do it now. But Mikhail dismissively said, I don't need to check now at all. He stood up defiantly and provocatively added, I'm not even sure if your family played fair from the beginning. He smirked cunningly and walked towards the window, saying, with everything turning out like this, why don't we prove it in front of them? Eileen looked at Mikhail in bewilderment. Who are they? After a few seconds of contemplation, she finally realized and exclaimed, wait, you mean? Mikhail nonchalantly gazed outside and replied, yeah, that's right. Those who will judge more fairly than anyone else. Let's prove it in front of the Parslope family. Mikhail turned back to Island with a challenging look. Right at that moment, outside the mansion, another horse-drawn carriage arrived at the Duke's estate. The knight opened the carriage door and respectfully said, young master, we have arrived. A cheerful response echoed from inside the carriage, good job, Miriam. Finally, the person Mikhail had been anticipating arrived. Leon Parslope, the sole heir of the prestigious Parslope family and a young prodigy with swordsmanship skills above all others. As he stepped down from the carriage, Leon marveled at the splendor of the Duke's mansion, truly magnificent, in a completely different class from ours. Miriam responded, well, it is the Duke's family after all. Leon nodded slightly, still a bit overwhelmed, yeah, you're right. Leon twirled the hilt of his sword in hand and pondered, so the Empire's fifth-ranked knight is in here, huh? He seemed very intrigued to be here, but not because of women or social status, it was purely because within these walls resided a family of swordsmen who were the backbone of the nation, a place worth learning from and gaining combat experience. Understanding Leon's somewhat competitive nature, Miriam cautioned, I'm just reminding you, don't pick a fight with the Duke's people. Leon, caught off guard, chuckled nervously in response, I'm not doing anything, who do you think I am? But he couldn't hide his true intention, glancing at Miriam, well, just once, and I won't harm anyone. Miriam gave Leon a serious look as a warning. Leon grumbled, all right, I was just kidding. Sensing the firmness in Miriam's attitude, Leon swiftly shifted the conversation, oh, why is my father so eager to go to the capital? Miriam replied, well, of course, he has to hurry, the Duke might stir up trouble again, nobody wants to stay in a remote place beyond the borders. Leon walked along the path leading to the mansion gate, contemplating Miriam's words, true, he's not wrong. A prestigious family at the border is not ideal. Only those noble houses that strongly support the Empire get to reside in the capital, those on the border, if overlooked by the Empire, might face elimination and disappearance. Leon looked up at the Duke's mansion, reminding himself, that's why it's crucial to seize opportunities. Leon glanced at Miriam and asked, oh, what about that princess with the temper, didn't she break off her engagement a few days ago? Miriam chuckled in response, yes, that's right, she called off the engagement because that guy is the notorious heir of the renowned Walpurgis family. Leon speculated, oh, really, no other reasons, Intuition told Leon he couldn't help but be suspicious, not because there was something dubious about her. Miriam shook her head, she's from the Lindell family, a place where many upright knights gather, including Zagmachi Walpurgis. Leon pondered for a moment and then said, yeah, that makes sense, if she had something suspicious, the Walpurgis Duke wouldn't stay silent. Leon quickly formed an impression of Mikhail, concluding that the heir of Walpurgis must be terrible and incompetent, to the extent that the princess had to break off the engagement. Miriam agreed, yeah, there have been many rumors about him. Still doubtful, Leon pondered, but he's from the Walpurgis family, Miriam reminded him, being from a prestigious family doesn't guarantee a competent heir. Leon rubbed his chin and thought, true, for some reason, I suppose. I just feel like things aren't that simple, Leon said, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. It seemed like his intuition had done its job quite well. Inside the drawing room, Island started to panic. What did you just say? Mikhail calmly reiterated, you didn't hear what I said, prove it to everyone then. He calmly walked step by step towards Island, knowing that the Parslope family was also on their way. It seemed like she didn't realize this was an excellent opportunity to rectify any injustice. Island hesitated, asking, why? Mikhail stood close, almost face to face, smirking, afraid now, aren't you?
Island, feeling flustered, attempted to say something but thought better of it. She struggled to regain her composure, not wanting to let Mikhail dominate the situation any further. After regaining her composure, Island glared at Mikhail. You have no right to do that. You haven't represented Walpurgis yet. Mikhail remained calm, reaching into his pocket to search for something. He responded to Island, but I have represented them already.
He pulled out a shiny badge with the intricately engraved emblem of the family on it.
Upon seeing the badge, Island lost her composure completely. She stood up nervously, stammering, that's.
Mikhail confidently declared, yes, it's the Walpurgis emblem. With this in hand, I am officially recognized as a representative of the Walpurgis family.
Once this badge was presented, the reputation of the Walpurgis family would be brought into the negotiations.
This meant that all responsibilities would fall on the Walpurgis family if Mikhail were to lie. However, from another perspective, if Island were to deceive, she would be seen as harboring enmity towards the Walpurgis family. With the badge in hand, Mikhail had an upper hand. Now was the moment. If she was truly innocent, there was no reason for Island to hesitate any longer. Island exclaimed passionately, do you even realize the weight of the words you just uttered? In an attempt to extinguish Mikhail's arrogance, she sternly warned, if you cause disturbances, the repercussions will depend on whether the Walpurgis family can take responsibility for what you've stirred up. Mikhail remained unruffled, casually responding, I think we just need to try and see the results.
Island, feeling cornered, became flustered. In the midst of the tense situation, the Duke suddenly appeared, his voice authoritative, stop. He swung open the door and entered at the right moment, saving his daughter. Perhaps it was a father's intuition, or he had overheard the commotion earlier. Island looked at the Duke in astonishment, her eyes pleading for help. Father, father. In contrast to Island's surprise, Mikhail casually turned to greet the Duke, as if he had anticipated this would happen. Finally, he had arrived. The Duke furrowed his brow, looked at his daughter, and advised, don't say anything more, Island. Mikhail's demeanor showed no signs of concern as he faced the distinguished and notoriously challenging Duke. Now was the time for a heartfelt conversation. The Duke of Lindell was one of the most powerful dukes in the Empire. He held the 5th-ranking position among the Empire's knights and was one of the 12 sword saints. However, later in life, he would become a man who would lose everything to the hands of the Demon Lord. Mikhail whispered to himself, he is a crucial figure to avoid the impending danger in the future. The Duke scrutinized the charismatic young man before him, a hint of suspicion in his gaze. You are Mikhail, isn't it? Mikhail confidently responded, yes, it's me. The Duke glanced over Mikhail from head to toe. Indeed, you're that young lad. He fell silent for a moment and observed, the appearance and temperament still the same as before, but there's something different. You seem to have changed. Duke can't help but shift his perspective when he sees Mikhail's current confident and somewhat arrogant expression. Curiously, Duke asked Mikhail, have you received the heart of the Walpurgis Count? Mikhail promptly replied, I haven't seen it yet. Duke was a bit surprised, but your family is one of the forces that possess it. Mikhail didn't hesitate to speak ill of Idan, my father is a bit stingy, he doesn't even let me see it. Duke nodded knowingly, Idan is always like that, but I didn't think he'd hide it from his own son. Mikhail chuckled, exactly, he should be more generous to live up to the title of a count. Mikhail's unexpected remark made Duke find the kid in front of him surprisingly interesting. Duke laughed heartily, you don't seem like someone who would think like me, but it turns out we share the same thoughts. Island was both amazed and perplexed by his father's attitude. Mikhail felt quite pleased with himself, thinking he had successfully sparked the old man's interest. After creating a more approachable atmosphere, Mikhail finally delved into the main topic. So, what are your thoughts on this, sir? Duke comfortably sat down and asked Mikhail, what are you talking about? Mikhail also took a seat opposite him. Don't beat around the bush as if you don't know about the engagement between the Walpurgis and Linden families. Duke responded slowly, the engagement, He raised an eyebrow with a disdainful expression at Mikhail. Then, without hesitation, Duke bluntly stated to Mikhail, we're breaking off the engagement because your status is too low, plain and simple, no more, no less. Still maintaining his confident smile, Mikhail questioned Duke, is that really the only reason? Duke chuckled as if nothing had happened. Do we need any other reason to break off the engagement? Seeing Duke's attitude, Mikhail spoke with a cold tone, let's get straight to the point then. Mikhail asserted firmly, during the engagement with me, Island has secretly been practicing mana cultivation. Duke burst into laughter, attempting to conceal the unease within. That's impossible. He continued to try to evade the issue. If my daughter were secretly practicing mana, do you think I wouldn't know? Mikhail, I am the 5th strongest in the Empire. Mikhail continued to expose, exactly, you must have known. Upon hearing this, Duke's smile faded away. He scowled, his tone becoming confrontational. So, are you suggesting that I'm lying? In the face of Duke's serious expression, Mikhail paused for a moment, although he had no intention of bowing his head from the outset. It's possible that Island has secretly learned to use mana, and then he only happened to discover it later. Mikhail speculated silently, thinking that Duke must have carefully weighed the values of the options. Between the idiotic suitor promised to his daughter and her swordsmanship talent, which is more valuable? Duke, seeing Mikhail remain silent for a while, continued, I understand you must be disappointed that the engagement has been annulled, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're displeased with it, does it? Seeing Duke's resolute attitude, Mikhail reflected, thinking that he must be certain he couldn't possibly detect the magical weapon that had even deceived his own father. Duke was likely convinced that under the pressure of his imposing presence, Mikhail wouldn't be able to think clearly in the face of such overwhelming dominance. However, Mikhail smiled slyly as he spoke, not long ago, when I was still clinging to Island, she made a mistake. Eyed at this moment, Mikhail raised his hand, pointing to his neck to signal Duke. He chuckled triumphantly and said, I glimpsed through something. Mikhail's action left Island stunned, her astonishment impossible to conceal. Duke, too, couldn't maintain his composure any longer. He anxiously gripped the armrest of his chair. Mikhail, still wearing a triumphant expression, continued, I'm sure you know what it is.
Duke fell into silence, confronted by Mikhail's satisfaction and confidence.
Duke still tried to resist. What if those are just things you think you've seen? Mikhail stared directly into his eyes. Don't you trust me? Like a skilled angler releasing the bait at the right moment, Mikhail stood up without hesitation, indicating his intention to leave. If you truly wish to refuse, then we can end it here. Before stepping out of the room, Mikhail paused for a moment as if recalling something and said, oh, right. He said with a hint of regret, I heard Leon Parslope is on his way here.
Mikhail turned back to give Duke a meaningful glance, suggesting that he might encounter Leon on his way back.
Upon hearing this, Duke jumped up in alarm, the confidence he had moments ago completely vanished. He immediately exclaimed, hold on, Mikhail had been waiting for this moment, and he chuckled softly as if the fish had taken the bait. Mikhail turned back to Duke and asked directly, so, you admit it? Duke, helpless, had to yield, fine, Mikhail, let me make this proposal.
Mikhail eagerly responded, I'm listening. Duke hesitated, seemingly reluctant to lower himself before Mikhail and his family.
After a moment of indecision, he finally spoke, let's not escalate things too much, how about we make a truce between our two sides? Mikhail was taken aback by Duke's proposal, and inwardly, he muttered, well, then. This man seemed capable of stating nonsense so innocently. After a while, Mikhail finally agreed to leave, saying, I'm glad we reached an agreement, I'll be on my way now. See you again, he said, leaving the room with a smirk that was both arrogant and triumphant. Despite their reluctance, both Duke and Island could only stay silent, hearing the door close with a resounding thud that echoed like the sky falling, a heavy sense of foreboding enveloping the room. Island clenched her fists, suppressing the anger within her, unable to believe that he had figured it out. Island silently blamed herself, realizing she had sensed something peculiar about him, but she had dismissed it, thinking he was just trying to deceive her. As panic set in, Island's mind raced, and now that the Walpurgis family had discovered a mistake in this engagement, she feared they would make us pay a price even higher than imagined.
Island, overcome with agitation, sprang up to ask Duke urgently, Father, what should we do now?
However, contrary to Island's fearful anxiety, Duke remained unusually calm. He calmly smiled and reassured his daughter, stay calm, Island. Duke smirked with an air of enthusiasm, appearing as if he were an ignorant fool unaware of anything about the world. But I was wrong, Duke gazed thoughtfully out the window, and I thought I was skilled at reading people, how interesting, truly fascinating. Despite Duke's efforts to reassure Island, she couldn't find peace of mind. Father, I will take full responsibility if needed, everything stems from my lack of understanding, if I take responsibility, perhaps.
Duke shook his head in response, nothing will change even if you do that, this is an issue between the families.
Turning to his daughter with a gentle and consoling tone, Duke added, besides, as a father, I should have noticed sooner and awakened your brilliance, perhaps, under such circumstances, this wouldn't have happened. So, I cannot say that you have no responsibility as a parent. Despite Duke's words, Island still bowed her head, burdened by guilt. Duke turned back to look at his daughter, feeling uncomfortable witnessing her self-blame. He, too, was self-critical, realizing that life is full of uncertainties and doubts. Duke reminisced about the day when Island accidentally awakened her latent abilities. She had exclaimed with joy, much like a child who had been given candy, I did it. At that time, Duke had shared in his daughter's happiness, genuinely pleased for her. He felt proud and surprised that Island could awaken her mana abilities on her own without anyone's guidance. In Duke's eyes, his daughter was a swordsmanship genius. And he naturally wanted to protect her talents. Duke sighed and spoke to Island, the Walpurgis family will undoubtedly demand a substantial price for our breach of the knightly spirit, the noble tradition of our family. Island looked at Duke with sorrow, not knowing what to do. Father. Duke continued calmly, as if it were nothing, however, we will face it, we will honor our responsibilities and make amends, no matter the cost. They won't demand anything unreasonable because it seems that young lad doesn't want our family to collapse. Duke's words left Island bewildered, Father, what do you mean? She asked. Duke straightforwardly replied, I mean that he is not as foolish as you think. Duke gently stroked his daughter's head, comforting her with both his touch and words. He gently advised Aileen, if you still don't understand, just observe more from now on, there's much for you to learn. Meanwhile, Leon had entered the front courtyard of the Duke's mansion. He was quite surprised to see Mikhail coming out from inside, sparking a hint of curiosity in him. Leon tilted his head slightly and inquired, who was blocking my way? Mikhail cheerfully introduced himself, I am Mikhail Walpurgis. Leon raised an eyebrow and asked again, wait, who? Mikhail repeated his name once more, and Leon stared at him with a scrutinizing gaze. Leon carefully observed Mikhail from head to toe, scrutinizing everything from his attire to his demeanor. After a while, Leon quietly concluded that he didn't seem like he was lying. Continuing to question Mikhail, Leon asked, could you please explain what's going on? If I recall correctly, today I was supposed to meet the Duchess Lindell. I'm a bit confused. Do you have something to say about this? Mikhail smiled and replied, oh no, you're not wrong, I just have something I'd like to discuss. Leon asked again, so if you have something to say, just say it. Mikhail continued to be vague, saying, it's simple, really, just stay calm. Leon furrowed his brow, starting to show signs of discomfort. Leon squinted at Mikhail, you seem like you're trying to tease me, aren't you? Mikhail continued to grin mischievously, not at all. Leon, growing more impatient, pressed on, if that's the case, then I'm quite curious now. Feeling irritated, Leon immediately adopted a commanding tone, his presence dominating, if you have something to say, spit it out, I'm busy. The intense aura from Leon quickly pressed down on Mikhail. Although the weight of the oppressive atmosphere was palpable, Mikhail remained relatively calm, thinking, such a strong temper. Mikhail slowly raised his hand and whispered to himself, once his temper erupts too fiercely. However, it dissipated with just a wave of Mikhail's hand. Mikhail's action left Leon astonished. Rarely had he encountered someone who could dispel his overpowering temper so effortlessly on their first meeting. Surprised, Leon immediately asked, wait, what did you just do? Mikhail winked playfully and said to Leon, oh, it's nothing, just a spontaneous action, listen to me first, and then decide if you want to get angry. Leon asked directly, you're Mikhail Walpurgis, right? I heard he's Mikhail swiftly interrupted him, yeah, a fool, I know. Mikhail silently acknowledged, that's not entirely untrue, I don't need to deny it, what matters is not the past but the present, the Demon Lord's invasion is drawing near. Mikhail took a few moments to gather his thoughts, saying, besides, Siegfried, that madman, later became a mighty warrior. I'll never forget the moment when everyone fell in the face of the Demon Lord. In that instant, I lost control, revealing a grim expression on my face. Leon, sensing this, became wary and stepped back a bit. It was only at this moment that Mikhail became aware of his own recent rude behavior. Why do I feel like my face looks strange? He pondered. Leon responded, you look like you wanted to kill someone just now. Mikhail didn't hesitate to admit, oh, that's because I genuinely wanted to do that to an annoying guy. Mikhail assumed a serious posture. Now, let's calm down and listen to what I have to say. Leon, a mix of curiosity and suspicion, faced the peculiar-tempered individual standing before him. Eventually, curiosity won, and Leon lowered his guard, saying, all right, I'm listening. Mikhail internally chuckled, thinking, I knew it. Reflecting on the time he had spent alongside Leon in a previous life, Mikhail recalled that although Leon seemed hot-tempered, he was, in fact, a great companion to his allies. Mikhail had once advised Leon on knowing when to get angry and when not to, and at that time, Leon had just laughed it off, saying, well, it's called temporary emotional disorder. Mikhail looked at the current Leon and thought to himself, you said that before lying down, so of course, it's true. Now, Mikhail decided to get straight to the point, I suppose you're here to arrange a marriage with Aileen, right? Leon responded with a raised eyebrow, so you intervened to break up my marriage with her. Mikhail laughed, no way, Aileen doesn't hold any value for me anymore. Suddenly, he raised his hand and continued, the person I care about is not her, but, pointing towards Leon with a sly wink. A strange silence fell between them immediately. Leon subtly shifted away from the direction of Mikhail's pointing finger. Mikhail, sensing the misunderstanding caused by his actions, quickly clarified, let me be clear, I'm interested in women. Leon curiously looked at Mikhail, so, what's your purpose in seeking me out then? Mikhail smiled warmly at Leon. He extended his hand, offering to shake hands, saying, hey, be my comrade. Leon, taken aback, spoke to Mikhail, you're not as foolish as you seem. Despite Leon's straightforward criticism, calling him a madman, Mikhail continued to smile warmly. Mikhail recalled the previous life when Leon, on the verge of death, had spoken many words to him, such a troublemaker, Mikhail, Leon had said. At that time, Leon had just fought a fierce battle against one of the most powerful demon enforcers and emerged victorious. However, the price to pay was that Leon's strength had also reached its limit. Leon struggled to maintain his last breath to speak with Mikhail, his body stained with blood. Mikhail calmly approached from behind as he said, "You're close to death, injuries like this are beyond recovery." Leon looked up at the sky and shrugged his shoulders. "Yeah, I know." Leon sighed with regret, saying, "If only I had started learning and cultivating my chi a year earlier, I wouldn't be in this state." Mikhail stood silently behind Leon, his gaze somewhat melancholic but not revealing any emotions. "In that case, Leon has defeated the commander of the 3rd Legion of the Demon Lord's army, Algium the Despot. Algium Despot is a formidable general of the Demon Lord, and because of him, countless Imperial soldiers have fallen. Defeating him was indeed an incredible feat, but the price Leon had to pay was his own life." Mikhail gazed into the distance and asked Leon, "Is there anything you'd like me to convey for you?" Leon chuckled faintly and replied, "What's there to say now? It doesn't matter anymore, at least I managed to take that guy down with me." Mikhail gently placed his hand on Leon's head. "Is that so?" He gently patted Leon on the back in the final moments of his life. "There's nothing more to worry about, rest now." Leon slowly closed his eyes. All right. However, a few seconds later, Leon called out Mikhail's name. Leon opened his eyes again and whispered to Mikhail, "I want to hear you say it because, after all, I'm about to die." Mikhail responded, "All right, go on." Leon reluctantly spoke, "Tell me, can I truly become a warrior?" It was the last time Leon questioned Mikhail, a lingering doubt that had troubled him for a long time. Back in the present, Mikhail and Leon had entered the courtyard of the Duke's mansion to have a conversation. Mikhail reminisced about the past and quietly complained, "This cautious guy still dares not to use honorifics with me. Anyway, I've gotten used to it." Mikhail casually said to Leon, "There's nothing special, it's just a rumor spreading in the Puro Academy of Theology. I think it might reach the Parslope family soon." Leon seemed somewhat intrigued. Puro Academy of Theology, huh? He wondered, isn't that a place for scholars specializing in prophecy, like predicting disasters and such? Mikhail nodded, "Yes, that's the one." Leon waved his hand dismissively, expressing disbelief in the credibility of that religious institution. Not the first time they've come up with seemingly dangerous predictions. Why worry too much about an unfounded prophecy? Mikhail chuckled in response, "Well, it's still worth paying attention to, isn't it?" Leon laughed, Attention, sure, there's definitely that, but it needs more validation. The current world hasn't perceived any threat from the Demon Lord yet, but prophecies have emerged before the first signs even began to occur. That's when the prophecies of Cassandra came into play. Unlike any prophecy before, this one was widely spread throughout the world. However, no one fully believed in it except for Mikhail. Leon, like many others, found the whole thing amusing. A demon lord in this era? What nonsense. A noble with your knowledge should think it's absurd to believe in such meaningless things. Leon maintained a skeptical attitude because, during this period, nothing unusual had occurred. It was only when the events unfolded that people started to reconsider their views on the prophecy. Unfortunately, by then, it was too late. Mikhail understood that better than anyone. Therefore, Mikhail had no intention of trying to convince Leon to believe in the prophecy. He simply laughed and said, "Whether I believe it or not doesn't matter. What matters is that I want you to cooperate with me." Of course, Leon wasn't easily convinced. "Don't talk nonsense, I'm not going to follow you just because of some prophecy." Leon, losing his patience, got up from his seat and coldly told Mikhail, "Enough with the nonsense, I'm tired of your gibberish." Suddenly, Mikhail uttered a sentence that made Leon freeze, Molier's chi cultivation technique. Leon looked at Mikhail in disbelief. "What did you just say?" Mikhail cunningly smiled and said, "There's no saintly sword technique that can be born without learning from those who came before." Mikhail is aware that, during this period, the unique essence in Leon's martial arts is beginning to take shape. Mikhail heard Leon speak about it firsthand in a previous life, so the information is undoubtedly accurate. Mikhail quickly sparked interest in Leon's heart. Molier's 100 Blades, one of the patriarchs of spiritual cultivation, a genius among the 5 strongest swordsmen in history, intrigued him. Seeing Mikhail hesitating, Leon eagerly asked, "So, what's on your mind?" Mikhail directly proposed, "If you accept my invitation, I will teach you the complete spiritual cultivation technique that Molière left behind." Leon, infuriated, slammed the table and shouted, "Nonsense!" He rebuked Mikhail harshly. Molière left only one book, and nothing more, and even that single volume is incomplete. Mikhail interrupted Leon unexpectedly, "It's not incomplete, I know." Mikhail, observing Leon's intense reaction, silently confirmed that indeed, Leon Parslope had been practicing sword techniques based on Moliere's incomplete manual. Mikhail inwardly felt a sense of satisfaction. As Mikhail Walpurgis, he remembered the intricate details of the missing part. He immediately disclosed to Leon, "I possess the other half of that manual." Mikhail spoke sincerely to Leon, "I don't demand anything grand, and I don't care whether you've promised to marry the Duke's daughter or not. I only need one thing," Mikhail declared, pointing his index finger emphatically. Leon quickly grasped Mikhail's intention, that prophecy, Mikhail immediately confirmed, "Yes, Cassandra's prophecy, if it's true." Mikhail asked Leon earnestly, "How will you choose?" "Leon, your hesitation is understandable, that prophecy.
I don't understand why he risked his life for something like that, and I don't know if it's true or not. But the spiritual path of Molière. I cannot give up. After much contemplation, Leon tightened his grip on his hand, seemingly having made a decision. However, he still looked at Mikhail with suspicion. According to rumors, he was so foolish that the Lindell family actively requested the cancellation of the engagement. Observing the young man who didn't seem foolish in front of him, Leon couldn't help but wonder, just who is this person, after all? Leon questioned Mikhail again. You said you don't care whether I promise to marry the Lindell heiress or not, right? Mikhail nodded without hesitation. Yes, I don't care. She is not important to me anymore, Leon remarked. Even if you don't care, your family will still care. Mikhail chuckled, looking at Leon with a somewhat aloof expression. You seem to be concerned about what the higher-ups in your family think. Leon was increasingly surprised, thinking, this confident tone, as if he's saying he doesn't bother about what others think. Finally, after several minutes of hesitation, Leon also smiled. Well said. Leon grinned cheerfully at Mikhail. Although my initial impression of you was quite terrible, thinking back now, you're not the foolish person as rumored. Mikhail casually replied, of course, we're friends. Leon asked in astonishment, why is that? Mikhail dismissed it. Oh, nothing at all. Leon enthusiastically asked, anyway, the spiritual path of Molière's cultivation technique, how do you intend to prove that you possess it? Mikhail replied with an amused smile, prove it, why not, let me show you. After that, Mikhail calmly led Leon to the Lindell family's sword training ground. Leon glanced around with a bit of concern. Is it okay for you to come to someone else's training ground? Mikhail innocently replied, yeah, I just got permission. Mikhail then raised his sword towards the sky and stared at it intently for a while. He swung the sword in his hand playfully, much like a child at play, and thought to himself, wow, it's quite heavy. Then, Mikhail immediately used his power, a level 4 enhancement spell. Following that, Mikhail's arm became much stronger, effortlessly lifting the sword as if it were featherlight. He enthusiastically exclaimed, oh, much better now. Leon, still observing Mikhail's actions, couldn't grasp his intentions and asked, what are you doing? Mikhail chuckled mischievously and glanced at Leon. You requested proof that I know half of that book, right? With confidence, Mikhail raised the sword and said, look closely, I'll show you this madness. Leon still didn't understand Mikhail's intentions and questioned, you're going to prove it, then? He continued to look at Mikhail with suspicion. You're going to practice the Molière spiritual cultivation method, with a mage like yourself. Mikhail confidently replied, the training method is twice as effective as others. Molière is renowned for its efficiency. The rules of the Molière spiritual cultivation method aren't much different from other methods. The distinction lies in Molière's technique leaving a unique seal on the practitioner. In contrast to other methods with a limit of around 40 spiritual energy, Molière's method surpasses that constraint. So, the Molière method pushes the spiritual energy limit up to 70. Mikhail urged Leon, now awaken your spiritual energy. Leon, puzzled, asked, why all of a sudden? Mikhail replied, just do it, we need to verify. Leon quickly closed his eyes, and his body emitted a gentle, soft green glow. Ah, there you go, he said. Afterward, some ancient characters appeared on Leon's forehead. And there were similar symbols on the back of his hand. The flow of spiritual energy emanating from Leon was quite powerful compared to other swordsmen of his age. Mikhail attentively observed the markings on Leon's forehead and hand, not very prominent, but undoubtedly the distinctive imprints of Molière. He asked Leon, you've learned about half of it, haven't you? Leon nodded, yes, for now, I can only do this. Mikhail exclaimed, I didn't expect you could find information on the Molière spiritual cultivation method. How did you manage? Leon replied, I got lucky. Without my father's help, it would have taken me much longer to discover it. Leon extended both hands and said, but only after I started learning it. Did I realize it's only halfway complete? Suddenly, Leon became visibly angry, his face contorted. Seeing Leon frustrated, Mikhail burst into laughter. It's inevitable, isn't it? Because, after all, this was Leon's first time learning to control spiritual energy. Leon had predicted his own outcome and passed on the technique to Mikhail not long before he passed away. Mikhail also hadn't anticipated that things would turn out like this. This second encounter was an unexpected opportunity, and Mikhail silently thought, it's time to return it to him. Mikhail raised his sword and told Leon, I can only do it a few times, so pay attention. After that, Mikhail took a deep breath and closed his eyes. After a moment, the same markings as Leon's appeared on Mikhail's hand when he channeled energy. The stream of spiritual energy emitted had the same gentle green hue, but it was more potent than Leon's. Leon was completely astonished by this unusual sight, a mage practicing the swordsmanship spiritual cultivation method. In surprise, he exclaimed, it can't be. He awkwardly confirmed, yes, it's true, it really is the Molière spiritual cultivation method. At this moment, the stream of spiritual energy emanating from Mikhail had become incredibly powerful. Leon was so surprised that he fell backward to the ground, utterly bewildered.
However, Mikhail seemed to be struggling with forcing himself to do this unusual act. He sighed inwardly. Maintaining it for 30 seconds is already challenging, not to mention a full minute. Mages and warriors use mana in completely different ways. After a moment, Mikhail turned to Leon and asked, "Did you see it clearly?" Leon still hasn't recovered from the shock. "You're not a mage, are you?" Mikhail nods. "Yeah, I'm a mage, 100%. Mikhail eagerly asks Leon about the main issue, but now that doesn't seem important to Leon. "This is enough to prove that I know the method, right?" Leon looks confused, staring into the space between their hands, seemingly trying to mimic Mikhail's movements. "Yeah, just now, but..." Without thinking for a few seconds, Leon clutches his head and exclaims, "Ah, damn it, my head hurts too much." Finally, he straightforwardly suggests to Mikhail, "Just teach me, so I don't have to think too much. I'll accept everything you say, please." Mikhail responds cheerfully, "Sure, I'll teach you." Leon, still processing Mikhail's answer, bursts into bitter laughter and says, "Ah, I knew it, you won't teach me that easily." Leon is left dumbfounded, realizing that Mikhail has just agreed without any hesitation, making it easy for him. Leon, bewildered, asks Mikhail again, "What did you just say?" Mikhail calmly responds, "I will teach you." Mikhail turns away and advises Leon, "But it's not here, you have to come to the Walpurgis family, I will teach you everything there." Leon still couldn't believe his ears, so he immediately called Mikhail. "It was so easy, just wait a moment, where are you going?" Leon asked as Mikhail confidently walked away, waving goodbye. Wait a minute, where are you going?" Mikhail casually left, waving his hand in response, "I'm still here, what else do I need to do?" Leon shouted to confirm with Mikhail, "Hey, are you really going to teach me if I come to your family?" While Mikhail was waving and gradually walking away, Leon continued to shout, "You promised, okay, not keeping your word is not allowed." Even as Mikhail reached the training ground gate, Leon's yelling could still be heard echoing. "Keep your promise." Mikhail walked away with a relaxed and comfortable demeanor, confident that the plan was unfolding just as he had hoped. Suddenly, the voice of the Duke, called out, causing Mikhail to come to a halt. Mikhail promptly responded, "Yes, sir." He politely smiled and addressed Duke. "I was actually planning to pay my respects before leaving. I didn't expect you to be here." Duke folded his hands behind his back and remarked, "You've already left, I suppose you've finished your tasks." Mikhail immediately understood why Duke was present and silently thought to himself, "He has seen it all, the cunning old man." Mikhail didn't hide his curiosity and asked Duke, "You've seen it, haven't you? It must not be difficult for someone like you." Duke solemnly emphasized, "I've seen everything, everything." Duke no longer looked down on Mikhail, he slightly bowed before him, saying, "First of all, I apologize to you and the Walpurgis family. As for compensation, you can freely decide." Mikhail thought to himself, surprisingly, he still doesn't know what he wants, yet he agreed so easily. He smiled sarcastically, "You've made a significant decision," and Duke replied with a chuckle, "I've made a big move." Mikhail silently appraised Duke, acknowledging his calm demeanor, fitting for the head of a prominent family. With a hint of mockery, Mikhail chuckled, "I also have to apologize for coming to meet you personally. I hope your marriage proposal with Leon Parslow proceeds smoothly." Duke raised an eyebrow. "Marriage proposal, eh?" Duke straightforwardly exposed Mikhail, "You're more cunning than I thought, that marriage is probably already in shambles." Mikhail pretended innocence, saying, "Oh, really, that's unfortunate." Duke chuckled, "Exactly as you intended." Mikhail continued to feign innocence. "What are you talking about?" In his mind, Mikhail thought, "I just offered Leon another choice." Duke spoke frankly, "Leon is very considerate, he probably thinks the broken engagement is because you're unworthy." Duke frowned, looking weary, and continued, "But when he meets you today, he might find something peculiar about the broken engagement, not like the rumors suggest." Suddenly, Duke thought of something. He paused and said to Mikhail, "I'll ask you this, do you think I can regain the trust of the Walpurgis family?" Mikhail smirked inwardly, thinking, "Seems like he's quite anxious." He then flashed a friendly smile and replied, "Certainly, the Lindell family just needs to show genuine sincerity." Duke laughed heartily at the vague response, "Sincerity, huh?" Suddenly, Mikhail came up with an idea and said to Duke, "Oh, sir, there's something I'd like to discuss with you." Duke listened attentively. What is it?" Mikhail excitedly suggested, "If there's a suitable teacher for Miss Eileen, what would you do, sir?" Duke was taken aback by Mikhail's proposal, his eyes widening in surprise. Intrigued, he asked Mikhail, "What, do you want to introduce someone to me?" Mikhail promptly replied, "You mentioned that the Lindell family is eager to restore trust, sir." Duke was puzzled. But a teacher, is your family's martial arts not suitable for the girl?" Mikhail smiled, "Not exactly, but whether it's the best for her is another matter." Observing Duke's thoughtful expression, Mikhail thought to himself, "Duke, you're probably wondering if I'm trying to deceive you." Duke didn't hesitate to speak frankly, What schemes are you plotting? You're truly too cunning." In response, Mikhail grinned mischievously but casually said, "Oh, really, you've misunderstood me." After achieving the objectives set for his visit to the Duke's estate, Mikhail returned and was praised by Idan. "I've heard the news, my son. Idan laughed heartily, truly justified in trusting my son, who else could expose the cunning plans of that scheming Lindell, haha. Mikhail coldly turned to look at Idan, saying, Father, your acting is over the top, but Idan continued to play along, deepening his performance, acting, why would any father trust his son like me? Mikhail bluntly exposed his father, your smile doesn't reach your eyes, stop pretending. He then splashed a glass of cold water directly onto Idan's face, making his forced smile falter. Idan, annoyed, threw his shirt straight onto the desk. Well, what's the big deal anyway? Mikhail chuckled. That's the Walpurgis bloodline for you. Idan sneered. HMPF, this kid is something else. Returning to his desk, Idan got straight to the point, mentioning a letter from Duke Lindell. He briefly summarized the contents. The Duke expressed his intention to personally come here to apologize. It seemed he wanted to keep this information confidential. As for a prestigious family, such news could be a matter of life and death. Idan smiled with satisfaction. Thanks to this kid, we've gained quite a few advantages. He chuckled and added, I've never liked the Lindells anyway. Curious, Idan asked Mikhail, so, what did the Duke say? Mikhail calmly recounted, nothing much. He asked if it's possible to regain the trust of Walpurgis. Mikhail continued, of course, I told him it's possible, they just need to be sincere. Idan smiled, pleased with Mikhail's straightforward approach. Exactly, no matter how one feels, being direct is still the best way. Mikhail then said, I have a proposal, and Idan eagerly responded, go ahead. Mikhail confidently declared, if the old man handed it over, then let me take care of it. Not fully understanding Mikhail's intention, Idan asked for clarification. Mikhail explained, you're the one who resolved this issue, you should also be the one to conclude it. Idan pondered for a moment and said, spreading your wings, aren't you? You did handle the recent matter quite well, but because it involves the noble families, there's still much work to be done. Mikhail remained confident and replied, exactly. He looked sincerely at Idan but bluntly stated, without your backing, no one would pay any attention to me. Attempting to persuade Idan, Mikhail admitted, perhaps I'm a bit greedy. But the son is determined to personally complete his task, and Idan hears the determination in his son's voice, causing a deep sense of concern. Idan reminds Mikhail that Duke Lindell is a cunning old man. He is known as a symbol of chivalry but is quite shrewd. He warns his son that dealing with him means facing a formidable opponent. Mikhail remains resolute in his response, I know, father. Mikhail's eyes blaze with determination and unwavering resolve. Idan lowers his head in contemplation, acknowledging, all right, my son, there will come a time when you have to do such things, so, go ahead. Having achieved his purpose, Mikhail immediately breaks into a bright smile. I won't disappoint you, father. Behind the hand covering his face, Idan also breaks into a subtle smile, proud of Mikhail. All right then. Before Mikhail leaves, Idan calls him back and speaks with sincerity, Mikhail, you're doing great. Mikhail, surprised and touched by Idan's sincere praise, bows respectfully before leaving. Idan watches his son, feeling a sense of unease in his heart. Leaving his desk, Idan reflects deeply, lost in thought. Idan wonders, what has caused this significant change in my boy? He recalls memories of Mikhail's childhood, as if it were just yesterday. Idan chuckles at the thought of the mischievous and always smiling face of young Mikhail. That little rascal. Idan, emotionally moved, exclaims, time has passed unnoticed. Afterward, he turns his thoughts to the matters of the family. I should prepare for negotiations with the Duke, Idan thinks to himself. He walks over to the window, contemplating his own plans. Indeed, I have entrusted it to him, but it doesn't mean I should step back. Idan smirks, plotting mischievously. Now, what can I do to make everyone think I've truly rattled him? Meanwhile, on his way back to his room, Mikhail reflects on his past life before reincarnation. The strongest magic family title had crumbled before them. There's only one reason a powerful family falls. He contemplates internal strife. Mikhail recalls that the internal strife erupted when family members fought each other for the position of family head. In the power struggle among the elders, he was manipulated and played a part in the downfall of the family. Thinking about it, Mikhail feels a bit resentful and quickly summons the steward. The steward promptly responds, yes, young master. Mikhail asks the steward, Duke Nostra came to see me a few days ago, 3 days before the cancelled engagement, right? The steward replies promptly, yes, young master. He adds, it's not surprising since you are the sole heir of the family. Mikhail nods, yeah, it's not surprising at all. Mikhail tells the steward, Duke Nostra is a 7th circle mage and an important vassal of the Walpurgis family. He has been my father's aide since my childhood, highly skilled in magic. But he has a fatal flaw, he craves power excessively. Instead of being an essential vassal, he desires to become the center of the family. The steward, concerned, asks Mikhail, so, you're saying he might exploit relationships to seize power, my lord? Mikhail shakes his head, no, not exactly, but. His eyes reveal a hint of anger when speaking about Nostra. I can't let him have his way either. The steward pauses before responding, well, the way you put it just feels strange, young master. Mikhail asks, why's that?
The steward replies, because you rely on Duke Nostra the most. Mikhail sighs softly, feeling regretful as memories of his dependence on Nostra in his previous life come flooding back, realizing the calamity it brought to the family. Mikhail opens the door and tells the steward, I haven't discussed it with him yet. Upon hearing that Duke Nostra taught him a tangled third circle magic, the steward is taken aback. He can't help but curse, that rascal. Mikhail quickly turns and reminds him, hey, steward, what's your language? Mikhail recalls that right after his reincarnation, that unstable third circle magic ring was created by Duke Nostra. Initially, he was innocent and just delighted that it worked. Now, Mikhail blushes, realizing how embarrassing it is to look back on it. He resolves, anyway, cutting ties with such elements is for the best. Mikhail reflects, perhaps because he was the one who helped me in difficult times, in my past life, my father could never truly sever ties with Duke Nostra, and that was the beginning of the downfall. Mikhail sighs, I don't want that to happen again. Right after that, he tells the steward, could you bring Duke Nostra to my room? The steward, curious, asks, why all of a sudden, sir, he's not someone who comes just when you call. Mikhail slyly chuckles, don't worry, I'm sure he's wondering why I haven't summoned him by now. And indeed, he was waiting. Just as Mikhail predicted, Nostra arrives shortly after. Upon entering, he wears a fake smile and says, young master, I heard you called for me. Mikhail greets him warmly, come in, Duke Nostra, did you hear from the steward? Nostra laughs, indeed, I rushed here as soon as I heard about your decision, you've chosen me as your instructor. Mikhail responds slowly, about that, I have a proposal. Nostra is intrigued, oh, a proposal, what is it? Mikhail points at Nostra casually and says, you and me. Let's have a duel without using magic rings, shall we? Despite having only 4 magic rings, Mikhail confidently challenges a 7th circle mage, suspecting that there might be deeper calculations on Nostra's part. Standing face to face with the Nostra Duke, a series of painful memories and profound disappointment flooded Mikhail's mind. He vividly recalled the moment his entire family was mercilessly slaughtered, the wretched horde storming into his family's estate and declaring, trampling the Walpurgis clan. At that time, the Nostra Duke, the one holding the highest authority in the family, was the very orchestrator of the Walpurgis family's demise. Mikhail's once prosperous family teetered on the brink of extinction, forced to struggle for survival in dire circumstances. And just when it seemed that things couldn't get any worse, the minions of the Demon Lord emerged. Mikhail's father, the most powerful mage of the clan, had long been bedridden. The other high-ranking mages had also abandoned the family, finding no benefit in staying. When the horde of demon minions swept in, all remaining members of the Walpurgis family understood that those less experienced mages among them had no chance against such formidable foes. It was at that moment that only one person remained, in whom Mikhail and the other family members placed their entire trust. The Nostra nobility is the last hope of the Walpurgis family. For he is the only level 8 wizard remaining in this lineage. Mikhail can never forget that moment when Nostra stepped onto the balcony, facing the demonic minions. Everyone held their breath, watching and cheering for him. Of course, Mikhail, who always relied on and believed in Nostra, also followed him with hope surging in his heart. Mikhail was eagerly wondering what type of magic he would use, and how he would defeat the arrogant minions of the Demon Lord. But in the end, the answer he gave to the expectations of Mikhail and the entire clan, his subsequent actions, completely shattered Mikhail. He felt utterly horrified as the Nostra Duke knelt meekly under the feet of the Demon Lord's minions like a lowly and shameless servant, screaming, I surrender. The fragile hope and belief of Mikhail crumbled in that moment. Naturally, thereafter, Mikhail's entire clan disintegrated, and the deep-seated resentment followed him into this new life. Now, given the chance to start anew, Mikhail decided that one of the first things he must do is teach the Nostra Duke a lesson. With anger boiling within him, Mikhail challenged Nostra to a duel, now caring about nothing else but defeating this wretched dog. Upon hearing Mikhail's sudden challenge, Nostra was momentarily stunned. He hesitated before asking Mikhail, Sir, what are you talking about? Mikhail rested his chin on his hand, appearing contemplative. I don't underestimate learning magic from a duke under my father's command, but I'm not sure if it's worth it. Mikhail continued to explain, we'll never know unless we witness it firsthand, right? So, I'm not sure if you, as a duke, have the skills to teach me. Nostra raised an eyebrow in confusion, asking, are you implying that the third-level magic circle I guided you in creating is not sufficient proof? Mikhail nonchalantly replied, of course, it's not enough. Mikhail's dismissive attitude left Nostra feeling offended and completely shocked. Nostra, infuriated, exclaimed, I've taught you everything I know, and now you dare to say you don't trust me. Mikhail remained composed, urging, calm down, Duke. I've never said I don't trust you. I just can't be certain. Mikhail turned to look into Nostra's eyes, saying, I want you to prove yourself, and it's not that difficult. Isn't it? Nostra hesitated and asked, prove myself, you mean? Mikhail nodded with a friendly smile, exactly. Let's make a wager.
No magic circles, just pure magic against each other. Mikhail feigned innocence as he made a seemingly generous offer to Nostra. If I lose, I'll acknowledge you as my master.
I swear on the honor of House Walpurgis.
Nostra, who had long desired to manipulate and control the sole heir of House Walpurgis, was intrigued by this enticing reward. However, he remained cautious and asked Mikhail, let's make a bet, but what if you win? Mikhail replied promptly, simple.
You become my apprentice.
Sensing Mikhail might be walking into a trap, Nostra smirked and said, an apprentice, huh, fine, deal. As soon as he returned to his private quarters, Duke Nostra revealed a sly and triumphant smile, relishing the unfolding situation with a subtle chuckle. Duke Nostra, confidently gazing out of the window, muttered to himself, well, what a free gift. Internally, Nostra acknowledged the potential disadvantage of engaging in a magic-free duel. However, he believed that if Mikhail understood the stark hierarchy among different ranks, the young Mikhail would never dare propose such a condition.
In Nostra's contemplation, Mikhail seemed to be limited to the dreams of a novice.
Therefore, when Mikhail dared to challenge Nostra with such a condition, Nostra quietly affirmed that there was no doubt anymore, even if Mikhail belonged to the Walpurgis lineage. He's still just a snotty kid, clueless about magic and the world, Nostra gloated inwardly.
Clearly, in Nostra's view, the young Mikhail was merely deluding himself into thinking he was the special mage of this illustrious lineage.
Nostra happily reassured himself, acknowledging that claiming the top spot in the family was impossible. Still, securing a position even the head of the clan couldn't shake was his ultimate goal. Now, with the sudden opportunity, Nostra felt exhilarated and couldn't contain his excitement. Driven mad by the unexpected chance, Nostra couldn't resist soliloquizing, yes, this is a grand opportunity, the chance to make a mark in the history of the Walpurgis magical bloodline. Looking skyward, Nostra burst into triumphant laughter. Mikhail, even if you were coerced into this, I'll make you yearn for my guidance to perfect the third-level magic circle. Yes, I'll become your mentor and the centerpiece of House Walpurgis, ha 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 ha. The next day, as soon as the butler heard about Mikhail's challenge to Nostra, he hurriedly rushed to the young master's room. The elderly butler, feeling the weight of his age, became even more apprehensive seeing Mikhail standing so casually. He stammered anxiously, young master, young master. Mikhail calmly invited, come in, butler. But after rushing here, the butler could only stand catching his breath. It took a while for the butler to regulate his breathing, but he still looked astonished as he asked, I heard it right, didn't I? You challenged Duke Nostra to a Mikhail nodded nonchalantly, and the butler, still in disbelief, asked again, why, sir? Mikhail pondered for a moment and replied, that guy. Has he left yet? I assume he has? He wants to ensure I can't back out of my words.
Mikhail chuckled with amusement, yes, that's exactly what I'm aiming for.
Eyeing Mikhail's relaxed and unhurried demeanor, the butler grew even more uneasy.
No, this can't be.
A duel, and with Duke Nostra, how could this happen? Mikhail casually remarked, oh, butler, don't blow it out of proportion.
It's just a friendly competition.
Didn't you hear, if I lose, I'll accept him as my master.
It's just letting him teach me, that's all.
The butler, alarmed, exclaimed, sir, do you realize what you've agreed to? You're handing over all authority to him if you lose. Mikhail nonchalantly responded, well, yes.
The butler fell into a stunned silence, unable to comprehend why Mikhail would take such a daring gamble.
He desperately tried to convince Mikhail to reconsider, emphasizing that Nostra was a cunning man, not someone Mikhail should acknowledge as a master.
Mikhail nodded in agreement, yes, I know. He's not worthy.
Deep inside, Mikhail bitterly chuckled, wondering how he could have missed such an obvious fact. He vividly remembered the scene where Nostra humbled himself before the demon minions. The butler, concerned, asked, if you know that, why are you? Mikhail muttered under his breath, because if I don't go this far, he won't fall into my plan. In the midst of the butler's confusion, Mikhail immediately inquired, do you know why the Duke can still remain in our family despite everything he has done? The butler hesitated before responding, it's because he has been very close to the Earl since he was young, sir.
Mikhail nodded, yes, precisely. He is the childhood friend and sworn brother of my father.
He will never be driven away by my father, as my father still holds on to old sentiments and past loyalties, Mikhail continued.
The butler concurred, yes, I believe so too.
Mikhail confidently informed the butler, so now it's my turn to take care of him.
With this wager, I will make sure he can no longer manipulate me in any obscure way.
Mikhail's assurance stemmed from the fact that the agreement among wizards was binding indefinitely. He explained to the butler that magic was perfected through language, the very essence that formulated spells. The wager, in this context, was akin to a promise woven from those words. If the one making the promise dared to break it, even in secret, they would face the magical consequences of their actions. Mikhail cracked a sly smile as he spoke to the butler. That means if we win this bet, we'll take the upper hand in the struggle for political power.
That's what I'm pursuing.
The butler, chin propped on his hand, remained contemplative.
Indeed, it's a clever plan, but it doesn't necessarily mean you'll have to defeat the Duke. Can you pull it off? The butler looked at Mikhail with an uneasy gaze.
Mikhail's confident smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he addressed the butler. Butler, I assure you, the Nostra Duke will never be able to defeat me. Mikhail winked at the butler, signaling that he had meticulously planned everything. With exceptional knowledge of magic accumulated from his previous life, Mikhail felt confident in challenging the Nostra. However, convincing skeptics like the butler to trust in his bold actions wouldn't be easy. The butler eyed Mikhail with suspicion, questioning how he could be so certain. Mikhail explained, I've set conditions. Mikhail raised his index finger and cheerfully explained, the Duke can only use a number of magic circles within a limit equivalent to what I can create.
The butler, upon hearing this, fell completely silent, his face darkening with disbelief. He couldn't fathom how Mikhail's approach could be more advantageous than theirs.
The butler spoke with a tone of desperation, his heart seemingly stopping. So, you're confident because a 7th grade spellcaster can only use 4 magic circles? You're serious about this? Mikhail nonchalantly replied, exactly, I am very serious.
The butler, disheartened and at a loss for words, silently reached into his green jacket for something. Intrigued, Mikhail asked, well, butler, what do you intend to pull out from there?
Butler pulled out a prepared resignation letter and looked at Mikhail with a pleading expression.
He thought, what else can I do? This is my resignation letter.
I'll have a heart attack if I continue listening to you.
Stop right here.
Mikhail straightforwardly rejected the butler, using a simple spell to incinerate the resignation letter.
He spoke sincerely to the despairing butler, Butler, trust me.
The butler resisted in a sense of helplessness. No, it's impossible. How can you, someone who has only recently mastered 4 magic circles, defeat the Nostra Duke, a 7th grade spellcaster? Mikhail retorted confidently. Do you really know about his 7 magic circles? Faced with a challenging question, the butler hesitated, shifting his gaze elsewhere and replied, no, appearing composed, teased the butler, humph, anyway, don't worry. I won't initiate a battle unless I firmly grasp the advantage.
Curious, the butler asked Mikhail, I don't understand how you can win. Mikhail laughed and responded, it's simple.
He explained to the butler, the Duke's magic circles are erratic and rigidly enforced.
Staring deep into Mikhail's confidently assured eyes, the butler couldn't find reassurance.
Despite this, Mikhail continued to delve into his pocket and retrieved another letter.
Mikhail promptly intervened, hold on, butler. Put that away. I won't approve that resignation letter.
Mikhail slowly explained to the butler, listen, to attain advanced magic circles, one must regularly practice controlling and using lower-level circles.
The butler nodded in understanding, saying, yes, that's the natural progression. Mikhail continued, but the Nostra Duke skipped the natural progression.
He believed he succeeded in ascending, but the truth is different. Mikhail crossed his arms, providing a serious explanation.
Forcing the creation of a magic circle comes at a hefty cost. That's why the Nostra Duke is unlike a typical 7th grade spellcaster.
He can mimic the conventional spells that other 7th grade spellcasters display.
He can showcase the use of all 7 magic circles, but ultimately, it's just for show.
But what if he enters a real battle? It's a completely different scenario from mere performances. It's when magic turns into a weapon, and spells are exchanged rapidly in just a few seconds. And what if the opponent has a deeper understanding of magic than he does? He will never win, Mikhail asserted to the butler with a confident smirk. Having successfully reassured the butler, Mikhail then sought out his father. When Idan heard about the gambling match, he furrowed his brows, looking at his son with a perplexed expression.
What's going on? Mikhail spoke earnestly to his father, as you heard, Dad, I will engage in a magical duel with the Nostra Duke, and have come to invite you to be the referee for this match.
Seeing that Mikhail had no intention of backing down from this wager, Idan stood up, his expression turning stern. Idan gruffly questioned Mikhail, you've only just said you'll take over the family business, and now this? Mikhail calmly replied, yes, I'm aware. Mikhail's nonchalant demeanor, as if nothing had happened, infuriated Idan, causing his blood to boil as he slammed his hand on the table.
Idan seethed with anger as he questioned Mikhail, what in the world is happening, my son? Do you need a broken leg to come to your senses?
Mikhail stared at Idan with determination, I'm not joking, father. Idan sighed in disappointment, asking Mikhail, teaching you magic wasn't enough, why, then? Mikhail glanced at Idan's gestures and silently speculated, perhaps Dad is determined that I want to become the pupil of the Nostra Duke through this bet. Mikhail immediately uttered a statement that dispelled the concern in Idan's heart. I can only say this, father, I don't plan to lose, Mikhail asserted, astonishing Idan as he looked at his son. Mikhail calmly continued, who bets that they will lose? I have to win. I will win and make the Nostra Duke my pupil. Suddenly, Idan found a large stick from somewhere and Mikhail, inquiring cautiously, asked, Dad, what are you doing? Idan replied sarcastically, fetching a stick.
Mad dogs need a beating.
Mikhail flashed a confident smile. I am quite alert, father, he said.
However, Idan regarded his son with a skeptical look, devoid of any trust.
Is it not true that a vigilant person would utter such nonsense? Facing Idan's threat, Mikhail chuckled with a sly and arrogant demeanor. He told Idan, the Nostra Duke is indeed the vassal of our family, isn't it, father? Idan immediately replied, indeed, Mikhail. Mikhail continued to inquire, so, what's wrong with the successor of the family putting the chains on the vassal? Idan raised an eyebrow, giving Mikhail an intense look, and asked mockingly, chains, you see? He rhythmically tapped the staff in his hand and interrogated Mikhail with a sarcastic tone, someone who has only recently mastered 4 spells, daring to be confident of victory, huh? Mikhail didn't hesitate to assert to his father, if I wasn't sure of winning, I wouldn't have done it. Idan questioned Mikhail with a stern tone, what if you lose? Mikhail calmly responded, I will become a disciple of the Nostra Duke.
Idan immediately cut him off, that's the problem.
Idan, both angry and frustrated, slammed the staff forcefully onto the table. Regardless, the betting is irreversible. Idan could only accept letting it unfold. He bowed his head in contemplation. Now, what should I do with this kid? Idan forced a smile in his anger, staring intensely at Mikhail.
You know what I want, don't you? Mikhail laughed in a calculating manner. Haha, I remember. Father always wants to break my legs when something like this happens.
Mikhail reluctantly replied, expressing his willingness to sacrifice his own legs for the peace of the family.
Idan nodded in satisfaction, promise, then.
After placing a bet that included his own legs, finally, everything was unfolding according to Mikhail's plan. The match was arranged under Idan's supervision. Mikhail breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for his father's permission. Now, all that remained was to win the title of Duke.
Leaving Idan's room, Mikhail once again immersed himself in his own thoughts.
The Duke was undoubtedly certain that he would emerge victorious, but a certain portion of the triumph would be his. Surely, he was also calculating how to make Mikhail submit most obediently. Then, how to use him as a tool to devour this noble family. Mikhail chuckled softly and muttered under his breath, not interesting at all. He isn't even a true wizard before I revert.
I am certain I will defeat you, Duke.
On that very day, within the spellcasting chamber of the Walpurgis family, Mikhail looked around and spoke nostalgically, well, it still looks the same. This room can withstand the magic of the 6 enchantment circles.
It was not just an ordinary room of the Walpurgis family.
Moreover, this place had numerous spells and protective barriers. The barriers were erected to resist the influence of magic under the 6 enchantment circles. Essentially, any magic could be cast as long as it stayed within the confines of the 6 circles. Advancing into the center of the room, Mikhail first experimented with a type of magic belonging to the first-level enchantment circle, an enchanted arrow. As he uttered an incantation, a magical arrow shot forth from his hand. The reason this arrow spell is classified as a first-level enchantment circle is because it only requires a few simple calculations to create. Most wizards can do this, making it the most basic spell. However, because it's basic, its development is limitless. A wizard can turn it into a more advanced spell through their accumulated experience. For example, with just a flick of his wrist, Mikhail can control the arrow to move according to his will instead of designating a single specific target. At that point, the difficulty of this magic had been increased several levels. The more complex the calculations, the higher the difficulty became. As the execution became more challenging, this basic spell no longer remained a first-level enchantment circle. When executed proficiently, it could reach a difficulty level equivalent to magic in the 5th-level enchantment circle. Looking up at the arrow that had flown up to the ceiling, Mikhail whispered an incantation and then triggered it. Immediately, a thunderous explosion occurred above Mikhail's head, and a pinkish-purple light spilled across the room like dazzling fireworks. Mikhail sneered, narrowing his eyes as he observed the sparkling remnants of the explosion falling like snowflakes. He contemplated, manipulating the mana within him to form an arrow and causing it to explode. Performing such basic spells relied heavily on a wizard's mana control and understanding, distinguishing the gap between wizards with high-level and low-level enchantment circles. Mikhail rubbed his wrist and muttered to himself, acknowledging that his control ability remained largely unchanged. Despite his smaller physique and reduced enchantment circles, his experienced mind remained intact. Pondering for a moment, Mikhail concluded that the real battle would commence in another hour. Until then, he had nothing to do, so why not check out a few other spells and see how they fared?
Thinking and doing, Mikhail immediately began experimenting with evident excitement.
Since his reincarnation, he had not had the opportunity to move his limbs so freely. During the testing process, Mikhail constantly reflected on his past experiences. In his previous life, everything Nostra taught him was chaotic and forced. Despite quickly creating new enchantment circles, he eventually realized that no matter how hard he tried, he would never surpass the 8th enchantment circle.
It was fast but not guaranteed.
As a result, he had to forget everything he had learned and start over from scratch, relying solely on his own abilities. Without the talent accumulated over 1,000 years, perhaps I wouldn't have been able to start anew. Just as Mikhail finished warming up, the impending battle was about to begin. Meanwhile, Nostra was in the corridor leading to the magic chamber, chuckling ominously and muttering to himself, "Crafty, this is my unique way of doing things, done." Nostra smugly murmured to himself, "Of course, you will never know."
Nostra's cunning eyes glanced toward the door of the magic chamber at the end of the corridor.
He smugly nodded, "As Mikhail's mentor, I will become one of the pillars of the Walpurgis family." Suddenly, an intense pain shot straight to his heart. Nostra winced, clutching his chest, collapsing to his knees and gasping for breath with each painful throb. Suddenly, Idan's voice echoed behind Nostra, "Duke Nostra." Nostra quickly concealed his pained expression and turned to face Idan.
"You have arrived, my lord."
Idan, with his hand resting on his hip, interrogated Nostra. "Why did you make a bet with my son?" Nostra put on a respectful demeanor. "Yes, my lord." It was a suggestion from the young master himself. "I considered it as a challenge for him, and I believe he needs an experienced mentor." Idan raised an eyebrow. "A mentor, you say?" Idan spoke solemnly to Nostra. "You once saved my life and helped me greatly when I was young."
"I always remember that."
Dan stared at Nostra with a warning gaze, a silent reminder not to overestimate himself. It seemed that Idan was cautioning Nostra not to elevate his own importance too much in this matter.
Following Idan for a long time, Nostra understood the implied message in that look, and his expression showed more resentment than fear. However, that expression only flashed for a second. Immediately after, Nostra lifted his head, smiling with apparent gratitude. "Of course, it is you who has always taken care of me. I am well aware of that, which is why you're giving me this opportunity." Idan responded contemplatively. "An opportunity, you say? What do you think?" Nostra hesitated and asked directly, "What do you mean, my lord?" Idan glanced at him and walked past Nostra, heading towards the magic chamber. "No, it's nothing. I don't want to say anything before the end of the match." With that, Idan entered the room, leaving Nostra standing there bewildered.
As soon as Idan entered, he asked his son, "Mikhail, are you ready?" Mikhail cheerfully replied, "Father, you're here."
"Yes, I am." Idan simply nodded. After that, he sat on a plush seat in the stands and declared, "As you wish, I will be the only audience for this match. No one else shall know the outcome, and it will be kept a secret forever." Idan reminded Mikhail, but the price of this match would not be insignificant, as both parties were not allowed to withdraw. Therefore, careful consideration was essential. Nostra grinned cunningly and said, "The young master has made his choice." He spoke as if afraid that Mikhail might change his mind at the last minute. The heir of the Walpurgis family had to keep his word. Mikhail remained silent, his gaze unwavering, signaling a determination that could not be changed. On the other hand, his father seemed somewhat awkward and powerless in the face of his son's stubbornness. After a few moments of silence, Idan extended his hand forward, muttered an incantation, and declared, "All right, then. Duke Nostra, in accordance with the agreement between you and my son,
I will temporarily seal your enchantment circles now," he continued. With Idan's spell, in the blink of an eye, a massive chain of mana spread throughout the room, emphasizing to Nostra, "You cannot use magic on the 4 enchantment circles until the end of the match."
Nostra arrogantly accepted, "I agree."
Then, he turned to Mikhail, asking in a lofty tone, "Are you ready, young master?" Mikhail responded calmly, "Of course." Nostra immediately brandished his staff, proclaiming, "Then, let me show you a thing or two." Right at the beginning, he hurriedly used a slowing spell to seize the upper hand. Mikhail remained unfazed, thinking, he used a slowing spell from the start. He wants to slow me down to win quickly. In response, Mikhail cast a spell on Nostra, inducing confusion. Immediately, a wave of disorientation hit Nostra, causing his expression to darken. Nostra felt a bit horrified. Magic that caused mental confusion was unsettling. With Mikhail's disrupting spell, Nostra began to stagger, struggling to maintain his balance. While his slow-acting magic had little noticeable effect on Mikhail, Nostra held his head in frustration. How could he, the master of chaos, the most challenging magic among the 4 elemental spells, fail to have a significant impact? Mikhail responded with arrogance, stating that he didn't need to know how Nostra did it.
Nostra forced a smile, acknowledging that it was fine.
Regaining composure, Nostra swung his staff again, determined to launch a direct attack this time. Old Master chuckled arrogantly, invoking two spells simultaneously: Fire Invocation and Gale Blade.
As the incantation ended, a series of maneuvers relentlessly surged towards Mikhail. Nostra looked self-satisfied, gazing at Mikhail. Let me teach you that the distance between magic circles is not just about types of magic.
Following that, Nostra continued to unleash another spell, manipulating the Earth's forces.
The floor beneath Mikhail shook violently, shattering into pieces.
Although slightly affected by the earthquake, Mikhail remained focused, staring intently at the Fire Invocation and Gale Blade heading his way. The two majestic spells seemed to be aiming directly at him.
Mikhail's eyes unexpectedly changed, and he smirked in response. Well, I don't think so.
Afterward, Mikhail quietly invoked a magical shield. Instantly, a mana-constructed shield enveloped the area where Mikhail stood, effortlessly deflecting both of Nostra's attacks. Amidst the deafening explosions and the resounding clashes, the Fire Invocation and Gale Blade dissipated entirely, leaving Mikhail standing proudly within the protective barrier, untouched. Mikhail thought to himself, acknowledging the truth in the words of the elder vampire. Indeed, as a level 4 mage, he shouldn't have been able to block those formidable spells. Nostra, now gaping in astonishment, was dumbfounded by Mikhail's accomplishment, achieving what he had firmly believed to be impossible. With his extensive experience and research on magic from his past life, Mikhail understood well that, unlike swordsmanship, magic was an inherently unequal field. No matter how skilled one was in swordsmanship, narrowing the gap between two swordsmen of different levels was challenging.
However, magic operated differently. If you had the calculations and understanding, you could turn the impossible into the possible.
Now it was Mikhail's turn to counterattack. He extended his hand, chanting a spell, Magic Arrows. Nostra raised an eyebrow, speaking with a mocking tone, planning to use magic against a master of one of the 4 elemental spells. Mikhail hadn't finished casting the spell, but Nostra hastily judged, lifting his gaze to observe and muttering, Spreadshot. Now, there were 5 or 6 mana arrows flying towards Nostra from different directions. But that wasn't all. Mikhail continued chanting another series of incantations, enhancing the strength and agility of the arrows.
Explosions followed in rapid succession, each arrow skillfully aimed and intercepted. Changing direction, penetrating the core. Meticulous control. Amplifying each element.
After Mikhail increased the power of his spell, the tiny arrows transformed, expanding threefold and radiating a vibrant red with significantly multiplied damage. Nostra seemed to momentarily forget that he was in the midst of a battle. He stood there, perplexed, watching the arrows. He pondered, wondering how Mikhail managed to cast such a complex set of incantations. Even as the arrows began their movement, Nostra remained stunned, muttering, How can a level 4 mage use such intricate spells? Now it's my turn to show you, Count Nostra. Mikhail finally spoke, his gaze filled with disdain and a challenging smirk. The arrows, now enhanced in their offensive capabilities, rushed relentlessly towards Nostra. A clear expression of horror crossed Nostra's face as he instinctively raised his staff high, chanting a spell to create a protective shield. Fortunately, the shield of Nostra proved capable of withstanding Mikhail's powerful arrowstorm, akin to thunderbolts. Nostra sighed in relief and chuckled, attempting to maintain an air of arrogance. When was the last time I was shot by something like that? However, Nostra failed to notice that Mikhail's arrows had not disappeared but were halted by the shield. Mikhail narrowed his eyes and uttered a single word, boom. Instantly, the arrows detonated like bombs, causing stones to shatter into pieces and a cloud of dust to billow up, engulfing the surroundings. After the thick cloud of dust dispersed, Nostra, still catching his breath, questioned in amazement, An explosion? How did you control mana like that? Nostra, puzzled, turned to Mikhail, asking, What have you done? Mikhail calmly replied, You've seen it, I calculated and forced an increase in magical energy. Nostra's neck veins tensed, protesting, That doesn't count, you cheated, surely, you used something unauthorized. Accused unfairly, Mikhail, angered, clenched his fist, causing the wooden column nearby to crack. He glared at Nostra, warning, You've gone too far, Count. Mikhail sternly reminded Nostra, We are fighting under the banner of Walpurgis, as allies. Hearing the steel in Mikhail's words, Nostra reluctantly lowered his defiant tone. Well, about that. Mikhail pressed on, questioning, If you were so sure about accusing me of using forbidden magic, surely you have evidence. Growing louder as he noticed Nostra kneeling, hands trembling from frustration, Mikhail continued, There's no way a count like you would speak without grounds, right? Nostra mumbled with his head bowed, I made a wrong judgment, my lord. Seeing Nostra humbly kneeling at his feet, Mikhail sneered and told him, Fine, I won't dwell on that. At the same time, he raised his hand, preparing for the next attack. In the blink of an eye, another barrage of magically enhanced arrows flew towards Nostra. Once again, Nostra chanted a spell to create a shield, attempting to block Mikhail's assault. Following this series of thunderous explosions, the room trembled before Mikhail's eyes. As the dust settled and the magical shield disappeared, Nostra was found sprawled on the floor, crawling and writhing, visibly shaken as if experiencing a damp and lingering pain.
Mikhail commanded Nostra to stand up, declaring, "It's not over yet."
Nostra, resentful and horrified, lay on the ground, gritting his teeth, questioning himself about the humiliation he had just endured. Why am I subjected to such disgrace, he wondered. Nostra rose to his feet, forcing a strained smile to conceal his true emotions. He said, "Well done, young master. You have exceeded my expectations." Mikhail responded nonchalantly, "Oh, really?" Nostra then raised his voice defiantly, "In that case, I request not to go easy anymore. I will show you what a level 7 mage is like."
With a slight smirk of disdain, Nostra made his declaration.
Immediately after, Mikhail unleashed another series of magically enhanced arrows, similar to the ones he used earlier, aiming to attack Nostra once again.
However, this time, Nostra's protective shield didn't easily shatter and disintegrate as quickly as before. Mikhail, somewhat surprised, remarked, "My arrows are being blocked."
After silently observing for a while, Mikhail grasped Nostra's strategy. Using 2 layers of shields to avoid the explosive impact by cutting the mana flow, he thought. When Mikhail ceased his assault, Nostra immediately retaliated. Glaring at Mikhail, he chanted an incantation, preparing for a multi-layered defense. At this moment, Nostra's protective shields were gone, replaced by the intense heat emanating from the 3 fire blades he had just conjured. Idan, sitting in the stands, raised an eyebrow and muttered, "Fire blades at the 4th circle of simultaneous casting." He was surprised to the point of almost jumping out of his seat. Typically, a mage of the 7th circle could simultaneously cast 7 different magics, but even so, it was not an easy feat. He quickly regained his composure but sat back with a darkened expression, simultaneously casting 3 4th circle magics himself. "So, that's the full extent of the power you've been hiding, Count Nostra," Idan observed Nostra with a skeptical and cautious look. On the arena floor, Nostra, with an air of arrogance, revealed a triumphant and mocking smile. He declared, "Even if the young master's abilities surpass my imagination, he won't be able to withstand the 3 most powerful 4th circle magics simultaneously."
Nostra's laughter seemed genuinely delighted, intentionally downplaying any hint of discomfort.
His heart strained against the foolish triumph of his pride. Nostra swung his staff towards Mikhail and shouted, "This is the end." The blazing fire blades surged towards Mikhail, creating a powerful explosion that shook the entire arena. Sitting in the audience, Idan sighed and slumped his shoulders, muttering, "So it's over." Nostra laughed triumphantly, his mouth wide open, "I've won, young master Mikhail. Victory is mine." However, just a few seconds later, the laughter abruptly died on Nostra's face. The scene unfolding before him left him frozen in shock. The figure of Mikhail emerged faintly behind the dissipating dust, one hand raised as if holding something radiant. With a mocking tone, Mikhail asked Nostra, "Do you really think it's over?" As the smoke cleared, it revealed a fireblade in Mikhail's hand. He calmly stated, "Now it's my turn, isn't it?" Idan's eyes widened in amazement at Mikhail's unexpected move. Nostra, now sweating and nervously stammering, questioned Mikhail, "Why? Why do you have my magic?" Mikhail gripped the fireblade in his hand and said, "You mean this?" He nonchalantly flicked his wrist, causing the fireblade to vanish completely. Nostra's face turned pale, horrified as he exclaimed, "A mage who just reached level 4 can destroy my simultaneous casting magic, how is that possible?" Mikhail casually responded, surprised, "Aren't you? Magic is influenced by innate talent." In Mikhail's heart, a sense of satisfaction grew. This was the essence of the capability gap. No matter how diligent one was, defeating a prodigy was nearly impossible. Yes, magic was indeed an unfair endeavor. Listening to Mikhail's arrogantly mocking tone, Nostra gritted his teeth, tightly clenching the staff in his hand. He couldn't help but feel humiliated by a young boy, making it difficult for him to maintain composure. Nostra questioned Mikhail, his voice filled with bitterness, "So, you're saying that my magical talent is inferior to yours, right?" Mikhail chuckled challengingly, "Prove me wrong, then." Nostra immediately let go of the staff in his hand. Then he shifted into a posture as if a sorcerer were performing a dark incantation. After a few seconds of silence, Nostra suddenly widened his eyes and shouted a series of spells: Frost Dagger, Hand of the Abyss,
Malevolent Needle Magic.
The magical spells manifested instantly following Nostra's incantations. However, Mikhail only intended to counter with a familiar spell, the Magic Dispel. With a simple spell at the 1st circle level, Mikhail effortlessly dispelled all 3 simultaneous attacks from Nostra. The Frost Dagger shattered like glass, the Hand of the Abyss dissipated in a blink, and the Malevolent Needle magic was nullified as the silver needles evaporated. Nostra, still unwilling to accept the reality, wondered, "How can you easily break my magic?" Mikhail calmly replied, "As I said, I simply enhanced one of my strengths." While Nostra was still in a state of confusion and shock, and Idan struggled to find words, Mikhail raised his hand again and chanted, "Magic dispel." This time, it wasn't just a few arrows that appeared. Mikhail conjured over a dozen arrows with his spell. Nostra looked up in astonishment at the powerful arrows, a sight that left him speechless. Even though it was just magic dispel, the sheer quantity was overwhelming. Mikhail asked in a cold tone, "Count, earlier, you blocked my attack with a shield. I wonder if you can handle all 10 magic dispels at once." Mikhail smirked, "Someone once told me that it's the art of explosion." As he finished speaking, the simultaneous release of 10 arrows aimed directly at Nostra, making him the unerring target. Nostra was horrified to the point of being petrified, his mouth stammering incomprehensibly. He couldn't even muster the incantation. Shouting in panic, Nostra desperately cried out, "Shield," with a theatrical tone as if he were a professional opera singer. After his scream, a series of deafening explosions echoed through the room. It seemed as if Nostra would transform into a charred piglet when the thick black smoke dissipated. However, against the odds, Nostra remained alive, gritting his teeth. The only difference was that he had lost all awareness of his surroundings. While Nostra remained unconscious, Mikhail advanced boldly and used magical force manipulation on his arm. Immediately afterward, Mikhail delivered a thunderous slap across Nostra's face. The slap caused one side of Nostra's face to swell, jolting him back to consciousness. Mikhail glared at Nostra with a surging and menacing aura. Feeling that a single slap wasn't sufficient, Mikhail continued to unleash more magic dispels. This time, just one arrow was enough. Mikhail manipulated it to circle around Nostra, slamming into his abdomen and then whipping into his back, causing Nostra to cry out in pain each time. Injured and desperate, Nostra pleaded, wait, master, I surrender." Nostra was willing to concede defeat and end the battle to alleviate his suffering. However, Mikhail had no intention of letting him off easily. Before Nostra could finish his plea, Mikhail punched him squarely in the nose. Leaning in close to Nostra's ear, Mikhail whispered with an icy tone, "Hush, be silent." After that, Mikhail relentlessly threw punches at Nostra, regardless of the fact that his nose was swollen and bruised. In his heart, there was only madness. What he wanted to do before dying in his previous life, which was also his lifelong wish, had now been fulfilled to a considerable extent. With his current abilities, he had achieved quite a few of his desires. However, there was one thing he couldn't accomplish in his previous life that always tormented him. Unfortunately for you, Count Nostra, Mikhail fought as he unleashed his fury through relentless punches. In this second chance at life, Mikhail was both consumed by the flames of revenge and driven by the surge of his pent-up anger, expressing it through every forceful blow. He continued to pummel Nostra's face, oblivious to all the sounds around him, even the calls of his father, "Mikhail, Mikhail." Mikhail seemed to have lost control, his eyes staring lifelessly as he repeated the action of throwing punches as if being controlled by a malevolent force. Idan had to step in, reaching down to grab Mikhail's hand to halt his frenzied assault. "Stop, Mikhail, the fight is over." Mikhail still wouldn't take his eyes off Nostra. He screamed as if possessed, "Stop, he hasn't surrendered." Idan shouted, "You've swollen his face, what more do you want?" At that moment, Nostra, still somewhat conscious, raised his hand into the air as if signaling for Idan's intervention. However, Mikhail, interpreting it differently, believed that as long as his opponent hadn't given up, the fight could continue. Standing before the menacing look in Mikhail's eyes, Idan tightened his fist and spoke, "Son, look at the beautiful veins on my hand." This caused Mikhail to change his demeanor obediently. "Now you see, violence isn't the answer." Idan glanced at Nostra and asked, "Count Nostra, do you concede defeat?" Nostra hastily nodded in concession. Idan sighed, "All right." Immediately after, he used a teleportation spell to transport Nostra out of the room. Before Nostra completely disappeared, Mikhail still tried to plead with Idan, asking if he could hit him once more. Of course, Idan adamantly refused, and Nostra quickly vanished from Mikhail's sight. Nostra looked giddy and triumphant, laughing out loud and proudly declaring his victory over Mikhail's chaotic scene in Mikhail's frenzy left Idan feeling somewhat helpless. He sighed deeply, contemplating the situation. Idan expressed some admiration but maintained a chilly tone, "Your magical skills have improved quite a lot, I must say." "I truly didn't expect that." He continued with a hint of skepticism, "The spells you cast just now were the skills of a seasoned mage, far beyond what I would have anticipated from you." Mikhail responded with a smile, "Perhaps just a fortunate coincidence, father." As Idan squinted his eyes, observing his son, Mikhail nodded, "Yes, that's right." Facing Idan's skeptical gaze, Mikhail understood the unspoken concern.
He knew that his father was referring to the Twilight Mage, who had vanished without a trace. The sudden and unexpected proficiency in magic displayed by Mikhail raised suspicions in Idan's mind. He couldn't help but wonder if Mikhail had secretly studied the arts of the Twilight Mage or was on the path to becoming one. The atmosphere hung heavy with unspoken questions and uncertainties, creating a tension between father and son. Mikhail, feigning ignorance, skillfully diverted the conversation. "It's not like you've ever underestimated me, father. What I did earlier wasn't that difficult." Idan glanced at Mikhail, scrutinizing him. "Well, to close the gap with a 7th-tier mage, you do need genuine talent." "I mean, innate talent," Idan emphasized. Mikhail responded confidently, "I am your son, after all." After contemplating for a moment, Idan finally decided to let go of his suspicions. "All right, if you say so, I'll believe you." The tension between father and son eased, at least for the time being. He asked Mikhail again, "So, is this what you want to show me, that you are very talented?" Mikhail responded, "What are you talking about, Dad?" Idan looked at his son with a suspicious gaze. "Nostra is your friend, but obviously, he is not a suitable teacher for you, isn't he? Didn't you really want to become his student?" Idan straightforwardly asked Mikhail, "So, why go to the extent of betting on this match? What do you want to show me through this fight?" Mikhail thought to himself that what his father was pondering about was entirely justified. There's no way he can choose his mentor in this way. After a moment of contemplation, Mikhail smiled and responded, "Well, that wasn't just a momentary excitement for me. It's because I saw that you had no intention of chasing away Count Nostra." Mikhail looked seriously into Idan's eyes and continued, "Obviously, being the head of the family, you must feel quite lonely. I appreciate that he is the only one treating you as an equal." Mikhail spoke sincerely, "But I don't like him. Even though I know you can be difficult to deal with, I don't want to keep a potential threat close to us." Idan sighed, realizing the reason why his son wanted to challenge Nostra. It wasn't that Mikhail was unaware of Nostra's cunning nature, ambition, and manipulative tendencies, but he always chose to yield. Mikhail cheerfully declared, "That's right. From now on, I will control the Count, father." Mikhail continued with a mischievous smile, displaying a hint of pride before his father. Idan was both surprised and pleased by his son's confident and mature demeanor. In Mikhail's heart, he silently vowed to ensure that the empire his father built would not crumble. Nostra had been sent back to his quarters in the mansion. He kept rubbing his head and complaining, "Crazy, truly crazy." Unable to accept the outcome of the battle, Nostra pondered, "I lost, how could I lose to a kid who just reached the 4-star level?" The more he thought, the more distressed he became. He wondered, the Duke has witnessed the match. How can I change the result? Panicking, Nostra questioned himself, "What should I do now?" Suddenly, Mikhail's voice echoed from outside the room, "What to do, what to do, follow the agreement. Just follow it now." Nostra was stunned, raising his head immediately to look at Mikhail, the young master who was noticeably absent. Mikhail stood in front of the old man with a triumphant look, and I'm sure he remembered the price of the recent battle. In the midst of chaos, Nostra now remembered the serious matter at hand, the cost of the battle. "I had to become his disciple." The old man seemed about to say something, but then hesitated. Wait a moment." Nostra began to harbor suspicions, finding it all quite strange. If he knew he would win, why would he set the reward as a teacher-disciple relation? At this point, the old man realized there was only one possibility. A crazy but plausible idea flashed through Nostra's mind. "Hold on, wait for it. If all of this is his plan," Nostra exclaimed in horror, glancing towards Mikhail who stood arrogantly in front. He wondered, is he not only intending to humiliate me but also has some other sinister plan? Narrowing his eyes at Mikhail, Nostra speculated, "The young master came here to scrutinize me. Yes, it's not over yet. I still have a chance to turn the tables." Seeing that Nostra could still muster a wry smile, Mikhail asked the old man, "As a noble, you must know what I want, right?" Nostra promptly replied, "It must be about the future of the family." Mikhail showed interest, pulling his chair down and urging, "Go on." Nostra remained calm as he spoke, "Young master, you have been inactive in military matters for a long time. However, the affair with the Lindell family must have made you realize that you can no longer remain idle." Seeing Mikhail silently listening, Nostra felt confident within himself, thinking, "All right, I got it right." The old man chuckled heartily, adopting an easygoing demeanor as he said to Mikhail, "I will support you wholeheartedly, young master. Isn't that what you want?" Mikhail remained silent, staring at Nostra as if he were a jester entertaining the world. The old man tried to sidestep the issue of the bet, continuing to assert that he held the upper hand over Mikhail. Mikhail's cold gaze and the ensuing silence created a sense of unease that slowly enveloped Nostra. Mikhail subtly smirked as he saw the expression on the old man's face gradually transforming into worry. In response to Nostra, Mikhail replied with a mocking tone that left Nostra unable to muster a smile anymore,
that's not the issue I want to discuss here. Mikhail stared directly into Nostra's eyes and cracked a sinister smile, saying, "Disciple, your mouth is quite nimble as well. Enough with the beating around the bush, bring your subordinate here." Being treated by Mikhail as if it were a playful jest going back and forth, Nostra stood there, eyes widening in astonishment. What? The old man was so startled that he stammered, wait a moment. "Young master, do I really have to become your disciple?" Mikhail calmly replied, "Of course." Nostra was both shocked and dismayed, thinking, really, is this for real? Nostra looked into Mikhail's serious expression and wondered if he was entirely serious. He discreetly swallowed and contemplated a strategic retreat, realizing he needed to prevent the worst-case scenario. Gazing at Mikhail with a hesitant look, Nostra hesitated before speaking, "Disciple, I am a level 7 mage, young master." Mikhail raised his voice and sternly commanded the old man, "Hold your tongue." He slammed his hand on the table and declared, "Not only are you a level 7 mage, but you're also a noble." Mikhail's tone turned threatening as he continued, "You should be aware that the promises of a noble and a mage are not easily brushed aside." Under the pressure from Mikhail, Nostra could only silently lament his own impulsive actions. "I knew it, how could I not have known that? For a mage, their promise is akin to wagering their magic circle. If they break their promise, the magic circle will shatter." Astra found himself in a dilemma, torn between enduring the humiliation of becoming Mikhail's disciple or sacrificing the magic circles, his only source of pride. Frustrated and desperate, Nostra shouted at Mikhail, I have more magic circles, and I'm older than." In a helpless outburst, Nostra questioned how he could endure having a disciple like this. Mikhail chuckled gleefully, responding, "Right here, that type of disciple is right here." Mocking Nostra's frustration, Mikhail warned sternly, "You should have known that you would try every means to avoid this, right, if you don't comply with the agreement." Faced with Mikhail's serious threat, Nostra had no choice but to abandon his dignity. He sighed, shoulders slumping as he sat down in resignation. Shortly after, Mikhail dragged Nostra to the magic practice room, saying, "Now, disciple." Reluctantly, Nostra replied, "Yes, master." Despite the bitterness he felt, Nostra tried to console himself, telling himself he had to endure. If he didn't comply with Mikhail, his magic circles would shatter. Mikhail calmly stated, "Because I am your master, I will teach you a few things." Nostra's face tightened, his response weighed down with each word, "Yes, master." Mikhail glanced at Nostra and pondered, "Before I become even stronger. Destroying a noble like this won't be of much benefit." In reality, the noble Nostra was quite useful. He had reached the level of a level 7 mage and wielded considerable power. For the time being, he could still be of assistance in various matters. After pondering for a while, Mikhail asked Nostra seriously, "Is there anything you want to add?" Nostra hesitated before responding, I don't think there's anything I need to learn, sir." Mikhail raised an eyebrow, "Oh, really, but I think otherwise." Mikhail directly pointed out Nostra's shortcomings, saying, "It's not just your unstable magic circles, your magic itself is flawed too." He pressed a finger lightly against Nostra's chest, adding, "You can't hide it, the evidence is right here." Nostra's heart would ache even with just a light touch. When Mikhail pressed his finger against Nostra's chest, the old man convulsed in pain, writhing on the floor and groaning. Mikhail looked down at Nostra in agony, showing no sympathy. He was calculating how to subdue Nostra. If Nostra didn't truly bind himself to the existing magic circles within his body, Mikhail could still create other magic circles. However, Nostra's own power didn't increase significantly despite adding many new magic circles. This was the plight of the disciples. It was like walking on a shortcut with an extremely fragile and easily breakable foundation. What Nostra truly aimed for wasn't just the manipulation of the Walpurgis family's power, but primarily to catch up with Idan. On the path of chasing after Idan's brilliance, Nostra found himself gradually losing his way in the darkness. The reverence Nostra held for Idan drove him to become overly ambitious, desiring to become even more powerful. People often lose their ability to judge and make the right choices when their vision is clouded by their own ambitions. Nostra, too, fell into this pattern, unwittingly turning himself into a disciple, driven by the desire to surpass and emulate Idan. Seeing Nostra in agony due to his heart condition, Mikhail silently thought, "This is the price one has to pay for becoming a disciple." Once Nostra managed to sit up, Mikhail approached him and proposed, "I will teach you to control your chaotic magic circles." Mikhail leaned in close to Nostra's face and spoke with determination, "In return, channel your mana to me." Nostra was taken aback and asked, Why do you want my mana?" Suddenly, he gasped and exclaimed, "Did you hear something from the Count? The family and the Count have reservations about me." Immediately after, Nostra covered his face, chuckling bitterly. The old man began to deduce, I understand now. So, that battle was the Count's plan. Mikhail glared at Nostra, warning him, "Don't make baseless assumptions."
He spoke coldly. Those things weren't too obvious. Since you cast the triple level 4 magic circles, I sensed something was amiss. Nostra stammered, what, how could you? It can't be.
Mikhail pointed to the center of the chest and uttered a single word, heart.
Nostra couldn't help but be shocked by Mikhail's revelations, continuously clutching his chest.
It was a normal symptom for a mage using disrupted magic circles.
Mikhail calmly looked at Nostra. Do you think someone from the Volpurgis family like me wouldn't notice that?
Mikhail coldly reminded Nostra. Anyway, I can assure you that with this condition, you won't live much longer.
Whatever you do will only make it worse.
Nostra, bewildered, muttered, so, the rest of my life.
No, it can't be. Mikhail added another threat to Nostra. You're on the verge of death.
Nostra became even more panicked. I'm going to die. Mikhail lowered his voice slightly. If you still want to live, there is a way.
Remove your mana circles. I will absorb that mana.
Mikhail calmly suggested while Nostra remained stunned. He laughed and asked Nostra, I'll have mana, and you'll recover from your injuries.
It's a win-win situation.
What do you think? Mikhail continued nonchalantly. Although you will lose 5 magic circles, it's okay.
With a master like me, you'll be fine.
Nostra, in distress, stammered, no way. The old man sighed loudly, exclaiming, losing 5 circles, do you know how hard I worked for those? Mikhail raised an eyebrow, looking at the stubborn individual before him. Hard work? No, it's not magic circles, they're just malignant tumors. Mikhail thought to himself, yes, before I grew stronger, I slowly decayed due to those disciples' magic circles. In the end, there was no way out, and I fell into the temptation of the devil. Mikhail sneered, having 7 magic circles but not being able to use them all. What's the point? A child doesn't become an adult just by knowing how to walk.
Mikhail bluntly stated, you're just being obsessed with power and authority, it doesn't mean anything. Those magic circles are just for show. Mikhail persistently advised Nostra, do you think the Count doesn't know your true strength?
Nostra became even more astonished. You mean the Count knows everything? In the previous life, Idan had known about this for a long time, but he pretended not to know.
Of course, that wasn't the right choice.
Mikhail arrogantly asked, now, do you understand my point? Your attempt to take advantage of me looks foolish. Nostra fell into contemplation, muttering in a broken voice, so, that's how it is. Nostra recalled that in the past, when Idan had just reached the pinnacle of glory, he had said to Nostra, my friend, I've gone through so much hardship to get to this position. I've come close to death several times, but in the end, I made it.
It's all thanks to you. Idan sincerely told Nostra.
Everyone praises me endlessly, but I know you're the one with extraordinary abilities. Idan placed a hand on Nostra's back and patted, saying, you have a stronger desire than anyone. So, you didn't stay still but kept moving forward. Idan pulled Nostra closer, bringing him to a position almost equal, as a true friend. At that moment, Nostra looked up at Idan with a choked emotion, unable to express it in words. Idan continued to open his heart, remember.
No matter what others say, you are the only one I can trust to have my back. It's you, Nostra, my friend.
Nostra remembered Idan's words back then, and how he always silently accommodated him. All of these created a powerful psychological blow, breaking through the stubbornness of someone like Nostra. Finally, Nostra willingly lowered his ego and said, Master, no, Master Mikhail. The old man bowed his head in respect to Mikhail, I accept your proposal. Nostra spoke with a bitter tone, please, take my mana. A few days later, Mikhail had gained a considerable amount of spoils that enhanced the energy in his magic circles. And there was the appearance of another magic circle in his hands. Mikhail leisurely admired his achievement. Upgraded to level 5, he chuckled. Seems easy to upgrade to level 5, doesn't it? Pleased Mikhail besides the magic circles was the complete submission of Nostra. Despite Nostra's constant grumbling, my magic circles. Mikhail forced a chuckle, as if he had to do this reluctantly. Well, just having to look at the bored face of the Duke every day, maybe that's it. Mikhail quickly changed the subject to think and copied, well, it seems to be successful at first. He rested his chin in contemplation, I've managed to prevent the threat, but it's just a small one. Compared to the disaster that will happen in the future, this is nothing.
And only 7 more years.
Mikhail fell into deep thought about memories from his past life, precisely 7 more years.
According to Cassandra's prophecy, the demon lord will be resurrected.
The consequences of disregarding the oracle's words are terribly dire. The world is not yet prepared to confront the demon lord, and their power is beyond estimation. A horde of formidable creatures, each with its own deficiencies, yet no one can stand against them, even before they unleash their full might. The Empire only realized this when the level 7 knight, Kelbian Steel, was defeated by the demon lord with a single punch. However, by then, it was already too late. They were slow in gathering the heroes together.
And half of the empire was completely destroyed by the Demon Lord.
They could no longer wait for the imperial call to arms.
The heroes formed their own punitive force against the Demon Lord. Yes, their own force, Argo.
Mikhail leaned his head against the chair, muttering to himself.
Upon reflection, Cassandra was the most crucial key.
He sighed deeply, feeling sorry for the prophet whom no one believed in. She was 2 years younger than him, so she must be 18 now.
Cassandra possessed the gift of foresight, and all her predictions turned out to be accurate.
She tried to warn everyone, even though she was bleeding internally, but no one listened. Throughout this time, no one heeded Cassandra's prophecies to selectively train warriors because no one believed her.
Mikhail couldn't help but feel sorry for Cassandra, a prophet who went unheard. In such circumstances, all prophecies seemed futile.
I don't know what happened to her afterward, but she probably didn't have a good outcome unless she also underwent reincarnation, which seems impossible.
Mikhail sighed again. Anyway, I will enlist in the warrior selection process. He pondered, if I can also convince Leon to join, I might be able to lead the warrior selection process.
Mikhail continued to jot down the key points of his plan enthusiastically. But then his pen suddenly stopped. He rested his chin on his hand, pondering the next issue.
Mikhail felt perplexed, wondering what to do with Cassandra.
Mikhail contemplated, recalling that she was no longer at the temple, having left after her warnings were ignored.
He scratched his head in bewilderment, unsure of Cassandra's current whereabouts.
Continuing to scratch his head, he pondered, I need to find a way to contact Cassandra as soon as possible. But how can I do this? What should I do? Just at that moment, the butler opened Mikhail's room door and peered inside. He began to ask, Young master, do you need? However, the butler's words faded away as he observed Mikhail's perplexed expression. Listening to the butler's voice, Mikhail immediately looked up, his disheveled hair resembling a bird's nest.
Ah, butler, what's the matter? He asked with a hint of concern.
The butler inquired, Sir, what are you doing? Mikhail replied nonchalantly, Nothing much, what's going on? The butler informed Mikhail, Oh, there's a visitor, seems to have some business with you. Mikhail, while adjusting his hair, casually inquired, Leon Parslope, isn't it? The butler was astonished and asked how Mikhail knew. Mikhail, composed, stood up and said, I think it's time for him to come.
Lead the way.
After that, the butler immediately escorted Mikhail to meet Leon, who was waiting in the living room. Upon seeing Mikhail, Leon burst into laughter as if he had struck gold. Leon excitedly stood up the moment Mikhail entered, exclaiming, Here you are, training methods. Mikhail, with a cold demeanor, walked past Leon and spoke in the tone of an adult responding to a child demanding candy. Yes, I know.
Mikhail leisurely sat down across from Leon, remarking, You arrived earlier than I thought. I assumed you were busy preparing for the engagement ceremony.
Leon, eager like a child, responded, Engagement? Well, training methods are much more important than that.
Engagement has never been my top priority.
Leon impatiently urged, Come on, hurry up, tell me your method. Mikhail, calmly gripping the chair's armrest, replied, All right. Regarding that matter, I have one more condition. Hearing that, Leon frowned and asked, What is it, displeased? He slammed his fist onto the table.
Leon sternly confronted Mikhail, What's so amusing? Didn't I promise to attend the ceremony with you? Mikhail calmly responded, Yes, just adding a little condition, won't affect you much. Faced with the allure of the training method, Leon reluctantly held back his frustration and urged, Go on.
Mikhail then asked, Your assets, you're in trouble, right? Leon tilted his head, acknowledging the issue.
Mikhail stated straightforwardly, Yes, it's a dungeon. Leon, hearing this, was somewhat surprised.
Leon glanced away and replied, Dungeon, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Observing Nostra's gestures, Mikhail thought to himself, He's avoiding. The eyes don't lie.
Mikhail bluntly exposed Leon, saying, You're really bad at lying. Leon continued evading Mikhail's gaze, Well, why would I lie? Mikhail didn't hesitate to share the information he had uncovered. A year ago, you found that dungeon, he stated. Mikhail scrutinized Leon with a probing gaze. The mana vein has been located, and the owner, Count Parslope, has identified it as a significant mana reservoir. Leon, puzzled, asked, How do you know? Mikhail casually replied, Well, that's correct, isn't it? Mikhail pondered, realizing that it wasn't truly a dungeon. People called it that simply because they didn't know what it was. Most exploration teams that ventured inside had no clear traces. Before Mikhail's reincarnation, Parslope had dispatched all 5 exploration teams to that dungeon, and none had returned.
The Parslope family needed additional financial support due to the pressure from these exploration teams.
That's why they sought an engagement with the Duke's daughter from the Lindell family, to secure more backing.
Leon sighed, muttering, I thought this couldn't leak out.
Was there a spy among us? Mikhail, casually deflecting the suspicion, responded, "No, I only heard rumors from the soldiers and made rough guesses."
Leon skeptically asked, "Soldier?" But Leon didn't dwell too much on the information leakage.
He changed his tone and asked Mikhail, "All right then, tell me about that dungeon." Mikhail smirked and nodded knowingly as Leon listened attentively. Mikhail whispered to himself, acknowledging that the biggest trouble or the greatest humiliation for the Parslope family had just been revealed.
That dungeon has become our hope.
Mikhail appeared intrigued as he spoke to Leon. "I find that place quite fascinating."
Leon looked at Mikhail with a mix of astonishment and skepticism, asking, "What do you mean?" He reminded Mikhail, most exploration teams never return.
"It's called a dungeon, but it could also be called a hellhole.
There's nothing you can do about it."
Mikhail recalled from his previous life that even in the face of financial ruin, the Parslope family remained determined about that dungeon. They persisted through numerous failures, unwavering in their commitment. Unfortunately for them, someone had discovered the dungeon before them and seized all the treasures within. Mikhail calmly affirmed, "I said I would help you.
I'll join the exploration team."
Leon smirked, mockingly saying, "Ah, you mean you can explore that dungeon, something even mercenaries couldn't do?" Mikhail confidently responded, "Of course.
It's quite ordinary for a mage to explore dungeons."
Leon was puzzled, not understanding why Mikhail would take such a daring and seemingly foolish risk. He asked Mikhail seriously, "Do all mages take risks like you? Why are you so confident?" Mikhail persuaded Leon, "If I do this, your family has nothing to lose. If I successfully explore the dungeon, it benefits both sides. If not, we can just pretend nothing happened."
Leon nodded in agreement. "You have a point." Leon rested his chin, pondering for a moment, unsure whether to trust Mikhail or not.
He glanced at Mikhail and brought up another point. "What about the training man?" Mikhail replied promptly, "Oh, of course. I'll teach you.
I keep my promises."
Hearing this, Leon immediately brushed aside all hesitations, saying, "All right then, I don't need to think anymore.
Let's get started."
Suddenly, Leon lowered his voice, "But I'm not sure if my father will agree to listen."
Mikhail nodded. "Yeah, I understand. After all, your father has the final say in everything."
With the agreement settled, Mikhail stood up quickly and said, "So, shall we get started? Let's go." Before leaving with Leon, Mikhail had a brief conversation with Idan. He explained the situation, and naturally, Idan couldn't help but be stunned by his audacious son's decision. Idan sighed and grumbled, "I thought my son would take care of Lindell family matters on his own, and now there's something else added to the mix."
Mikhail calmly replied, "It's not entirely unrelated, father."
Idan, with suspicion, asked Mikhail, "I heard rumors that the Lindell family is considering engaging with the Parslope family next. Are you sure you won't complicate things?" Mikhail asserted confidently, "Of course not, father."
Mikhail assured Idan, "I will never do anything senseless.
As I told you earlier, I made a promise to Leon Parslope, and you know the value of a mage's promise." Dan, seemingly from nowhere, pulled out a blood-stained cudgel and glared at Mikhail with a fierce aura. "A promise is something never to be broken," he warned sharply.
Observing Idan's stern demeanor, Mikhail felt a bit resentful.
"Why does he treat others with kindness and me with violence?" he thought. Mikhail, still daring, teased Idan, "Father, put that stick away.
I haven't done anything wrong." Idan replied coldly, "This is a cudgel."
Mikhail retorted, denying that anyone called a weapon used to strike others a cudgel.
Idan spoke with a growling voice, insisting, "I said it's a cudgel." Idan pointed the cudgel towards Mikhail and asserted, "A mage holding anything will be called a cudgel. I might not have told you, but I've defeated many monsters with this cudgel." With a tone that was both proud and threatening, Idan declared, "This is their blood."
Mikhail, not knowing fear, continued to playfully tease Idan, asking, "But why is there blood on a mage's cudgel?" Idan raised an eyebrow, looking at Mikhail, showing that he had run out of patience for such playful banter. Mikhail, sensing the change in mood, decided to steer the conversation back to the main topic, saying, "Well, let's forget about that. There's another reason for this, aside from keeping the promise." Idan immediately inquired, "What reason?" Mikhail, with a mischievous glint in his eye and a hint of threat from Idan, responded, "I'm not telling you.
I have my reasons."
Idan, angered, exclaimed, "This rascal!" Mikhail remained resolute, insisting that he wouldn't disclose the reason to his father.
Seeing his son's firmness, Idan unexpectedly placed the cudgel on the table.
After a few moments of contemplation, Idan asked Mikhail in a subdued tone, "Do you believe in yourself?" Mikhail was somewhat surprised by Idan's sudden change in attitude, but then he quickly smiled in response. Mikhail gently asked Idan, "Isn't it true that you always believe in?" Mikhail reflected inwardly, realizing that even in his worst moments, his father continued to trust him, a thought that pained him. He silently blamed himself for regretting his impulsive youth and avoiding reality after his father's passing.
That's also why I dare not become a warrior.
I feel unworthy of everyone's trust, Mikhail admitted. After a moment of contemplation, Idan spoke up again, this rascal.
What about the Lindell family matter, can you handle it yourself? Mikhail silently acknowledged the interconnectedness of the dungeon and the promise. He then earnestly told Idan, I've said it. Everything is related. I just can't share all the details with you. Idan sighed softly, conceding, fine, do whatever you want.
He turned away from Mikhail, as if to conceal the unease within him.
Mikhail respectfully bowed his head, responding, yes, sir.
Suddenly, Mikhail glanced with a side-eye towards the empty space beside him. He felt something unusual in the room.
Curious.
Mikhail asked Idan, Father, is there a? Idan immediately replied, no, there isn't.
He discreetly glanced at Mikhail and inquired, what did you just?
Mikhail stood still, continuing to gaze into the space near the window, sensing an eerie presence but choosing not to voice it. He responded to Idan with a hint of suspicion lingering, no, I must have seen it wrong. After that, Mikhail left Idan's room and prepared for the journey to the dungeon. As the door closed, Idan let out a soft sigh.
He grumbled under his breath, I wonder who that kid takes after.
Suddenly, a surprising voice echoed in the room.
Of course, it was the butler. He said, excuse me, sir. Idan didn't seem surprised by the sudden voice appearing out of nowhere. He calmly asked, oh, really, just like my voice replied, yes, quite similar to you. You've changed a lot since then. Idan glanced to the side and asked, what do you think? It seems the kid is aware of your presence.
A man slowly materialized in the room, saying, well, it can't be helped.
My enchantment isn't very reliable. It's challenging to remain hidden. Idan turned back to converse with the man, and that enchantment has yet to disappear.
The man had his hands clasped behind his back, and his demeanor bore some resemblance to the butler. It turned out to be the butler who had been concealed in the room all along.
Idan, contemplative, asked the butler, you've been observing the kid as a butler.
I'm sure you've noticed something peculiar about him.
The butler replied, indeed, he has changed a lot recently.
The butler pondered for a moment before saying, he has become more resolute, and his magic has strengthened significantly.
Idan nodded in agreement, acknowledging, the kid has indeed undergone many changes compared to before. The butler continued, exactly. It's undoubtedly due to magical training. Surely, it's the innate talent of the young master.
Perhaps, at this very moment, he is realizing his own potential. The butler bowed respectfully. After all, it's not too surprising for those with Walpurgis bloodline. The traits of our ancestors have undoubtedly been passed down through the generations.
It's not unexpected that his talents are awakening now.
The butler added with a sense of humility, up to now, the awakening of his talents is not surprising.
Idan contemplated, yes, the talent of a successor. After a while, he said to the butler, can I request you to handle this matter? Butler bowed respectfully, yes, anything, sir. It's our covenant.
Idan looked up at the ceiling, then sighed softly, as if silently contemplating something in his mind.
Idan murmured, I'm a bit worried about the kid.
Soon after, the butler hurriedly ran to the horse carriage where Mikhail and Leon were preparing to depart.
Master has already prepared to leave, young master.
Mikhail, surprised, asked the butler, who was still catching his breath, why is your frail body following? Butler, exhausted and sweating, replied, the master instructed me to accompany you. He explained, he mentioned not knowing what kind of dangerous situation you might encounter, so he ordered me to come along to protect the young master.
Mikhail thought, a convincing reason. If I didn't know his true face, I'd probably believe it.
At this moment, the butler greeted Leon with a welcoming smile, young Master Parslope, it's my pleasure to meet you.
Leon responded politely, yes, hello.
Leon immediately whispered to Mikhail, hey, what's going on? Mikhail casually replied, just my butler, nothing to worry about. Mikhail pondered, he's not the type to gossip around. Excitedly, Leon suggested, well, let's get going now. Only to the territory of the Parslope family.
After a few days of riding, their group arrived at the Parslope territory.
Mikhail rested his chin on his hand and gazed out the window with a somber expression.
Leon immediately inquired with concern, why do you look so gloomy? Is our territory that bad?
Mikhail replied, no, I'm actually surprised at how well you've maintained this barren piece of land.
He glanced at the scenery outside and added, if my father saw this, he would say it's a good territory. And it's not just about the appearance. The overall life of the residents and the trade flows are not bad at all. Just as Mikhail observed, despite being on the border, this area doesn't seem desolate. It's as thriving as other towns within the Empire's territory.
Mikhail carefully examined the streets and said to Leon, especially the Helen Forest Road, which spans miles and is made of this mineral. You need to import a large quantity of this mineral to cover the entire ground. And, of course, no matter how glamorous it is outside, it's useless if the inhabitants here can't lead prosperous lives that satisfy them.
Your father is a wonderful lord, you should be proud of that. Leon happily replied, I never thought I'd hear such words from a member of the Walpurgis family.
He proudly continued, as you said, our land is truly wonderful, all thanks to my father's efforts. Leon enthusiastically boasted to Mikhail, he is a person I highly respect, and also someone worthy of everyone's respect.
Leon couldn't stop smiling, it's all true. Mikhail nodded in agreement, yes. Leon couldn't help but feel excited inside, that's why I always take pride in possessing Parslope lineage in my bloodline. Even when I am the only one left carrying that bloodline. Leon enthusiastically shared with Mikhail everything.
We also have an army and organize monster hunts. Mikhail, can you hear me? Mikhail had heard Leon talk about these things countless times in previous lifetimes, but the current feeling was strangely different.
Yeah, I'm listening, Mikhail responded quietly, listening like a confidant.
Leon continued to talk about the things he was proud of, while Mikhail silently listened as a close friend. Not long after that, at the Parslope mansion, Count Dargis rested his chin on his hand and asked Leon, is someone? Leon promptly replied, Mikhail Walpurgis, father. Dargis, surprised, asked again. Leon reiterated each word carefully, Mikhail Walpurgis. At that moment, Dargis opened a drawer of his desk, revealing an array of neatly arranged heart medication bottles inside. Dargis didn't hesitate and poured an entire bottle of medicine into his mouth. Leon, alarmed, hastily tried to intervene. Father, you shouldn't take so much medication, Dargis snapped, don't interfere.
If I don't take it, I feel like I'm about to die.
After gulping down 2/3 of the bottle, Dargis could finally regain some composure inside. Fine. He looked at his son with a condescending expression, as if Leon were still a child.
I've calmed down. Let's continue. Leon tried to explain slowly to prevent Dargis from being too shocked.
As I mentioned, Mikhail Walpurgis is currently on our land.
Dargis sighed again, well, alright. That's unexpected.
Where is he now? Leon replied, in the living room right below, sir. Even though it was the third time he heard the name of the successor of the Walpurgis family, Dargis still couldn't believe that this was true. He poured the remaining medicine from the bottle into his throat, causing Leon to exclaim in alarm, Father, you can't take more medication. Dargis yelled, let go, in any case, I'll soon drown in work.
Just let me ascend to heaven early.
After a fierce struggle with his son, Dargis finally calmed down.
Fine, I've accepted the truth that Mikhail Walpurgis is waiting downstairs.
Is there anything else? Thinking that Dargis had stabilized, Leon calmly continued as if nothing serious had happened.
Apart from the minor issue of rumors about the dungeon, there's nothing else, sir.
Dargis's face immediately darkened, looking as displeased as can be. What? Wait, a dungeon? Leon innocently replied, yes, a dungeon.
Dargis suddenly opened his mouth and let out a sigh.
Then, he stared into the void with a smirk, looking like a madman.
Ho ho, a dungeon.
Dargis immediately took out a pen and paper to write something. Leon, curious, asked, Father, what are you doing? Dargis replied in a murmuring tone, I should have done this a long time ago. Dargis spoke as if lost in thought, take care of the rest, I should resign for the sake of my mental health. Leon, bewildered, responded, no, how can you just resign like that? Leon looked at Dargis with pleading eyes, Father, you haven't even explained properly.
Finally, Dargis stopped writing. He tried to remain calm and told Leon, speak.
Dargis rested his chin, gazing at his son with a solemn expression.
Clearly, the status of the Walpurgis family is superior to ours. No, it's not just that.
They are a family that can be counted on the fingers of one hand within this empire.
If they discover the dungeon, it will be taken away. Dargis looked at Leon with a solemn gaze. Leon immediately explained, I'm not so foolish as to be unaware of that.
He proposed a suggestion that I should accept, so I dared to agree to it. Dargis, a bit curious, asked Leon, a suggestion that you should accept, what is it? Leon nodded, yes, it's the complete Mullier cultivation method. At the mention of the Mullier cultivation method, Dargis's expression changed instantly. Dargis stood up abruptly, what did you say? Leon reaffirmed, he knows the Mullier cultivation method, and based on that, I've made a deal with him. Dargis asked again, you've confirmed this yourself, haven't you? Leon confidently replied, of course, sir.
I've witnessed his demonstration, and it's truly unbelievably powerful.
Dargis continued to inquire, and what about the pact? Leon assured, it's all settled, sir.
You know how crucial a pact is for a sorcerer.
Dargis thought to himself, that means whatever is in that dungeon is so crucial that he's willing to exchange cultivation methods for it. He mumbled to himself, wondering, what could be in that dungeon? After some contemplation, Dargis told Leon, I will have to personally talk to Mikhail Walpurgis. In the Parslope Mansion's living room, another person was in a state of panic. The butler, Mordin, was holding his head, muttering, it's all falling apart. Mikhail, still composed, asked, Butler, why are you so uneasy? Butler couldn't contain his excitement and exclaimed, he truly didn't know why. He nervously told Mikhail, the Parslope family is not a clan to be underestimated, not at all. The butler, unable to contain his agitation, exclaimed, Sir, you really don't know why. He panically told Mikhail, the Parslope family is not a family we can underestimate. Arousing the butler to return the room to silence, Mikhail pondered again. Well, he's not wrong, he thought, but he doesn't know everything. For instance, how much the Parslope family relies on the Mullier cultivation method. And the fact that the aristocratic family used the dungeon as a thorn in their side due to the continuous failed attacks. Mikhail remained confident within himself, knowing that this transaction was well within his grasp. He reassured the butler, it's okay. Everything will be clear when I talk to Count Parslope. Don't worry. The butler couldn't find peace of mind. Do you think he will agree, even though you are the young master of the Walpurgis family? Mikhail responded confidently, I assure you, he will come down here within a minute. The butler glanced at Mikhail with a hesitant look, thinking, he's saying some more unreasonable things again. However, just as the butler finished speaking, there was a knock on the door from outside. Count Dargis had indeed arrived, although his face didn't seem very comfortable. The butler looked at Mikhail in astonishment. Oh, you were right. Mikhail responded with satisfaction, see, I told you. Mikhail whispered to himself, I'm sure, because he is known for his decisiveness. As soon as they sat down to talk, Dargis went straight to the point, well, I heard you're interested in the dungeon. Mikhail explained, the desire for exploration and discovery is instinctive for a sorcerer. The dungeon is a suitable choice. Dargis looked at Mikhail with a skeptical gaze, exploring the dungeon, is there nothing simpler to satisfy a sorcerer's curiosity? Dargis straightforwardly voiced his speculation, but I think it's more accurate to say that you already know what's inside the dungeon. Dargis appeared dismissive of his son's exchange and waved off Mikhail's presence, whatever is in there is undoubtedly much more valuable than the Mullier cultivation method my son went crazy for. But I'm not interested in it. Mikhail thought to himself, he doesn't hesitate to speak his mind. And judging by that attitude, indeed, the Mullier cultivation method is not enough. Mikhail pondered, well, I just exaggerated a bit with my explanation. However, he didn't seem concerned that the plan would fall apart. Mikhail remained confident, thinking, anyway, I'll control this negotiation according to my intentions. Mikhail still appeared calm as he replied, I don't know. I don't know exactly what's inside the dungeon. I'm just interested and want to explore. But let me ask you this. Do you think the Parslope family currently has enough influence to undertake the exploration of that dungeon? But Dargis didn't show any anger at being considered a family lacking the capability to explore the dungeon. He spoke candidly with Mikhail, no, I won't lie. We haven't found a suitable collaborator. However, we won't collaborate with someone from the Walpurgis family. Mikhail suggested, how about collaborating with me then? Dargis was surprised, are you suggesting it's you personally, not just under the name of a Walpurgis family member? Mikhail nodded confidently, yes. Seeing Dargis showing interest in the proposal, Mikhail continued, we also don't need a full team of explorers. Dargis, not hesitating, asked, how much time do you need? Hearing that question, Mikhail immediately smiled cheerfully. It was evident that Dargis had already accepted the deal before asking about the time frame. Mikhail continued confidently, just one day. Dargis was so astonished that his eyes widened. Just one day, what if you fail? Mikhail calmly responded, the Mullier cultivation method, I'll give it to you unconditionally. Dargis continued to be shocked. Mikhail leaned forward, looking directly into Dargis's eyes. He had presented a lucrative deal for the Parslope family. If he failed, the Parslope family wouldn't incur any losses and would gain the Mullier cultivation method. However, if he succeeded, Mikhail would only take half of the dungeon's resources. Right after that, Dargis, without hesitation, allowed Mikhail to enter the dungeon along with Leon. Standing before a deep, dark, and mysterious tunnel, Leon exclaimed, questioning Mikhail, are you crazy, just the three of us? Mikhail taunted Leon, if you're scared, you can go back. Leon immediately retorted, who's scared? I just feel like we're short on manpower. Leon boldly charged forward and declared, the Parslope family never backs away from challenges. However, Mikhail halted Leon with a magical barrier, saying, hold on. Locked in place, Leon turned back with a scowl. What are you doing? Mikhail warned Leon, don't act alone. The entrance is trapped. If you step in without careful preparation, you'll die. The butler immediately exclaimed, as if discovering vital knowledge. The butler reasoned, so, right from the first step, we can't enter in the usual way. A simple but effective protective measure. Leon curiously glanced at the butler. Wait, what do you mean by simple? Mikhail promptly explained. Yes, to put it simply, this is a living dungeon. Mikhail slowly elucidated for Leon, it's one of the rare dungeons like this in the world. This dungeon needs to consume energy to sustain itself, much like a living creature. Leon began to grasp the situation. So, if we just enter like that, we'll become its food, like those mercenaries. Mikhail raised his hand, creating a fireball and thought, what if we feed it enough He launched the fireball soaring toward the dark tunnel ahead. Surprisingly, as soon as the fireball passed the threshold of the tunnel, its light and heat immediately diminished. The fireball continued to dive deeper for a while, not too far, and the light only faintly illuminated the tunnel. Suddenly, at the dungeon entrance, cracks appeared like fractures on a transparent glass, accompanied by the sound of grinding. Mikhail reassured Leon and the butler, stay calm. The door is open now. Immediately after, a dazzling light burst out from inside the dungeon, and fragments of energy, like shattered glass, shot outward. Mikhail gazed into the dazzling stream of light without blinking. An entrance to the first level of Asur. Mikhail recalled his previous life when he, along with a group of heroes, came here. The dungeon was renowned as impregnable, hiding an ancient relic of great significance. Here, they have found the first relic of the Holy Scripture, called Set Storm. A cave with wind. Everyone is very happy and cheers, thanking the heavens and the earth. They believe that with this, they can resist some demonic spells. However, the saintess cautioned everyone that Set Storm needs time to fully develop, so they should not rejoice too soon and should not use it carelessly. As the saintess mentioned, Set Storm grows alongside its owner, and its value depends on the abilities of the owner. The owner of that relic in the previous life was Siegfried. Just 1 week later, Mikhail still vividly remembered the unfortunate events that happened to Set Storm. Mikhail couldn't forget, Siegfried, the fool who had once assured that he would use Set Storm properly, inadvertently destroyed it. Although the incident was long in the past, now, as he recalled, Mikhail still silently cursed in his heart, darn fool. Standing in front of this dungeon for the second time, Mikhail felt a bit nostalgic. Yes, this dungeon, and the first thing stored in the tomb of Asur, Set Storm. Mikhail reassured himself that he would undoubtedly not let that happen again. Mumbling under his breath with lingering frustration, he vowed to become the master of Set Storm. After the dungeon door opened, the trio cautiously entered, with Leon looking around and exclaiming, this place is truly strange. Leon, astonished, pointed out that it was entirely different from what other exploration teams had described. Moreover, it seemed very peculiar. Leon explained that time had been frozen right after the dungeon was formed. He asked, wait, time is frozen, isn't stopping time an ability reserved for Sate-level individuals? Mikhail calmly confirmed, exactly, and creating such a vast dungeon is something only a new Sate-level being could achieve. Leon still looks very bewildered. What the heck is happening on our territory? Leon is so absorbed in his thoughts that he steps forward without much vigilance, but Mikhail quickly extends his hand to stop him. Hold on, stop, says Mikhail. Leon, surprised, asks Mikhail, why, what's going on? At this moment, Leon raises his head to look further into the depths of the dungeon. In front of them is a group of goblins frozen in various poses, resembling statues. Leon squints and scrutinizes, then asks Mikhail with hesitation, a goblin army. Leon, eager to charge forward, exclaims, we should act now, eliminate them before they can alert their comrades. Mikhail hastily restrains Leon, saying, easy there, don't act in haste like that. Mikhail attempts to calm Leon, you should remember, this is just the first checkpoint. Unsettled, Leon protests, so we should wait until they raise the alarm. What if they bring reinforcements? Mikhail patiently explains to Leon, this is not a dungeon, it's a burial chamber. Mikhail smiles with amusement and says, indeed, a remarkably sturdy burial chamber, but... He speaks confidently, wearing a mysterious grin. From the beginning, it was created so that even one person could easily conquer it. Following that, Mikhail approaches the wall of the burial chamber. He takes out a knife and begins to carve into the wall. Leon, curious, asks, what are you doing now? Mikhail glances at Leon, his expression unchanged. I'm scraping off dust and crystals from these letters. Leon nods and says, I get it now, but what I meant is why are you doing this? Mikhail shows Leon a handful of sparkling dust and says, the fairies go crazy over this scent. Leon, surprised, asks, there's something like that? Mikhail smiles, certainly, just like other animals, each species has a scent they enjoy. Fairies are no different. Mikhail continues, but what's important here is that this place doesn't just have only the crystal dust. I'm excited to share some tricks with you, Leon. Within this crystal dust, there are various hallucinogenic effects. He sits down on the ground, starts molding, and says, we can use this. Wrap it in magic and throw it anywhere. The fairies are very greedy, so they'll end up killing each other to get what they want. Mikhail proudly points to the freshly molded crystals, these are hallucinogenic explosive devices. Afterwards, Mikhail takes a bag of crystal bombs and demonstrates for Leon and the butler. Now, let's throw it over there. With a single throw, all the crystals soar through the air. The crystals fall next to the group of fairies. The curious fairies look down at the strange objects that just flew in. At that moment, the crystals simultaneously explode.
A dazzling light once again attacks the eyes of the butler and Leon.
The crystals explode, causing the light to reflect even more brightly. After a few seconds for their eyes to adjust to the light, Leon opens his eyes and looks inside.
He is completely astonished by the spectacle unfolding before him.
The effects are indeed remarkable. The horde of imps is now engaged in self-inflicted violence under the influence of the illusion.
Mikhail reflects, pondering whether it's just a coincidence to find such ingredients in a tomb.
As he observes the imps attacking each other, he realizes that knowledge surpasses strength, understanding the art of using magic cleverly to defeat a horde of imps.
With these two items, we can easily pass through the first gate. Mikhail silently notes that it would be challenging to discover these tricks in the tomb without prior experience.
After the imps have all fallen, Mikhail confidently steps over their bodies, stating, "We have safely passed the first gate." Suddenly, a peculiar object caught Mikhail's attention. He pondered as he looked towards the waist of the fairy emitting a glow, a reaction typical of a magical item. He quickly approached to take a closer look.
Mikhail muttered, "Oh, a spatial pouch."
He examined the item closely and wondered, it's even of the highest quality. What is this, and why haven't I seen this pouch before? Mikhail suddenly realized something, and his expression darkened.
It can't be.
Mikhail recalled the time when Siegfried had gone on a mad killing spree, declaring that he would exterminate them all. He even used the frenzied holy light technique to sweep away the horde of goblins. Naturally, the goblins were blown away completely, leaving no trace of their bodies behind. Therefore, what kind of items could still exist? Thinking about this, Mikhail went into a frenzy, cursing, damn it, I warned him many times, that Siegfried, damning Mikhail's unusual behavior. Leon asked the butler in confusion, what happened to him, is he okay? The butler replied helplessly, he occasionally has such fits.
There's nothing we can do about it.
Leon stepped forward, holding up the bag, and curiously asked Mikhail, oh, is this a spatial bag? I wonder if there are any other items that dropped out.
Mikhail sighed and replied, I think I overdid it. No more items should have fallen out.
Mikhail pondered, thinking that it was highly unusual to have a reward appear in the middle of the path just before passing through the gate.
Surely, there must be a reason for it, and if so. Mikhail extended his hand towards Leon and said, give me that spatial bag.
After receiving the bag, Mikhail carefully examined its contents. After a while of thorough inspection, Mikhail pointed out to Leon and the steward, there's a line of text written on this bag, defeat the greediest troll in the dungeon. Leon pondered, greediest troll, huh? The steward chimed in, I believe this is a hint for the next gate. Mikhail, lost in thought, said, this place doesn't allow us to exit. Therefore, the greediest creatures are likely abundant within this dungeon.
Mikhail suddenly had a spark of insight.
He mumbled, the leader of the trolls. The steward questioned, the troll leader, how can you be so sure? Mikhail explained, the one with the most greed must be that troll leader. He's big and powerful, making him the most likely candidate. Mikhail approached the largest troll corpse in the room and said, we need to take the gemstone from his body and put it into this bag. Leon, feeling confident in his sword skills, offered, wait, let me handle him.
If it's about precise swordsmanship, I'm better than you.
Mikhail calmly splashed cold water on Leon's face and said, no, never. Leon exclaimed, what's that? Someone who always carries a sword must be better than someone with a staff. I think using a sword is better than a stick. Mikhail muttered to himself, acknowledging Leon's stubbornness. Suddenly, Leon grinned mischievously and suggested, I've come up with a better idea. He then told Mikhail, there are 2 troll chieftains, so we can take both gems. Mikhail, somewhat indifferent, asked, and then Leon pointed again at the bag in Mikhail's hand, stating, this bag is also very valuable. With enthusiasm, Leon proposed, how about a competition with me? After all, the dungeon rewards must be divided among us.
Leon asserted, I will take it.
Leon immediately rushed towards the large corpse of a monster and called out to Mikhail, come on. Quickly drew his sword and made a few basic slashes on the monster's body.
In just a few seconds, Leon easily extracted the gem from the monster's body.
Holding the gem in his hand, Leon proudly thought, I won, that was so fast. Leon looked confidently at Mikhail and said, how about that, Mikhail, with this speed, even you. But as he was boasting, Leon suddenly fell silent, noticing the gem in Mikhail's hand. Leon whispered to himself, that light, the pure light is evidence that my gem can't compare to his.
Leon slumped down, defeated, and exclaimed, I lost.
Mikhail tried to console him, saying, your gem is still quite good. Although he spoke comforting words, Mikhail swiftly put his own gem into the bag and told Leon,
but since I won, I'll still take the bag. After the gem was placed inside, a brilliant light emanated from the bag. Mikhail, deep in thought, observed the shining key, so this is what was hidden. The glowing key autonomously shot towards the surrounding walls. After a few swings of the key, a blurry gate appeared. Mikhail was also astonished when he clearly saw what had just been unlocked, a gate. He stood before the gate, chin rested on his hand, contemplating for a while. This surely couldn't be the place he had been through before. In Mikhail's mind, there was a great deal of confusion. He had never seen this gate appear in his previous visits to the dungeon. Then, suddenly, a delighted smile spread across Mikhail's face as he said, I think we've found a shortcut. Although not knowing what lay behind the mysterious gate that had just appeared, intuition assured Mikhail that there was nothing to worry about, therefore, he immediately led the trio forward. Behind the gate was a long staircase leading up to a dark and profound area. Leon followed and stared at Mikhail with a gaze that was both curious and cautious. Despite venturing into dangerous places together, Leon now realized that he knew little about Mikhail as a person. Curious, Leon asked the butler Mordin, bothering him a bit, finally, what kind of person is Mikhail? He doesn't seem like someone of our age. Butler Mordin calmly responded, if you are curious about the young master's character, then he is no different from the rumors, they are entirely accurate, I assure you. Leon, a bit surprised, furrowed his brow in suspicion and looked towards Mikhail, seemingly not believing the words of Butler Mordin. He whispered to him, is it true, are those rumors about you accurate? Butler Mordin remained calmly composed and replied, that's correct, previously, the young master truly lacked skills, had no charm, and was not wise. I can only say that much because the young master only allows me to reveal so much. Leon glanced up at Mikhail, silently noting, he truly is an enigma. Most people try to conceal their shameful past, but he goes against the norm. Observing Mikhail's confident and mature demeanor, Leon couldn't help but ponder, perhaps he had overcome barriers that most people couldn't and had accepted his past as part of himself. After a moment of contemplation, Butler Mordin continued, however, he has changed a lot suddenly, I'm also amazed by that, still, he added, as if there was more to the story. Suddenly, he has changed a lot, I'm also amazed by that, still, he added, as if there was more to the story. After climbing all the stairs, Mikhail paused and spoke to Butler Mordin and Leon. It seemed like they might have missed a few things, but somehow they had arrived here. Before them now was the fourth gate, a massive yet simple wooden gate, quite different from the extravagant decor in the foyer. Mikhail gazed thoughtfully at the gate and whispered to himself, I can only guess what will happen from this point onwards. Before my rebirth, I could only pass through it once or twice, perhaps because it was meant to be hidden, but regardless, this checkpoint is different from the others. Mikhail touched the ancient characters engraved in the middle of the gate and muttered, the meaning of these characters is, don't try to understand. Despite the clear warning, Mikhail nonchalantly remarked, well, I guess its intention is to go in and not think too much, fine, I won't refuse this invitation. Leon, alarmed, quickly stopped Mikhail and exclaimed, wait, are you planning to open the gate right now? Mikhail calmly replied, we don't have any hints or alternative paths, so hesitating would be pointless. Suddenly, Mikhail reached out in front of Leon and Butler Mordin, making a few gestures. Ah, but before we go in, he said, surprising Leon, before entering, he explained, it's a thin barrier, just enough to protect us from physical and mental harm. With the preparations complete, Mikhail tilted his head and said, all right, now let's go inside. Immediately after, the heavy door creaked open with faint, echoing sounds. The space behind the door was as dark as ink, even narrowing the field of vision to just within an arm's length. Mikhail was the first to step through the gate, quickly acquainting himself with the darkness. He then promptly employed a light spell, creating a small glow in his hand. Carefully surveying the surroundings, he remarked, it's quite spacious in here. The light spell only illuminates a small area, so we can't know the actual size. Mikhail turned his gaze towards the darkness enclosing them and whispered, I can't even see where Butler Mordin and Leon are standing, it's too dark. Mikhail thought to himself, no need to worry too much about Butler Mordin, but I need to hurry for Leon. Suddenly, footsteps approached from behind Mikhail. Judging by the style of the shoes, it was clear that it wasn't Butler Mordin. Soon after, Leon's familiar voice called out Mikhail's name. Mikhail immediately glanced back and asked, Leon. The dark space around Mikhail, which had turned into a blood-drenched twilight scene, revealed Leon standing behind him. This was Leon's appearance in his matured form from a previous life, with a blood-stained, feral face. Leon arrogantly raised his gaze to look at Mikhail and replied, here I am, it's been a while, ha, you bastard. Mikhail remained silent, looking at the virtual image of Leon without a hint of surprise. He whispered to himself, ah, it's an illusion. Mikhail casually remarked to the illusion of Leon, not a bad imitation, I'd give you an 8 out of 10, but now, where's the real Leon? The illusion of Leon chuckled and said, "Why not reminisce about old memories?" Mikhail responded dismissively, "Enough, I'm not interested." The illusion of Leon suddenly widened its eyes and mockingly asked Mikhail, "Too lazy, huh?" The illusionary footsteps of Leon slowly approached Mikhail with a heavy, metallic clanging sound echoing. Around Mikhail was now a battlefield littered with corpses. The illusion of Leon confronted him with a challenging tone, "Can you ignore all of this?" The illusion sneered bitterly, "You managed to escape this hell alone, yet you still have the audacity to say those words." Advancing, he mockingly grabbed Mikhail's shoulder, "Do you really think you have the ability to do that? You're just a coward who knows how to run away." Mikhail spoke with a cold tone, "Now you're down to 7 points. The illusion of Leon looked at Mikhail in astonishment, "What do you mean?" Mikhail calmly replied, "I meant you lost points. The real Leon would never speak such words." Surprisingly, he opened his eyes wide and stared defiantly at the illusion, exuding a threatening aura. "You're tarnishing the name of my friend," Mikhail warned. "Buzz off," Mikhail said, and with that command, the illusion of Leon immediately vanished, carried away by a roaring wind. The wind swept through the entire twilight landscape, causing the illusion to dissipate and restoring the real scenery. Mikhail looked around and contemplated, realizing that illusionary magic could drive ordinary people to madness. Concerned about the potential impact on Butler Mordin and Leon, he pondered on the consequences of that magical influence. Suddenly, the voice of Butler Mordin echoed, calling out to Mikhail, "Young master." He rushed to Mikhail's side with a calm expression, seemingly unaffected by the illusions. "Here you are, I've been looking for you," Mordin said. Mikhail exclaimed, "Butler, you seem perfectly fine." Butler Mordin scratched his head and replied, "Yes, I think the barrier you created was quite effective." Mikhail responded with a laugh, as if he didn't know the true abilities of Butler Mordin. "Even better than expected, huh?" he teased, and Butler Mordin chuckled along, "Haha, you're joking again, sir." Curious, Butler Mordin looked at the sparkling crystals and asked Mikhail, "Are these mana crystals?" Mikhail nodded, confirming, "Yes, that's what they are." Butler Mordin marveled, "The amount of mana here is more than enough to make a duke wealthy." Suddenly, Butler Mordin noticed something, pointing towards the distance and saying to Mikhail, "Hey, young master, isn't that supposed to be Leon over there?" At that moment, Leon was trembling, huddled on the ground with his head in his hands. Butler Mordin hesitated and told Mikhail, "He doesn't seem well. Looks like he's in quite a state of shock. I don't know what illusions he saw, but it seems like he hasn't fully recovered from them." Seeing Mikhail quietly walking towards Leon, Butler Mordin tilted his head and asked, "What are you planning to do?" Mikhail calmly responded, "Not sure yet." He smirked mischievously at Butler Mordin and said, "Hit him." Leon was already drenched in sweat, seemingly bathed in fear. The illusions he witnessed must have been something truly terrifying. In Leon's ears, familiar voices echoed the words of the household servants, expressing hope in him. "You are our hope, young master, the awaited generation of the Sword Saint. We believe in you, young master. Surely, you can continue the glory of the family." Even the voice of Dargis, his father, joined in. "Indeed, my son." Leon felt as if hundreds of eyes were fixed on him. Deep within, Leon reminded himself that he had grown up in the expectations of his father and the household servants. He knew they cared deeply for him and placed high hopes on his shoulders. Therefore, he continually exerted effort to surpass other knights, ceaselessly striving. As time passed, Leon began to sink into his own ambitions. It became everything to him, or rather, it encompassed everything about him. Leon's consciousness gradually became blurred. He questioned why he had embarked on this long journey, a question to which he had no clear answer. As Leon lost his clarity of mind, Mikhail approached, his tone stern. "Hey, Leon, wake up." Leon lifted his head to look at Mikhail, his eyes entirely black. He grinned mischievously and mumbled, "Mikhail Volpurgis." In Leon's hazy thoughts, an image of Mikhail lying in a pool of blood appeared. Instead of horror, Leon felt an overwhelming excitement. If he could make Mikhail die, the entire stronghold would belong to his family. Leon reassured himself, thinking, "Yes, what's important is to bring glory and prosperity to the family." This also meant sacrificing allies. Blinded by ambition and the lure of fame, Leon raised his sword with a wicked smile. If bringing glory to his family required such actions, he was more than willing to do so. Witnessing Leon's erratic behavior, Mikhail didn't hesitate. He swung his arm and chanted an incantation, using the spell of banishing shadows. Mana arrows immediately shot forth, soaring towards Leon. Though their power was only a fraction of what Mikhail used when facing the Nostra Vampire Duke, it still far surpassed Leon's current combat abilities. Leon looked bewildered, stunned as he observed the powerful arrows hurtling towards him. Leon's senses were clouded by illusions, but luckily, he hadn't reached the point of losing his wits. As he witnessed the powerful arrows aimed at him, he felt a sense of horror, wondering what kind of terrifying magic this was. For a moment, Leon felt helpless, doubting his ability to overcome this monstrous foe.
especially when the creature seemed to have a thorough understanding of his mana skills. Contemplating the possibility of facing his own demise, Leon hesitated. The fear of sudden death overwhelmed him in this crucial moment. After a few seconds of internal struggle and realizing the slim chance of defeating Mikhail, Leon suddenly snapped back to consciousness. The dark hue in his eyes quickly dissipated. It was unexpected that even illusions could retreat in fear of death. Leon swiftly lowered his sword and said, "I'm back, Mikhail." Mikhail promptly retracted the Banishing Shadows spell and nodded in acknowledgement. "Good, I guess I missed the chance to give you a beating before you came to your senses," Mikhail remarked, perhaps expressing a hint of regret for not capitalizing on the opportunity while Leon was still disoriented. Mikhail smiled contentedly, taking a confident step forward. "All right, we've wasted quite a bit of time here, let's hurry and move on," he said. Leon glanced after Mikhail with a wary look. Leon thought to himself, "Geez, he truly is formidable, both his attitude and strength are things that make me not dare to underestimate him." Mikhail continued to stride forward. Technically, the trio's mission to explore the crystal mine had been accomplished, but Mikhail still sought something more crucial. Leon and Butler Morden were puzzled, unsure of Mikhail's destination and what he was searching for. Consequently, they silently trailed behind him. Mikhail ventured deep into the forest, and a thick fog enveloped him. He thought to himself, "The mist seems to be getting denser with each step I take." Mikhail contemplated, first the forest, now the mist. Fully immersed in the fog, Mikhail scrutinized his surroundings and carefully deduced, "This mist seems real, and it's likely they created it here with a purpose." Leon's and Butler Morden's voices echoed through the mist. "Hey, Mikhail, where are you, master?" Although Mikhail heard them, he chose not to respond. He thought to himself, "I doubt Leon and the butler can find me at this moment, that means it's calling for me." Afterward, Mikhail pressed on deeper into the thick mist. Breaking through the veiling fog, Mikhail arrived at a more open expanse of the forest. He continued to walk with ease and muttered to himself, "Ah, this should be the place." Before Mikhail, a charming little cottage emerged, and inside sat a girl who seemed to have been there for a long time, patiently awaiting the first person to discover this place. Within the picturesque cottage scene, the young girl appeared as beautiful as an angel, blessed by divine grace. As soon as Mikhail emerged from the thick mist, the girl greeted him with a gentle and radiant smile, resembling the brightness of autumn sunlight. With a cheerful demeanor, the girl spoke to Mikhail. "Hello there." While Mikhail maintained a calm expression, he inquired, "Are you the caretaker here?" The girl widened her eyes, looking at Mikhail. Aren't you surprised at all?" Mikhail didn't hesitate to stride towards the cottage, calmly acknowledging his peculiar nature. "You see, I'm a bit of a nervous wreck," he admitted with ease. Observing Mikhail's unusual reaction, the girl didn't seem too bothered. I guess that's not a big deal. Anyway, it's not important." Setting aside the question of whether Mikhail truly had nervous tendencies or not, the girl maintained a friendly demeanor. "I think I should introduce myself first, right? I am." Mikhail suddenly interjected, surprising the girl. "I know who you are. You're Set, the guardian of the sacred relic, the first disciple of the goddess Ar." Set exclaimed, "How did you know?" Mikhail calmly replied, "You don't need to explain unnecessary things, I've proven myself worthy." He continued to interrupt Set, confidently asserting, "I believe I am qualified to receive the reward you've prepared." Set, looking slightly annoyed at being cut off, hesitated before speaking. "That's true, but..." Mikhail, pretending innocence, replied, "I'm just trying to act that way." Mikhail, pretending innocence, replied, "I'm just trying to act that way." Losing patience, he urged Set, "Don't worry, I am sure to fulfill your wish." "That's why I came here," Set immediately retorted. "My wish? I haven't mentioned anything like that to you." Mikhail smirked, "I just feel that you must have some wishes." Set couldn't help but be suspicious of Mikhail after those words. She scrutinized him carefully. After a moment of contemplation, Set finally relaxed her guard and said, "All right, anyway, my task is simply to hand over the relic to the one who successfully overcomes the challenge, so, whatever quirks you have are not an issue." As Set reached out her hand, the table's surface immediately emitted light, revealing a matrix with ancient symbols rotating. Accompanied by Set's incantations, a beam of green light descended from the sky. In the midst of this surreal glow, a pendant shaped like an eye appeared. Set told Mikhail, "Here it is, this is the reward you rightfully deserve." Set introduced, "It is also the sacred object containing my power, just carrying it with me. Whenever needed, it will transform into a shield or a spear to protect me. I have never named it, but I guess I can use my own name and call it Setstorm." Looking at that magical item, Mikhail now felt confused. Setstorm, wait a minute, what is this? He held the ring in his hand and observed it carefully. His heart couldn't help but be puzzled. He couldn't possibly be mistaken. This thing is definitely 100% different from the item our group found before I reincarnated. The more Mikhail thought, the more he found it difficult to understand the huge difference between the two items. Set noticed Mikhail's suspicious gaze and said, "There's nothing to doubt, I assure you, this item is genuine and valuable, it won't disappoint you. I would never give a fake item to someone who has crossed the fourth gate." Mikhail furrowed his brow, contemplating, "I guess if this is the truly divine item with sacred power, then. So, the item that caused hundreds of sacrifices in the previous life was just a fake item." Thinking about this, Mikhail couldn't help but grip the ring in his hand tightly, feeling a surge of anger. He bitterly asked Set, "If one has only reached the third gate, is there any way to obtain the real item?" Set straightforwardly replied, "No, there isn't. However, if you think carefully, there will be a continuation from the third gate, but if you can't recognize that, then." Mikhail continued in a contemplative tone, "It means that person doesn't deserve to receive the real item." Set looked up at Mikhail. If the sacred item falls into the hands of the undeserving, it would be a great waste." Mikhail remained deep in thought, gazing at the ring. This proved that Siegfried was indeed unworthy. Mikhail sighed softly and then put on the ring. "All right, I understand it all now." As soon as the ring was worn around Mikhail's neck, the surface of the ring immediately shattered, and the golden chain slowly disappeared. The ring transformed into a gentle, soft blue light enveloping Mikhail's entire body. Set, seeing the process of merging the item into Mikhail completed, spoke up, "It's not an ordinary necklace, it's a complex barrier that will protect your body and soul." Mikhail was fascinated by this revelation, realizing that it was not just a regular piece of armor. Set continued to explain, "It will protect you from any attacks once a day." Mikhail, slightly hesitant, asked, "Just once a day?" Set replied, "It depends on your level, it can change, but for now, the limit is once a day." Suddenly, Mikhail looked up at Set and hesitated, "By the way, it seems like your body is gradually disappearing." Set continued to wear a gentle smile on her lips, despite her fading form. Her eyes briefly showed a hint of sadness as she told Mikhail, "It's time for me to go. My mission is to return the sacred item to the deserving one. Now that I've completed this task, I have to leave." She forced a smile and said, "My duty is to pass on the sacred item to the worthy one. Now that I've completed this task, it's time for me to leave." Mikhail pondered while muttering under his breath. It seemed like the time-freezing enchantment around the tomb was about to lose its effect. Suddenly, he asked Set, "If you didn't disappear, what would you do?" Set couldn't hide the sadness on her face. There was no way to salvage it. To be able to repair the ancient magical barrier, Mikhail needed knowledge equivalent to or surpassing that of a 9th-grade mage. Basically, it was an impossible task. Set seemed to have given up, pausing for a moment before softly continuing, "But if I could witness how the world would change by myself, that would be wonderful." After saying this, Set reluctantly smiled before bidding farewell to this world. Mikhail swept his hand over the table and nodded at Set, saying, "I understand what you mean." He quickly walked past Set and remarked, "So you still want to stay in this world, huh?" Mikhail headed straight to the forest behind Set. He halted in front of a massive magical apparatus in operation. Placing his hand on the control pillar of the magic array system, he immersed himself in thought. I understand now, so, this is how it operates." Mikhail said to Set, "I think this is the best way to prolong its magical power as much as possible." Set panicked and ran towards Mikhail, wondering what he was planning. Mikhail replied, "Isn't it what you said? You want to witness how this world changes, right?" He smiled at Set and added, "I'll do this, so you can see the world with your own eyes." Then, he used magic to enhance the time-freezing enchantment. As Mikhail's magic took effect, Set's body emitted a bright green light. Set exclaimed in amazement, "My body is glowing, isn't it?" In this moment, the mana crystals were also glowing brightly. The colossal crystals surrounding the magic array system maintained the time-freezing enchantment. Mikhail admired the result of his magic and couldn't help but praise himself. Excellent." Feeling quite pleased with himself, Mikhail was suddenly interrupted by Set's sarcastic remark, "Excellent, my foot." Set, furious and trembling, exclaimed, "What in the world, what?" Suddenly, she found herself shrinking, and she angrily yelled, "What on earth is happening? Why is my beautiful body becoming so small?" Mikhail calmly responded, "It's cute, isn't it?" Set, irritated, retorted, "Cute my foot." Set bounced up, accusing Mikhail, "Do you know that I'm a disciple serving the old deity?" Mikhail calmly replied, "I apologize for making you small, but to prolong the time-freezing enchantment as much as possible, I had to do it." It was at this moment that Set remembered an important detail and immediately interrogated Mikhail, "Wait, are you a grand mage, the 9th-grade mage?" Mikhail honestly replied, "No, I'm not." Set, still in disbelief, asked again, Then it's impossible, you can't recreate the time-freezing enchantment without possessing the 9th-grade mage ring." She complained, expressing her frustration, "I've never experienced anything like this before." Suddenly, Mikhail called Set's name with a gentle and affectionate tone, Feeling a bit self-satisfied, Mikhail patted his chest. I'm a genius, you know, a genius with exceptional talents. Set, feeling speechless, looked at Mikhail with a cold and indifferent gaze. She grumbled, don't tell me that's the reason.
Mikhail confidently affirmed, yes, that's the reason.
Meanwhile, in the Parslope estate, Dargis was restless, pacing and sighing continuously. He looked out of the window with a contemplative expression. Quite some time has passed, he thought. Dargis furrowed his brow. Feeling worried, he murmured to himself, perhaps I've placed my trust in a mage of little consequence. I hope nothing has gone wrong.
Just then, a knight entered Dargis' room, bowing respectfully. Dargis promptly asked, what's the matter?
The knight hesitated before responding, Sir, just now, young Master Mikhail Walpurgis and young Master Leon have returned after conquering the dungeon, sir. Dargis stood there in disbelief, as if he couldn't quite grasp what he had just heard. It was indeed hard to imagine that only 3 individuals had successfully explored the dungeon. Shortly after, carts were swiftly brought to the dungeon by Dargis, starting the process of extracting the abundant mana crystal resources. The estate steward, Mordin, remained astounded by the massive quantity of crystals. He said, My lord, in my lifetime, I've never seen such pure mana crystals, and there's still so much more. He continued to exclaim, Oh, heavens, I have no idea how much all of this is worth. While everyone marveled at the wealth of resources, what caught Dargis's attention more was the talented young man standing beside him. Dargis glanced at Mikhail and expressed curiosity. Even professional adventurer teams couldn't conquer it, yet you managed it so effortlessly. Mikhail grinned mischievously and replied, It did cause me a bit of trouble, to be honest. Dargis muttered with a hint of skepticism, You seem to have faced quite a few troubles, but I don't see it in you. Mikhail calmly responded, I never promise something I can't deliver. Dargis glanced at Mikhail and silently thought, Perhaps I've been blinded by the rumors. How could I forget the true nature of the Walpurgis lineage? He marveled, the Walpurgis bloodline always excels at concealing themselves. Mikhail cheerfully informed Dargis, So, as promised, I'll take half of the resources for the achievement of conquering the dungeon. Dargis reluctantly nodded and murmured under his breath, I should have bargained a bit more if I had known this would happen. Mikhail playfully added, I heard that. Mikhail smirked with satisfaction, thinking that the Duke might act as if he regrets it, but whether he truly sees it as a loss or not would require further consideration. Mikhail privately acknowledged, he spent a significant amount of money to conquer the dungeon, yet he hasn't gained anything substantial from it. The pressure of conquering the dungeon is increasing day by day, and he must be quite worried about it. He thought, I could help him get through this phase, and felt proud to be able to save his close family's lineage from the threat of collapse. Feeling a bit shortchanged, Dargis suddenly reminded Mikhail, Anyway, what about the thing you promised to give us? Mikhail straightforwardly asked, Are you referring to Mullier's spiritual energy cultivation? Dargis promptly replied, As you might already know, the earlier Mullier learns about spiritual energy cultivation, the better, so, I'd like you to fulfill your promise as soon as possible. Mikhail casually remarked, Well, I guess we don't have to wait any longer. He readily agreed to Dargis's request, suggesting, Why not start today? 4 days later, a rumor began to circulate in the border town, Hey, have you heard? 2 knights were discussing the news. Young Master Leon now has a swordsmanship advisor. An advisor, is there a knight here of such high rank? While on the dull guard duty, the 2 knights seemed quite excited about the topic. One of them expressed doubt, saying, I don't think he's a knight. Well, what do you mean? His curious companion asked, If he's not a knight, then who is he? I guess he's a mage or something similar. The other knight promptly responded, Clearly, he is a mage. Meanwhile, Leon was truly enduring Mikhail's rigorous training. He ran vigorously around the training ground, shouting, What is this? Leon couldn't help but sprint as Mikhail's magical arrows relentlessly chased after him. Leon wielded his sword vigorously to block Mikhail's successive attacks while complaining, You promised to teach me Mullier's spiritual energy cultivation. Mikhail calmly controlled the arrows and replied, I am doing that now. I also think I'm being quite gentle. Sitting on Mikhail's shoulder, Set teased, Just one night, and the meaning of gentle has changed. She looked towards Leon, who was struggling against the arrows, and nodded, Well, I admit your training method is interesting, not bad at all. Mikhail, satisfied, asked, Do you really think so? Set interpreted Mikhail's actions, noting that he was creating a natural flow of mana and making Leon aware of it. Anyway, normal knights don't necessarily know how to use mana accurately. So, I don't think this is a bad way to train. Meanwhile, Leon, unable to dodge, was hit by an arrow in the back. Annoyed, he exclaimed, I got hit in the bone. Mikhail calmly responded, Oh, congratulations. Immediately after, Leon took another hit in the stomach, and he yelled, What the devil is this? Leon lay flat on the ground and complained, What kind of training is this? Mikhail calmly replied, I learned this Mullier's chi technique from someone qualified, so you don't need to worry about it. Leon continued to grumble, which crazy idiot came up with this training method, unaware that Mikhail was mimicking the exact method of chi technique transmission that Leon had used in his previous life, where Leon had said that even mages needed a certain level of physical fitness, and Mikhail had suffered quite a bit from it. Leon, still unaware of the connection, pointed out, I told you it hit my bone. Mikhail, currently looking at Leon with a vengeful gaze, responded, yes, precisely, your future is just like that. Although the training had a revengeful tone, Mikhail also earnestly guided Leon. He advised Leon to try converting mana the way he was doing it. Leon, bewildered, asked, right now. Following Mikhail's instructions, Leon closed his eyes and began sensing the abundant flow of energy within his body, trying to align with that flow. When Leon opened his eyes, he noticed that chi was easily emanating from his sword. He exclaimed, my body feels much less tense now. Mikhail explained, the way you convert mana to resist my magic spells is actually part of the training. Leon nodded, so you weren't just doing that for no reason. Mikhail smirked, do you think I have nothing better to do? Mikhail then advised Leon to familiarize himself with the current method of converting mana. He emphasized that it was the most crucial step and assured Leon that continuous practice while maintaining this sensation would naturally perfect his martial art. Observing Leon deep in thought, Mikhail silently hoped that he would grasp the concept soon. Mikhail smiled with satisfaction, knowing that things would progress faster since he had shown Leon the shortcut. Truly, he couldn't wait for the moment when everything would come together, the ultimate destination of Mullier's chi technique. After Leon's training session, Mikhail had some private time to use the training grounds on his own. Set, curious, looked around and remarked, well, it seems there's really no one around. I guess it's not a problem, anyway, no one else can see me. Mikhail responded, I've already informed the Duke. This is my private, inviolable time here. Set hesitated and glanced at Mikhail. If you insist on being alone, it probably means this is something personal. Should I leave you alone? Mikhail shook his head. No, there's no need. Afterwards, Mikhail summoned the appearing necklace and began to experiment with its power, creating a whirlwind of energy. Set, observing this, immediately remarked, you're planning to test a storm, huh? Surely you can use it for purposes other than self-defense. Mikhail nodded. Now that I possess it, I need to explore all the different ways to use it. Set smirked confidently and said, if you need guidance, I can help you. I've been responsible for it for quite a while, so I know a lot about it. Mikhail handed her a cold glass of water, stating, I will do something even you don't know. Set, upon hearing this, immediately heated up. What, you dare talk about using the storm in front of me? Mikhail explained that she might still be too young to understand how a sacred artifact operates, but the cycle is a natural manifestation of mana. Sacred artifacts, like the necklace, have endless ways of utilization, and Mikhail's words truly surprised Set. Subsequently, Mikhail began to manipulate the small storm of green energy according to his will. The whirlwind moved around for a while before returning to Mikhail's position. Deep in thought, Mikhail reflected, before returning, the storm doesn't belong to itself. But as a mage, I'm truly fascinated by it, so I often research and analyze it. I've formulated a hypothesis about it. Perhaps I can use that with my own free-flowing mana circulation method. The fundamental principle behind the free-flowing circulation method is multi-mana circulation. And multi-mana cycling has many limitations due to the gears. And all the flaws in the freeform cycling method are because I cannot control the gears properly. After Mikhail infused the energy of the storm into his mana cycle, a brilliant light emanated from his body, startling Set, who exclaimed, what are you doing? Mikhail didn't immediately respond as he was deeply focused on his deductions. Mikhail pondered to himself, what if I use the storm to solve this problem? At that precise moment, the light radiating from Mikhail became even more dazzling. Just as Set realized Mikhail's intentions, he shouted, are you crazy? You're using the storm for your mana cycle? Stop right now, you'll destroy your own body. However, right after that, Set's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, what the? She looked at Mikhail in bewilderment and asked, how can you control the flow of mana so effortlessly? Mikhail recalled the time before his revival, when he lost control of the storm in desperation. He had tried to gather information about holy artifacts to discover commonalities among them. To explore these connections, he analyzed the storm's data. It was during this investigation that he realized he could control holy artifacts. Mikhail reminded himself, now is the time to put my theory to the test. Immediately after that, he used the storm in conjunction with an amplification spell to create a new magical circle. Mikhail felt a sense of joy within. In the blink of an eye, he could create a temporary magic circle by harnessing the storm and merging mana. Mikhail continued his experiments, starting with a 6th grade incantation. He inscribed ancient golden-orange runes into the air.
After Mikhail wrote these ancient runes, the fire magic field was successfully deployed, and flames began to flicker around him. Set, astonished, gasped, 6th grade, how can you use a 6th grade incantation at this age? This was the first time she witnessed a mage of such formidable power at such a young age. Mikhail continued to lead Set from one surprise to another, and she muttered in amazement, now it's 7th grade, really, stop it. Despite Set's protests that he couldn't possibly use incantations higher than his own grade, Mikhail paid no heed. He completed the gravitation spell, causing the ground to crack open. Immediately after his incantation, broken stone fragments floated in midair as if unaffected by gravity. Not only did small chunks of stone fly into the air, but almost the entire training ground was upheaved in the blink of an eye. With the power of magic, the laws of physics became meaningless, Set exclaimed in astonishment, no way, success. Once again, Mikhail left Set amazed at what he could achieve. As a disciple of the old deity, Set never imagined Mikhail could perform such feats. Afterward, time passed swiftly. It had been a week since Leon began training with the Molière method. In just 1 week, the aura emanating from Leon's sword had become as potent as a year of regular training. Leon joyfully observed the results of his training and chuckled, so this is the perfected Molière training method. Leon excitedly cheered, incredible. Mikhail smiled in response, I'm glad to see you so satisfied. Mikhail silently thought to himself, at this rate, you'll undoubtedly become a holy swordsman within a few years. Suddenly, Leon, curious, asked, by the way, what are you planning to do with the shrine? Mikhail tilted his head, puzzled. Leon continued, I thought you taught me the Molière training method to join the shrine's hero selection, isn't that why? Mikhail, remembering, pondered for a moment and said, oh, right. He glanced at Set and thought, almost forgot, got too absorbed in acquiring the first holy artifact. Mikhail reminded himself, Cassandra, I need to confirm her whereabouts before I can be at ease with the shrine. He wondered how to locate Cassandra now. Just then, Miriam rushed in, saying, my apologies, young master. Leon questioned, what's going on? Miriam hesitated and replied, I'm sorry, but we have a guest, so I came here to inform you. Leon, puzzled, asked the knight, a guest? I don't recall having insts. Miriam hesitated for a while and finally stammered, why yes. Observing Miriam's awkward demeanor, Mikhail could infer and mumbled under his breath, well, at a glance. Must be Island. He glanced at Miriam, noting his anxious attitude, but Mikhail seemed unsurprised by Island's unexpected appearance. At this moment, Island had already entered the guest room on the Parslope estate. Her presence was undoubtedly not related to any engagement with Leon. She glanced around the room and couldn't help but smirk, muttering to herself, indeed, there's nothing special about this place. Island disdainfully rolled her eyes at the ordinary furnishings in the room, secretly mocking their plainness much like the insignificance of their influence and history. Frustrated, she clenched her fists. However, she reminded herself that to become a knight, she needed to prove herself to her father. Bitterly recalled the time when her Lindell family fell into disfavor due to her past mistakes. Her father had told her that the Walpurgis lineage had no connection with her anymore, so she could do as she pleased, and he wouldn't intervene. Her father hadn't blamed her for the Lindell family's decline. Island couldn't shake the feelings of guilt. Despite her father's reassurance, the weight of remorse lingered in her mind. She lowered her head in self-blame, feeling responsible for the complete destruction of the Lindell family. Just then, the door to the guest room swung open. Island immediately regained her composure, determined. I must defeat that Leon Parslope, the one revered as the sword deity, in the upcoming duel. Island gazed out of the door with a resolute look, thinking, I have to prove that I am worthy of becoming a knight. However, standing before her now was the face she least wanted to see. Mikhail. With an innocent wave, he greeted, hey there. Island couldn't hide her displeasure, but Mikhail seemed oblivious to the tension. Island widened her eyes in surprise, Mikhail. Mikhail calmly replied, yes, it's me. Island awkwardly asked, why are you here? Mikhail casually sat down across from Island and said, what do you mean? I was invited here legitimately. He raised an eyebrow, turning the question back to Island, aren't you the unexpected visitor? Island, feeling flustered, sat in a stiff position. Well, yes. She was too surprised by Mikhail's presence, and her awkwardness only grew as she struggled to compose herself. Mikhail calmly observed Island's confusion and reassured, don't worry, I no longer harbor any resentment towards you. We cancelled the engagement amicably, and I've gained even more prestige since then. Internally, Mikhail felt satisfied. After all the things he had done, the aristocratic family had announced to the public that both families had unanimously agreed to annul the engagement, not because Mikhail Walpurgis failed to meet the standards. Of course, people were shocked when they read the statement, as they had perceived Mikhail as a young man full of flaws.
Mikhail chuckled to himself, thinking, now that the rumor about me not meeting the standards is no longer circulating, I'm quite pleased with how things turned out. He looked towards Aileen, her face painted with a hint of gray, wondering if she felt the same. Aileen nervously changed the subject, asking about the absence of the master. Mikhail cheerfully replied, he's taking a bath, he'll join us for a conversation once he's done. Shortly after, his expression turned serious again. So, what brings you here today? He inquired. Aileen hesitated before responding. I, as a knight from another clan, simply wished to observe the sword techniques of your clan. Mikhail looked suspicious, and Aileen affirmed, yes, sword techniques. Reluctantly speaking, of course, you'll find me shameless, but Mikhail immediately reassured, no, not at all. In his mind, he calculated silently, thinking that in the future, the more strong people he had by his side, the better. There's no reason for me to hate her. If I can make use of her, it's even better for me. After a few seconds of thought, Mikhail suddenly came up with an idea. Hold on, maybe I could make use of her. Unexpectedly, Mikhail broke into a friendly and affectionate smile, calling Aileen's name. Mikhail's unusual behavior sent shivers down Aileen's spine. Why is he suddenly looking at me like that? Mikhail leaned casually towards Aileen and said, you're coming here to observe the techniques of other clans shows that you want to become stronger. Mikhail stood up with a cheerful expression and told Aileen, if that's the case, I'll give you a chance. Curious, Aileen asked, a chance, what do you mean? Mikhail explained, Leon is a bit stubborn, I don't think he'd appreciate you suddenly showing up like this. That's why I want to intervene. Mikhail's next words left Aileen wide-eyed in astonishment. That's also why I want to lend a helping hand. Right after that, Mikhail led Aileen to the training grounds and called Leon over. Just after Leon had finished showering, he was summoned to the training grounds and curiously asked Mikhail, what's going on, Mikhail, why did you suddenly ask me to come to the training area? Mikhail grinned mischievously, oh, you're here. Leon still hadn't noticed that Aileen was standing next to Mikhail, as he remained focused on Mikhail with a look of astonishment. Mikhail continued to wear a mischievous grin, appearing to be scheming something. Ignoring Aileen's presence, Leon pointed directly at Mikhail's face and exclaimed, that expression of yours. Startled, Leon cried out, my instincts tell me that when you're about to do something foolish, you put on that expression. Mikhail squinted his eyes at Leon, revealing a sly look. I'm disappointed to know that you think that way. What can I do to make my expression look more innocent then? Mikhail retorted. Aileen, curious and puzzled, couldn't understand what was happening. Leon, becoming even more astonished, mentioned Lindell, wondering if she had come here with Mikhail. Don't tell me, Leon thought, as he suddenly understood why Mikhail had put on that mysterious expression. A few hours later, Aileen found herself dodging magical arrows cast by Mikhail as she ran around the training grounds. Frustrated, she exclaimed, you said you would teach me, that's why I followed you here. Set couldn't help but smirk at Mikhail's audacious actions. He's a bit too spirited, isn't he? Set remarked, but Mikhail dismissed Set's reminder with a nonchalant attitude, grinning in response to Aileen, but I didn't lie, did I? Mikhail reminded Aileen, there are plenty of opportunities for you to learn, look around. At this moment, Aileen glanced over to where Leon was on the other side of the training grounds, struggling against Mikhail's magical arrows. However, unlike before when he could only run for cover, Leon had become adept at deflecting Mikhail's arrows, though it still seemed challenging. Clearly, he had made remarkable progress. Witnessing this scene, Aileen couldn't help but be amazed. He can block all those attacks so deftly. While Aileen relaxed her guard, an arrow suddenly darted down under her feet. Immediately after, Aileen was knocked down to the ground without a chance to react. Looking somewhat embarrassed, Aileen glanced at Leon and asked Mikhail, is the difficulty level between me and Leon's successor different? Mikhail replied, no, of course not, it's just that you have more vulnerabilities, making you more susceptible to attacks. Mikhail reassured Aileen, who seemed a bit frustrated, hoping that she had learned a lot from the experience. Aileen spoke with a heavy tone, I've learned a lot. She stood up and tried to conceal her disappointment, saying, compared to me, Leon's successor seems much more skilled. Mikhail, nonchalant, responded, well, that's probably the case. Aileen almost wanted to cry, and as Mikhail observed her silently from behind, he thought to himself, it's not that she doesn't have weaknesses, but she's undoubtedly a natural talent. I'm sure of it. Trying to comfort Aileen, who seemed to be falling into despair, Mikhail reassured her, now, I'll tell you what I really want you to know. Aileen looked skeptical and asked, what do you want to tell me? What about everything that happened earlier? Mikhail casually dropped a remark that infuriated Aileen, saying it was just for fun. Mikhail whispered to himself, in the previous life, she should have become stronger and been a great help to all of us. That's why I'll make sure she can become stronger this time.
With that in mind, Mikhail extended his hand in front of Islan, smiling warmly, and suggested, "Let me propose an idea to you." Without waiting for Islan's opinion, Mikhail cheerfully stated, "Allow me to introduce an instructor for you." Islan looked at Mikhail with a mix of suspicion and discomfort. Without hesitation, she pushed Mikhail's hand away, saying, "I don't need to find an instructor." She continued bluntly, "And I doubt whether you, a mage, have the expertise to talk to me about suitable cultivation techniques." Leon, standing beside them, quickly came to Mikhail's defense, saying, "He seems trustworthy, miss, look at his eyes." Leon, unabashed, revealed, "After all, he's the one who taught me cultivation techniques." Islan, bewildered, murmured, "A mage can't possibly instruct in aura cultivation." Mikhail calmly responded, "Indeed, I can't personally practice aura cultivation, but if I understand the theory behind it, I can still teach it to others." Islan, still skeptical, furrowed her brow and looked at Leon standing dumbfounded behind her. His face did not resemble that of a cunning or deceitful person. After a moment of contemplation, Islan nodded slightly. "I understand, if someone proficient in aura cultivation says so, it must be accurate." Islan immediately bowed before Mikhail. "I apologize for my rudeness." Mikhail was puzzled, wondering why she suddenly apologized. Islan remained earnestly bowed, saying, "Nevertheless, you had good intentions in offering me advice." Mikhail felt a bit surprised. He had previously assumed she didn't know how to apologize. It seemed he was mistaken. Observing Islan's sincere apology, Mikhail completely changed his perspective on her. As Islan lifted her head, she caught a glimpse of Mikhail's unexpectedly intense gaze. "Curious," she asked, "why are you looking at me like that?" Mikhail playfully replied, deliberately teasing Islan, "Oh, nothing, I just never thought you'd have the conscience to apologize." Islan eagerly suggested, "Then introduce me to the instructor." Mikhail hesitated before responding, "You're quite persistent, aren't you?" He straightforwardly asked Islan, "Do you really think I'd provide that information for free? Receiving something of equivalent value is only fair, right?" Mikhail's unexpected conditions left Islan contemplating for a moment. After a while, she hesitantly asked, Would you accept payment later?" Mikhail promptly refused, "No." Upon hearing this, Islan sighed and began searching for something in her bag. She pulled out a crystal and handed it to Mikhail, asking, "Will this do?" Mikhail was astonished. "I never thought I'd see a perfect mana crystal here," Islan replied confidently. "I knew you'd recognize it." Islan explained to Mikhail, "Initially, I intended to use this for negotiations, as it's a rare item that makes dungeon conquest easier by lowering the difficulty level." Mikhail was even more surprised. She intended to negotiate using an essential item for dungeon conquest. This meant that the Lindell clan already knew about the situation in the Parslope clan's dungeon. Thinking about Islan's father behind this, Mikhail muttered to himself, "Indeed, the old devil is cunning." Before, Mikhail never thought that Duke Lindell could find out about this, but now, thinking back, it was very likely that he wanted to form an alliance with the Parslope family due to their dungeon. Afterwards, without hesitation, Mikhail accepted the crystal from Islan, saying, "All right, I consider this sufficient." Having the exchanged item, Mikhail got straight to the point. "You probably know about the unlawful arbiter." As soon as the unlawful arbiter was mentioned, Leon's eyes widened in surprise. He was both curious and intrigued by the mention of that name. Excitedly, Leon asked Mikhail, "Are you talking about that mysterious figure from the western region, one of the few swordmasters on the continent without any allegiance to a kingdom?" Mikhail calmly replied, "Exactly." The person Mikhail referred to is the formidable western warrior, Muliamari Allen, a female swordsman with a painful past and many closely guarded secrets. In Mikhail's previous life, she defeated the commander of the 7th Legion, one of the 12 strongest generals in the Demon Lord's army. Mikhail solemnly told Islan, "She is the instructor I want to introduce to you." Islan raised an eyebrow in skepticism. "Even if you come from the Valpurgis clan, how could you possibly persuade someone who isn't even a border official in the West?" Mikhail calmly replied, "You don't need to worry about that. With someone who knows everything about the unlawful arbiter, I am confident that I can convince her to become your mentor." Mikhail suddenly turned to Leon and said, "Leon, do you remember our previous discussion about that temple?" Leon nodded, "I remember. When do I have to go there?" Mikhail responded promptly, "Tomorrow. Furthermore, you need to prepare. Tomorrow, we will head to the capital." Turning to Islan, Mikhail spoke as if giving an order, "You need to prepare too. Tomorrow, we're going to the capital." With too much unexpected information coming at once, Islan, in a state of confusion, asked Mikhail, "I'm sorry, but why me?" Mikhail calmly replied, "Isn't it better for you to start learning cultivation techniques sooner? That's why I invited you to join us." Mikhail thought to himself, most likely, she'll only be around for this period. Typically, she would stay near the border of the Western Empire. The hero selection event is not trusted by anyone. and the unlawful arbiter appears in the capital during that time. This is the perfect opportunity to address both issues simultaneously, killing two birds with one stone, Mikhail calculated silently. At this moment, Island was still stunned, unable to grasp all the information. After a while, she reacted vehemently, shouting, But this is too sudden. Why would you suddenly ask me to come to the capital? You have to explain to me first." Mikhail found Island's reaction somewhat amusing, and he innocently offered an explanation. "I just thought being a hero would be cool." That night, in the Parslope family mansion, while everyone had succumbed to sleep, faint whispers could still be heard emanating from Mikhail's room. Set playfully remarked to Mikhail, "Those kids are quite interesting. Unlike you, acting like that suits their age better." Set seized the opportunity to tease the older Mikhail. She asked Mikhail jokingly, "Why don't you act a bit more like them?" Mikhail calmly responded, "You see, I've got a bit of a flaw." Mikhail looked at the perfect mana crystal on the table and pondered, a perfect mana crystal, an excellent item. Set, curious, asked Mikhail, "What do you plan to use this for?" Mikhail nodded, "Oh, I know, I'll use it like any mage would." Mikhail took out the spatial bag he obtained from the fairy creatures in the dungeon and told Set, "I'll craft an artifact for myself." Set marveled, saying, "You never fail to show me something new every time. What kind of artifact do you plan to create?" Mikhail hesitated. "Well, with so many materials, I can make various things." Mikhail continued his calculations, "But, as I said, I'll use it like any mage would." He grinned with delight, "I'll create a scepter." Set, puzzled, asked Mikhail, "But don't you need a staff to properly contain that mana crystal?" Set wondered, "To extract this much from a mana crystal, you'll need a staff with at least 100 years of holy power." Mikhail continued to chuckle, "I already know how I'm going to obtain that." Set, impressed, exclaimed, "You're really confident." Mikhail raised his head to look at Set. "It's not unrelated to her, you know." Set looked at Mikhail with clear eyes. "What do you mean?" Mikhail, with an excited expression, revealed, "The staff I'm planning to use is a branch from that world." He looked at Set with an indescribable enthusiasm. Set, upon hearing Mikhail's words, was once again taken aback. Set, confused, asked Mikhail, "How do you know I'm related to the world tree?" Mikhail chuckled and replied, "It's easy to find out about that." He continued to explain to Set, "Of course, I'm not saying I'll create the staff right now, I'm just planning and preparing. Mana crystals are powerful items, and we will refine them to create an orb. However, refining mana crystals is not an easy task, and the consequences of a failed refinement of a high-level mana crystal can be so powerful that it could blow away an entire territory." Mikhail smiled confidently, assuring Set that such a thing wouldn't happen. He could be so confident because, before his revival, Mikhail had refined mana many times, likely hundreds. His confidence in his knowledge and skills as a master alchemist with decades of experience was evident as he immediately began the task. As Mikhail's energy flowed into the crystal, intricate mana circuits appeared, interweaving like a complex network of stacked threads, challenging to separate. Set couldn't help but marvel at the incredibly intricate lattice of mana streams within the stone. He wondered if Mikhail was really planning to navigate through hundreds of thousands of these mana lines to refine it. Mikhail focused on the crystal and whispered to himself, "I need to add an activating signature at each layer, and as for the amount of mana allowed, there shouldn't be any limit, I presume." Mikhail began chanting a series of intricate incantations, carving special runes, manipulating mana, amplifying, and binding enchantments. Set, curious, asked Mikhail how he could achieve such mastery that only high-level mages possessed. Mikhail calmly replied, "Talent and patience," making Set visibly disgusted with his self-satisfaction. Mikhail sighed, "Now, for the final step." And then pricked a fingertip, letting blood flow out. The drops of blood were dripped directly onto the stone on the table. Mikhail told Set, "I just need to make a slight adjustment to imbue it with my mana attributes." After being permeated with Mikhail's blood, the stone immediately transformed, becoming round and pitch black. Mikhail, satisfied, said, "Done." Set, curious, approached the stone and asked, "Normally, one can discern someone's mana attributes through the color of the orb, but this one doesn't have any color." Mikhail casually wiped his hands and replied, I don't have that limitation, I'm inherently compatible with all types of magic." Set exclaimed in astonishment, "What unjust talent is this?" Immediately, Mikhail demonstrated an example for Set by conjuring a small fireball. The stone on the table also changed to a red hue. Mikhail explained to Set, "Its color will change based on the type of magic I use, that's all." Set focused intently on the stone and muttered under his breath, "Truly insane." Mikhail held up the stone for examination, and the mana consumption decreased significantly while the output level increased. Suddenly, his gaze turned cold as he looked out the window. "It's time.
Testing the maximum power level of this, Mikhail looked into the distance and prepared to create another shocking event.
That night, the mountain outside the town experienced unusual disturbances.
The next morning, everything outside the mountain appeared normal, but a significant event had indeed occurred. Before heading to the capital, Leon excitedly told Mikhail, "Hey, have you heard, last night, the entire orc camp on the mountain was wiped out." Mikhail responded indifferently, "Oh, really?" Leon continued his confused narrative. "It was the camp of a troublesome monster, so this is good news. The issue is the origin of this. My father struggled all morning to find out the cause of this."
Mikhail still wore a nonchalant expression as if it weren't his concern. "Well, that's understandable."
Leon looked at Mikhail with a suspicious gaze. "Why do you seem so indifferent? Do you already know about this?" Immediately after, Leon quickly realized the problem. "Hold on a moment."
Leon immediately grabbed the collar of Mikhail and lifted him up.
He furrowed his brow, questioning Mikhail, "Is it you?" At this moment, Mikhail finally revealed a smile devoid of humanity. "The orcs in your territory are quite something too."
With things reaching this point, Leon could only sigh helplessly. "You drive me crazy."
Meanwhile, at the capital of the Holy Kingdom, inside the sacred cathedral, one of the archbishops gently entered the cathedral. The archbishop respectfully spoke, "Your Eminence, regarding the prophecy before, I have conveyed the message as you requested, but..." The head of the cathedral inquired,
"Things are not going well, Naren."
The archbishop replied, "Yes, I don't think people are paying much attention to this matter." The head of the cathedral sighed, "We probably can't do much about it because it would set a bad precedent. But a prophecy is still a prophecy, why don't we keep an eye on it for a while?" The archbishop bowed respectfully and replied, "I will obey your command, Your Eminence." The head of the cathedral continued, "By the way, have you found that Cassandra child yet?" The archbishop reported, "We still haven't found her." He hesitated and added, "Perhaps, it might be better not to find her. A prophet no one believes in is just ordinary, and in the worst case." The head of the cathedral interrupted the archbishop, "I understand, it could bring disadvantages to all of us." He fell into contemplation, pondering something before continuing, "But I wonder. Leaving her be for the sake of those consequences, is that really the right course of action? I'm not so sure anymore." The head of the cathedral expressed his own doubts. He gazed at the painting on the cathedral window and felt uneasy. "I don't think we should just ignore the prophecy of that child. Why don't we wait a little longer? Perhaps we might find at least one willing to work with us." His eyes held both worry and hope. "Let's pray that the Lord will answer our supplications." Meanwhile, at Mikhail's location, Ilan was astonished to hear about Cassandra's prophecy. "You're going to the capital because of that prophecy?"
Mikhail responded, "Exactly, that's the reason we're heading there."
Ilan copied with skepticism, "I thought prophecies were no longer trustworthy, and even if they were true, it's hard to interpret them correctly." Clearly, Ilan was expressing doubt not only about the prophecy but also about Mikhail's peculiar and unconventional thinking.
Mikhail whispered to himself, acknowledging her skepticism as natural. "It's just an uncertain prophecy, even after translation, there's no clue that it will become reality.
And at this point, becoming a hero doesn't bring much benefit. Heroes are only useful when there's an evil force to be defeated. If there's no existing or revealed evil force, the appearance of heroes is somewhat meaningless." He added, "But there are still things to do there. We can establish relationships with people in the Holy Kingdom." Ilan, still in doubt, asked again, "Does that really mean so much?" Mikhail affirmed, "Yes."
Ilan continued with another question, "And what about the unlawful judgment?"
Mikhail assured, "There's a way to communicate with him, so you don't need to worry too much about that." Mikhail confidently stated, "Once we reach the capital, we can take care of all those matters.
All that's left is to find Cassandra."
Mikhail turned to ask the steward, Mordin, have you looked into the matter I requested earlier?" The steward promptly replied, "Yes, sir, regarding the prophet Cassandra, it seems that the Holy Kingdom has also sent people to search for her." Mikhail sighed and continued, "So even the Holy Kingdom hasn't found her yet?" Mordin nodded, "As of now, that's correct. However, there are rumors that someone saw her with a knight at the border of the Holy Kingdom." Steward Mordin hesitated before continuing, "Furthermore, before she disappeared, it seems she left a small message."
Mikhail, intrigued, immediately inquired, "What did she say?"
Steward Mordin replied, "She said, 'I will wait.'" Cassandra's cryptic message stirred a mix of uncertainty and curiosity in Mikhail's heart, wondering whether she was waiting for him or for the final resolution of this matter. Immediately after preparing, Mikhail promptly used teleportation magic to arrive at the capital instead of traveling by horse. As soon as he set foot in the capital, Leon encountered Chihu. He looked nauseous, as if he had just taken a ride on a high-speed roller coaster multiple times. After a bout of nausea, Leon groaned, "Damn it, I hate magic for real. He glared at Mikhail with a reproachful look. Leon complained to Mikhail, the horses and carriage were ready. Why use teleportation? Mikhail calmly responded, because it's faster. Unable to refute, Leon begrudgingly acknowledged the logic in Mikhail's choice. Mikhail then pointed to the bustling city in front of them and said, thanks to it, we've arrived in the capital quickly. Now that they were in the vibrant and lively city, Leon realized the immediate surroundings were a joyful and lively scene. Quickly forgetting the discomfort, he exclaimed, wow, the capital looks amazing, it's truly incomparable to other cities. Island, still composed, remarked, well, I admit it's quite glamorous, but I don't think it's superior to that extent. Mikhail nodded, well, you have a point too. Suddenly, Leon grumbled, these capitalists are disgusting, this is what they call the psychology of hating the rich, I suppose. Mikhail continued walking on the bustling street, taking in the familiar sights, the blended cacophony of sounds. He couldn't help but reflect, the capital looks really crowded, it brings back many memories. After a moment of contemplation, Mikhail told everyone, let's head to the main cathedral. Suddenly, Set called out to him, hey, Mikhail. Set pointed towards a small alley next to where they stood and told Mikhail, look over there. A ruffian was bullying a girl, and Set exclaimed, what did you just say, you scoundrel? Although the girl was being held by the collar, she bravely shouted into the face of the bald-headed thug, I said you'll get your karma soon. Mikhail glanced at the girl and thought, there's something strange about that kid. Suddenly, his eyes turned fierce, hey, don't tell me it's. At that moment, the thug swung his fist and cursed, who do you think you are, you bastard? The echoes of his loud, vulgar language reverberated through the street. Mikhail, quick as lightning, used a shield in front of the thug just as his fist was about to land. Simultaneously, a knight, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, charged in with a sword in hand. Fortunately for the thug, the sword struck Mikhail's shield. The knight, momentarily stunned as his attack was unexpectedly blocked, stood there bewildered. The thug had been scared to the point of cowering on the ground. Mikhail approached the knight and asked, are you out of your mind? How dare you use a sword in the middle of the capital? He kindly advised the knight, if you don't want things to escalate further, drop the sword now. Mikhail sternly looked at the knight. The girl spoke up at this moment, stop it, Sir Arlene. The girl gracefully folded her hands in a polite greeting and said to Mikhail, it's a pleasure to meet you. Mikhail, intrigued, approached her and asked, we haven't met before, have we? She promptly responded, I guess not until now. Mikhail scrutinized her with a probing gaze, until now, don't tell me she foresaw this. Leon, suddenly pulling Mikhail's shoulder, suggested, hey, Mikhail, why don't we leave here now? Leon looked around anxiously, people are watching. Mikhail glanced around and agreed, yeah, you're right, but first. He quickly noticed the thug attempting to slip away into the crowd. Using magic, Mikhail immediately immobilized the thug. Seeing Mikhail approaching, the thug tried to act tough, hey, what are you doing? How dare you search me without my permission? Mikhail grabbed the thief's bag and retorted, what do you mean? I'm just returning stolen items to their rightful owner. The thug still tried to assert himself, that's mine. Mikhail pulled out a crucifix from the stolen bag and mocked, you're not even a cleric, and you lack the seal of allegiance to the Holy Kingdom. Unexpectedly, Mikhail placed his hand on the thug's shoulder and whispered into his ear, dear sir, your wallet is missing. Inform the mouse in your pocket, a nightmare is hunting him, let me make him understand my intentions clearly. Mikhail spoke cryptically, ensuring the thug couldn't comprehend his words. The thug attempted to say something to the crowd about Mikhail but found his mouth magically sealed shut. Mikhail gave the thug a chilling warning with his gaze, signaling him not to say much. Afterward, he returned the stolen bag to the girl and said, here is your belongings. The girl gratefully responded, thank you very much. After retrieving her bag, the girl looked at Mikhail for a moment. Then hesitantly asked, do you need me to introduce myself now? Arlene, overhearing this, panicked and tried to stop her. Kasia, no. Kasia calmly spoke to the knight, it's okay, I foresaw this. Leon, curious about the situation, asked Island, what's going on? Island, confused, replied, I'm not sure either. The butler Mordin, emerging from his hiding place, immediately stated the crucial point, the girl is undoubtedly a prophet. The two unsuspecting individuals were shocked, and Island exclaimed, really? Cassandra, not hesitating, took off her hood and introduced herself, that's correct. My name is Cassandra. While everyone was still surprised by the girl's identity, below the city, inside a wide but extremely gloomy and damp sewer, a bald-headed thug was tremblingly reporting to his leader. The leader, furious, asked, what are you saying? A nightmare is hunting me, the thug replied. The leader sneered, I thought it was just some useless sorcerer. The bald-headed man panicked and pleaded, I'm sorry, I tried to grab that wallet, but that scoundrel blocked my way. The leader, with an interrogative tone, exclaimed, "Do you dare to come back after failing, and what's the excuse? If it weren't for that scoundrel, would you have succeeded, you useless one?" The leader suddenly raised his hand, giving an order for something, to punish him. Immediately, the bald-headed man was engulfed in a pile of spikes. At that moment, he recalled Cassandra's words, "I told you that you would soon face retribution." The bald-headed man's eyes widened in horror. "No, please don't." Immediately after, the bald-headed man let out a guttural scream and was completely engulfed in the pile of spikes. The leader looked disdainfully at the remains of his subordinate, now reduced to a mere skeleton. "Humph, you worthless scum." The leader clenched his fist in frustration, contemplating the unfavorable turn of events. "As for that sorcerer scoundrel, what should I do with him?" he pondered, glancing around while scheming in his mind. Suddenly, a person clad in armor resembling a knight strides forward. The leader lifts his head, looking towards the sound of the footsteps, and calmly says, "Ah, you're here. Finally, you've arrived." Surprisingly, standing before the leader is the unlawful judge. The unlawful judge glances at the pile of bones on the ground and asks the leader, "What happened here?" The leader bursts into joyful laughter and says, "Ha, I completely forgot that I have a master swordsman of great skill by my side." The unlawful judge, without hesitation, points the tip of his sword at the leader's face and asserts in a stern tone, "Stop the ridiculous antics, answer me quickly, or I'll kill you." The arrogant leader responds defiantly, "If you kill me, you'll never find her." He proposes a deal to the unlawful judge, "Stay calm, if you help me with this, I'll provide you with the information you desperately seek." The unlawful judge remains unfazed, not lowering his sword, and coldly interrogates, "What do you want this time?" The arrogant leader smirks and replies, "It seems like a member of Walpurgis is involved in this. What's your plan?" The leader laughs cunningly, "I've come up with a brilliant idea for cooperation." At this moment, Mikhail coincidentally encounters Cassandra without any effort, fitting the trope of the protagonist's effortless encounter. After introducing herself, Cassandra earnestly says to Mikhail, "I have been eagerly anticipating your arrival, Mikhail." Excitedly, she adds, "I have something to discuss with you, Mikhail." Curious, Mikhail asks, "What is it that we need to discuss?" Cassandra turns to the other three companions traveling with Mikhail and says, "I apologize, but this is something only Mikhail should know." Leon casually leaves, saying, "Well, I'll start preparing everything at the temple, come over when you're done." Islan also turns and leaves immediately, stating, "I'll be in the temple too." Suddenly, Mikhail approaches Islan and gently places his hand on her shoulder. "Islan, before we go." He leans in close to her ear and whispers, "Remember this if you find yourself in a dangerous situation." In a cryptic phrase, Mikhail utters, "Carry on." Although the phrase may be unclear, the determination on his face suggests that this single word holds the key to survival. The butler Mordin inclines in a respectful bow to Mikhail before quickly following the other two. Mikhail cheerfully waves goodbye to the departing group. Immediately afterward, he glances coldly at Cassandra, asking, "So, what do you want to talk about?" Cassandra hesitates before speaking. "I want to ask you something." There's an apparent anxiety in her heart as she pleads, "Please." She looks at Mikhail with eyes full of hope and anticipation. The girl gathered all her courage to ask him, as he had previously received blessings as a prophet. Cassandra silently thought, "Ever since I was little, I had been able to see events in the future. It came to me like an instinct. Unintentionally witnessing such things was truly not a pleasant experience. Sometimes, I saw the death of loved ones, and on other occasions, I witnessed the destruction of a horse-drawn carriage. I tried my best to prevent those future events from happening. But the results were incredibly horrific. The more I struggled to prevent death from occurring, the more I was forced to witness horrifying incidents happening over and over again. I fell into despair and could not find a way out. The birth of demons, and the fate of the world. When I saw that, it was no different. Out of options, I had to seek the help of the Pope. I had exerted so much effort to persuade everyone. But no one believed the prophecies. I had to endure so much terrible pain that no one could comprehend. It was unimaginable, but just when I was about to give up, one of my prophecies blurred and was covered by an image of me encountering a man. Mikhail Walpurgis. "He is my last hope," Cassandra murmured, and hoped to find someone who could understand her. However, in response to Cassandra's hopeful anticipation, Mikhail shook his head, saying, "I'm sorry, but I am not a prophet, and I don't possess any such talents." Cassandra fell into despair once again. "Is that so?" When Cassandra's expression turned despondent, Mikhail continued speaking, "But perhaps I can still help you." Cassandra tilted her head, questioning his intentions. Mikhail calmly replied, "The meaning is on the surface." Mikhail gently placed his hand on Cassandra's head and comforted her. He smiled warmly at the girl. I believe in your prophecies. The birth of demons and the fate of the world. Cassandra, moved by Mikhail's trust, teared up. The girl widened her eyes in astonishment, looking at Mikhail. How could he believe, she wondered, perhaps she was trying to deceive him. Mikhail confidently spread his arms wide. Attempting to convey his trust to Cassandra, I am a sorcerer, he declared, and I am intrigued by all things. I want to see if there is anyone who can change fate, and whether your prophecies speak of a future that will unfold regardless of what happens.
I am curious about everything related to this matter. And you are the perfect person to help me prove that.
Cassandra was taken aback when she heard Mikhail's words of encouragement. She thought to herself, in the worst-case scenario, I had expected to be ridiculed again, as no one believed in my prophecies. So, I hadn't anticipated Mikhail to speak in such a way. Nevertheless, I could affirm one thing for sure, he truly believed in me.
Cassandra, touched and happy, burst into laughter. Ha ha, you are indeed peculiar.
Cassandra approached Mikhail, joyfully saying, well done, if you are willing to trust me, then from now on, I will trust you too. The girl tightly held Mikhail's hand, as if silently sealing a special pact between the two.
At this moment, Leon's group arrived at the entrance of the temple. The young minister looked skeptically at Leon's registration form and said, Hero, huh? Leon, feeling embarrassed, stepped forward and replied, yes, I'm here to register as a hero, so let's get on with it.
The young minister glanced at the form and continued, all right, I understand, and the person accompanying you is, Leon promptly answered, Mikhail Walpurgis. The minister looked at Leon with an expression of disdain. Running out of polite words, Leon quickly retorted, hey, pay attention to your facial expressions, okay? The minister echoed a warning, if you're here to mock, then spare us, we are in search of true heroes. Leon, irritated, emphasized, I'm not joking. Both the butler Mordin and Island chimed in unison, cheerfully. But Leon's blood was boiling now. Damn it, Mikhail, when are you going to arrive? Suddenly, the minister peered out and looked behind Leon with a radiant smile. Ah, welcome. Leon eagerly turned around. Mikhail. However, the figure that appeared before them was not Mikhail but a knight. To be more precise, it was the unlawful judge. Leon, unfamiliar with the appearance of the unlawful judge, tilted his head in curiosity and asked, a steel mask, is it? The unlawful judge, cold and direct, unsheathed his sword. I know a child has come here. Let me ask you, where is the child now? The unlawful judge pointed his sword towards them with an icy gaze, as if ready to kill. Seeing the trio stunned and silent, the unlawful judge pressed on, where is that child now? The intense aura emanating from the unlawful judge left Island and Leon dazed, overwhelmed by the invisible pressure. Island and Leon immediately drew their swords. Island, with concern, asked Leon, do you know who that guy is? Leon gritted his teeth, responding, no idea, just know he's a master swordsman. The unlawful judge growled again, I ask once more, where is the child from the prophecy? Leon vaguely understood, probably referring to the prophecy, but a stubborn person like him wasn't going to easily disclose information. I don't see any reason to tell you, Leon retorted. The unlawful judge chuckled scornfully, is that so? Right after that, the unlawful judge leaped off the ground and lunged straight at Leon. The unlawful judge's speed was so intense that Island couldn't keep up with his movements. The unlawful judge whispered into Leon's ear, I suppose I need to give you a reason. The unlawful judge clenched his fist, slamming Leon to the ground. With the force of the impact, Island was also blown to the side. Island lay sprawled on the ground, attempting to threaten the unlawful judge. This is a temple, you won't escape consequences for this in the kingdom's temple. The unlawful judge coldly replied, I don't care, they will never know who I am. The unlawful judge smirked, but if you want to do something to me, you'll have to pay a hefty price. Do you think the current emperor would risk that for your insignificant lives? Seeing the unlawful judge unfazed by the threats, Island couldn't help but panic. He wasn't afraid of her warnings. What should she do now? Suddenly, an idea flashed in Island's mind. Wait a moment. Island began weaving together a series of events, Cassandra, the prophet we encountered in the capital, and the advisor that Mikhail promised to find for her. Island, suspicious, began to realize that the person in front of her might indeed be the unlawful judge. She hesitated, wondering if it was just a coincidence, but she didn't have much time to contemplate. Island shouted at the top of her lungs, Carry on. Upon hearing that name, the unlawful judge immediately shifted his focus, glaring at Island. The unlawful judge lunged at Island, seizing her neck in an instant. He lifted Island off the ground and interrogated, Why do you know that name? The unlawful judge's grip tightened, and Island felt her breath constricting. Helpless, she thought, I can't do anything anymore, Mikhail. Just then, Mikhail appeared. That's enough, Mulium. Mikhail spoke with a stern tone to the unlawful judge, I'm the one who knows information about that child. The unlawful judge turned to Mikhail, demanding, "Who are you?" Mikhail replied, "I come from the Walpurgis family." Mikhail tried to persuade the unlawful judge, "Why don't you talk to me instead of venting your anger on unrelated people?" However, the unlawful judge still didn't release his grip. The unlawful judge continued to tighten his hold on Island, laughing, amused, he finally let Island go, laughing at such a time, she is indeed naive. Seeing the unlawful judge about to launch an attack, Set anxiously shouted a reminder to Mikhail, "Be careful, don't let your guard down." Mikhail immediately employed the magic circle's division spell, an incantation that increased the number of magic circles for a short period. At that very moment, the unlawful judge swung his sword, releasing a serpent-like stream of spiritual energy. Fortunately, Mikhail managed to use his sacred shield in time to block the lightning-fast attack. Mikhail persistently tried to persuade the unlawful judge, "I just want to talk with you. Not too late to stop now, why do we have to confront each other like this?" Mikhail tried to diffuse the tension with the unlawful judge while remaining extremely vigilant. He realized there was no other way, as the circle's division spell only worked for about 5 minutes. Following that, Mikhail continued to use a series of intricate spells. He strengthened his jumping ability, making his entire body as light as a feather, allowing him to move smoothly and agilely like a bird gliding through the air. Eye of Insight Opened was a spell that enabled Mikhail to clearly perceive the opponent's movements, acting like a satellite orbiting around the target. With these two spells, Mikhail could keep up with the unlawful judge's movements, and none of her sword strikes could escape his vigilant eyes. He could gracefully dodge the stream of spiritual energy emitted from the unlawful judge's sword and, at the same time, close the gap between them. In the blink of an eye, Mikhail unexpectedly closed in on the unlawful judge and used a powerful spell to enhance the strength of his arm. He thought to himself, "Then I have to end this now." At that moment, he threw a punch directly at the unlawful judge's face. However, the punch was completely blocked by the unlawful judge's sword. The unlawful judge raised the sword high while Mikhail had already fallen right in front of her. Leon panicked and shouted, "Be careful." He even seemed to forget his role as a knight and urged, "Step back, wait for reinforcements from the temple." The unlawful judge spoke coldly, "You're the one who jumped into the challenge with me. Show me what you've got." As she declared, she unleashed a tremendously powerful stream of spiritual energy. Mikhail was completely overwhelmed by the astonishing force of the spiritual energy. However, he didn't seem too surprised, and within 3 seconds, he smirked in delight, as expected. Mikhail immediately signaled Set, who nodded in understanding, "Got it." Immediately, the defensive capabilities of the Storm's Guard were activated, swallowing up all the mana from the unlawful judge's spell. The abundant mana followed the storm and poured into Mikhail's mana circulation loop. Receiving such a large amount of mana at once caused Mikhail to bleed instantly. In return, the unlawful judge's spell was completely neutralized. Set worriedly asked Mikhail, "Are you okay? To withstand that much mana, you must have internal injuries." Mikhail reassured Set, "I'll be fine." The unlawful judge looked at Mikhail in astonishment, "How could you nullify that spell?" Mikhail expressed a mysterious demeanor, emphasizing the enigmatic and secretive nature of everyone having their own secrets. The unlawful judge scoffed at this, remarking, "You seem quite similar to the old venomous Snakeydon that I know." Mikhail, maintaining his composure, replied, "Of course, since I am his son." Mikhail casually turned the tables, questioning the unlawful judge, "So, do you find it sufficient?" Eventually, the unlawful judge reluctantly sheathed his sword, conceding, "Fine, I acknowledge your talent." The unlawful judge bluntly inquired, "I don't want to waste much more time, let's get to the main issue. How did you come to know that name?" Mikhail, with a hint of reluctance, recounted, "It was just a coincidence." Mikhail began recounting the story of his past when he encountered Karyaman. At that time, Karyaman was a despondent young boy seemingly heading towards an unknown destination. He approached Mikhail, seeking a bit of water, and Mikhail, being generous, provided him with some. Curious, Mikhail inquired about Karyaman's destination and purpose. The unlawful judge eagerly asked, "Where was the boy going?" Mikhail cryptically replied, "I won't provide any information to you without something in return." He then offered a piece of advice to the unlawful judge, lowering his voice, "Moreover, I don't think he wants you to know where he's heading." Undeterred, the unlawful judge insisted on finding the child. Mikhail whispered to him, "I understand, it's crucial." He slyly added, "But there's something you should know before you try to locate that child. Did you ever think about how the child feels when it seems like they are trying to avoid you, Lord Milliam?" Mikhail's question left the unjust judge utterly astonished, his eyes widening in disbelief. While the unjust judge was in a fierce battle with Mikhail's group, the gang leader at the end of the market alley was casually strolling through the underground sewer system, heading towards an area he utilized as an illegal detention facility. After successfully manipulating the unjust judge to follow his commands, he leisurely made his way to this underground prison with an extremely relaxed demeanor. Here, numerous children were held captive, clearly indicating that this group not only engaged in theft and robbery but also shamelessly traded in human lives, particularly those of children. The children cowered in fear at the appearance of the gang leader, their eyes reflecting mostly panic and distress. The gang leader, in a seemingly uncomfortable manner, expressed annoyance at the terrified state of these enslaved children. This mentality appeared unusual, as typically slave traders do not appreciate defiant or resistant slaves, or those attempting to escape their clutches. He questioned his subordinate, who was responsible for guarding this place, about why the slaves look like this, in this state. How could they fetch a high price? The subordinate mumbled in response, suggesting that some clients might prefer obedient slaves. However, before he could finish explaining, the gang leader interrupted, expressing his displeasure.
The subordinate had just finished explaining when the gang leader kicked him in the stomach, causing a sharp pain. The frail figure of the subordinate couldn't withstand such a powerful blow from the gang leader's muscular physique.
The gang leader, infuriated, continued to kick the subordinate, now curled up on the ground in pain. Trash like you, with that kind of attitude, should be found in the alleys, he spat. The gang leader pressed the subordinate's head down with his foot and lectured, do you really think those outsiders want them to look like this? They are wealthy individuals who want to force the defiant ones to submit. After disciplining the subordinate, the gang leader turned away, warning, if my mood were worse, I would have thrown you to the darkness already. The subordinate hastily bowed, expressing gratitude. Thank you very much, sir.
The gang leader smirked with satisfaction, thinking to himself, that's right, my mood is quite good at the moment,
as I have obtained the mighty sword for our faction. Even though I promised to provide him with information, I didn't specify what information. The gang leader grinned and turned his head towards a specially guarded room. He gazed intently at a child with eyes much more determined than the others in this particular cell. He smirked, thinking, she's truly naive, not even realizing her child is just behind these iron bars.
The gang leader chuckled and called out the child's name, Karyaman.
He exclaimed joyfully, I never thought the child would be connected to the unjust judge. How marvelous. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a subordinate rushed over. Boss, you're here. Where's the prophet? Where's the seer? The gang leader sharply inquired, why are you here? Where's the prophet? The younger one, stammering, replied, regarding the prophet, boss, I think. The strict leader asked, how come? Stop fooling around. The hesitant younger colleague said, I think she is in the temple. The leader's face immediately stiffened. The situation had gone beyond his expectations. At this moment, Mikhail and his group had entered the temple. Mikhail went straight to find Archbishop Arley to talk. Archbishop Arley was completely shocked by Mikhail's words. What? Why would the underground forces in the capital target the prophet? Mikhail asserted firmly, that's right, they intend to manipulate all her prophecies for their own purposes. Archbishop Arley sighed in contemplation, even if they are not well educated, I never thought they would go to such lengths to resist the empire.
Mikhail continued to persuade Archbishop Arley, if I say they are not just an ordinary group of criminals.
Startled, Archbishop Arley asked Mikhail, are you implying they are connected to heresy? Mikhail nodded, exactly. Archbishop Arley remained skeptical and inquired further, do you have any evidence, accusing someone of being involved in heresy without evidence, comma? At that very moment, the unlawful judge entered the temple and spoke to Archbishop Arley, I will explain. Archbishop Arley was also surprised when the unlawful judge removed the mask. Mr. Milliam, were you attempting to kidnap the empire's prophet? The unlawful judge straightforwardly admitted, if Lord Mikhail hadn't intervened, I would have done it, that's why I'm here to assist you against the underground forces. Archbishop Arley, perplexed, asked the unlawful judge, so, does that mean? Archbishop Arley, puzzled, asked the unlawful judge, so, what does that mean? The unlawful judge revealed information about the rat's name to Archbishop Arley, letting him know that he controlled the shadows. Archbishop Arley exclaimed in astonishment, wait, did you just say shadows? The unlawful judge looked into Archbishop Arley's eyes and said, as one of the few archbishops in the empire, you must be aware of the significance of that. Archbishop Arley gritted his teeth, seemingly reluctant to speak but still confirmed, the Dreadlord, is that it? At this point, Mikhail continued, exactly, one of the 12 monstrous creatures following the Demon Lord. Mikhail firmly assured Archbishop Arley that the dreadful overlord was currently hiding within the capital. Archbishop Arley was so overwhelmed by this information that he collapsed to the ground, exclaiming, how could this be? Still in disbelief, Archbishop Arley urgently asked again, are you absolutely sure? Archbishop Arley, alarmed, said, if the minions of the Demon Lord truly exist, it is indeed a serious problem. Mikhail, in a stern tone, said to Archbishop Arley, allow me to ask you a question. The prophet predicted the emergence of the Demon Lord. I don't believe it's something only a bishop should know. Mikhail sat down and looked directly into Archbishop Arley's eyes, questioning. Archbishop Arley, hesitating, did not respond to the inquiry, clearly uncomfortable with the subject. Mikhail observed the perplexed expression on Archbishop Arley's face and thought, he probably has nothing left to say.
If he opposes me, it's essentially opposing the entire empire.
The minions of the Demon Lord, beings long considered missing, were still hiding within the capital, an area under his responsibility. Surprisingly, he failed to recognize this fact.
This could easily tarnish his reputation. Mikhail calmly suggested, please allow me to handle this matter for you.
Mikhail proposed a deal to Archbishop Arley, stating, I will defeat the dreadful overlord along with Lord Milliam. I only ask for one promise in return, Archbishop. Concerned, Archbishop Arley asked, what do you mean? Mikhail straightforwardly replied, the hero selection process. Archbishop Arley grunted in acknowledgement. So, that's the deal, Mikhail calmly stated. I believe it's not an unreasonable request, considering it's just a manifestation of his essence. Although defeating the dreadful overlord alone would already be enough to be hailed as a hero, Mikhail's exchange condition made Archbishop Arley ponder for a moment. Eventually, he reluctantly agreed to the deal with Mikhail, saying, I understand. Using magic, Archbishop Arley wrote the commitment, pledging under the title of Archbishop. If the manifestation of the dreadful overlord exists, and you manage to defeat him, then I will support you in receiving the title of hero. The commitment will take effect immediately upon your acceptance, Archbishop Arley pledged. After achieving his goal, Mikhail and his group quickly left the temple, preparing for the impending confrontation with the dreadful overlord. The unlawful judge silently followed Mikhail, unexpectedly expressing gratitude. Thank you. Mikhail glanced at the unlawful judge, who seemed lost in contemplation, and she said to him, if you don't help me, then he is still manipulating me. If you shared that name with Lindell's child, you probably know my situation already. Mikhail calmly responded, my knowledge comes from what I gleaned through our brief conversations. For example, how you narrowly avoided being manipulated by the rat. That was one of the things I learned.
The unlawful judge immediately tightened his grip on his hands, visibly disturbed by the memory.
The unlawful judge paused, contemplating before asking Mikhail, let me ask you a question. Do you think you will find my child? Mikhail turned back to look at the unlawful judge and in a solemn tone replied, if I say yes, what will you do? It was clear that he was now calculating something in his mind. Without hesitation, the unlawful judge drew his sword, stating, I don't want to engage in useless mental struggles, especially when it concerns my child. It seemed like the unlawful judge was initially considering another mental battle with Mikhail, trying to extract information. However, unexpectedly, she then planted her sword into the ground and kneeled, taking an oath. The unlawful judge looked sternly at Mikhail and said, so, let me be clear, if you find my child, and I can restore my close relationship with them, I will gladly dedicate my sword in honor to you. The unlawful judge then solemnly swore the honor of a knight before Mikhail. Mikhail's gaze was equally serious, indicating that he accepted the agreement. However, it was apparent that the conditions would not be as straightforward as they seemed. A few years ago, a woman lost her happy family when her husband was murdered in a lawless area. The perpetrators behind the gruesome killings in that region were a gang of lawless individuals. Despite successfully avenging her husband's death, her heart remained filled with hatred. She sought to find the root cause that led to her husband's death, and what she realized was that it was all due to lawlessness. She believed that because no laws were enforced in that land, monsters could roam freely, leading to numerous victims. And because there was nothing left in the world that could stop her anymore, she became the punisher of the lawless, the outlaw judge. The warlord of the western frontier, Mulliam Arialan. Returning to the ongoing events beneath the sewer hideout of the rat gang, as soon as he heard the report from his subordinates, he immediately became furious, smashing through the wall and cursing vehemently. The rat gang member grumbled in disbelief, unable to fathom that the cursed Walpurgis figure was causing him so much trouble once again. He grumbled to himself, realizing that things were spiraling out of control, and he should make a quick escape. Suddenly, a gloomy voice echoed from the darkness. No, it had to feed. The prophetic feast. The voice emanated from the sinister figure laughing menacingly on the wall right next to the rat gang member. The rat gang member hesitated and told the shadow that now wasn't the time, he had to wait for another opportunity. The shadow grabbed the rat gang member's leg and growled, questioning the violation of the agreement. The rat gang member struggled to free his leg from the grip of the shadow, speaking with a harsh tone, whatever it is, my life comes first, compromise or not. Suddenly, a panicked voice from a subordinate echoed, Sir, we're under attack, the sword saints are closing in. Upon hearing this, the rat gang member cursed under his breath. While he was in a state of confusion, not knowing how to deal with Mikhail's group, the shadow behind him rolled forward and whispered, if that's the case. Before finishing the sentence,
the shadow unleashed a barrage of spikes that swiftly closed in. The spikes quickly seized the abominable gang leader and dragged him into the darkness. Right after that, in the damp and ominous underground sewer, only the echoes of desperate cries remained, merging with the shadows. Meanwhile, above ground, in the underground sewer, the henchmen of the rat gang were scattering in chaos, shouting for help. Although these people were running fast, their speed was no match for the lawless judge. Before they could even draw their swords, a beam of light flashed, and the entire group of thugs fell to the ground, wailing in agony. With just a few basic sword strokes, the lawless judge effortlessly dealt with the entire gang. After the swift and precise execution, the lawless judge calmly stepped over the obstacles in the way. With her leading the group, the speed at which Mikhail's group was heading towards the rat gang's hideout was unbelievably fast. Running behind the lawless judge, Leon marveled, whispering to Island, the sword saints are indeed different, Island gazed intently at the lawless judge, her eyes reflecting determination and fervor. That was the sword technique she would pursue. Meanwhile, Mikhail silently followed them without uttering a word. Set tilted his head and said to Mikhail, that guy hasn't gone all out yet. Mikhail nodded in response. Even though we're in the underground world, this is still a metropolis. If we go all out, we'll destroy it. Mikhail crossed his arms, looking casually ahead. I don't think we should worry about those petty thugs. From the beginning, I never thought attacking the underground world would be a cause for concern. Seeing Mikhail's overconfidence and disdain for the enemies, Set immediately expressed his concern. I'm glad you're doing your mission well. But don't underestimate it like that. Set furrowed his brows, looking at Mikhail with a sense of unease. Mikhail whispered to himself, acknowledging Set's point. You're right, the battle here isn't our biggest concern. He cast a wary glance around while contemplating, realizing that the rat gang leader was the true source of trouble. In other words, the embodiment of the abominable gang leader. They needed to find him quickly. As Mikhail's group dealt with the rat gang's underlings, below in the underground sewer, the rat gang leader confidently stepped out of the shadows. The rat gang leader emerged from the shadows with an appearance and demeanor that were somewhat peculiar. The entity devoured by the other shadow, or in other words, the abominable gang leader, was only a part of his soul. The abominable gang leader gazed at himself in the rat gang leader's body and grumbled, finding the experience less than pleasing. He suddenly burst into laughter, sinisterly saying, well, if that's the case, I might have to eat a bit more. After chuckling, he licked his lips. I thought devouring the seer's flesh would be enough. The abominable gang leader gritted his teeth in apparent frustration, muttering angrily in his mouth, Asar's subordinate, I can't believe I sense the presence of that loathsome Asar here. He shrugged and thought to himself, I'll have to eat and consume more, to restore my memories. After some contemplation, the abominable gang leader smirked sinisterly, gazing towards the children's cells. Humans often feel a strong sense of responsibility towards children. Well then, I'll exploit that emotion. With a sly smile, the chilling laughter of the abominable gang leader echoed throughout the sewer. On the ground, Island began unsheathing her sword, throwing herself into battle as a form of sword technique practice. Island swiftly moved past one thug, and immediately his chest was pierced by the blade of her sword. Island's technique was considered quite proficient, and her speed was undeniably impressive. However, she still felt unsatisfied and silently vowed to become even more unpredictable. As she contemplated this, Island acknowledged that her actions went against the teachings of the Lindell family. Nevertheless, she couldn't stop thinking about it. Island channeled more energy into her sword and glared at the thugs with an intense, murderous look. In the next moment, she glided past another thug, and within the blink of an eye, her sword cut horizontally across both the back and chest of the individual. However, Island was taken aback as her sword unexpectedly cracked and broke after that move. She wiped her mouth with her hand, wondering if she had exerted too much force. The unstable ki energy caused her sword to be unable to withstand the pressure and crack. The lawless judge stood silently behind, observing everything. He spoke to Island, you have talent. In a contemplative tone, the lawless judge continued, Parslope's son has become a swordsman, practicing in ways suitable for himself. But I believe you are different from him. This unexpected comment from the lawless judge left Island somewhat surprised. Island didn't hesitate to bow before the lawless judge, pleading, I sincerely request your guidance, please teach me the art of the sword. The lawless judge responded without a moment's hesitation, granted. She quickly turned away and told Island, follow me, I can teach you many things. Island hesitated for a moment, but then remembered the rat gang leader still present. The lawless judge stopped and looked towards Mikhail, reassuring Island, don't worry, that kid will be taken care of. Meanwhile, Mikhail and Set had arrived at the entrance to the sewer. Mikhail sat down, placing his hand on the ground, and used magic for reconnaissance. Set, concerned, asked him, are you sure you're okay? The battle with the sword saints earlier seemed a bit overwhelming. Mikhail calmly replied, I'm fine. He focused on his magical reconnaissance, and his expression suddenly turned anxious. Set tilted his head and asked Mikhail what was wrong. Mikhail responded, I'm a bit puzzled about what he's doing, and he's indeed doing exactly what I predicted. Mikhail squinted his eyes, looking inside the sewer. The abominable gang leader was currently at the place where the children were held captive. It seemed like he had no intention of gaining any benefits by harming the children. Set, curious, asked immediately, "So, does that mean?" Mikhail nodded affirmatively. "Yes, exactly. He held them as hostages." Just as Mikhail predicted, the abominable gang leader was reveling in sadistic delight, savoring the cries for help from the captive children. With the children as leverage, he could sit comfortably on his makeshift throne, waiting for Mikhail. The abominable gang leader was a cunning schemer, undoubtedly plotting various devious plans in his twisted mind. Soon after, Mikhail stepped forward to confront the abominable gang leader. As he heard the footsteps, the abominable gang leader raised an eyebrow and looked at him with disdain. The abominable gang leader casually remarked with a mocking tone, "Took you quite a while to get here." Mikhail responded calmly, as if they were old acquaintances meeting after a long time, "Apologies, kept you waiting, didn't I?" The abominable gang leader chuckled with a mocking and taunting tone, "No, not at all. Watching those little brats writhing in pain is quite entertaining." He nonchalantly continued, "I consider myself lucky to witness this firsthand. It's always amusing to see their suffering." His words made Mikhail feel a sense of disgust, acknowledging that all commanders under the demon lord were as abominable as this one. The abominable gang leader arrogantly continued, "And to think, I was just planning to feast on that little seer." Unexpectedly, there was another comrade following. "Thanks to you, I'll be able to increase my power faster," he said to Mikhail while arrogantly standing up. Mikhail casually lifted his eyebrows and asked, "So what?" Mikhail's indifferent and arrogant attitude suddenly made the abominable gang leader feel a twinge of concern. He squinted at Mikhail, wondering what could make him so confident in himself. Looking up at Mikhail's neck, the abominable gang leader silently pondered, "Is it because of Asar's sacred item?" However, he quickly dismissed the thought, realizing that Mikhail had already used it before. The abominable gang leader sneered, "Humph, you're just playing tricks." He ominously gestured towards the children's cells and taunted Mikhail, "Now, my meal has arrived, looks like I won't need those things anymore." Mikhail was startled as he glanced in the direction the abominable gang leader pointed to, where the children were. He couldn't fathom that the abominable gang leader intended to attack the children. At that moment, a dark smoke emanated from the abominable gang leader's hand. The darkness immediately transformed into elongated arms, swiftly lunging towards the children's cells at his command. Mikhail hurriedly used magic to create a light shield right at the entrance of the children's area, preventing the demonic hands from reaching the children. The abominable gang leader smirked in satisfaction, "Just as I intended. You'll be a useful pawn for me." Mikhail urgently turned to Set and said, "Set, I don't need protection, go and defend the children." Set looked at Mikhail with concern, "What about you?" Mikhail confidently replied, "Don't worry about me." The abominable gang leader chuckled, "Oh, so you're abandoning the protection of your teammates." He then taunted Mikhail with disdain, "How foolish." Immediately, the demonic tendrils redirected their attack towards Mikhail. Without hesitation, Mikhail used quick teleportation spells to evade the unexpected assault from the abominable gang leader. In the blink of an eye, Mikhail gracefully hovered in midair. He calmly observed from above and reassured himself, "His darkness can transform freely, but it's undoubtedly weaker than the foes I faced before my revival." Mikhail furrowed his brow, gazing intently at the demonic tendrils, and muttered to himself, "The abominable gang leader's power is definitely weaker now." The abominable gang leader raised his hand, directing the shadowy tendrils to launch a coordinated attack, taunting, "Let's see how long you can dodge, like a mouse evading its fate." Mikhail swiftly employed multitasking magic. Set flung his spinning blades like rotating boomerangs through the air, severing the shadowy tendrils into dozens of pieces. The abominable gang leader couldn't hide his astonishment as he looked up, exclaiming, "You managed to handle all of them." He was slightly horrified to find that Mikhail wasn't as easy to deal with as he had initially thought. The abominable gang leader glanced at Set, who was protecting the children. Feeling frustrated, he realized he couldn't use the children as hostages in the current intense battle. After a brief moment of contemplation, the abominable gang leader turned his challenging gaze back to Mikhail, taunting, "I wonder how long you can withstand without the protection of your teammates." Mikhail swiftly increased the power of his spell, transforming the shadowy tendrils into hardened, crab-like appendages. The abominable gang leader sneered, "Meet your doom," as the menacing claws surged towards Mikhail. Facing the intensified attack, Mikhail remained unfazed, employing his teleportation once again. Simultaneously, he focused his thoughts to enhance the speed of his own movements. In the blink of an eye, Mikhail reappeared right in front of the abominable gang leader, evading the menacing claws with agility. However, he doesn't seem surprised. On the contrary, he laughs with delight and says, "Foolish move." One of the dark tendrils, seemingly emerging from nowhere, abruptly stabs into Mikhail's shoulder. The sinister grin on the face of the formidable ruler mocks him, "You thought closing the distance would give you an advantage." Mikhail glares at him, "Yes, that's right." He swiftly grabs the face of the gruesome ruler, who is arrogantly reveling in his apparent victory. Mikhail smirks, "Be courteous and yield. Remember the hearts of the devoted, the shadows of those who have passed may be short-lived, but the footsteps they leave behind are long and eternal." Mikhail continued to mutter the seemingly incomprehensible words in front of the abominable warlord. The warlord began to panic, stammering and questioning Mikhail. "A hymn of virtue, how can an ordinary person like you?" Mikhail persisted in reciting the hymn of virtue, the forgotten verses from times long past. The demon lord had always kept an eye on this world, even if only for a moment, and each time, heroes emerged. These heroes wrote a hymn of virtue to seal the demonic adversaries, and for it to be effective, the hymn had to be engraved into the souls of those adversaries. Mikhail tightened his grip on the warlord's head, contemplating, "I've been eager to use it. Before my revival, I never had the chance to use the hymn because they were cautious, but now, everything has changed." With a determined tone, he addressed the abominable warlord, "This will be your end, O loathsome warlord, Beelzebub." The warlord's face turned pale, panicked and stammering, How do you know my name?" Mikhail gazed at him disdainfully, "Transform into dust." Mikhail's actions left the detestable warlord's body completely shattered and disintegrated in his hands. The warlord had transformed into a viscous pool of darkened blood on the ground. However, Set did not seem pleased with this outcome. Instead, her eyes revealed clear concern. Set, a bit startled, asked Mikhail, "He's gone, right?" Mikhail glanced at Set and inquired about the children. "What about the kids?" Set replied with a hint of unease, "The children are fine, but that's not what you should be worried about now. More importantly, you just erased him with hardly any effort." She hesitated, her voice tinged with unease, "But when a demon lord is erased, they will cause a terrible catastrophe." At this moment, the pool of dark blood behind Mikhail has undergone an unpredictable transformation. In just a moment, it has turned into a shapeless mass in front of Mikhail. The gruesome lord has been resurrected with a deformed body. He smirked at Mikhail, "How foolish, you thought killing me would be the end, huh?" He chuckled triumphantly, "You have single-handedly brought a catastrophe to this world, with your arrogance and foolishness." Mikhail stood still for a moment, seemingly surprised by this turn of events. The unexpected for the demon lord was that, seconds later, Mikhail smirked confidently, "Do you really think I'm foolish enough to kill you without any preparation?" He immediately took a piece of chalk and skillfully drew intricate patterns on the ground where the demon lord was rooted. After a while, a magical array was completed, with the demon lord at its center. Mikhail breathed a sigh of relief. "There we go." The demon lord laughed uproariously, observing Mikhail's self-assured demeanor. "Incantations? Useless, unless you're a mage of level 8 or above. Without that, no matter what you do, you can't stop my curse," he taunted. Mikhail calmly replied, "That's true only if I don't truly understand the nature of your curse." Set expressed her concern to Mikhail. "The curse of a demon lord is completely different from regular curses, even if you..." However, Mikhail remained calm, kneeling beside the just completed magical array, and he interrupted Set, "I have this as well," pointing to the mysterious seal glowing on his neck, the only symbol of the archenemy of the demon lord. "I have this too," Mikhail confidently smiled while the mystical seal on his neck radiated light. Set widened her eyes in astonishment. "You've mastered a relic in such a short time." Now, Mikhail's magic array began to emit a brilliant light. With a serious expression, Mikhail focused on the magic array, using the divine relic to analyze the curse. In essence, curses are a type of spell, and the primitive origin of all spells lies in their form and structure. Similar to mathematics, one can solve a problem to reach a conclusion. With that knowledge foundation, Mikhail silently pondered, what if we reverse the process? What would happen if we revert the spell? At that moment, the spell would return to its original state. After Mikhail's magic array and incantations took effect, the grotesque body of the terrifying overlord gradually shrank, indicating a significant weakening of the curse. The overlord looked bewilderedly at Mikhail and defiantly said, "What are you up to?" He continued with empty threats, but Mikhail smirked and responded with a mocking tone, attempting to resist is futile. "What should I do next?" He smugly grinned and said, I just needed to weaken the curse, that should be enough," Mikhail muttered, "the rest shouldn't be a significant problem for her." At this moment, the unjust judge stood atop a tall building, overseeing the entire city as if expecting something. The repulsive overlord, infuriated by Mikhail's taunts, immediately unleashed a curse, "Die." Mikhail hurriedly instructed Set, quickly create a shield to envelop him." Set, somewhat flustered, followed his orders. Understood. Now, in the midst of the swarm-like body of the terrifying overlord, a round object emerged, swelling like a bomb ready to explode. Immediately after that, the body of the horrifying overlord exploded into a burst of dark energy, spurting into the air. Under the constraint of the storm, the energy stream could only shoot upward without spreading. Set breathed a sigh of relief, her eyes sparkling with joy. Now, it seemed the Saint's blade could easily handle the situation. Suddenly, Mikhail silently stepped forward towards Set, who looked at him curiously. Where are you going?" she asked.
Mikhail mysteriously smiled and replied, I want to confirm a few things. Rarely do I get the chance to experience a demon's curse firsthand. His face seemed intrigued as he spoke to Set. It will be quick, before the curse disappears. Without a word, Mikhail unexpectedly reached his hand into the stream of dark energy, causing Set to scream in shock. Above the city, the dark energy stream of the curse was clearly visible, spreading straight up into the sky. Observing this scene, the steward Morden clasped his hands behind his back, shaking his head solemnly. How pitiable, my young master pushed that guy too far. The unlawful judge slowly approached behind steward Morden and remarked, I've been wondering where he was hiding all this time. Turns out, he's staying in the same house as Walpurgis. Steward Morden chuckled in response, Oh, I have no idea what you're talking about, sir. The old man woke up and said to the unlawful judge, How could I have any association with such a respectable person? Seeing that steward Morden continued to pretend to be innocent, the unlawful judge didn't press further. She approached him and said, The kid told me that you know the method. Steward Morden nodded. Well, I just heard it from the young master. The unlawful judge, a bit curious, asked again if Mikhail knew about him. Steward Morden laughed and replied, I'm curious about that too. He pointed towards the stream of dark energy. Why don't we deal with this first? Let's use the vital energy to bind it. Follow my instructions. Observing this scene, the unlawful judge fell into a brief contemplation, as if reminiscing about the past. She drew her sword and whispered to steward Morden, Good old days. Watching the two of them, they seemed like comrades who had been through life and death together many times. In the past, it's possible that the unlawful judge and steward Morden were once comrades, and with their harmonious collaboration, the dark energy stream was quickly bound by a dazzling light. After a while, the bright light illuminated everything, overpowering even the sunset, and it completely dispelled the curse of the abominable lord. The next day, dawn brought warm rays of light sparkling through the temple. Archbishop Arley joyfully grasped Mikhail's hand. Well done. Mikhail tilted his head, looking at Archbishop Arley, who was laughing heartily. Your mood seems good, Your Eminence, he remarked. The Archbishop replied with enthusiasm, Honestly, I didn't expect things to go so smoothly. Mikhail nodded, silently thinking, Finally, Beelzebub, the seventh general of the demon army, has been defeated. Everything unfolded in quietude under the peaceful gaze of the capital, enough to serve as a warning to the army about the hidden danger of the demon lord. Mikhail asked Archbishop Arley, Do you still remember our agreement? The Archbishop promptly responded, You mean the selection of heroes? Right, of course. I will openly support you becoming a hero. However, before that, Archbishop Arley hesitated before speaking to Mikhail. Do you know that the Empire has also set its sights on someone for the hero position? I will support you, but I think you should be cautious in every situation, he advised. Mikhail inwardly acknowledged, I know, very well, how could I forget him? It was none other than Siegfried Sigurd, the bothersome one. He concealed his discomfort and candidly shared this with Archbishop Arley. After receiving the commitment from Archbishop Arley, Mikhail stepped out of the cathedral. Suddenly, there was a voice from Eileen, thanking him. Mikhail asked her, Thanks for what? Eileen replied hesitantly, Because we've come this far together. Mikhail looked at Eileen, who seemed momentarily sad. She said, My master said he would leave immediately, he's determined to find it at all costs. Mikhail responded casually, Then you should follow him to learn well. Eileen reflected, Yes, that's right, so, I came here to say goodbye. Eileen fell silent for a moment, her feet shuffled restlessly, indicating her confusion. She hesitated before saying, Mikhail, I'm sorry. She spoke without looking directly at him, and her ears turned red with embarrassment. Eileen awkwardly explained, Even though the engagement is something neither of us desires, we could have tried to accept it. However, I didn't do that. If you can accept my apology, I hope our relationship will improve from now on. Mikhail, noticing Eileen's awkwardness, smiled contentedly. Eileen, a bit embarrassed, asked, Why are you laughing? It's strange. Mikhail shook his head. No, it's not like that. As I mentioned before, I don't have any feelings for you anymore. Mikhail cheerfully advised Eileen, So, just be yourself. Eileen was somewhat surprised by this unexpected encouragement. She quickly felt a sense of joy. With newfound confidence, she straightened up and said, Well, then, perhaps this is the beginning of our confrontation. The spirited Eileen challenged Mikhail, Just wait and see, I'll catch up with you soon. Shortly after Eileen left, Mikhail sought out the unfazed judge. She asked, Have you finished talking to my student? Mikhail nodded, Yes, I heard you'll be leaving, so I came to fulfill my promise. I'll let you know where your son is. The unfazed judge looked at Mikhail with anticipation, as she had done everything to obtain this information. Meanwhile, in the Holy Kingdom, the Pope was having a conversation with one of the high-ranking bishops. Hearing the bishop's report about the situation in the capital, the Pope couldn't help but be astonished. That dreadful lord has been found in the imperial city. The Pope staggered and couldn't stand steadily due to a drop in blood pressure. This can't be. Tell me, Bishop. The Pope, holding his head, sighed. What has happened? I can imagine the appearance of that great demon would cause severe damage. To what extent has it affected? The bishop hesitated before replying. it seems to be so, Your Holiness, but he has been defeated. The Pope, upon hearing this, was dumbfounded. How is that possible? The bishop continued his report. It seems that he died less than a day after his appearance, Your Holiness. It appears that someone took care of him. Intrigued and surprised, the Pope inquired, "What do you mean by that?" The bishop elaborated, according to Bishop Arley, this was accomplished by someone, Your Holiness. Respectfully, the bishop handed a letter to the Pope, saying, "This is a letter from Bishop Arley." The Pope quickly opened the letter and informed the bishop. Essentially, it says that the heir of the Walpurgis estate single-handedly defeated the demon that appeared in the capital. This event was witnessed and confirmed by Bishop Arley. Not only that, but there was also the little girl, Cassandra, there. The Pope exclaimed, "Oh, my, this is truly unbelievable." The Pope's eyes lit up with joy. This must have made him a hero. Returning to the conversation between Mikhail and the unlawful judge in front of the temple, Mikhail earnestly advised the unlawful judge, Karyaman doesn't like the way you handle things, that's why he chose his own path. The unlawful judge remained silently gazing at Mikhail. He continued slowly, instead of joining the group of executioners, he wants to become a more prominent protector. Mikhail asked the unlawful judge, just think, how could that kid escape the clutches of those sewer rats? He chuckled mischievously and replied, the answer is quite simple, he joined some force that even the sewer rats couldn't contend with. The Condor Mercenary Legion. The unlawful judge's reaction to hearing this name was one of astonishment. She confirmed with Mikhail, the Guardians of Freedom, did it join them? Condor is a large mercenary legion established with the idea of freedom. It's not easy for a mercenary legion to be recognized for its honor. This indicates that they are quite different. They are a legitimate mercenary legion respected by both the empire and neighboring kingdoms. Mikhail descended the steps leisurely and asked the unlawful judge, do you know about them too? Once you become a part of Condor, you have to give up your old name and use a new one. The unlawful judge nodded, so it will be challenging to find the kid, right? Mikhail replied, you must find the Condor Mercenary Legion first, your son is with them. The unlawful judge pondered for a moment and then hesitated, asking Mikhail, but is it really the right thing to seek out the kid? Mikhail was surprised and asked, what do you mean? You've been looking for him for a long time. The unlawful judge spoke with a melancholic tone, if the kid really needs my help, there's no need to think about it. She paused, expressing her inner struggles to Mikhail, but he has chosen his own path. He doesn't want to become someone like me. There was a hint of bitterness in the words of the unlawful judge. Mikhail remained silent, attentively listening to the poignant confessions of the distressed woman. The unlawful judge looked at her blood-stained hands and couldn't help but feel regret. She expressed her heavy-hearted thoughts, I'm not sure if I have the right to look for him anymore, now, I'm deeply conflicted. In a somber mood, she continued, I'm not fulfilling my role as a mother. Mikhail gently held the unlawful judge's hand to console her. He advised with a soft tone, think about that after you find him, you should talk to him first, and leave the decision for later. Mikhail smiled kindly, you should have a conversation with him, and leave his choices for later. Even if children abandon their parents, parents never abandon their children. Mikhail spoke while handing a small vial of special medicine to the unlawful judge. He told her, this is my specially formulated medicine, it should be helpful for your son, take good care of it until you find him. Touched, the unlawful judge held the vial tightly, you're right, I shouldn't give up so easily. She expressed her gratitude to Mikhail, thank you, Lord of Walpurgis. With deep emotion, she said, thank you, Lord of Walpurgis. Soon after, she hurriedly left, continuing her journey to find her son. Mikhail, considering the situation, asked in a subdued tone, should I continue to stay here? Looking at Leon, who sat there gloomily, hugging a pillow with a weary expression, he remarked, why do you look so down? Did Lord Milliam scold you or something? Leon, with a despondent look, replied, it's quite the opposite. I'm completely helpless in front of her. I couldn't do anything, and before I could even draw my sword, she had already resolved everything. Then though she didn't scold me at all, Leon raised his head to gaze at the sky with a helpless and resigned expression. He continued, I don't even deserve to make her feel disappointed. Mikhail looked at Leon with a compassionate gaze, thinking to himself that he didn't believe that was true, yet, Leon seemed affected by such trivial matters. Wanting to uplift his friend's spirits, Mikhail then handed Leon a sparkling gold necklace. Leon looked at the shining object in his hand with surprise. Leon tilted his head and asked Mikhail, a star pendant. Mikhail hesitated before replying, it symbolizes your efforts to help everyone in the recent battle. We've overcome the first challenge, and now it's time for the church, Leon. We're heading to the cathedral. Leon immediately exclaimed, the cathedral? Hold on, isn't our agreement to go to the capital together? Didn't you hear what I just said? I'm concerned about my abilities. Mikhail chuckled and replied, that's why you should follow me. He teasingly looked at Leon, don't tell me, the future saint's sword is getting discouraged by trivial matters like this. Mikhail's playful teasing worked like a charm, and Leon responded with determination, who do you think I am? Butler Morden unexpectedly appeared and said to Leon, "The young master is right, I'm sure that thing will be very useful to you. Isn't that the meaning of challenging oneself to become a hero?" Mikhail curiously asked Butler Morden, "Where have you been just now?"
Butler Morden laughed, giving a vague reason. "Oh, I just met some old acquaintances, ended up chatting with them for a bit too long." Mikhail couldn't help but feel suspicious, thinking, he seems to be sneaking around.
Suddenly, Cassandra also appeared unexpectedly and said, "The important thing is to have a trustworthy companion." She told Mikhail, "It seems like you've received support from Archbishop Arley." Cassandra continued, "He is a person with great influence, so he'll be able to help us in many ways." Mikhail nodded, "Yes, I'm sure of that." Cassandra hesitated for a moment, then softly continued, "And now, I'm thinking of assisting you on the journey ahead. Perhaps when I return after a period of rest." The knight accompanying Cassandra expressed some concern. "Kasha, are you sure about this?" However, Cassandra waved off the worry and continued to ask Mikhail for his opinion. She inquired about whether having the support of the parish prophet would be beneficial for him on the upcoming journey. Cassandra timidly suggested this to Mikhail, and of course, such a wonderful proposal was hard for Mikhail to refuse. 4 days later, Mikhail's group decided to stay in the capital to allow Mikhail some time for rest and recovery. The battle with the fearsome warlord had left Mikhail wounded and drained of much of his strength. Seeing Mikhail in better condition, Set sighed in relief and said, "The absolute defense is fully restored, and your health is recovering well." Mikhail nodded in agreement, "Yes, you're right." He looked at his wounds, silently determined to achieve level 6 magic as soon as possible.
The remaining demon army commanders wouldn't be as weak as the fearsome warlord.
Set remained silent for a moment before hesitantly asking Mikhail, "There's something I've wanted to ask you for a long time. What are you?"
Mikhail pretended to innocently ask, "What do you mean, suddenly asking such a question?"
Set straightforwardly replied, "I want to know where your knowledge and skills come from." He raised an eyebrow with a serious expression and continued, "If I'm going to truly trust you, shouldn't I know these things?"
Hearing that, Mikhail pondered for a moment.
Well, she does have a point, he thought. Trust is built on how well you understand the other person.
Mikhail felt uneasy but thought, I don't think telling her that I reverse time is a good idea. He looked at Set and realized that even if Set didn't disclose this information to others, he still needed to be cautious. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Mikhail's mind. "Yes, that's it, I'll say it this way." Excitedly, Mikhail said to Set, "You're not the only one guarding Asar's tomb, you know." Set looked surprised, her eyes widening. "Really? But aren't I the first person you've met on this journey?" Mikhail grinned mischievously and said, "There's an exception, Thoth's records."
Set was astonished and exclaimed, "Wait, you mean Thoth's ancient records still exist to this day?"
Mikhail calmly replied, "That's right." He reassured himself, in essence, I'm not entirely lying to her, considering I did interact with Thoth's records before reversing time. In our past life, Thoth's tomb was one of the tombs we conquered. As for Thoth, a peculiar record had spread beyond the mortal realm, known as Thoth's record. Mikhail continued to persuade Set, "I believe she knows that Thoth is the only one aware of the hymn of virtues." Set quickly got drawn into Mikhail's narrative. It makes sense. She was easily convinced, "There's no doubt about that, your experiences are truly unimaginable, you know, Mikhail, you are indeed very fortunate." Set curiously asked Mikhail, "Well, I understand, this means you naturally know about the next tomb, right?" Mikhail nodded, "That's correct now." After dressing up, Mikhail informed Set, "But my top priority is to become a hero. The tomb next to the cathedral, I'll clean it up along the way." Set responded excitedly, Not bad, if you plan carefully, we can avoid as many dangers as possible." Mikhail suddenly paused, expressing his curiosity to Set, "Come to think of it, there's something I don't understand about the records. What is the true nature of the entity we call a god?" He tilted his head, looking at Set with a curious gaze. Mikhail's unexpected question caused Set to hesitate for a moment, as if this were a very difficult issue to explain. Pondering, Mikhail continued, "Currently, the god of the continent is Heikal, the god of wisdom. In the previous life, before Asar's tomb was discovered, Heikal was the only known god." Mikhail couldn't help but wonder and asked Set, "Are there truly only 2 gods in this world? If Asar was so great, why haven't we learned more about them?" After a moment of contemplation, Set hesitated before saying to Mikhail, "The amount of information I can provide you with now is very limited." Mikhail tilted his head, looking at her with curiosity. Set sighed and continued, "Let's just call it an unfortunate tragedy." Mikhail, becoming even more intrigued, wondered if Set knew what had happened to Heikal. He asked her again, "So, I guess you won't tell me what happened until I collect enough relics, right?" Set nodded, confirming, "That's correct now." Understanding the situation, Mikhail pondered, "I guess that's why Thoth didn't provide any additional information. Aside from the essentials, I only need to know that much for now." After dressing up, Mikhail stepped outside and found Leon waiting. Leon asked Mikhail, "Are you planning to go to the cathedral now? I think it's best to resolve everything as soon as possible." Mikhail nodded and replied, "Yes, but I will stay here a bit longer." Leon was curious and asked, "Why is that?"
Mikhail explained to Leon, the entity we defeated, it was a demon lord. I'm sure the news has spread widely, not only within the cathedral but throughout the entire kingdom. It's not just about the accuracy of the prophecy, but also about my appearance, reflecting on the peaceful time, Mikhail said to Leon. Mikhail continued, I'm sure my father knows about it by now.
Leon also felt worried. And you mean the Earl Walpurgis, right? Mikhail nonchalantly nodded. Indeed, didn't I tell you before?
Mikhail slyly smiled and said, I came here without informing him. Leon's eyes narrowed, swallowing nervously as if he had just committed a grave offense. Wait, are you saying he already knows? Leon anxiously and hesitantly questioned Mikhail, the most powerful mage in the kingdom. Your father already knows about this. Mikhail remained composed and replied casually, that's right. Leon couldn't contain his panic and grabbed Mikhail by the collar, interrogating him, are you out of your mind? Leon shouted in Mikhail's face, what about me, I'm here with you too. In a state of panic, Leon exclaimed, this is not okay, I hope we can still escape from here. Mikhail looked up at the sky and smirked ominously, hee, it's too late. As dark clouds gathered ominously overhead, Mikhail continued to laugh. Seeing the imminent danger, he remained composed. Multipath, resilience. A shield materialized just in time to block a lightning bolt, shaking the heavens and earth.
Leon, threatened into stiffness, lifted his face to the sky with a puzzled expression, asking, what on earth is happening? Mikhail chuckled and replied, that's how the Walpurgis family greets others. Mikhail looked at the figure emerging from the dusty haze, saying joyfully, it's delightful to see you again, father. Idan appeared with a decayed finger and a grim reaper-like countenance, commanding, silence, my son. Meanwhile, inside the cathedral, Archbishop Arley was leisurely enjoying tea, musing, I never thought I would be the one chosen as the hero. However, with the appearance of the demonic forces, I can't remain idle, thought Archbishop Arley as he pondered the talented young hero Mikhail Walpurgis.
Archbishop Arley smiled with joy and seemed proud to have the honor of nominating Mikhail for the position of hero. He reassured himself, thinking, I truly can't find anyone more deserving of that hero title. Suddenly, an earthquake shook the entire cathedral, interrupting Archbishop Arley's thoughts. Seeing a panicked clergyman rushing in, calling for Archbishop Arley, he eagerly inquired, what's happening, are demonic forces attacking us?
The minister hesitated before responding, no, it's not like that. Still in shock, the clergyman informed Archbishop Arley, it's the Earl Walpurgis.
He is using magic to attack his own son.
Upon hearing this, Archbishop Arley immediately turned pale, what?
Meanwhile, outside the cathedral, Idan continued relentlessly attacking Mikhail with dazzling golden lightning bolts. Mikhail sprinted agilely while contemplating, they mainly use thunder magic, perfect for quick and energy-efficient spellcasting, he probably doesn't want to risk injuring himself. Even in this intense moment, he could still manage a smile, just as expected of his father, he had thoroughly researched magic and maximized his strengths. Mikhail taunted Idan, I highly respect my father, dear father, he said, bowing sarcastically. Idan furrowed his brows, questioning, what did you just say? He retorted sharply, I said, dear father, and that damn mouth of yours. Immediately afterward, the lightning bolts continued to strike Mikhail, prompting him to startle and quickly use a teleportation spell to evade the attacks. Thanks to the teleportation spell, Mikhail easily dodged from one lightning bolt to another. However, it was challenging to keep evading the attacks from someone as experienced as Idan. Fortunately, Set intervened to provide a shield. I'll block this spell. Idan, noticing the unfamiliar energy resisting his magic, expressed some surprise, oh. With Idan momentarily pausing, Mikhail could now speak seriously, Father, do you think I aimed for the position of a hero just for fun? Idan straightforwardly responded, I won't deny that.
Mikhail continued, the current generation of heroes is different, prompting Idan to question, what do you mean?
Mikhail promptly responded, Father, have you heard about the news of the appearance of one of the commanders of the Demon Lord's army, a powerful demon lord? Reluctantly, Idan chuckled and said, I've heard, but is it really that serious? I think it's just propaganda from the churches to attract people's attention.
Mikhail candidly stated, if I tell you that it's not just fabricated propaganda, what would you say? Idan's expression immediately changed, asking, what do you mean?
He spoke to Mikhail with a serious tone, tell me the details, I'm listening. Mikhail then recounted the events in the capital over the past few days to Idan. With a thoughtful expression, Idan asked, are you saying that one of the commanders of the Demon Lord's army, a terrifying army commander, has appeared? Mikhail nodded affirmatively, the demonic forces are indeed real, and it died under the siege of some heroes. Idan raised an eyebrow skeptically, son, do you know what you're talking about? A demon lord appeared, and it couldn't do anything and died, how can that be possible? Archbishop Arley unexpectedly interjected into the conversation and addressed Idan, that's the truth, my lord. Idan looked surprised, Archbishop Arley, how?
Archbishop Arley responded, do you remember me, my lord? I recall meeting you about a year ago.
Idan glanced suspiciously at Archbishop Arley, wondering what he meant by claiming it was the truth, was the church discovering new heroes now? Archbishop Arley excitedly gestured toward Mikhail. Exactly, a hero has emerged somewhere, and specifically, that person is standing right in front of you.
The words of Archbishop Arley left Idun in a stunned silence.
After scrutinizing the introduced hero, Idun nonchalantly scoffed, just my foolish offspring.
Only now did Idun notice the peculiar mark that had appeared on Mikhail's neck. He frowned at his son. Upon reflection, you did show me some interesting things earlier. Does it have anything to do with the appearance of the demonic forces? Mikhail grinned with satisfaction. I knew you'd figure it out sooner or later, father.
Idun drew a small magical diagram in the air and said, fine then, teleportation, now. Idun immediately disappeared. Archbishop Arley turned to Mikhail in surprise. Where did he go? Mikhail calmly replied, don't worry, he'll be back soon. A few seconds later, Idun returned, and Mikhail promptly asked him, have you confirmed it, father? Idun solemnly said, yes, I just left to check the demonic energy density in the capital. I admit, it feels like a demon lord could indeed appear there. Idun furrowed his brow thoughtfully. A hero, it doesn't quite suit the Walpurgis lineage. Mikhail pondered. As expected, the Walpurgis family has never been particularly aligned with religious matters. After giving Idun some time to reflect, Mikhail finally spoke to persuade him. Father, the reason the title of a hero is no longer used is because we haven't faced any imminent threat from the demon lord. However, Mikhail continued, but what if the prophecies become reality? If the title of hero reappears when humanity foresees the impending disaster caused by the demon lord, it will become greater than ever. It will rally various forces against the demon lord. Although Mikhail's words made sense, Idun couldn't help but be concerned. The elders of the church are not easily deceived, and what Mikhail suggested might not be a simple matter. Seeing that persuading Idun through words alone might be challenging, Mikhail immediately invoked divine power. A sacred energy enveloped him, leaving both Idun and Archbishop Arley astonished. Archbishop Arley knelt before Mikhail, stammering, no, please, don't do this.
The divine power was overwhelming, and Archbishop Arley couldn't hide his awe as he gazed at the radiant aura emanating from Mikhail.
Mikhail asserted firmly to Idun, even if they are cunning or skeptical, it becomes meaningless in the face of this power. He smiled confidently, asserting, because I have a deity by my side, with this, both the churches and other forces will have to be cautious and reconsider my presence. I also have the right to choose my companions to fight against this demonic army. Idun raised an eyebrow and asked Mikhail, so, have you made your choice then? Mikhail, excitedly pointing towards Leon who stood in the distance eavesdropping, replied, there's someone right here. Idun, looking at the somewhat mischievous young man, questioned Mikhail skeptically, son, are you sure he's the one?
Mikhail turned back to Leon and nodded, yes, he's the one.
Mikhail subtly signaled to Leon, stating, I promised him an extraordinary gift, and in return, he'll accompany me in this battle.
Leon's ears perked up at the mention of an extraordinary gift, immediately feeling intrigued. An extraordinary gift, Leon quickly coordinated his performance with Mikhail, expressing, yes, to accompany him is indeed an honor. With enthusiasm, Leon praised Mikhail, stating that he was someone capable of resisting the demonic forces, not foolish enough to dive into something without careful consideration. Leon added with a playful tone, I'm sure he understands things even better than I do. Leon's words inadvertently touched Idun's heart, making him reflect on the changes and growth of Mikhail. Understanding it deeply, he began to recall the shifts in his son's character. Why hadn't he allowed Mikhail to explore these aspects earlier? From now on, Idun decided that Mikhail would be the one to determine his own path and actions. Not always completely trusting his son, Idun furrowed his brow. Despite having immense trust in Mikhail, he remained concerned about his actions, always feeling uneasy. After a moment of contemplation, Idun turned to Archbishop Arley, still kneeling on the ground. Allow me to ask you this, Archbishop Arley. Sitting before Archbishop Arley, Idun sincerely inquired, can you assure me that you will stand by my son in this battle, rather than with the church? Archbishop Arley sternly looked into Idun's eyes and declared, I, Archbishop Arley, can swear before the Lord. Hearing this, Idun slowly stood up. If you can swear before the Lord, then I have no more doubts, I understand now. Feeling reassured about his son's decision, Idun walked away, saying to Mikhail, do as you wish, I won't hinder you anymore. Mikhail smiled, watching Idun's retreating figure. Thank you, father. As Idun departed, the dark clouds dispersed, and a rainbow emerged in the clear sky, symbolizing a newfound clarity and peace. Next day, Leon sought out Mikhail's room early in the morning, loudly demanding, quick, hand it over. Standing at the door, Leon insisted, I'm sure you promised me something.
Mikhail couldn't avoid it and could only turn around, sighing. Facing Leon's triumphant look, Mikhail thought to himself, seriously, despite his seemingly foolish appearance, he won't let any opportunity slip by. Reluctantly, Mikhail gestured towards the bed, instructing Leon, first, lie down over there. Leon obeyed but wore a face of extreme skepticism. I'm lying down, but why do we need to do this? Mikhail sat beside the bed and began writing some incantations in the air. Because I need you to delve deep into sleep, he explained. Mikhail instructed Leon, from now on, reflect and reconnect with yourself.
I assure you won't be disappointed.
After completing the incantation, sparkling magical circles appeared in the air, spreading across the ceiling. Under the influence of the spell, Leon's eyes gradually grew heavy. He yawned, feeling an unexpected drowsiness.
In just a few seconds, his eyelids drooped, and he succumbed to sleep.
Leon entered into a dream immediately, but the surroundings gave an eerie feeling, indicating that this wasn't a pleasant dream.
The gloomy sky and the scenes of devastation made Leon wonder where he was.
Despite trying to scrutinize the surroundings, he couldn't figure out his location. Suddenly, a hoarse voice echoed from behind, welcoming him.
Leon immediately heightened his awareness, glancing behind him.
He turned sharply and asked the mysterious figure, "Who are you?" The enigmatic figure calmly responded to Leon, "You figured it out, haven't you? This place is just a dream, an illusion, or you can call it the world within your subconscious." Leon remained vigilant, telling himself not to let his guard down. Unable to discern the features of this being, he squinted at the mysterious figure and said, "So, everything here isn't real?" The mysterious figure leaped down to the ground and challenged Leon, "Exactly, none of it is real." He narrowed his eyes, daring Leon, "Now, draw your sword."
While Leon was still bewildered, trying to grasp the situation, the mysterious figure was ready to attack. Lowering his center of gravity, he swiftly lunged towards Leon.
Leon, not intimidated, quickly drew his sword, meeting the oncoming assault. At the exact moment the mysterious figure's blade struck, Leon managed to intercept it in time. However, his sword was swiftly knocked out of his hand by the mysterious assailant. The mysterious figure chuckled, "Not bad, but you'll need more than that to survive in this dream." Leon couldn't help but feel horrified, muttering to himself, "Oh my, he's stronger than me, much stronger." While Leon was still in shock, the mysterious figure sat down, holding the sword firmly with its point directed upward.
The next movement from the figure left Leon utterly stunned.
Without any resistance or a chance to escape, he was impaled directly through the abdomen.
In a split second, Leon jolted awake, panting and distressed. But at this moment, he realized that the mysterious figure and the wound from earlier had completely disappeared. Leon, surprised, wondered, what just happened? Then, the voice of the mysterious figure echoed from behind him, welcoming. Leon, bewildered, turned around and asked, "What just happened?"
The mysterious figure jumped down from above. "Just like the previous action, you're quite vigilant, not bad," he remarked.
Leon remained vigilant and confused about what was happening. He addressed the mysterious figure with caution, "Don't think you can deceive me twice." As a master of the fairy-ranked martial arts, Leon immediately activated his energy and prepared to launch a proactive attack. A powerful aura surrounded his body. In an instant, Leon executed the Mulier first form, leaping forward towards his opponent. Leon charged straight towards the mysterious figure, thinking that at this moment, it was defenseless and exposed to all vulnerabilities, overly confident. Appearing in front of the mysterious figure with overwhelming killing intent, Leon raised his sword high. He was determined to seek revenge for the previous attack. However, the mysterious figure effortlessly subdued Leon with a simple knee strike. Leon writhed in pain, shocked and bewildered. The mysterious figure kicked him away, mocking, "You thought I was too arrogant to defend myself, didn't you?" Leon's eyes widened as he realized he was back from the nightmare. Frustrated, he responded to Mikhail, "Send me back there. This time, I'm sure I can do it." Mikhail, curious, asked about the experience. And Leon, annoyed, exclaimed, "Just send me back, this time, I'm certain I'll succeed." Mikhail advised Leon to calmly reconsider what had happened and not to push too hard. Leon questioned, "Reconsider what?" And Mikhail explained that he needed to analyze his fighting performance and try different strategies in the upcoming trials. Recognizing that everything seemed to be progressing well, Mikhail urged Leon to thoroughly evaluate his actions and experiment with various tactics before the next trial. Leon, still frustrated and eager for answers, asked Mikhail to at least reveal the identity or nature of the opponent he had just faced. Mikhail, feigning ignorance, looked around and casually replied, "How would I know?" Amused by Leon's puzzled expression, Mikhail chuckled silently, hinting that the opponent might be a version of Leon from the future. Mikhail then advised Leon to take a break and mentioned that they would depart for Paris the next day. Leon, curious, inquired about their destination. And Mikhail left him with the anticipation of the journey ahead. Mikhail confirmed that they were headed to Paris and hinted that he planned to visit a few other places along the way. Leon's curiosity was piqued, and he asked about the other places. Mikhail, keeping it vague, mentioned that they would make a side trip to Fairy Forest. When Mikhail shared this news with everyone, there was surprise all around. Cassandra asked if he was going there for the World Tree. And Mikhail affirmed that it was indeed the case. A knight beside Cassandra remarked that elves were quite conservative and stubborn, believing themselves to be the chosen ones. Mikhail, after contemplating for a moment, pondered on how to address Helen. Helen suggested simply calling her by her name.
Mordin, the butler, unexpectedly chimed in, agreeing with Helen and stating an old saying about not trusting loudmouth.
Helen continued, stating that the young masters seemed to have a good understanding of things.
Both Mordin and Helen then unanimously declared that loudmouths were not to be trusted, leaving Mikhail surprised at their synchronized response. He mumbled to himself, they seemed to agree quite well. Mikhail casually spoke to everyone, anyway, besides the World Tree, we don't need anything else there. Leon curiously interjected, so why go far for that?
Mikhail calmly replied, isn't it obvious enough?
He chuckled confidently and said to everyone, I plan to take 1 or 2 branches of the tree. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into silence. Mikhail, puzzled, asked them, what's wrong? Even though no one said anything, I guess they think this guy is crazy. Afterwards, no one voiced any objections, but instead followed Mikhail. Leon continued to ask, but how do we get into the elven sanctuary now?
Mikhail pondered and replied, it's not too difficult.
At this point, they had arrived in a desolate and eerie forest. Mikhail sat down and placed his hand on a root protruding from the ground, saying, here it is, the root of the World Tree. Butler Mordin asked Mikhail, what do you plan to do with this tree root? Mikhail explained, the roots of the World Tree surround the entire world. Regardless of where the root is, they all tend to connect back to the source. He slowly stood up after examining the tree roots. Cassandra also looked down at the roots and said, judging by the current state of the roots, it seems that the condition of the World Tree is deteriorating. Helen wondered, don't tell me you plan to reach the World Tree by following its roots. Helen, feeling puzzled, continued, not to mention that the World Tree is a noble entity, so it would never accept an outsider like you. Mikhail confidently laughed and replied, I told you it's fine. Right after that, he clasped his hands together to form a special gesture. Mikhail firmly declared to everyone, besides, I prepared thoroughly before coming here. Right after that, he targeted a part of the tree roots and uttered an incantation, lock. Upon connecting with the World Tree, vague images of his past lives appeared in Mikhail's mind. At that moment, the World Tree had completely withered away. Mikhail spoke to the Spirit King, please wake up. Seeing the Spirit King in such a shocked state, Mikhail encouraged him, you still have to lead the elf tribe from now on. The Spirit King turned back to look at Mikhail with a mournful gaze and self-blame, saying, if only I had tried harder. Mikhail gently patted the Spirit King and reassured him, if you let it affect you, it will end everything. Mikhail looked up at the dried and withered branches, feeling a deep sense of sadness. He remembered from his past life that one of the most regrettable things was the World Tree dying before the Spirit King could save it. Now, standing in front of the World Tree once again, Mikhail whispered to himself, the World Tree and the predecessor Spirit King both died at the hands of a higher demon. He looked at the World Tree with a determined gaze, realizing that now they needed to do everything possible to save this World Tree. In his past life, after consoling the 8th Spirit King, Jihad Yggdrasil, had joined the hero party with Mikhail. Mikhail felt a bit uncomfortable, squinting his eyes. Well, trying to communicate with a high-level entity like the World Tree brings back some unwanted memories. Suddenly, Set appeared beside Mikhail, complaining, hey, can you at least inform me before doing these risky things? Mikhail looked at Set in surprise, asking, why are you here? Set responded harshly, I was dragged here, now my soul and yours are bound. Mikhail remained calm as if nothing serious was happening. Alright then, let's proceed, he said. Set continued to grumble, questioning, what are you planning now? You can't use the hymn to save it anymore. Mikhail turned to Set with curiosity, asking, do you know anything about the World Tree? Set nodded, of course, it's a branch directly connected to Asar. Set explained with a slightly melancholic look in her eyes. To be more detailed, the World Tree is a surviving creature, and we, the Tomb Guardians, are sacrifices. Mikhail silently acknowledged this revelation, realizing that the Tomb Guardians were sacrifices, and beings like the World Tree were the surviving entities. He pondered on the matter but decided to set it aside for now, thinking, I'll probably understand more about this later. Mikhail and Set approached the World Tree, a majestic ancient tree radiating a dazzling glow. As Mikhail stepped closer, a peculiar energy emanated from the tree's trunk. This energy materialized into a stunning, ethereal girl who appeared before Mikhail and Set like a celestial being. The girl gracefully set foot on the lush green grass and said, thank you for coming here, I am the World Tree. You can call me Yggdrasil. After introducing herself, Yggdrasil extended her hand forward, manipulating the surrounding branches and grass to weave into a set of wooden chairs. She created a seating arrangement and invited Mikhail, first, why don't you take a seat, I believe we have much to discuss. Suddenly, Yggdrasil looked at Set sitting on Mikhail's shoulder and teased, by the way, isn't that a familiar face? It's been a while, hasn't it, big sister? Set sighed and replied, you haven't changed a bit, have you? Yggdrasil sat down and said, it's nothing compared to what I have to do in my role as the World Tree. She looked at Mikhail with surprise and expressed, I didn't think people in this era would know about the hymn.
Yggdrasil looked at Set again and continued, not only that, but you've also been recognized by a divine artifact and even received protection from my dear sister. Set nodded and added, yeah, even she was surprised by that. Set went on to mention that he even possessed the writings of Thoth. Yggdrasil was even more astonished and asked, Thoth, how? Yggdrasil sighed and told Mikhail, if you have his notes, I'm sure you understand my current situation. Mikhail nodded, acknowledging his understanding. Mikhail then straightforwardly asked Yggdrasil, it's just my speculation, but isn't it related to demon lords or similar entities? Yggdrasil, upon hearing this, was utterly stunned. Up until now, she believed that Mikhail was truly exceptional. I understand, so you do possess Thoth's notes, she said. Yggdrasil extended her hand in front of Mikhail and continued, the remnants of that vile entity have left severe consequences. At this moment, Yggdrasil's delicate fingers suddenly froze and turned dark, like dry firewood. Even worse, her fingers began to crumble and emit a black, sooty air. Both Mikhail and Set were horrified by this gruesome sight. Set, worried, couldn't find the right words and stammered, hey, you're. Yggdrasil allowed them to witness her deteriorating hand and said, the remaining parts of the demon lord's body are extremely challenging to deal with. Perhaps if I could completely destroy them, things might have been different. Mikhail pondered quietly, now I understand why the world tree was destroyed. Mikhail sighed and asked Yggdrasil, are you trying to endure it all alone? That thing has practically brought destruction to this entire realm. Yggdrasil withdrew her hand, and it instantly returned to its normal state. She calmly replied, if we were to put it in human terms, I willingly took poison with a 100% mortality rate. Set couldn't help but express sorrow for her younger sister. Mikhail continued, how long do you think you can endure this? Yggdrasil answered, I'm sure it will completely kill me within 4 days. It would be better to consider that I have fulfilled my duty, but until then, I still have a little time. Mikhail nodded, I understand. He then asked Yggdrasil, so the remnants of the demon lord haven't completely corrupted your root system yet, right? Without waiting for Yggdrasil's response, Mikhail continued, so, we still have a chance. Mikhail thought to himself that before his reincarnation, Yggdrasil had chosen the path of mutual destruction with the remnants of the demon lord. However, the demon lord had patiently waited for the moment she would bid farewell to the world, and he had struck at that exact time. Thinking about it, Mikhail couldn't help but feel a sense of bitterness for Yggdrasil. Her choice, in the end, led to her own senseless death. Nevertheless, things were different now. Mikhail, after some contemplation, told Yggdrasil, we need to eliminate them before they can reach your root system. Within the next 4 days, I'm sure you'll fully recover. We still have a chance to change everything. He looked at Yggdrasil with a determined gaze. Trust me, we can make a difference. Set, sitting on Mikhail's shoulder, encouraged Yggdrasil, you should believe in him, YGG. Even though he may look inexperienced on the surface, he's truly skilled for this job. Set leaned in and whispered to Yggdrasil, trust him. Yggdrasil furrowed her brows and pondered for a moment. Eventually, she hesitated before saying to Mikhail, very well, I hope. However, Mikhail interrupted Yggdrasil, extending his hand and stating, oh, before that. I want to be compensated in advance. His somewhat brusque request left both Yggdrasil and Set astonished. Set angrily pinched Mikhail's cheek, saying, what's wrong with you? Hold on a bit, let me check. Despite Set's complaints, Mikhail ignored him and continued, I want to be compensated in advance for what I'll receive after resolving this issue. I want to be paid up front. Mikhail calmly responded to Yggdrasil's inquiry, well, nothing too extravagant. I just want one of the branches from the world tree. He pointed his index finger at the lush canopy of the world tree and continued. Not only do I need this for personal gain, but it's also crucial for resolving this entire situation. He lifted his head, gazing at the high branches and stated, in all the branches of the world tree. Yggdrasil followed his gaze, looking at the branches as Mikhail outlined his request. Mikhail enthusiastically requested from Yggdrasil, I want the oldest and finest branch of yours. At this moment, outside the world tree, a spirit was fervently praying. The spirit Prince Jihad had his hands clasped in reverence before the world tree, beseeching, please answer our prayers, O Great Mother. Please let us know how to save them, Jihad pleaded. He looked up at the world tree with eyes filled with indescribable sorrow. The branches were starting to wither, and there were no green leaves left on them. Jihad lowered his head sadly, so, they don't answer us, just as I feared, or perhaps they are in a situation where they cannot follow us. Suddenly, the voice of Yggdrasil echoed in Jihad's ears, my child. Jihad's eyes widened in astonishment, Mother, Great Mother. Yggdrasil spoke gently, some call me Mother, and some call me the World Tree. Yggdrasil said to Jihad, my child, darkness is creeping to engulf us, but it is not yet too late. O benevolent World Tree, what should I do to save them? Jihad asked anxiously. Yggdrasil replied gently, there is a man who shares our light, if you accompany him, there is hope that he will illuminate our path. The gentle green light of Yggdrasil disappeared right after. Jihad exclaimed with urgency, Mother, please don't abandon us, where is the man you mentioned? Feeling helpless, Jihad suddenly felt Mikhail approaching from behind. Mikhail reassured him, he's right behind you. Jihad, teary-eyed, asked Mikhail, who are you? Mikhail confidently introduced himself, I am Mikhail Walpurgis. I am representing the World Tree to handle matters here. With just a few words, Jihad completely trusted Mikhail and followed his lead back to the spirit village. Jihad, surprised, observed Mikhail walking ahead and questioned, didn't you say I would guide you, why are you leading the way? Mikhail calmly replied, is the path I'm taking wrong? If it is, you can correct me any time. As they approached the spirit village, Mikhail looked at the familiar path and reminisced about his past life. He remembered this trail, even after the forest had been massacred and there was no one left, the path remained unchanged. Mikhail pondered, I should probably alter the fate of the current reigning spirit lord, even though the current spirit lord is old, he's undoubtedly not useless, keeping him alive would bring many benefits. Mumbling to himself, Mikhail continued, according to the past life, he would have died at the hands of the remnants before being sealed by the demon lord, but I won't let him die like that. Jihad, curious, asked Mikhail, by the way, why did you come here alone? Mikhail shrugged and replied, no, but they will all find their way here, don't worry about it. Jihad furrowed his brows with concern, they'll come here on their own. He chuckled and responded, they're not like ordinary folks out there. As he finished speaking, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, and a spirit came running towards them. The spirit was panting and exclaimed with a worried tone, my lord, trouble, intruders. Jihad immediately asked, what's happening? The spirit, still catching his breath, reported, there are invaders, they've finally arrived. Mikhail grinned in delight, they've finally come. Jihad looked towards the distant spirits, who were pointing up to the sky and shouting, oh, someone can fly, look, someone's flying. The four individuals with Mikhail, having somehow acquired flying horses, circled above the spirits, causing quite a commotion. One of the spirits exclaimed, are they the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse? I'm going crazy. Mikhail, still gazing up at the sky, wore a proud smile, seems like your companions have arrived. Realizing the trouble they caused, Mikhail turned his attention back to Jihad and the distressed spirits. Sorry about that, he said sincerely, trying to calm the situation. He sternly questioned, are you planning to destroy the entire forest or something? The steward Mordin quickly retorted, but it wasn't you who said to leave us behind without a word, you shouldn't have abandoned us in the first place. Mikhail appeared lost in thought, as if contemplating something profound. He mused, while steward Mordin, with bravado, criticized him, asserting that the master should take responsibility for the actions of the subordinates. He claimed that the responsibility for this matter should not fall solely on him. Mikhail, with an icy demeanor, instructed Jihad, fine, tie him up. Jihad immediately commanded the other spirits, tie him up. Steward Mordin was dragged away, his desperate pleas for forgiveness echoing in the air. Young master, I beg your pardon, please forgive me. Cassandra, on the other hand, seemed quite delighted as she remarked, riding on flying horses is so much fun. Leon glanced at Mikhail and inquired, so what do you plan to do now? Mikhail informed them, I have obtained a branch from the World Tree, but this is just an advance payment. So, I need all of you to help me with something. He then explained earnestly, I require your assistance in a matter of utmost importance. Afterward, Jihad led them to the palace of the spirits, where the spirit king resided. Jihad cheerfully guided them on the familiar steps to meet his father. Mikhail ascended the well-known steps, lost in contemplation. This palace of spirits was the holiest place in the village, where both fairies and spirits had coexisted since ancient times. The being who held the position of the spirit king was chosen by both races to lead them, Ma spirit acknowledged by all fairies. It was the place where the spirit king and all the fairies lived together. The group entered the majestic hall of the spirit palace, where the spirit king awaited them. So, for fairies, this was the most sacred place. As Mikhail stepped into the palace, curious fairies flew over to observe him. Look, a human, and a stranger at that. The fairies playfully surrounded Mikhail, expressing their admiration. Jihad teased Mikhail, they usually aren't this friendly with outsiders, being the representative of the World Tree makes a difference. Mikhail, with a cold demeanor, remarked, quite bothersome. Jihad laughed in response, don't judge them too quickly, they are all quite nice. Approaching a large wooden door, Jihad informed the group, the spirit king is inside. Jihad called out, open the door, Lord Spirit. The door creaked open, revealing a long-haired spirit sitting on a bed, appearing quite frail. The spirit king turned to look at the special guests, whispering, it's been a long time since humans came here. Welcoming them, he gazed at them with eyes lacking vitality. Although he didn't get off the bed to greet them, the spirit king spoke warmly, thank you all for visiting. Mikhail and the others responded with polite gestures, acknowledging the spirit king's presence. Mikhail politely bowed and replied, thank you for your hospitality, and may you be protected for 1,000 lifetimes, O spirit king. The spirit king nodded in satisfaction, you seem to know a bit about our customs. He then turned to his son and inquired, so, which wind brought you here, Jihad? Jihad promptly answered, Father, prepare yourself for surprise, the World Tree has appeared before us in an instant. The Spirit King widened his eyes in astonishment. He immediately stepped down from the bed and asked Jihad again, "Are the things you said true?" The Spirit King persistently questioned Jihad, "My son, your words mean nothing if you cannot prove them, especially when it comes to matters related to the World Tree. Can you demonstrate the truth of your words?" Jihad, feeling a bit flustered, replied, "Yes, father, I can." Seeing Jihad uncertain about how to proceed, Mikhail gently placed his hand on his shoulder and said, "I can help." Mikhail flashed a confident smile to reassure Jihad. Then Mikhail spoke to the Spirit King with a serious tone, "Instead of just listening, why don't you look into my eyes, sir?" As he spoke, Mikhail searched through his coat for something. When the object was finally retrieved, the Spirit King couldn't hide his astonishment. Yes, it was her. A branch of hers, the Spirit King exclaimed as soon as he saw the glowing branch in Mikhail's hand. Mikhail calmly said, "Sir, I'm sure you know what that means." The Spirit King immediately addressed Mikhail as the envoy. Mikhail thought to himself, "Indeed, when I possess a branch of the World Tree, it signifies that I am recognized by the World Tree." He reassured himself, acknowledging that this was the most convincing evidence of his connection to the World Tree that he had seen. True to Mikhail's expectations, the Spirit King immediately knelt before him, addressing him as the envoy of Jiranhatas, the current Spirit King, and respectfully requesting his audience. With an earnest tone, the Spirit King pleaded, "I implore you to bestow upon us your divine salvation for your people." Jihad, witnessing the Spirit King perform a ritual before someone else for the first time, felt a bit perplexed. "Father." However, Mikhail remained unfazed, wasting no time. He directly addressed the Spirit King. "I have a matter that needs to be resolved first." The Spirit King eagerly inquired, "What is it?" Mikhail raised the glowing branch and explained, "I intend to forge a creature capable of neutralizing the toxin gradually corroding the World Tree using this branch, therefore, I plan to borrow your forging workshop." The Spirit King, puzzled, asked again, "Forging workshop, you mean?" Mikhail chuckled cunningly and replied, "Exactly, I'm referring to the Forge of Ord." King Spirit became even more surprised. "You knew about that too?" The Forge of Ord was a forge used by Ord, where skilled spirit blacksmiths crafted legendary equipment for the Spirit Kings. The Spirit King hastily stood up and declared, "Then there's no need to delay, the Divine will guide you there." Mikhail stopped him. "No, I have another request, sir." He explained the current situation to the Spirit King. "What's corroding the World Tree is the remnants of a demon lord." The Spirit King furrowed his brow, puzzled. "Remnants of a demon lord, what does that mean?" Mikhail nodded and continued, "Exactly, the enemy of all living beings, that's what you're thinking of." The Spirit King, still puzzled, replied, But the Divine doesn't sense any malevolent energy." Mikhail explained, "That's because the World Tree currently holds the upper hand in power, it's the best she can do." He told the Spirit King that she's waiting for everyone's assistance, but her presence is too weak for them to perceive. Upon hearing this, the Spirit King felt a sense of sorrow, that. He choked back tears, bowing his head, "Oh, our mother." Mikhail spoke with a solemn tone, "They both strive for the best for each other, but the inability to communicate led to this. Now, we have to address this issue." Continuing, Mikhail said, "But there's another problem to solve first. When I start forging the creature, those remnants will surely detect it and try to interfere." Upon hearing this, everyone in the room froze in shock. The Spirit King's face showed deep concern. "What do you mean?" Mikhail nodded with a slight frown, "Exactly. A catastrophe will descend upon the Spirit Forest." He earnestly warned the Spirit King about the impending danger. Mikhail continued to urge the Spirit King to make a decision. "We can't afford to waste any more time, we must address this issue quickly." The Spirit King, upon hearing this, immediately snapped back to attention. He commanded his son, Jihad, lead our guest to the water pool." Jihad nodded, "Yes, father," and gestured for Mikhail to follow him towards the water pool. The Spirit King continued discussing the plan with Mikhail, emphasizing that they would concentrate their soldiers and guards. The Spirit King firmly asserted to Mikhail that they would sacrifice everything to protect their people, ensuring that no harm would be allowed. Mikhail turned to look into Cassandra's wide eyes. Before he could say anything, she asked, "You will request my assistance for the Spirit Tribe along with Lady Helen, won't you?" Mikhail responded with a smile, "You already know what I was going to say, it's good to have a seer on our side." Mikhail then turned to Leon, "I would like you to support the Spirit Tribe as well." Leon immediately nodded, "Certainly." With everyone's tasks assigned, Mikhail sighed in relief and said, "So, let's go rescue the World Tree." He turned to Jihad and smiled confidently. Shortly after, Jihad led Mikhail to the Forge of Ord, saying, "We're here." They stood before the water pool, and Jihad informed Mikhail, "This is the Forge of Ord." Jihad expressed some concern, "No one knows how Ord used this pool to create artifacts, and there are no clues to guide us. Do you happen to know anything about it, by chance?" Mikhail whispered to himself, "Of course, I know." He pondered, reflecting on the countless creations he had forged in this place in his past life, realizing that he needed it now to ensure survival. Approaching the water pool, Mikhail thought, Ord used this pool in a special way.
Perhaps he wanted to keep it exclusively for himself. Even so,
I'll make the most of it.
Mikhail held the glowing branch over the water pool and immersed himself, murmuring, "Legendary spirit blacksmith, Ord." In reality, he wasn't just a blacksmith. After releasing the branch into the water, Mikhail immediately began reciting an analytical chant, studying its structure. The water's surface bubbled and surged, indicating that the analysis process was underway. Jihad, witnessing someone using the Forge of Ord for the first time, was amazed at the boiling water. Mikhail remained focused on the forging process and didn't respond to Jihad immediately. However, it was evident that he had a deeper understanding of the pool than even the spirit tribe.
After some contemplation, Mikhail finally revealed to Jihad what he knew about Ord.
The legendary spirit blacksmith, Ord, was, in fact, a mage, a highly skilled and accomplished one at that.
However, it was clear that his talents had some limitation.
As a result, Ord made a decision: if he couldn't succeed as a mage, he would excel in a different direction. Eventually, Ord became a master of magical items. While Mikhail performed magical techniques on the branch in the water, he slowly explained to Jihad. "I believe the Fountain of Names is just a metaphor," Mikhail said, combining magic with the branch in the water.
Ord, unable to succeed as a mage, redirected his talents towards crafting magical artifacts. Instead of a literal fountain, it's more of a metaphor.
Mikhail continued to explain to Jihad, though it appears to be a regular water fountain, mana is infused into the water, turning it into a liquid form of magic. He then intensified the magical analysis further. The branch in the water now emitted a brilliant glow, with threads of mana connecting to it. After a while, the water's surface began to ripple intensely, as if it were erupting. After a few analytical maneuvers, the branch rose from the water, surrounded by a sparkling stream of mana-laden liquid.
Mikhail informed Jihad, "This essence is a special component containing the life force of the world tree. The challenge lies in refining this item to near perfection, which is almost impossible." He smiled with intrigue. "However, what if we were to employ a thoroughly magical method?" Jihad looked in astonishment at the branch in the middle of the water well. "What's happening?" Mikhail promptly explained, "I'm about to manipulate this mixed water to refine the essence of the world tree." Jihad curiously asked, "How long will this take?" Mikhail pondered for a moment before answering, "Not too long, probably around 4 days." Jihad, feeling concerned, remarked, 4 days, what if the forest is attacked during that time?" Mikhail, in contemplation, acknowledged the inconvenience this could pose to the refining process. Mikhail turned to Jihad and asked, "What are you doing, just standing there to watch?" He continued, "We've also reached the Fountain of Names. We need to leverage its advantages. It's not the only thing here, there are many other gifts from Ord." Jihad looked at him in surprise. "Many other gifts, you say?" Mikhail enthusiastically replied, "Items from former kings, they're probably scattered around here somewhere." Jihad, astonished, asked, "Items created for the spirit kings, where are they?" Mikhail shook his head, "You have to find them yourself, I need to focus on this task first." Jihad quickly grasped that this was an opportunity for him to enhance his abilities and prove himself. "All right, I understand," he said. After Jihad left, Mikhail focused all his attention on the branch above the water well, reassuring himself, "We have 4 days. All right then." The countdown begins. For the next 3 days, Mikhail remained by the water well, and the spirit tribe prepared themselves mentally for the potential upcoming battle. Leon observed the situation and remarked to Cassandra, Things seem to be going better than expected." Cassandra fell into contemplation for a moment before saying, "Not necessarily, Leon." Curious, Leon asked her if she sensed something unfavorable. Cassandra, with a hint of sadness, lowered her head and said, "I'm limited in seeing explicit future events. Nevertheless, I can still sense that things don't seem too promising." She looked with concern at the world tree, gradually deteriorating. A moment later, she laughed and said, "But Mikhail has taken care of everything, hasn't he?" Helen chimed in, cautioning Cassandra against dependence. Cassandra cheerfully replied, "All right, Knight Helen, as long as I endure a bit more, he will surely fulfill my wishes. He will also resolve the church's issues." As Cassandra spoke, the ground suddenly cracked and trembled violently. Leon looked around anxiously. "What's happening?" Helen immediately positioned herself to shield Cassandra, pulling her away from the cracking ground. The blossoms around them withered suddenly. From beneath the cracking ground emerged a dark, growling entity. The trio stood frozen, staring at the unfolding scene, seemingly too horrified to move away. Helen looked up at the emerging dark entity and muttered, "I guess whatever we feared is about to make an appearance." Suddenly, on the dark form of the creature, 3 blood-red eyes opened. As it fully revealed itself, it turned out to be a colossal 3-eyed serpent, tightly coiled around the trunk of the world tree. The serpent hissed, emitting threatening sounds. Cassandra urgently urged everyone, "We should retreat immediately." Leon, still in shock, exclaimed, "Are we leaving this thing here and running away?" Cassandra quickly said, "This thing is too dangerous, we can't defeat it, let's go." The serpent hissed again, displaying its dominance before the small group.
Leon, shaken by the serpent's hiss, felt a surge of overwhelming fear, his eyes were wide with terror. He thought to himself, facing a colossal creature with such immense power, he couldn't imagine how they could possibly win against it.
Leon stood frozen before the serpent, realizing that he might not be able to overcome this formidable foe.
Leon gritted his teeth in self-blame, cursing himself for being so weak. Suddenly, he recalled the mysterious figure from his dream, wishing he could be as strong as the person he encountered in that dream. He looked up at the serpent, fear lingering in his voice, muttering, "Mikhail, that scoundrel.
When is he going to show up?"
At that moment, Mikhail was still by the well, surrounded by shimmering purple-pink lights. He had reached the final stages of crafting the item. And it seemed that he had sensed the attack on the fairy forest. Returning to the situation in the Elven realm, where the serpent was crushing everything in its path, it was heading straight towards Leon and the fairy tribe, ready for battle.
Leon and everyone else felt an intense tension and vigilance, fully aware of the overwhelming difference in strength between the two sides.
Despite the fairy tribe mobilizing all possible resources, the gaze of the fairy king still revealed deep concern and tension. As the serpent creature entered the attack range, the spirit king immediately raised his hand and gave the command to shoot.
The archers, following the order, raised their bows and aimed straight at the serpent creature.
Along with the sweeping gesture of the spirit king's hand, hundreds of arrows surged forward, attacking the serpent creature from multiple directions. The serpent creature writhed and howled in apparent pain. It intended to unleash its wrath upon those who had attacked it, but a robust magical barrier caused it to recoil, dazed and disoriented. The serpent creature became increasingly frenzied, repeatedly ramming its head against the magical barrier, producing resounding thuds that affirmed the toughness of the shield. The spirit king furrowed his brows, observing the serpent creature relentlessly assaulting the barrier, and sighed, "The magical weapons we received from him.
I knew they would come in handy."
However, the magical shield couldn't withstand the overwhelming power and frenzy of the serpent creature for too long. The spirit king looked concerned, realizing that it seemed we wouldn't endure much longer under the strength of the creature. Meanwhile, at the Lake of Ord, a brilliant radiance enveloped the entire surface of the water. Mikhail held a staff made from the world tree's branch in his hand and murmured, "It's finally done." He turned to Set and asked, "Set, how much time has passed?" She promptly replied, "It took 3 days, faster than expected." Set tilted her head to look at Mikhail and said, "Now we need to embed the orb into the staff, right?" Mikhail nodded, "Exactly." Mikhail examined the staff in his hand and thought, "Things went smoother than I imagined, a tremendous success." Set, eager and enthusiastic, urged, "Hurry up, embed it, quickly." Mikhail held up the gem and replied, all right, I'll do it right away." He then carefully embedded the gem into the staff, and as soon as it was in place, the gem emitted a dazzling radiance. It was the brilliant light of magic, the increased power that any sorcerer would desire. Returning to the tense situation in the celestial grove, the demonic serpent continued relentlessly slamming its head against the magical shield. Finally, after dozens of repetitions, it succeeded in creating a massive crack in the shield, injuring the Earthblood spirit sorcerers. The spirit sorcerers, one by one, fell to their knees due to depleted energy. The spirit king looked in horror at the massive crack in the shield, realizing they were reaching their limit. Helplessly, he could only silently pray for a miracle, imploring the divine. The demonic serpent, sensing the vulnerability, backed away to gain momentum. Leon, understanding the situation, shouted a warning to everyone, "It's about to break, get ready." The fate of the celestial grove hung in the balance as the monstrous serpent prepared for its final assault.
Immediately after, the demonic serpent successfully shattered the magical shield.
Fortunately, Mikhail appeared just in the nick of time, expressing his disdain for everything related to demonic gods. With his augmented staff, Mikhail unleashed a radiant burst of holy light onto the demonic serpent. After the holy light subsided, the monstrous serpent dissipated into black smoke, resembling charred meat.
Cassandra cheered excitedly, "He's here." Mikhail calmly replied, "Luckily, I wasn't too late." He gazed up at the monstrous serpent and silently pondered, this demon arrived faster than anticipated. A furrow formed on his brow as concern crept in. He couldn't help but worry, if I can't conclude this quickly, this place might end up as nothing but ruins. The spirit king approached, seeking reassurance from Mikhail. "My son," he began, but Mikhail swiftly reassured him, "You don't need to worry about that." Mikhail promptly soared towards the colossal demonic serpent. "Thud, it's really massive," he commented. Mikhail carefully observed the demonic serpent after being struck by the holy light, contemplating, normally, using a level 5 incantation like Sacred Light wouldn't yield such results. However, with this scepter, a scepter crafted from precious materials found in the world tree, could indeed alter the norm. Mikhail stared intently at the serpent, weighing his options. However, the shards had persisted on the world tree for not just 1 or 2 years. During this time, the world tree was inevitably affected.
Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be a shard of the demon lord. Mikhail furrowed his brow and tried to identify the weak point of the three-eyed serpent. He reminded himself that if he could bring it down with a single strike from this scepter, the world tree would no longer have to endure such strain. Observing the enraged state of the serpent after being struck by the sacred light, Mikhail appeared confident. However, he knew that preparation was key. He carefully studied the serpent as it roared, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Mikhail mumbled to himself, well, to accomplish that, it must reveal itself. The serpent suddenly lunged towards Mikhail with its sharp fangs gaping wide. Unexpectedly, an arrow with a distinctive shape, slicing through the air, swiftly soared towards the serpent. The arrow embedded itself into the serpent, causing it to howl in pain once again. In less than a second, the arrow exploded, inflicting severe injuries on the serpent. Mikhail, also caught off guard by the explosion, wondered, could that be an arrow from the Spirit King? He scrutinized more closely and realized it was an arrow forged by Urd. It was a renowned artifact known for containing powerful divine energy. Mikhail glanced towards the shot arrow, interpreting its presence as Jihad joining the battle. My lord, I am here, Jihad announced. Mikhail immediately broke into an excited smile. Hee, perfect timing. Mikhail raised his voice provocatively to the serpent. You still think you can endure attacks like that? Huh, now, what are you going to do? Looks like your skin is about to peel off. He deliberately used taunting words to aggravate the serpent, which had lost half of its face due to the explosive arrow. Mikhail then turned and whispered, Set, do your thing. Set nodded in response. Right after that, Mikhail employed teleportation magic and accelerated simultaneously. He shot straight into the serpent's mouth while it was writhing in pain, ready to commence the attack. Mikhail, still laughing with apparent delight, continued to thrust himself into the serpent's throat. I'm here, he exclaimed. Mikhail kept propelling himself into the creature's body, surrounded by a slimy mess that was indistinguishable whether it was blood or something else. Set couldn't help but express her disgust. That's truly disgusting. She confidently affirmed, I think it's a fragment, similar to the devil's remains. I can confirm it's quite comparable. Suddenly, from the slimy walls, a bunch of repulsive black substances emerged, adding to the overall revulsion of the scene. Mikhail stopped cautiously and investigated the strange objects that had just appeared. The black slimy masses began to take the form of faces, groaning and moaning with eerie sounds reminiscent of tormented souls in the underworld. Set warned Mikhail, the fragments are creating demons, be careful. Mikhail clicked his tongue and remarked, they don't look too strong. Set replied, that's because they are unstable. However, we still need to be cautious, they might regenerate as long as they're within the remains. Mikhail stared intently at the small demons contorting in front of him, contemplating how to deal with the situation. After a moment, he planted the staff firmly into the ground and gripped it tightly. Mikhail decided to use the magic of expanding the spell circle to increase the number of magic circles instantly. When he reached the required number of magic circles, Mikhail intoned, Holy Command. The peculiar magic made the small demons look bewildered. At this moment, behind Mikhail, a bright window with a distinctive pattern appeared. Due to the use of magic beyond his own capabilities, Mikhail couldn't avoid coughing up blood immediately afterward. While wiping the blood from his mouth, he sternly stared at the swarm of demons and cursed, Die. Holy Command is a spell that Mikhail successfully crafted on his own before his resurrection. The difficulty in casting this spell far exceeds that of other spells. However, Mikhail currently has no other option to swiftly deal with that swarm of dark masses. I apologize for the confusion earlier, now let's continue with the translation. The stream of light from the window shone wherever it reached, blowing away the demons in its path. It lived up to its name as a high-level spell that he had prepared for situations like this. Set witnessed the scene and almost dropped her jaw in amazement. She looked at Mikhail in bewilderment and asked, What just happened? Why did they all vanish like that? They can't die so easily, can they? Set, worried, asked Mikhail, Are you okay? Are you sure you're not overexerting yourself? Mikhail looked at the blood on his hands and replied, I am overexerting myself, but this is the only thing I can do to solve the problem. If you have further requests or if there's anything else you'd like to know, feel free to ask. Mikhail continued to run straight ahead, silently acknowledging, the amount of mana this spell consumes is significant. If I want to use it in conjunction with other spells, I can only sustain it for 5 minutes. I need to deal with it within that time frame. He ran as fast as possible towards the deeper parts of the serpent's body. On the way inside the body of the snake, Mikhail constantly had to use the holy seal to incinerate the small demons that were newly created, depleting a considerable amount of energy. After struggling for a while, Mikhail glared at a protruding red mass ahead and muttered, Found it. He pointed at the lump and cursed, You miserable creature. If you have any more text to be translated or if there's anything else I can help you with, feel free to let me know. Set, with a hint of fear, said, The eye of the demon lord, so that's the main body. She grumbled with annoyance, I knew there was something behind all of this.
Seeing that the demon lord's eye had detected their presence, Mikhail calculated in his head, 3 minutes left for the remaining spell. The eye immediately launched psychic attacks towards Mikhail. Mikhail instructed Set, get into position. Simultaneously, he used a teleportation spell to dodge the eye's attacks. Mikhail skillfully shifted to a position just in front of the eye, with only 1 minute left, in his hand. He raised a brightly glowing yellow stone. As the time dwindled to 30 seconds, he stood resolute, disregarding the eye's psychic assaults. When there were only 30 seconds left, he stood still, indifferent to the piercing gaze coming his way. Suddenly, Word's arrow soared through, cutting across all the tentacles, leaving Set startled and gasping. The arrow had created a large hole in the colossal body of the serpent. It turned out that upon receiving Mikhail's signal, Jihad had aimed and shot the arrow precisely at the location designated by Mikhail, successfully severing the tentacles of the eye. Mikhail, composed and hovering in front of the eye, addressed it. Well, do you really think that the entity called the World Tree would stand idly by while you prepare to kill it? Mikhail thought to himself, there's always a chance, whether it's before my resurrection, even if all my efforts fail, and I meet my demise, everything has its meaning. In the moment of the eye's bewildered hesitation, Mikhail pointed his staff at it and chanted the unique level 7 spell, Yggdrasil. The head of the staff touched the eye, glowing brightly. Sprouts began to emerge from within the body of the serpent. Mikhail whispered to himself, the World Tree has not been defeated, even in the final moment. It still offers us hope that someone will find the tiny sprouts. This way, even if the fragment is currently absorbing the essence of the tree, it might still leave a part of it behind. Energy depleted, Mikhail collapsed but still smiled in triumph. I've kept my promise. Mikhail whispered to Yggdrasil, this spell is meant for the unique World Tree alone. Yggdrasil smiled back at him, expressing gratitude. Then, unable to contain her emotions, tears welled up in Set's eyes. Mikhail joyfully hummed, Zahard discards all remaining emotions to pave the way for a new beginning. It was a form of hymn and praise. After the fragments of the demon lord completely dissipated into the void, the World Tree would then sprout and flourish once again. This was another implication of the hymn that not everyone could comprehend. After Mikhail unleashed a special enchantment reserved for the unique World Tree, the young shoots vigorously stretched themselves, destroying the body of the serpent from within. As the form of the serpent completely dissipated into the void, only the demon god's eye remained, surrounded by sprouting buds and emitting a brilliant radiance. Jihad couldn't help but marvel at the miraculous scene. Ah, magnificent! Immediately after, the fragments carried by the buds soared through the air. They headed straight towards the World Tree, and as the fragments touched the tree's trunk, a magical phenomenon occurred. Leaves began to sprout on the long-dead, withered branches. Radiant golden glow enveloped the World Tree, gradually restoring its vitality. Leaves sprouted abundantly, unfolding in the awe of everyone witnessing the miraculous revival. The Spirit King, Jihad, and the entire Spirit Tribe stood in astonishment and joy, unable to express their feelings in the face of the magic and the wondrous resurrection of the World Tree. Under the sparkling warmth emanating from the World Tree, Jihad recalled Mikhail's earlier promises. He had assured him that they would bring it back. By simply destroying the fragments, they could save the World Tree, allowing it to bud and flourish once again. Mikhail turned to look at Jihad with eyes full of trust and anticipation. It was now his turn to protect it. Thinking about the trust Mikhail had placed in him, Jihad burst into laughter, tightly gripping the bow in his hand. Truly. Jihad happily raised his head, gazing towards the World Tree as it bestowed blessings upon the entire forest. Yes, just as Mikhail had said, he was determined to become stronger and protect the World Tree. Meanwhile, the people around Mikhail suddenly disappeared. He looked around in confusion, muttering to himself, this is. Mikhail glanced up at the World Tree and sighed, well, it seems she has summoned me back to her world again. Indeed, Yggdrasil stepped forward in front of Mikhail. It seems I can once again care for the forest and the young ones, she said with a gentle smile. Yggdrasil smiled softly, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Mikhail responded nonchalantly, don't mention it, thanks can come later. Without hesitation, Mikhail asked directly, more importantly, I fulfilled my promise, isn't it time for the World Tree to complete the covenant? Yggdrasil nodded, smiling, yes, but it seems this covenant is not entirely fair. Yggdrasil grinned and asked Mikhail, do you need magical essence to nourish the magic circle, right? Mikhail nodded immediately, yes, that's right. Yggdrasil enthusiastically suggested, I can provide magical essence, but it will only increase the number of magic circles. Personally, I think that's a rather modest reward considering what you've done to save my existence. So instead, I will give you a part of myself. Set, upon hearing this, was utterly astonished. What? Set hurriedly flew in front of Yggdrasil, grumbling, a part of yourself, and how do you intend to maintain order and balance in this world with that? I've only just regained my freedom, why are you making things difficult for yourself? Yggdrasil calmly countered, well, isn't it similar to why you chose this child? Set, teased by her younger sister, fell silent, her face turning red with embarrassment.
Mikhail glanced at Set with a puzzled expression, asking, "What's wrong with her?" Set shrugged, acting nonchalant, "Never mind, just ignore me." Yggdrasil continued to explain to Mikhail, "From now on, your abilities won't be limited to mana manipulation, you can also store the energy of the elements within your own body." Mikhail gratefully responded, "Thank you, I am honored to receive such a valuable gift." Yggdrasil smiled, "Well, it seems like an easy decision, doesn't it?" Then, Yggdrasil handed a strand of her hair to Mikhail, "Take it." Mikhail exclaimed, "Hair, quite distinctive, isn't it?" He looked at the strand of hair curiously, contemplating its significance. Mikhail, still puzzled, asked Yggdrasil, "Do I eat it?" Yggdrasil, a bit helpless, replied, "No, don't eat it." She then guided Mikhail, "Tie it around your wrist, that's enough for it to transfer energy to you." Mikhail quickly wrapped Yggdrasil's hair around his wrist, closing his eyes and waiting for it to take effect. Immediately, the bracelet emitted a stream of energy running through Mikhail's body. He could feel it working. He murmured to himself, "The energy of the world tree is circulating throughout my body, healing wounds and magic circles. Right now, mana in my body is constantly moving. If it were normal, my body would have become a chaotic mess long ago. But thanks to the energy of the world tree, the wounds quickly healed." Supported by the world tree's energy, Mikhail beamed with a satisfied smile and said to Yggdrasil and Set, "All right, everything is done." He grinned contentedly and added, "Now I'm a level 6 mage." That night, the spirit tribe threw a lively celebration. Cups of wine were continuously filled, and the sounds of cheers echoed for the joy of life. Mikhail quietly stood in a corner, observing the spirits reveling in dance and lively conversation, commemorating the 32 arrows. "I'm still alive, you fools," he muttered, reflecting on the journey. Mikhail couldn't help but feel curious. Why were these spirits so different? He followed the lively crowd, contemplating the scene. Perhaps, he thought, it was because most of the spirits he encountered in his previous life were injured and lost their forests. Compared to what Mikhail had witnessed about the spirit tribe before their revival, the current spirits were all excited and clearly displayed happiness on their faces. He couldn't help but break into a delighted smile, thinking, "I like them better this way." The Spirit King suddenly approached and sat next to Mikhail. "How is the feast, my lord?" Mikhail turned to look at him. "Oh, Spirit King, are you feeling better now?" The Spirit King smiled and nodded. "Yes, much better, thanks to you." Suddenly, Mikhail looked towards Jihad and said to the Spirit King, "Prince Jihad is truly a talented young man." Mikhail praised Jihad for spreading his wisdom and organizing a meeting with the spirits, showcasing the prince's ability to connect with the spirit realm. The Spirit King smiled, seeming to highly appreciate the son of a god. As a father and a deity, he felt truly proud of Jihad's accomplishments. Mikhail glanced at the Spirit King with a curious and contemplative look. He thought, before the revival, Jihad always mentioned how great his father was. Mikhail smiled inwardly, thinking, he was right, indeed, I'm fortunate to have saved him. Suddenly, the Spirit King stood up and asked Mikhail, "May the gods trouble you for a moment." He gathered the attention of the spirits, saying, "Everyone, listen up." Then, the Spirit King, with a dignified presence, addressed his people. "The world tree has come back to life, and once again, we stand proudly with our heads held high. But that is not the sweet fruit we harvested ourselves. The world tree sought the help of a hero, and we all have been saved by him. So, let me declare right here. For Mikhail Walpurgis, our hero and ally, we shall leave the forest to aid him whenever he requires." As the Spirit King concluded his speech, every member of the spirit tribe raised their hands high, enthusiastically cheering and applauding. The world tree echoed with the jubilation of the spirits, simultaneously celebrating and expressing their deep respect for Mikhail. Mikhail chuckled awkwardly and said, "I never expected this." Lost in the pleasant surprise, he suddenly felt something was amiss. He wondered, but it seemed he had forgotten something. In the midst of reveling in the unexpected joy, Mikhail realized he had overlooked something important. He had forgotten that the steward was still locked up since 3 days ago. Everyone was joyfully joking around, paying no attention to his loud cries for help. Mikhail thought, "I've regretted it a lot, my apologies." A few days after Mikhail left the cathedral, the Pope summoned an emergency meeting with the bishops. Before the meeting commenced, a look of anxiety appeared on the Pope's face as he sighed deeply. After regaining his composure, he turned to the gathered bishops. The Pope spoke slowly, "It seems everyone has gathered." A bishop with glasses spoke up first. "Your Holiness, we've heard that you plan to select a new backup hero." The Pope raised an eyebrow, thinking, this old man is quite sharp. However, he maintained his calm demeanor and responded, "Indeed, I have discussed it with Archbishop Arley, and he has agreed." The glasses-wearing bishop cast a mischievous glance at the other bishops and continued, "Your Holiness, the Walpurgis we are referring to is a person with the bloodline of a mage, as you know, when it comes to heroes and their purposes." The Pope didn't wait for the bishop to finish and answered, "We have not confirmed that yet." The Pope contemplated as he looked at the bishops before him, wondering when those in service to the Lord became so self-serving. He struggled to contain his discomfort and tried to persuade the bishops.
We should simply follow the will of God. We are not allowed to decide on our own. We have decided to train a hero to prevent the impending disaster, so why should we eliminate a candidate before giving them a chance? The Pope attempted to reason with them. However, one bishop, lacking the patience to listen to the Pope, stood up and slammed the table. The bald-headed bishop stood up with a disgruntled expression. We should have him serve for our benefit, yet, here you stand, saying such words. The Pope squinted at the bishop and smirked inwardly, thinking, it's your benefit, not mine. He continued to maintain a calm demeanor and addressed the bishop, Bishop Killian. If he is the chosen one, he will easily surpass other candidates to become the hero. The Pope spoke in a low voice. Becoming a hero is not the only path, there are countless ways to help others. Bishop Killian still seemed dissatisfied, muttering under his breath, I will keep an eye on that kid. The Pope turned away and let out a sigh. Well, we'll conclude this discussion here. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel that this conversation was quite meaningless. The Pope whispered to himself, nevertheless, I have expressed my opinion and bought some time. Mikhail Walpurgis, I wonder what kind of person you are. Meanwhile, in the celestial realm, Jihad was seeing off Mikhail's group, preparing to depart. He asked, how are you feeling now? Jihad beamed as he spoke to Mikhail, though we can't accompany you, we'll be there whenever you need us. Mikhail smiled in response, I believe that time will come sooner than later. He then instructed Jihad, so, you need to continue practicing archery and establishing a successful connection with the Spirit King. Jihad nodded, murmuring as if to commit the advice to memory, Spirit King. Jihad then smiled and said, well, good luck to you. As Mikhail prepared to leave, Jihad hesitated and asked, do you have any plans to become a hero? Mikhail nodded, that's the current plan. He had continued a bit hesitantly, I believe you are suitable, but you might encounter opposition. Many nations use false prophecies to incite conflict. That's why we secluded ourselves in the spirit realm. Upon hearing Jihad's warning, Mikhail furrowed his brow and sighed inwardly, acknowledging, yeah, I'm aware of that. Mikhail couldn't help but recall the frustration, those wretched individuals always insisting that their holy kingdom was the absolute truth. He vowed never to forget the memories of trying to escape the control of those damned elders. He attempted to restrain his anger and reassured Jihad, don't worry, I'm well aware of that. Jihad nodded, well then, take care, and may the blessings from the World Tree protect you throughout your journey. Mikhail calmly turned away, saying, good luck, I'm sure you'll also receive blessings from the World Tree. But he suddenly stopped and pondered for a moment, his gaze seemed to be lingering on something important. After a while, Mikhail glanced at Jihad and asked, do you remember what I told you? Jihad hesitated, what do you mean? Mikhail reminded Jihad, you don't have to carry everything on your own. He sincerely advised Jihad, nothing will change if you try to do everything by yourself. I hope you realize that through this event. Mikhail thought to himself, Jihad's main issue is that, while he saves countless people and continuously rescues one region after another, he forgets to take care of himself. So, Jihad himself is confined by his own past and unable to break free. He has always been an admirable person. But it's painful to see him in such a state. Mikhail recalls Jihad's distressed appearance in the previous life and can't help but feel sorry for him. He tells himself, now that I've returned to the past, I want to help him. After contemplating Mikhail's advice, Jihad smiled and said, yes, I think I understand now, regardless of how long it takes, I'll always keep it in my heart. Mikhail also smiled back at Jihad, a sigh of relief in his heart. It was something he hoped to hear from Jihad, more important than anything else. Mikhail silently wished for Jihad's well-being, hoping that he would now move in the right direction and become an additional friend in the journey to save the world. Before parting ways, Mikhail said one last thing to Jihad, expressing his hope for blessings in his future. After that, Mikhail's group left the Celestial Grove. On the way, Helen curiously asked Mikhail, who are you really? I'm getting curious now. Mikhail calmly replied, the only son of the Walpurgis family. Helen retorted, that's not what I mean. Showing empathy, said added, I understand that feeling. I used to think you were a hybrid, it's hard to believe that you're just a human. Mikhail, with a serious expression, said, well, I guess it's time to reveal the truth. He then tantalizingly spoke in broken segments, heightening everyone's curiosity. Alright, I'll tell you now. Everyone stopped and listened intently, eager to uncover Mikhail's celestial secret. Mikhail smirked mischievously and said, I can handle those nearly impossible tasks because I can hear the voice of God. He confidently proclaimed this with a sly expression. Immediately, everyone stared at Mikhail with a look of disbelief, as if there was nothing left to say to this seemingly madman. It took a while before the sound of mumbled curses, unclear about who they came from, broke the silence. Nonsense, someone muttered. While the others were still in shock, Mikhail recalled his first encounter with the troublesome Siegfried. He remembered Siegfried's overly enthusiastic greeting, expressing how pleased he was to meet him. Siegfried smiled warmly and said, I guess you're Mikhail, huh? Mikhail quietly reminisced about that moment, where Siegfried's hair shone like the sun, and his eyes carried a noble golden gleam.
In terms of appearance, he was a perfect embodiment of a fairy tale warrior. Based on that favorable first impression, Mikhail thought Siegfried deserved to become a hero. However, who could have known that this warrior would reveal so many flaws when stepping into the quest to save the world? Only later did Mikhail come to realize this. He vividly remembered Siegfried's impulsive actions and his heedlessness, despite Mikhail's repeated warnings and advice. Mikhail silently pondered that Siegfried was a self-absorbed individual pursuing the hero image without considering his own abilities. As a result, many lives were lost, yet this stubborn person refused to acknowledge his mistakes. Leon unexpectedly interjected, cutting through Mikhail's thoughts. In this era where not even the Holy Spirit could hear the voice of God, and yet you claim to receive divine revelation. Set chimed in, saying, he's right, he nailed it. While others remained skeptical, Cassandra seemed to completely trust Mikhail's words. Helen, attempting to intervene, called out to Kasha, but seeing the unwavering belief in Cassandra's eyes, Helen fell silent. Mikhail, caught off guard by the unexpected question, took a moment to contemplate. After a while, he chuckled slyly, seemingly coming up with another trick. With a nonchalant expression, Mikhail stated, God told me to vanish. His response left Cassandra bewildered. Forgive me, what? She asked. Mikhail, with a hint of sarcasm, explained, when the land is saturated, the tree will rot. Unfortunately, the current divine empire has completely decayed and turned into garbage, that's why I said so. Mikhail suddenly raised his hand to the sky and declared, in the name of the Lord. Divine empire, be gone. His actions and disdainful attitude towards the divine empire left Cassandra wide-eyed with astonishment. While Cassandra was still in awe of Mikhail's radiant charisma, he enthusiastically addressed everyone, now, what we need to do temporarily is complete. Mikhail chuckled with excitement, why don't we just overturn the chessboard of those elders in the divine empire? Not long after that, Mikhail's group arrived in Nyet, the capital of the divine empire. Leon looked up at the tallest tower in the capital and asked Mikhail, over there, is that the Tower of the Saints? Mikhail also looked up and replied, the symbol of the divine empire. In fact, if we can see it, it means we've set foot in the divine empire. Soon after, Mikhail's group met a priest in the capital. The priest warmly welcomed them, saying, allow me to welcome you to Nyet. The priest asked Mikhail, please tell me your name and country, along with the reason for your visit. Mikhail didn't answer the question but handed over a letter, saying, take a look at this. The priest read through the letter and was astonished. Mikhail explained, this is an invitation from Archbishop Arley. I thought he knew I was coming. The priest, taken aback, said, I will verify the information immediately. Without further ado, the priest quickly used magic to confirm the invitation. During the verification process, he asked Mikhail, could you please provide me with a drop of your blood here? Mikhail nodded, of course. Mikhail's blood immediately caused the seal in the corner of the letter to become sharp and clear. The priest nodded in agreement, confirming the authenticity. The priest respectfully bowed and invited Mikhail to proceed, praying for the protection of the Lord for the chosen warrior, Mikhail Walpurgis. Mikhail looked around casually and thought to himself, I suppose this went as expected. He entered the tower, thinking, although the high-ranking elders of the Holy Kingdom are cautious in choosing warriors, there is still a difference for most others. The curious priests around looked at Mikhail and whispered to each other. Mikhail, indifferent to their discussions, continued thinking, even when they lose their positions, a warrior will always be a warrior. Leon playfully glanced at the priests, noting how much attention Mikhail seemed to attract. In response to Leon's teasing, Mikhail cryptically remarked, it would be more interesting with even more attention, wouldn't it? He chuckled mischievously and called out to Set. Set nodded approvingly, looking intrigued. He said, I think I know what you're thinking. Right after that, the seal on Mikhail's neck began to glow. The staff in Mikhail's hand also responded by gleaming brightly. The spectacle unfolding before them left the priests in the capital city wide-eyed and astonished. Mikhail was using the storm to showcase his divine power to the onlookers. Looking down at the crowd, Mikhail thought to himself, just watch and make sure to report this. With the high-ranking officials of the Holy Kingdom sending someone to spy on him, he found it easy to spot those exhibiting unusual behavior in the crowd. Mordin, still discreetly observing, noticed the presence of some uninvited guests in the crowd. He leaned towards Mikhail and whispered, I believe there are some uninvited guests here, sir. Unfazed, Mikhail casually suggested, Mr. Butler, why don't you take a break and rest for a while? Kwanjia Mordin looked surprised and inquired, rest, sir. Mikhail smiled and responded, you've always worked diligently behind the scenes, you need some rest too. I won't mind if you take a break, you've earned it. With a wink, he added, feel free to relax, solve a puzzle, or do whatever you like, I won't be concerned about what you do. Mordin, both surprised and touched, looked at Mikhail with a mix of gratitude and admiration. Feeling surprised that Mikhail seems to know everything, Butler Mordin chuckled, hard to believe. He hesitated and bowed to Mikhail, well then, young master, please allow me to make use of this rest time.
Mikhail turned to Leon and Cassandra. Now then, let's go.
He inclined his head, gesturing for them to follow, without specifying where they were going or what they would do. At this moment, Elder Killian received news from his subordinates. He asked in astonishment, "Magic, you said? You just mentioned magic." The old man vehemently denied. "Impossible, the Walpurgis family is one of the famous mage families, it's impossible for a mage to use divine power." Killian insisted, stating that mana and divine power could not coexist, their combination was merely a fairy tale. Worriedly, he considered, and that would be equivalent to a divine decree. Worriedly, he considered, and that would be equivalent to a divine decree. The young priest hesitated before continuing. Not only that, but among the young masters group, they also discovered Cassandra. Killian, both amazed and annoyed, furrowed his brow and asked, "What do you mean?" The hesitant priest replied, "Among the young masters group, they found someone with divine blood. Cassandra is believed to be a descendant of the gods." Killian's eyes widened. Divine blood, a descendant of the gods.
The old man grumbled, thinking about Cassandra, wondering why that little girl had returned.
Meanwhile, Mikhail had been invited into the Tower of the Saints. A courteous priest bowed to Mikhail, thanking him for coming from afar. "I am a mid-level priest assigned to assist you, Mr. Mikhail. My name is Sihan.
The Pope is waiting for you inside."
Mikhail looked at Sihan in surprise, thinking he seemed quite young for a mid-level priest. He nodded and said, "Lead the way." Sihan hesitated, glancing at Mikhail's companions, and said nervously, "Of course, but what about your entourage?"
Mikhail glanced at them and said, "Well, they'll manage on their own."
He hesitated for a moment and added, "Or perhaps I should talk to them." Speaking softly to Cassandra, Mikhail said, "Cassandra, can you come closer for a moment?" Cassandra approached, asking, "You called, sir?" Mikhail whispered to her, "I'm sure you've already realized, but I still want to ask, do you know that Archbishop Killian has detected your presence?" Cassandra bowed with concern and replied, "Yes, of course, sir, they are the most vigilant regarding my prophecies."
Cassandra looked up with uncertainty and asked, "So, what should I do?"
Mikhail calmly responded, "Just do as you wish." Cassandra looked surprised at him. "Sir, even if you say that, what should I do?"
Mikhail smiled gently and reassured her, "I've already told you. Whatever you do, I will support and assist you."
Mikhail's words left Cassandra both surprised and deeply moved.
After a moment, she nodded and replied with a determined tone, "I understand.
I will do what I believe is best at the moment," Cassandra confidently asserted to Mikhail.
Mikhail turned cheerfully, "All right then, it's up to you."
He looked up at the tower and sighed softly, as if this would be a lengthy conversation. Suddenly, Cassandra called out, "Sir Mikhail, please wait." Mikhail stopped and glanced back at her. Cassandra hesitated before speaking. "The reason I left the Holy Kingdom, I think I need to tell you why."
Mikhail curiously responded, "Yes, go ahead."
After hearing what Cassandra wanted to say, Mikhail quickly entered the tower. The three companions stood silently outside, each lost in their own thoughts. After a while, Helen asked Cassandra, "Do you think telling him was the right decision?" Cassandra replied without hesitation, "I trust Sir Mikhail."
Meanwhile, Leon looked up at the tower in awe, "But, really, this place is truly amazing."
Cassandra pondered and said, "In whichever way you look at it, it's suitable to become the Holy See. I was truly impressed the first time I came here." Leon, curious, glanced at her and asked, "Really?" Cassandra nodded, "Yes, when I was young, I used to live in the slums." Hearing this, Helen couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness. Cassandra reassured her, "It's okay, it's all in the past."
She continued to tell Leon, "The Holy See was my light."
Cassandra recalled the desperate times when she sat by the roadside, exhausted from days of wandering without shelter. A compassionate priest extended a helping hand to her. And Cassandra recounted in a subdued voice, "The place that took me out of the slums was the Holy See. That's why I've always wished that the Holy See would remain unchanged, just like it used to be." She quietly thought to herself, "At least somewhat like it." Cassandra remembered the Holy See back then, radiant and seemingly exuding a brilliant glow, the light of hope and faith. Cassandra suddenly exclaimed to Helen, "Mikhail instructed me to act according to my own will. If they refuse to heed my prophecy, then I must create a reason for them to trust me." She spoke with fervor and determination in her eyes. Meanwhile, Mikhail, accompanied by Sihan, was advancing deeper into the tower.
The interior scenery was just as magnificent and resplendent as the grandeur outside.
Sihan, suddenly pausing, asked, "Your Excellency Mikhail, I heard that you created a miracle of the Holy Spirit at the front gate, is that true?" Mikhail pondered for a moment, wondering, "A miracle of the Holy Spirit?
Ah, don't say that my proclamation at the front gate has spread already."
With composure, Mikhail stated, "That was divine power. What's so unusual about a mage being able to use it?"
Sihan's eyes gleamed, and he enthusiastically replied, "Of course, sir."
Sihan excitedly remarked, "Although I've never seen a hero before, I really wanted to witness a mage hero. I thought the Holy See had already chosen the next hero." Mikhail, puzzled, inquired, "Strange, I thought the Holy See had already selected the next hero."
Sihan, somewhat embarrassed, responded, "Oh, Sir Siegfried, yes, he's a good person." He hesitated and continued, "I must say, how should I put it, people often say that you have to compensate for your lack of understanding with other things. That's the feeling I get from him." Sihan stopped abruptly as he noticed Mikhail's peculiar expression. Mikhail stared coldly at the young priest. Sihan nervously bowed his head, stammering, "Yes, it seems I've crossed a line, please, forgive me. I'll make sure this won't happen again." As Sihan apologized, Mikhail unexpectedly grabbed his hand. Leaning closer, Mikhail said, "I like you, you're forgiven, just be yourself." Sihan, bewildered by Mikhail's unusual behavior, managed to reply, Yes, thank you." Looking into Sihan's eyes, Mikhail silently thought, "Mid-ranking priest, Sihan, I have a feeling you'll become crucial in the days to come." As they reached the end of the corridor, Sihan sullenly pointed to a door, saying, "The Pope is behind this door, this entrance is reserved for lower-ranked individuals." Sihan bowed respectfully, "I'll wait here until your return, may the blessings of the Heikao god be with you." Mikhail casually pushed the door open, thinking, why not just go in now? He felt a bit excited to see what Pope Gregorius truly looked like. The door slowly creaked open under Mikhail's push. However, behind the door, there was a familiar figure, different from that of the Pope. Mikhail slowly looked through the expanding door crack. The first person he saw left him completely stunned. Standing before Mikhail was the person he least wanted to see, Siegfried. A few minutes earlier, when Cassandra had something to tell Mikhail, he had asked her, "Tell me, did you leave the Holy See because they didn't believe in your prophecies?" Cassandra replied, "That's not the only reason, the prophecies the public knows are far from the truth." Mikhail furrowed his brows and asked, "How is it different?" He then lowered his voice and questioned, "So, what is the true prophecy?" Cassandra promptly responded, "The Lord of Demons will submerge the entire world in a sea of fire, chaos spreading like wildfire, blood flowing into rivers throughout the continents. However, facing the Lord of Demons will be a lion with a golden mane. Around the lion's neck is an emblem, a sun in reverse." Cassandra sighed and continued, "The sun is the symbol of the hero, so it is entirely possible that the people will interpret it as a prophecy about the downfall of a hero in the future." Mikhail pondered thoughtfully, "The strength of the hero has always surpassed our understanding of this holy sea. And suddenly, the hero has to face such a negative prophecy. Of course, they will do everything to prevent this information from leaking out." He murmured, "What's worrisome here is the description of a lion with a golden mane." Suddenly, Mikhail's eyes widened, "Hold on, wait a moment, golden mane, could it be?" The distinctive golden color triggered thoughts of the notorious individual. He was stunned and involuntarily uttered, "Siegfried." Returning to the present, as Mikhail stepped into the Pope's chamber, the Pope warmly greeted him, "Welcome, young Master Mikhail." Seeing Mikhail somewhat dazed and unresponsive, the Pope, with a hint of concern, called out, "Young Master Mikhail." Mikhail was trying to swallow his anger, venomous curses ready to burst from his throat, however, he needed to restrain himself, to regain composure. Siegfried, at this moment, unexpectedly asked, "Are you okay?" Mikhail's eyes seemed ready to devour Siegfried alive, but he reminded himself that he needed to remain calm. After a while, Mikhail regained his composure, bowed before the Pope, and said, "Great representative of the mighty Holy See, the eyes of Heikao are incredibly wise, and I am truly grateful for the honor of being in your presence. It seems you still remember the code of conduct, don't you?" Mikhail glanced at Siegfried and spoke to the Pope, "But, with all due respect, may I inquire about this gentleman's identity?" The Pope replied, "This is the prodigious talent from the Knight Order of Alchemists, Sir Siegfried, he is also a candidate for the position of hero." The Pope explained, "Both of you are candidates, and it is likely that soon one of you will have the honor of assuming the title of hero." At this moment, Siegfried approached Mikhail. Siegfried casually extended his hand in front of Mikhail and said, "Pleased to meet you, Lord Mikhail, the prospective master." Mikhail once again reminded himself not to lose his temper, reluctantly shaking hands with Siegfried. The joy of my newfound honor," he thought sarcastically. Suddenly, Mikhail's expression turned unpleasant. Look at this wretch." Mikhail silently pondered as Siegfried's divine power slowly transmitted to him. It seemed like Siegfried intended to assess his strength. Mikhail, with a sly smile, gradually lost his human demeanor. "Fine, I'll play along with this little trick of yours." Immediately, Mikhail tapped into the power of the storm, initiating the free circulation of his energy. He stared at Siegfried with a chilling gaze and muttered, "I'll let you know in advance, infusing power might be easy, but getting it out is a bit tricky, you miserable fool." A moment later, Siegfried's face turned panicked. He stammered, "My hand, please." Fortunately for Siegfried, Set intervened, soothing Mikhail, "Mikhail, ease up a bit, he might not survive this." Upon hearing Set's words, Mikhail reluctantly released his grip. Siegfried's shock had not yet subsided as he anxiously rotated his wrist to check. The Pope, too, was surprised by Mikhail's strength. "It seemed like you have attained pure divine power,
in terms of purity, your divine power surpasses even mine. Have you had an enlightenment? Mikhail immediately responded without hesitation, yes, your holiness. Set whispered sarcastically in his ear, lying as effortlessly as breathing.
Suddenly, Siegfried exclaimed, "It can't be." He proudly asserted that after the prophesied battle, the supreme deity Heikao had abandoned enlightening humanity, and even the Pope himself had not received enlightenment. Mikhail smirked, ridiculing his abrupt and foolish proclamation. Ha ha ha, he chuckled. In a mocking tone, he asked loudly, "Not even you, your holiness?" Mikhail confidently rebuffed, "A hero, since birth, has been a unique existence." Defiantly, he declared, "As a hero, orders from the Pope hold no meaning whatsoever. Because Heikao always walks alongside supporting heroes, and it is said that he is very wise." Mikhail straightforwardly criticized Siegfried, stating that what the knight just said was not only an insult to the dignity of heroes but also a grave offense. To dare to bring the supreme deity down from the heavens just to compare him to mere mortals is a serious transgression. Facing Mikhail's passionate reasoning, Siegfried could only remain silent, bowing his head. He sighed, admitting, "I spoke recklessly." Mikhail then softened his tone, expressing understanding. "However, I understand what you want to convey. It would be much better if we are more certain about the prophecies." Mikhail whispered to himself, pleased that the situation had turned in his favor. He reluctantly looked up at the Pope, saying, "All right, let me share with you the enlightenment I have received." As Mikhail spoke, he suddenly paused, his eyes widening in astonishment as he glanced behind the Pope. There, he saw a girl sitting behind the Pope with a mischievous expression, resembling a fox spirit. He was surprised and wondered, who was that girl, and when did she appear? The girl immediately noticed Mikhail's intense gaze fixed upon her. The mysterious girl flashed a playful smile and asked Mikhail, "Can you see me?" Mikhail stood there, staring at the enigmatic girl, hesitating on whether to respond or not. Even without a verbal answer from Mikhail, judging by his gaze, the girl could still sense that he could indeed see her. Immediately, the girl waved her hand casually. Both the Pope and Siegfried were frozen, and time seemed to come to a halt. The girl glided behind Mikhail, looking amused. "Well then, here's a little question for you. Can you guess who I am?" Mikhail glanced at the girl, thinking, very few possess magical abilities like freezing time. Among those, I can only guess one person. He hesitated before answering, "Heikao." Heikao burst into a delighted smile, saying, "Exactly." Mikhail silently observed Heikao, thinking, but that expression and mocking attitude don't resemble any deity. He then turned his gaze to Set, noting the resemblance. Set seemed to read Mikhail's thoughts and jokingly said, "I hope you're not harboring any ungraceful thoughts about me right now." Heikao chuckled mischievously, teasing Set, "Set, you look nothing like your old self now." Set raised an eyebrow and questioned Heikao, "And what gives you the right to say that?" Heikao calmly replied, "Well, I do have the right. I am the source of all magic and the other half of Asar." Set smirked, sarcastically remarking, "Other half, more like a broken piece that fell off him." Mockingly, he continued, "You're always trying to defeat him, yet just yesterday you were crying your eyes out." Set's taunting words were abruptly cut off as Heikao grabbed his arm and forcefully brought him down to the floor, silencing him instantly. Seeing Set lying straight and subdued, Heikao turned gleefully to converse with Mikhail. "Anyway." She cheerfully addressed Mikhail, "Very pleased to meet you." "The successor?" Mikhail, surprised, asked. "The successor," Heikao enthusiastically explained. "You have received a part of Asar, and perhaps more in the future. That means you are his successor." Suddenly, Heikao's gaze turned sharp as she looked at Mikhail. She remarked provocatively, "However, your eyes seem a bit disrespectful towards me." In a teasing tone, she continued, "It seems you have no intention of serving me." Mikhail didn't hesitate to express his disapproval of Heikao. While the world is slowly withering, the demons continue to expand their forces. Well, aside from just watching, there isn't much she can do. Worshipping her despite that would be quite peculiar, wouldn't it? Mikhail straightforwardly threw cold water at Heikao, disregarding her divine status. His criticism left Heikao momentarily stunned. However, a moment later, she burst into amused laughter. "Interesting, truly interesting." Unperturbed, Heikao calmly addressed Mikhail, "If you're upset because I didn't respond to your summons, I have my own reasons to explain. Do you understand?" Mikhail looked at her skeptically. "Your own reasons?" Heikao replied, "Yes, there are reasons." Heikao crossed two fingers over her mouth and said, "It's because my response couldn't reach you." She explained, "I am called a goddess, an existence equal to him, but that doesn't mean I am inherently perfect." Mikhail, still skeptical, began to question Heikao. However, she cut him off, saying, "I'll address this issue later. Explaining it thoroughly would take too much time. In general, due to some issues, my youngsters couldn't hear my voice, so they denied my previous thunderous proclamation." Mikhail, still curious, asked, "So, what do you want from me, then?" Heikao replied, "To be precise, until now, you are the only human I can communicate with." She excitedly suggested, "So, I want you to find the reason behind this. If this matter can be resolved smoothly, it will benefit both parties." Before Mikhail could agree, Heikao snapped her fingers. The surroundings returned to their normal colors. Siegfried tilted his head, looking curiously at Mikhail. Lord Mikhail, what did the thunderous proclamation say? Mikhail contemplated the thunderous proclamation, seeking to uncover the reason behind it, likely connected to the demonic lord. He realized he had to address this matter as soon as possible, but before that, preparations needed to be made. After some thought, Mikhail slowly spoke, I want to say that, to those who are anticipating salvation, I have received word that the current state of the Holy Kingdom is extremely deteriorated. The Pope, upon hearing this, was stunned into silence. Siegfried, on the other hand, immediately reacted with disbelief, exclaiming, How dare you? Mikhail calmly responded, I didn't assert the accuracy of the thunderous proclamation, moreover, do you dare to behave rudely toward me? Mikhail gave Siegfried a disdainful look, effectively silencing him. He continued addressing the Pope, Furthermore, I have known for a long time that your family has 2 children. One of them is within reach, while the other is not. Hence, things didn't go as planned. Mikhail mumbled to himself, although his words sounded cryptic, he was confident that the Pope would interpret them according to his own understanding. He calmly looked at the Pope and thought, moreover, even if it's not true, it doesn't matter, following Heikao's thunderous proclamation, I just need to act according to what I said to make it a reality. After regaining composure, the Pope spoke calmly, I suggest we stop the conversation here. He said to Mikhail and Siegfried, people have placed high expectations on both of you. Please, never forget that. As Mikhail turned to leave, the Pope hesitated and called him back, Lord Mikhail, is it? He paused and then said, Oh, never mind, pay no attention. Mikhail seemed to understand the unease in the Pope's heart and reassured him, it will be okay. The Pope looked at him in surprise and asked, how so? Mikhail smiled confidently, saying, everything will unfold as predicted. He left with composure, telling himself, and if it doesn't, I will make it right. As Mikhail stepped out of the tower, the sun was about to set completely. Glancing at the new mark on his right hand, he murmured, they even gave me this mark, it's understandable, though, I am their only hope, at least I have to do this much. Set mimicked him, muttering along, and hey cow, she'll give you another mark too. She teased Mikhail, I bet it won't be long before your whole body is covered in these marks. Mikhail nodded, seems likely. Mikhail looked around and didn't see his 3 companions, he said, now, let's head to Cassandra's place. At that moment, Leon appeared perplexed, muttering to himself, really, I never expected this. He couldn't help but wonder what serious matter was unfolding as he observed Helen and a knight facing off against each other. The 2 locked eyes, radiating hostility as if they were both ready to launch an attack. Leon continued to repeat his confusion in his mind, wondering what on earth was happening. He was so perplexed that he kept mumbling to himself, I can't believe this. After a tense staring contest, the male knight finally spoke up, where is the oracle, I wish to meet them. Helen, gripping her sword tightly, raised it as a warning, asking, who are you to make such a demand? The male knight declared, the fact that you've returned is a clear sign that you still believe the Holy Kingdom is the ultimate truth. Helen adamantly shook her head, not at all. The knight sighed in frustration at Helen's firm stance. He approached her slowly, each step resonating with a powerful aura, causing the ground to crack. The knight calmly used a finger to block Helen's sword. He leaned in close to Helen's face, intimidating, the one who delivers prophecies is also a divine being of the Holy Kingdom. The knight calmly stated, it's only natural for her to be here and listen, isn't it? The overpowering presence of the male knight was making Helen somewhat uneasy. He questioned in a demanding tone, so, are you perhaps mistaken? Unexpectedly, Leon stepped in front of Helen. He sternly said, stop. The knight sternly told Leon to step aside, but Leon stood his ground, they were all allies, and he couldn't just stand by and watch in a critical moment like this, it wouldn't be fitting for someone with the prestigious title of Parslope. The knight calmly responded, now I understand, so, you are the sword genius of the Imperial realm, Leon Parslope. The knight unsheathed his sword from its scabbard and coldly remarked, seems like there's no other choice. Leon, surprised, exclaimed, that sword, don't tell me you're the deputy commander of the Holy Knights, the White Knight, Habii. Habii sternly warned Leon not to speak again and urged him to quickly step aside. Leon stood his ground, determined to shield Helen, insisting, I told you, I can't. Habii sighed, realizing there was no other option. Leon, on the other hand, thought to himself, perfect timing. I was curious about my current strength. Without hesitation, Leon attacked Habii. Habii swiftly assumed a defensive stance, prepared to counter Leon's moves. The 2 swords clashed, creating a piercing sound that echoed in their ears. Suddenly, Cassandra appeared and shouted, stop. The sharp blades were locked in a fierce struggle, with neither side giving an inch. Helen, upon seeing Cassandra, expressed her concern, Miss Cassandra. Cassandra sternly reprimanded Habii, even though you're the vice captain, I never expected you to appear here so recklessly. Habii calmly stated, Miss Cassandra, the Archbishop deeply regrets what has transpired. Things are different now, and I hope you'll come with me.
Cassandra furrowed her brows, casting a wary glance at Habii. She was certain that he had sided with Archbishop Killian. Internally, Cassandra pondered, Archbishop Killian is a stern old man when it comes to upholding order and dignity. If I return now, there might be no hope of escaping the Holy Kingdom.
Cassandra straightforwardly asked Habii, if I refuse, will your family resort to force to compel me? Habii nonchalantly responded, only when absolutely necessary. For now, please come with me. Both Leon and Helen stood resolute, raising their swords to protect Cassandra from Habii's threats.
Before a battle could erupt, Mikhail arrived just in time. He questioned, who gave you the authority to take her away? As Mikhail spoke, a line of fire materialized, creating a barrier between Habii and Mikhail's allies.
Habii looked down at the fiery trail on the ground.
And suddenly, a raging fire erupted like a storm, causing him to startle and step back. He gazed at Mikhail with astonishment, asking, You're Mikhail, the heir? Mikhail stared at Habii with cold, piercing eyes. He declared, I promised to protect Miss Cassandra, so your family doesn't need to worry, just go about your business. The intense gaze and the display of fire made it clear that Mikhail was not to be taken lightly. Habii remained arrogantly threatening, this is a significant issue related to the entire Holy Kingdom. Even if you have the potential to become a hero in the future, you have no authority to obstruct the Holy Knights. Mikhail chuckled mockingly, Ha, so you mean even if I become a hero, I'll still be an outsider? Mikhail calmly refuted, Is there some law of the Holy Kingdom that you are unaware of? Do I need to remind you? He silently noted, This guy probably thinks I haven't paid attention to the details surrounding becoming a hero. It was because the laws related to heroes in the Empire were not widely known among the common people.
Mikhail calmly argued, Miss Cassandra did leave the Holy Kingdom without prior notice.
But she is now with me, a designated hero. Therefore, it cannot be considered an unreasonable foreign excursion. He asserted confidently, making Habii hesitate in the face of Mikhail's resolute reasoning. Continuing his explanation, Mikhail asserted, So, you have no valid reason to be here. In fact, I could argue that you need to discuss this matter directly with Archbishop Killian. Do you really want me to bring this up with him? Habii, cornered and uncertain, reluctantly responded, Well, if that's the case? Mikhail bluntly told Habii, Well then, feel free to leave. And don't try any foolish tricks. His gaze carried a warning, making it clear that any attempt at deception would not be tolerated. Habii, resigned, sighed and replied, Fine, then I request permission to leave. Mikhail and his companion stood confidently, adopting the victorious stance of those who have prevailed. Mikhail's assertive demeanor proved to be a solid foundation for him and his allies.
Cassandra, though, still clutched her cloak tightly, her unease evident. Helen quickly stepped forward to comfort the young girl.
Mikhail sighed, loosened his shoulders, and said, Now,
shall we have a little chat?
Immediately after that, Mikhail had a private conversation with Cassandra and Helen. Getting straight to the point, he said, There are a few matters we need to confirm. He didn't hesitate to demand that Helen remove her helmet.
Helen was completely taken aback by this unexpected request.
Seeing her hesitating, Mikhail reiterated, Take off your helmet. Mikhail gazed thoughtfully at Helen and pondered, During this time, I felt that something isn't right.
The more I observe Helen, the more familiar she seems to be.
He pondered for a moment, questioning himself, could it be? Seeing Helen in a difficult situation, Cassandra hastily interjected, Lord Mikhail, Lady Helen may need some more time. After a moment of contemplation, Helen finally spoke up, acknowledging that Mikhail was right. She revealed her face by removing the helmet, exposing her golden-hued hair.
I'll put an end to this here. My name is Ida Nibirin.
Even her eyes sparkled with a golden shine. She continued to introduce herself, I am a reserve hero of the Holy Kingdom and the younger sister of Siegfried.
Mikhail silently affirmed, I knew it.
He straightforwardly asked Ida, Now, can you tell me the reason for taking Cassandra out of the Holy Kingdom and why you had to accompany her? Ida spoke solemnly as she recounted, My brother and I were abandoned as children. When we were little, our lives revolved around the dark alleyways. I'm sure everyone knows that children in those alleys, aside from becoming tools for others, have little chance to survive. This world is too cruel, and children like us have a hard time coping.
Or we could be exploited.
Or in worse cases, we could face harm. Those were common occurrences for us. However, a man found us. Mikhail inquired seriously, Was that man Killian?
Ida nodded thoughtfully, Exactly.
That man was Archbishop Killian. Ida straightforwardly expressed her concerns. Now that I think about it, it's a bit strange that we weren't discovered sooner, especially considering my brother's noteworthy magical abilities. After that, our lives changed. The temple became our home, and we never had to scavenge for food in the garbage again.
Ida hesitated to continue.
But at the same time, many things started to become peculiar. When my brother was told that he would become a reserve hero, he began to show a strange and self-satisfied demeanor. That's when he stopped listening to others.
Ida looked at Cassandra with a sympathetic gaze and continued, and the first thing my brother did when he became a reserve hero was to sever the hands and feet of the prophet. Cassandra nodded sorrowfully, acknowledging this with Mikhail. Mikhail raised an eyebrow and asked Ida if she meant the people around Cassandra when she mentioned hands and feet. He found it hard to believe that Siegfried, with such an honest demeanor, could be involved in such scheming. With a hint of mockery in his tone, Mikhail remarked, "So, are you telling me that Siegfried is the one who did that?" Ida promptly responded, making it clear, "No, it was Archbishop Kilian who manipulated my brother. Since the prophecies were somehow validated, he exploited them for his own purposes." Ida's expression carried bitterness, indicating that she believed everything that happened to them was a result of the destructive prophecies, and Kilian took advantage of her brother's straightforward nature. Mikhail sighed to himself, realizing that while he had suspected Kilian's involvement in Cassandra's disappearance before the return, he hadn't anticipated his direct connection to all these events. Mikhail couldn't help but feel triumphant. If this was true, it meant that he was holding Siegfried's weak point in his hands. A satisfied smirk involuntarily played on his lips, finding the situation even ironically amusing. Inwardly, he pondered, a archbishop rejecting the prophecies from both Heikao and the hero-elect. I'm curious about what Heikao mentioned and how it relates to all of this. Deep in thought, Mikhail contemplated, well, I'll probably find out soon enough. Suddenly, he raised his head, looking at Cassandra, and asked, Cassandra, do you ever feel discouraged always being pushed into difficult situations? Cassandra nodded slightly. I'll admit, I do. However, nothing will change even if the truth is revealed. Cassandra, with a touch of sadness, clutched her cloak tightly, her hand trembling. I'm sure he already knows my nickname. Mikhail replied in a low voice, of course, the prophetess always doubts. Mikhail pondered inwardly, even though she is considered a prophetess, people don't trust her at all. Mikhail, in contemplation, told Cassandra, if you reveal the whole truth, the archbishop will immediately take action, it will only benefit Siegfried. He continued calmly, however, that's not a serious issue. Suddenly, Mikhail stood up and walked towards the curtain. He explained, the reason Siegfried can become the center of attention is because of his appearance. With a gleeful laugh, he pulled the curtain aside, allowing the bright light to illuminate the room. These masks, we just need to break them. Meanwhile, at a cathedral in the Holy Kingdom, Siegfried was practicing swordsmanship alone, deep in thought about something. He pondered, I wonder if I've done well in my role as a hero. Memories flashed back to when Ida was still by his side, earnestly pleading with him, oh, please, can you stop? However, Siegfried's response to Ida was only a cold, indifferent gaze. He turned away with an uncomfortable expression, saying, I don't know anything. Siegfried's actions deeply hurt and frustrated Ida. Reflecting on that moment, Siegfried wondered when his little sister began to look at him with such angry eyes. He felt a pang of sorrow in his heart as the warmth from her had gradually disappeared. And in the end, all he could sense was the coldness. Siegfried, transitioning from sadness to frustration, swung his sword aimlessly, questioning why. After a moment of contemplation, he firmly asserted that he hadn't done anything wrong. He looked at the gleaming blade, re-evaluating himself with inner turmoil. However, the perplexing thought lingered, why couldn't his own family understand him? Siegfried sighed softly, expressing his genuine confusion. Suddenly, the appearance of Archbishop Kilian interrupted his train of thought. The Archbishop had arrived. Kilian, with a friendly smile, asked Siegfried if he was bothering him. Siegfried, still in a state of confusion, replied that he was almost done and inquired if there was anything Kilian needed. The Archbishop, with a hint of sorrow, explained that there was just one matter he wanted to discuss with Siegfried. He then asked if Siegfried remembered the young master of House Walpurgis, who had come as an aspiring hero. Siegfried, curious, affirmed that he remembered. Kilian hesitated, feigning reluctance, and said, that young master of House Walpurgis has come to the Holy Kingdom along with the prophet and your younger sister, Miss Ida. Upon hearing this, Siegfried was so shocked that he stood frozen in place. He was astonished to the point that he dropped his sword without even realizing it. In a state of bewilderment, Siegfried stammered as he questioned Kilian about Ida accompanying Mikhail. Siegfried anxiously pressed for more information, asking if even the Pope knew about this. Kilian bowed his head contemplatively and admitted that the Pope would find out soon enough. Siegfried, growing increasingly uneasy, asked what they should do now. Kilian sighed and remarked that he believed God had determined the fate of them all. However, he emphasized that God would not bestow mercy upon those who remained idle. It seemed they had to leverage their capabilities to face the challenges ahead. Siegfried, deep in thought, looked at Kilian, trying to discern the true meaning behind his words. He suspected that Kilian might have some ulterior motives, as it was hard for anyone to believe the prophecies of a young girl. Kilian, however, urged Siegfried to focus on the importance of Walpurgis in this matter. He emphasized that Siegfried's role was crucial, and the young Walpurgis needed to demonstrate more courage to overcome the challenges ahead. As Siegfried engaged in conversation with Kilian, he suddenly sensed something unusual.
Instantly, he became vigilant and looked towards a dark corner behind Killian. But what Siegfried saw was only a dark empty space. He pondered, wondering what that feeling was. Killian, noticing Siegfried's unusual behavior, curiously asked him, "What's going on?" Siegfried hesitated a bit and replied, "Oh, nothing, it's nothing at all." A week later, a heavy intense atmosphere enveloped the mood of everyone in Mikhail's group. Leon sighed with concern. "Mikhail, what should we do next? The other faction claims that they are the chosen ones." Mikhail pondered deeply. In recent days, a fiery debate had erupted within the church between the priests and bishops. There was a heated discussion about righteousness, the criteria for being a hero, and which faction was most suitable to become the symbol of the church. Currently, many people expressed their support for Siegfried to become a hero. In this situation, Archbishop Killian found himself in a superior position as he managed to pull some other bishops to declare their support for Siegfried. As a member of the Holy Knights, Siegfried became a talent with a favorable image, worthy to represent the Holy See. It's clear that Siegfried will attract all the attention. After a moment of thought, Mikhail calmly said, "Let them say what they want, they can speak their minds." Leon appeared frustrated. "Even so, we've been stuck in this situation for the whole week. You have a plan, I know, that's why you can remain so composed, but the other side already has more than half of the votes in their favor," Leon emphasized again, highlighting the seriousness of the issue they were facing. Mikhail remained composed and responded, "Having more than half of the votes in his favor doesn't necessarily mean anything." "What do you mean?" Leon asked curiously. Mikhail explained that these statistics were based on the opinions of the bishops who made decisions on choosing the hero. However, many bishops within the church still maintained a neutral stance, like Archbishop Arley. Mikhail confidently asserted that until there is a definite result, those numbers don't mean much. Leon remained concerned, suggesting that it doesn't rule out the possibility that they might be quietly supporting Siegfried. Mikhail thought to himself that as long as nothing unusual happens, Siegfried will likely assume he has been chosen as the hero. However, Mikhail believed that it won't turn out that way. Mikhail reminded himself that the reasons for his decision to participate in the hero selection were quite complex. One of these reasons was the assassination of the archbishop. In fact, before his revival, a demon had intervened in the shocking event. Because of that, he decided to join the hero selection early on. He needed time to clearly understand the situation, prevent the assassination of the archbishop, and prove that a demonic force was behind all of this. To achieve this, he had spent a week in deep contemplation at the temple. Mikhail suddenly asked Cassandra, "How did my request go?" Cassandra responded with a hint of sadness, "I did as you instructed. I hoped for a response, but..." Mikhail pondered and insisted that there's no way she would be rejected because they trusted Cassandra until the last minute. Right at that moment, there was a knock on the door, and someone asked if anyone was inside. The door immediately opened. Cassandra anxiously looked towards the door, seemingly hoping for the arrival of the person. Observing the man with a half-covered face, Mikhail smirked triumphantly, "Ah, he's here." Cassandra appeared a bit flustered facing the man. The man, addressing Cassandra with a choked voice, expressed, "Thinking about you being stuck in a place like this is..." Cassandra, feeling a bit embarrassed, responded, "I'm fine, Your Holiness." Despite Cassandra's reassurance, the Pope's face remained sorrowful and pained. Cassandra gently reassured the Pope, "He, Mikhail, is indeed protecting me." The Pope expressed his gratitude to Mikhail, who casually responded, "I must protect her, after all." Speaking directly to the Pope, he continued, "But, I must be honest, she's in a dire situation." Standing up and approaching the Pope, Mikhail continued, "So, Your Holiness, regarding what I mentioned earlier, there are a few more things I'd like to discuss with you." He then showed the seal on his hand to the Pope. The Pope was immediately astonished, asking if it was Heikau's seal. Mikhail calmly nodded, explaining that Heikau had conveyed to him that the Holy See needed to undergo a transformation. The Pope, caught between confusion and concern, listened intently. Mikhail, with a serious expression, locked eyes with the Pope, stating that to achieve this change, he needed the Pope's assistance. The following day, a shocking incident unfolded, leaving Killian fuming with anger. The old man was infuriated and asked himself, "What on earth is happening?" His frustration stemmed from the recent meeting between the Pope and the bishops just a few hours ago. During that meeting, Archbishop Naran declared, "As an archbishop, I declare my support for Mikhail Walpurgis." Naran's statement left Killian and his supporters in shock, wondering, what on earth is going on? Meanwhile, the Pope remained calm, not revealing any emotions that would indicate whom he would support as the hero. Nevertheless, the cunning old man Killian could still deduce that Archbishop Naran was the closest aide to the Pope. Naran's declaration of support carried a significance equivalent to the Pope's endorsement. The bishops aligned with Killian exchanged worried glances, contemplating their next move. One bishop, wearing glasses, spoke solemnly, "Anyway, the only comfort we have now is the reputation and image of Siegfried. We can trust that it will overshadow that young Walpurgis."
However, things didn't go as expected, and that's why we need to gather here at this moment. The other bishops also displayed a sense of unease, acknowledging that one could never predict what would happen. Archbishop Killian, in a fit of anger, slammed the table, declaring that there was no way the young Lord Valpurgis could build a reputation. He boldly stated that even if a demonic henchman of his were to be defeated by Siegfried, it wouldn't make a difference in the eyes of the public. Killian applied pressure to the other bishops, emphasizing that even if that scenario were to unfold, they must do everything possible to prevent the spread of information. With a sinister smile, he insinuated that, under compelling circumstances, he was confident all of them would be willing to get their hands a bit dirty. In the midst of this, Mikhail finally emerged from the cathedral after a week, stretching himself with a sense of relief. Mikhail felt the pleasure of stretching his body, the fresh and comfortable air around him. It had been a week already. Mikhail silently rejoiced within himself. It was just as he had predicted. Archbishop Naren had taken action. He thought with satisfaction that he now held Cassandra and the seal of Heikao in his hands, forcing the Pope to support him. Mikhail pondered deeply. Now, there was only one issue left to resolve: the death of Archbishop Naren. More precisely, it was the assassination of Archbishop Naren that had occurred before his revival. This event further narrowed the influence of the already unpopular Pope. From this perspective, if one were to assess who benefited the most, the faction of Archbishop Killian would be the prime suspect, though it was still too early to draw conclusions. Lost in his own thoughts, Mikhail was suddenly interrupted as the steward Mordin appeared behind him with a booming voice near his ear, saying, "Young master." Mikhail turned to face the steward, teasingly remarking, "Steward, you certainly startled me there." Mordin promptly retorted, "I know you weren't startled at all." Mikhail shrugged and asked Mordin, "Have you taken your leave? Why return so soon?" Mordin replied, "A week of rest is more than enough, sir." The steward Mordin sighed, "If I don't return to work early, the Duke will start complaining again." Mikhail chuckled, The wrath of my father is something to be feared indeed." Mordin whispered to Mikhail, "I have something to tell you. The recent holiday was far from comfortable. I never expected that even the Holy Kingdom would have such unsavory characters." Mikhail raised an eyebrow with interest. "Oh, where are they now?" Mordin replied, somewhat surprised, "They happen to be members of the Holy Paladin Order." Set added unexpectedly, "I've started having a bad feeling about them too." Steward Mordin continued his report to Mikhail, "Furthermore, there's another piece of information I've gathered from others. Archbishop Killian has been emitting a dark energy aura, as if something ominous is following him." Mikhail quickly understood that it was Mordin who had noticed the anomaly in Killian, and no one else. He pondered for a moment and then nodded, "All right, I will look into that." Mikhail gently spoke to Steward Mordin, "Because of your dedicated work, I believe you deserve a reward of some sort." Mordin looked at Mikhail curiously, "Is my lord planning to give me some mysterious potion?" Mikhail pointed to his chest with a meaningful expression, "Not a potion, but I will teach you suitable methods to improve your health." Steward Mordin, slightly surprised and then touched, lowered his head to express his gratitude to Mikhail. He asked, "When do you plan to teach me those methods, my lord?" Mikhail pondered for a moment and replied, "Let's wait until we've resolved the current matters." He smirked mischievously at Steward Mordin, adding, "After that, we can continue our discussion on this matter." Mikhail thought to himself that there was no need to hide anything now. When Leon saw Mikhail approaching the headquarters of the Holy Paladin Order, he couldn't help but suspect and asked, "Are you planning to join the Holy Paladin Order?" Mikhail shook his head. "There are a few things that concern me there." Leon, puzzled, asked, "But why drag me into it?" Mikhail suddenly recalled their arrival in the Holy Kingdom and how Leon had not been able to engage in a battle with the deputy commander. He remarked, "You missed out on a fight with the deputy commander, didn't you? It's a bit regrettable, isn't it?" Leon grunted in agreement. "Yeah, well, can't deny that." Mikhail then said, "That's why I'm giving you this opportunity." Leon burst into laughter. "Oh, suddenly being generous, huh?" Mikhail paused and added, "There's one more thing." He tossed something to Leon, saying, "Try using this next time you're in a fight." Leon looked at the sword handle in his hand with surprise and asked, "What is this?" Mikhail, with a cold demeanor, instructed, "Try infusing it with your chi, you'll see the effect immediately." Leon immediately followed Mikhail's advice and infused his chi into the sword. "Ah, I see now," he exclaimed. A wondrous scene unfolded as the blade emerged after Leon infused his chi into it. Mikhail casually remarked, "Whether you want to call it a magic sword or some kind of artifact is up to you." Leon still had a look of astonished disbelief. Mikhail continued his introduction, "It's not just a sharp blade. Now try spreading your chi throughout the entire artifact." Following Mikhail's guidance, Leon infused his chi, and a sudden illusion appeared before him. Leon was so surprised that he stammered, hold on, what is this?" Mikhail nodded, "Exactly, this is a magical tool used to summon an opponent." Observing the illusion, Leon muttered to himself, "He really looks like the figure I've seen in my dreams." Mikhail explained, "Even though you can't communicate with it, it will make your training more efficient."
Set teased Mikhail, a weapon and a training opponent, you spoil him too much, no wonder he's been silent for a whole week. Leon hesitated and asked Mikhail, is it okay for me to receive so much, I haven't done anything for you yet. Mikhail gently placed his hand on Leon's shoulder, I'm confident that in the future, you'll be of great help to me.
He encouraged Leon, if you want to thank me, then become stronger. Leon couldn't help but be surprised by the trust Mikhail had in him.
Gripping the sword handle tightly, Leon declared determinedly, alright, I will definitely become stronger. Shortly after, they arrived at the headquarters of the Holy Paladin Order. The gate guards, upon hearing Mikhail's name, exclaimed in surprise, oh, the hero in waiting, what brings you here?
Mikhail replied, I have something to discuss with Captain Habii. The two guards exchanged glances, hesitatingly saying, yes, sir, right away.
Mikhail narrowed his eyes, observing their expressions, and thought, they seem reluctant to involve me.
He speculated, there must be a specific reason they don't want to let me in at this moment.
The guards tried to stall, sir, could you please wait for a moment, we need time to prepare? Mikhail calmly walked inside, dismissing their concerns, prepare for what, I just want to see the knights as usual, huh?
Leon followed Mikhail, adding, apologies for any inconvenience.
As Mikhail stepped through the door, he heard hurried footsteps approaching, a knight rushed over, breathless, hero Mikhail.
Mikhail chuckled and teased, oh, did you come out here just to welcome us, Captain Habii?
Seeing Habii's displeasure,
Mikhail continued with a mocking tone, what an honor for us, isn't it?
Habii, with a stern expression, asked, what brings you here? Mikhail casually placed his hand on Leon's shoulder and said, oh, just a reason. You see, Sir Leon Parslope here wants to settle the little skirmish between you two from earlier, he smirked mischievously at Habii, you know, just a friendly visit.
Leon looked bewildered, did I say that? Mikhail immediately asserted, yes, you did.
Feeling uneasy, Habii sought an excuse, firstly, I apologize for not welcoming you properly after the recent events. He then looked at Leon, saying, however, I want to make it clear that not every encounter means we have to fight each other.
Hearing Habii's words, Leon chuckled unexpectedly, ha.
He looked at Habii provocatively, are you scared, sir?
Challenged, Habii furrowed his brow in annoyance.
Mikhail continued to taunt, so, you didn't stage that for a duel, should I consider it an ambush then?
Habii, visibly agitated, retorted, that was.
Mikhail calmly stated, even though I'm just a hero in waiting, I believe I have a duty to combat corruption and wrongdoing in this holy kingdom.
Habii, frowning, questioned, do we have to do that right now? Mikhail firmly replied, yes, I think we do. Habii had to relent, I understand, please, come inside.
Leading Mikhail and Leon through the training grounds of the Holy Paladin Order, Habii explained. Our knights are currently engaged in paired sparring exercises. Mikhail and Leon, both curious, glanced out at the training field as they walked along the corridor.
Habii proudly remarked, to uphold the honor of the Holy Kingdom, we are constantly training without pause.
Leon glanced at the knights and whispered, there was a time when I admired the holy knights, now, seeing them like this feels a bit odd. Meanwhile, Set flew up to Mikhail and remarked, I can sense a strong Heikao presence here. He observed his surroundings with widened eyes, adding, but, like that old man said, there's something unsettling about it. Set looked up at the banners bearing the Heikao symbol, expressing his unease, those flags have the emblem of Heikao, but they seem strange, the feeling is complex, no wonder most others don't recognize it. Upon hearing Set's words, Mikhail became alert, scanning his surroundings carefully. He contemplated, realizing that the stronghold with the most loyal and powerful followers was undoubtedly the Holy Kingdom. Therefore, the existence of demonic forces within the capital of the Holy Kingdom seemed implausible. However, Mikhail remained uncertain, as there was still the possibility. There existed a demon, born with a unique kind of power. It employed cunning tactics to slowly kill its targets, methodically imitating their forms and actions. Feeling that this might be the only plausible scenario, he focused on his thoughts. However, it had a significant flaw. If it mimicked someone, it would forget the truth that it was imitating. It would completely become the subject, thinking and acting just like them. After pondering for a while, Mikhail muttered to himself, I wonder who it's imitating. Suddenly, he asked Habii, Captain Habii, have there been any issues within the Holy Paladin Order?
Habii calmly replied, no, there haven't been any issues.
Mikhail scrutinized Habii's eyes, and it seemed like he was telling the truth, there was no discernible clue in his gaze. Mikhail sighed, well, I guess I'll have to investigate on my own then. He then stopped and placed his hand on his forehead. Using a wide-ranging detection spell, Mikhail began to gather information through magical means. The energy waves emanating from his body acted like a radar, scanning the objects within the building.
Mikhail carefully surveyed every nook and cranny, finding nothing of note here or there. However, his attention was suddenly drawn to a peculiar disturbance below, near the base of a tree. He couldn't help but wonder, wait, what's this sensation? Surely, Basement. Mikhail murmured to Set, there's something beneath us.
After noticing the unusual occurrence, Mikhail questioned Habii again, Captain Habii, are you absolutely sure that everything is fine?
Habii remained firm, stating, I am certain.
Mikhail persisted, really, are you sure, Captain? Seeing Habii's reluctance to answer, Mikhail pointed to the ground and said, alright then, we're going down there.
It shouldn't be a problem for you if we do, right? Habii's pupils suddenly contracted. Mikhail immediately realized that there was a reaction.
Mikhail thought to himself, it's unlikely that the deputy captain knows nothing about what's happening within the Holy Paladin Order, but I can't jump to conclusions just yet. He questioned Habii, it seems like there's something down there, are you uncertain?
Habii avoided his gaze, replying cautiously, I'm not sure. Mikhail continued his probing, really, well, then allow me to investigate on my own. Habii reacted more intensely, stating firmly, no, that can't be allowed.
Seemingly concerned, Habii added, I'll accompany you, it's better if someone with authority goes with you. Mikhail shook his head, saying, no, it's not something important enough to bother you.
He gestured towards Leon and said, I won't take Leon without a reason. Habii hesitated before responding, even so, you can't go alone. Mikhail squinted at Habii and said, yes, I know, so I'll go with someone else.
Habii, surprised and puzzled, asked, with someone else?
Mikhail muttered to himself, I'm sure he'll leave as soon as he realizes something is amiss.
He felt a bit excited about what lay ahead. Right at that moment, Siegfried appeared in front of them, asking, what's going on here?
Mikhail smirked with delight.
He immediately pointed towards Siegfried and declared, I'll go with him. Siegfried, still confused, apologized, I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Siegfried, now reacting, questioned Mikhail, wait, what are you doing here?
However, Mikhail dismissed his question with a sly smile and said, Siegfried,
you'll come with me. After that, Siegfried reluctantly followed Mikhail down to the basement. He questioned Mikhail persistently, I've asked you a dozen times, what's going on? Mikhail responded reluctantly, I think there's something in this basement. Siegfried retorted, it's just an abandoned storage area.
Mikhail, with a skeptical tone, questioned, abandoned, you say? Set nodded in agreement with Mikhail, finding it indeed strange.
Siegfried, sensing Mikhail's hostile attitude, began to feel uneasy.
Mikhail quietly observed Siegfried and hesitated to say something. After a while, Siegfried gathered the courage to ask Mikhail, you once said that I'm arrogant.
Can you tell me why? We barely know each other, so why would you think that?
Feeling annoyed with Siegfried's inquiries, Mikhail stopped.
He sighed deeply, expressing a sense of weariness.
Mikhail turned back to interrogate Siegfried, questioning whether he truly believed that the Holy See could do no wrong. He straightforwardly stated that although the bishops seemed to be bestowed with holy missions and appeared to cause no problems, they were adept at rationalizing everything. Mikhail pressed Siegfried further, asking if he ever considered the impact of his actions on those around him. Siegfried hesitated for a moment before responding, claiming that, of course, he always thought carefully before acting. To this, Mikhail sarcastically remarked, that's why you ignore the prophets, isn't it? Siegfried attempted to defend himself, but Mikhail, losing patience, sternly reprimanded him. He accused Siegfried of abandoning someone in a crucial moment and argued that he was only using justice as an excuse. Mikhail continued to lecture Siegfried, questioning whether the bishops had ever told him that the prophet's words were a disaster for the common people. He urged Siegfried to explore the world and determine for himself whether the bishop's words were true. In frustration, Mikhail expressed his discontent, stating that the conversation had no meaningful purpose. He accused Siegfried of not expecting positive responses when asking such questions.
Siegfried remained silent in the face of Mikhail's ethical lecture.
After a while, he hesitantly asked about Ida, wondering if she shared similar thoughts to Mikhail. In response, Mikhail questioned whether Siegfried would be willing to change his attitude if that were true. Reflecting on his past life, Mikhail cursed inwardly, realizing that he hadn't changed at that time. If he had ever intended to change, such events would never have occurred. The weight of his past choices seemed to linger in Mikhail's thoughts. Descending into the basement, Mikhail employed magic to illuminate the dark space. Storage containers appeared blurry as the cellar came into view.
Siegfried chuckled, expressing satisfaction that there was nothing here. Mikhail responded coldly, instructing him to remain silent.
Mikhail subtly signaled Set, and she understood immediately. Let me handle this, she said confidently. Mikhail raised his magical staff at the same time. He muttered an incantation, combining it with Set's magical abilities. The head of the staff started emitting a green light, activating the power of the storm. Swirls of magical energy spread throughout the cellar.
Siegfried couldn't help but be amazed by Mikhail's formidable magical prowess.
As the energy swirls of the storm dissipated, a misty smoke rose from the ground. In the midst of that smoke was an object resembling a tumor.
Mikhail looked at the object and scoffed, ah.
He glanced at Siegfried and sneered, what did he just say? There's nothing here, is there? He glanced at Siegfried and smirked. Did you say there's nothing here? Mikhail quickly used his staff to smash the malignant mass. Set expressed concern, saying to Mikhail, it's similar to the thing that troubled YGG, but much weaker. Mikhail nodded, remnants of the demon lord. Mikhail also felt a growing concern within him. He was certain that this wasn't the only fragment. There must be dozens, even hundreds of these things scattered throughout the Holy Kingdom. The more Mikhail thought about it, the more uneasy he became. No, this couldn't be all of it. If Heikao specifically sought him out, the issue couldn't be as straightforward as it seemed. Mikhail furrowed his brow in contemplation, realizing he couldn't afford to be careless. He turned to Siegfried and asked, did you see it? What it was? Siegfried, still bewildered, questioned, see what was that? However, Mikhail dismissed his question, pointing to his head and advising, think deeply about it, what you should do, what is right. Consider it thoroughly. At the same time, on the training ground of the Holy Knight Order, Heibi had no inclination to spar with Leon. He sat alone, deeply absorbed in thought. Mikhail Walpurgis, unexpectedly silent for a week, had now suddenly appeared. Heibi became increasingly anxious as he pondered, is there something really there? I have never seen anything suspicious there. However, looking at his face, it was clear that he knew something I didn't recognize. Heibi mumbled to himself, if there is something truly suspicious there. Suddenly, Leon interrupted Heibi's train of thought, how much longer do we have to stand like statues? He boredly urged Heibi, asking if he wasn't planning to fight. Heibi replied, as I mentioned earlier, our previous skirmish wasn't an official battle. Leon questioned, so what? Heibi looked up at Leon with a disdainful look. He reluctantly stated, the title of Deputy Commander of the Holy Knights is not easily obtained. Heibi finally raised his sword, stating, it's not like I haven't heard of you, Leon. He emitted a challenging aura towards Leon, however, facing me, your skills are nothing. Leon smirked. He eagerly raised his sword, challenging, then prove it. Leon thought to himself, yes, he must think I'm not much of a challenge for him. Heibi may not be a master, but his skills are equivalent to that level, Leon chuckled. However, compared to him, Heibi still has a lot to catch up on. Leon began channeling his chi into the artifact that Mikhail gave him, just giving it a try. After that, he launched an attack against Heibi. The powerful strike upon contact with Heibi's sword created a piercing sound. The swords clashed with extreme tension, and neither side gained the upper hand. Suddenly, a glint of killing intent flashed in Leon's eyes. He began to unleash his own unique techniques, launching a series of rapid and powerful attacks. Heibi, caught off guard, both defended and involuntarily stepped back against Leon's overwhelming speed. Heibi couldn't help but be astonished as each strike from Leon became faster. Gripping his sword tightly, he realized that the situation was gradually becoming perilous. He exerted all his strength in a frontal attack, but Leon swiftly countered it. Leon's swordplay showed no sign of weakness, and Heibi found himself forced to step back. With a puzzled expression, Heibi muttered, what in the world? He glanced at the surrounding knights observing the duel and thought to himself, if I can't show them the overwhelming skill difference in this battle, I won't be able to face the Holy Knights anymore. Heibi, no longer underestimating Leon, focused on the battle, putting more strength into his sword. He glared at Leon, threateningly stating, I am sure I will teach you a lesson. At that moment, a resounding explosion shook the training ground, capturing the attention of everyone present. Leon turned his gaze towards the smoke and asked. Mikhail calmly greeted, it seems like everyone is here. Heibi was taken aback and turned to look at Mikhail, exclaiming, Hero, what are you doing? Mikhail went straight to the point, alright, everyone, pay attention. There are a few things I want to share with all of you, he smiled joyfully and announced. The Holy Knights Order will temporarily cease its activities starting today. Everyone stood still for about 5 seconds, and then a chorus of shouts erupted, what? Heibi questioned, why would you arbitrarily and rudely suspend our activities? Mikhail calmly replied, there's a reason for that, he explained, some demons have hidden themselves beneath your headquarters. He glanced towards Siegfried, who stood helplessly, and added, oh, I almost forgot to mention, Siegfried here also agreed. Mikhail narrowed his eyes at the knights and declared, now you understand. Until we find that demon, no one is allowed to leave the headquarters. Mikhail immediately uttered an incantation, Sanctum Proclamatio. A dazzling light radiated from his staff, gradually enveloping the entire headquarters of the Holy Knights. Mikhail silently chanted, tapping into the power of the sacred realm, the authority of Heikao, and set storm. With this abundance of holy energy, he believed they could locate the hidden demon. As the radiant glow filled the surroundings, Mikhail turned to the assembled knights and stated, now, every inch of this place is under the watchful eyes of our divine proclamation, we shall find the demon that lurks within these sacred walls. Mikhail furrowed his brow, staring intently at the assembled knights. Reveal yourselves, he commanded. After a moment of tense silence, no one spoke up. Heibi anxiously scanned the surroundings.
And even Leon looked nervously towards the other knights.
Finally, Mikhail spoke again, his tone firm. Who among you is the demon? As someone coughed, his eyes turned cold as he looked toward the knights. In the midst of the knights stood a young man named Mileson, audibly coughing.
The other knights eagerly inquired, Mileson, what's happening? Mileson, even Habii turned her gaze toward Mileson with a worried expression.
Mikhail approached Mileson, who was still vehemently denying any accusations. No, it can't be me, Mileson insisted, attempting to deflect the suspicions.
Mikhail responded coldly, enough. Mileson immediately recoiled and didn't dare to plead any further.
Mikhail sneered mockingly at him, saying, I see you're quite the actor. Mileson's eyes darkened further, unable to believe the harsh truth. A demon? No, it can't be, he muttered to himself. Mikhail looked at him disdainfully, condemning his actions of murder and deceit, blending into humanity in such a repugnant manner. Mikhail sighed, swinging his staff once again, but there was only so much he could do. Without hesitation, he struck the demon on the head. The demonic essence within the individual immediately countered Mikhail's blow with magical resistance. The demon started to wail in a mournful tone, expressing disbelief. It's unbelievable. I've wasted so many years, how dare you ruin everything like this? Mikhail looked at him with indifference and uttered, so what? The surrounding knights were stunned, unable to believe what they just heard. No, it can't be true, what is happening? Mikhail muttered to himself, now I remember. He silently acknowledged the method in the situation, the assassination of Archbishop Naren. Yes, it must be you who had the capability to carry out such an act. Mikhail snarled, glaring at the revealed demon. Delos. Mikhail stared disdainfully at the demon. I should have recognized you sooner. Delos, seemingly innocent, inquired, you knew it was me. Mikhail responded sharply, of course. He demon behind the scenes, Delos, the commander of the 6th Legion and the right hand of Meryl. A small part of that woman's power. Mikhail sneered at Delos. In the end, you're just a loyal henchman of hers. Delos, humiliated, burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Be careful how you address me, I don't like being called a henchman. With that, Delos stood up and created an explosive shockwave in the training ground. In the billowing smoke, it disappeared from Mikhail's sight. The knights, surrounded by the dust, became somewhat panicked. I can't see anything, stay calm, everyone, Mikhail advised. Mikhail immediately realized that his identity had been exposed, and the assassination plan against the bishop had crumbled. He had no choice but to eliminate the most troublesome figure now. Which meant that the target would be one of the reserve heroes. While Mikhail was contemplating, the demon swiftly moved through the swirling smoke, aiming for its target with a malicious grin. Just as Mikhail grasped the situation and prepared to approach to defend against the imminent attack, the demon lunged at him from behind. As the demon's clawed fingers were just a few centimeters away from Mikhail's throat, the distinctive green swirls of the storm appeared. Unfazed, Mikhail turned his head and unleashed Set Storm. The demon was completely caught off guard by Mikhail's ability to sense its intentions. Before it could react, Set Storm sent it flying far away. Delos, astonished, exclaimed, How is this possible? While it was still in astonishment, Mikhail's hand suddenly reached out from the midst of the smoke. He grabbed the demon by its neck and lifted it off the ground. The demon struggled in vain and desperation. Mikhail spoke sternly, Meryl, I'm sure you're watching me, I don't know what you intend to do with this place. The reflection of Mikhail in Delos' eyes seemed to transmit information back to its owner. Mikhail growled a warning, but I'm sure I will crush all of your intentions, one by one. After delivering the message, Mikhail immediately used magic to create a colossal spear infused with divine power. Without further ado, he thrust the spear straight through the demon. Everyone present was in awe and admiration of Mikhail's powerful divine magic. The demon trembled in horror, facing desperation in the face of Mikhail's swift and deadly attack. Mikhail swiftly raised his hand, preparing for the final blow. Before ending the demon's gruesome existence, he sent a last message to Meryl, that's the reason, just wait and see. The dazzling light of divine power illuminated the demon's body, the purifying magic causing it to dissolve in the blink of an eye. This was the first time the inhabitants of the Holy Realm witnessed the true power of holy energy capable of eradicating demonic forces. Siegfried stood completely astonished, marveling at the miraculous scene. He whispered to himself, a hero defeating a demon and finding the right path for humanity to follow. Siegfried couldn't help but contemplate as he observed Mikhail's proud and noble stance under the sun. That was the true appearance of a genuine hero. Siegfried grimaced as he felt a surge of envy. If only I could compare. He muttered to himself, beginning to doubt his own abilities. Despite being a reserve hero, he had never realized that a comrade standing right beside him was, in fact, a demon. Siegfried frowned bitterly and sighed. How did I become a reserve hero? Isn't fate too cruel? He clenched his fists in frustration, determined, no more. It seemed that Siegfried was wrestling with internal conflicts and questioning the path that destiny had laid out for him. Siegfried tried to boost his morale, telling himself that he could compensate for any shortcomings through sheer effort. He believed that the divine would never abandon those with determination. His eyes regained their fervor and determination as he thought, if I give it my all, surely. However, the memory of Mikhail's criticism beneath the basement haunted him. Throughout your journey, what proves that you are right? The weight of doubt crept back into Siegfried's mind, and his face darkened with anger and envy. He clenched his fist so tightly that it bled, cursing silently in his heart, damn it. At this moment, Mikhail was enlightening the vision for the knights. Everyone, do you understand everything now? He calmly explained, demons will do everything to hide around us. If we don't raise our vigilance, you will become their prey sooner or later. The knights were both surprised and admired by Mikhail. How did he know? Mikhail, with a sense of responsibility, declared, how can I become a reserve hero if I don't recognize this kind of thing?
Mikhail solemnly told the knights, sincerely, I am very disappointed.
Unexpectedly, none of you could find the demon disguised as my ally. Maybe this is difficult for ordinary people, but I expect more from you. In Mikhail's words, there was a bit of sarcasm and criticism. I thought you were the noblest and mightiest knights in the Holy Kingdom. I heard some rumors that some of you started colluding with the bishops just for personal gain. Habii immediately shouted in protest against Mikhail's accusations. Of course not. Habii vehemently objected to Mikhail's suspicions. We are the holy knights serving the Lord Haikal, so we always maintain neutrality. Mikhail interrogated sternly, is that a reasonable reason for you to attack the first temple then? Habii, feeling accused, became flustered. We only follow the prophecies. Mikhail lowered his voice. I can understand if you put effort into chasing demons during your duty, however, you haven't done so, have you? Habii was questioned to the point of being choked up. I. Seeing Habii struggling, Mikhail nonchalantly waved his hand and turned away, indicating that there was no need for further explanation. He didn't even have the right to explain. Mikhail then turned to Siegfried. Sir Siegfried, you probably agree, don't you? Mikhail appeared fair, stating, because I am still a reserve hero, I cannot decide everything on my own. Siegfried stood before Mikhail's imposing presence, and he could only bow his head in agreement, saying, yes. Seeing Siegfried yielding before him, Mikhail smirked with a hint of disdain. Suddenly, Siegfried shouted, but before this. Mikhail glanced at him with a cold gaze. What else do you want? Siegfried resolutely declared to Mikhail, I want to personally confirm your strength. Siegfried stared at Mikhail with determination, so, I challenge you to a duel. Mikhail raised an eyebrow, looking at him with a disdainful and arrogant expression. Siegfried was ready for the challenge, assuming a fighting stance, while Mikhail remained calm and composed, observing him. Mikhail calmly suggested, if you want to challenge me, then let's wager something of equal value. You can only be truly serious in a fight if there's some risk involved. Siegfried furrowed his brows and asked, what do you suggest we wager? Mikhail pointed directly at Siegfried's chest, saying, that thing. He referred to the sacred pendant that Siegfried always wore. He requested that Siegfried wager the pendant in their duel. Siegfried hesitated for a moment, visibly conflicted. After some contemplation, he nodded with confidence, fine, I accept your proposal. Mikhail silently calculated his strategy, acknowledging that he had already used the absolute defense of the storm once. He mimicked a regretful expression, muttering, it should have been used as an ace in this battle, but it's fine. Mikhail smiled slyly at Siegfried, confident in his understanding of Siegfried's abilities. Mikhail silently pondered, thinking, right now, Siegfried is gradually consumed by desperate thoughts, growing disgusted with himself. It's because he has lost faith in his ability to become a true hero. Losing his sanity is a strange way to go about it. So, there's nothing to worry about anymore. Mikhail confidently grasped victory in the palm of his hand. Mikhail sneered disdainfully at Siegfried, saying, allow me to repeat this, I have no favorable feelings towards you. Siegfried, equally confident, declared, I'll tell you in advance, I have no intention of losing. Seth leaned in and asked Mikhail, do you need help? Mikhail firmly replied, no, I'll be fine in this battle. Mikhail stared challengingly at Siegfried, silently saying, let's settle this here. With a swift movement, Siegfried disappeared from Mikhail's sight. He rushed in to attack him in a blink of an eye. Mikhail immediately tilted his body to dodge. He was quick indeed. Siegfried was confident within himself. He had calculated that if he didn't use full force from the beginning, there would be no chance of winning. The first offensive move failed, and Siegfried immediately changed his attack stance. Mikhail, sharp-witted, immediately discerned his intentions and swiftly invoked a spell, creating a multi-layered shield of 5 layers. The shields materialized just in time to block Siegfried's sword strike. Mikhail chuckled with satisfaction, deeming it not bad, but not sufficient. Without hesitation, Mikhail focused his thoughts and cast a counterspell, Reflection. A dazzling beam of light shone down, causing Siegfried to completely lose focus and experience a severe reduction in both concentration and vision. Seizing the opportunity, Mikhail swiftly moved out of his opponent's striking range. Positioned at a reasonable distance for a battling mage, Mikhail began his counterattack with the magic of 5 circles. Without hesitation, he employed one of his simple yet effective techniques, the 100 swords. Hundreds of swords materialized in mid-air, all directed towards Siegfried. Mikhail contentedly thought that the 100 swords was a skill derived and improved from the 2-circle magic, sword mana. Because this was a spell once used by Mikhail to aid Siegfried in the past, it wasn't lethal. However, the pain it inflicted was no less than that of an ordinary sword. Siegfried immediately focused his energy into his sword, creating an energy sphere on its blade. Subsequently, Siegfried launched the sphere into the air. The energy sphere spun, drawing in all of Mikhail's sword mana. Then, the energy block exploded, simultaneously destroying the mana swords. Amidst the thick dust and smoke, Mikhail remained remarkably calm. He glanced towards where Siegfried stood a moment ago, but he had vanished. Mikhail whispered to himself, he was in hiding. Mikhail stood calmly, waiting for Siegfried, but I had seen through it early on. Mikhail raised his gaze, anticipating his opponent to lead himself into the trap. He confidently thought, because you are too honest, you will charge straight at me. Indeed, Siegfried fiercely charged forward to attack Mikhail head-on. While Siegfried approached with relentless intent, Mikhail stood leisurely contemplating. He was undoubtedly convinced that he couldn't prepare another spell in such a short time. Silently, he invoked a spell to gather the remaining, undestroyed sword mana, softly chanting under his breath. Unfortunately, the outcome was already clear. Mikhail looked disdainfully at Siegfried, unable even to fully dispel the sword mana from earlier. It was only now that Siegfried realized the imminent danger descending from above. However, Mikhail didn't give him a chance to escape. He immediately cast the multi-layered spell again, the 5 spells of deceleration. Siegfried was practically frozen in place, unable to budge. Right after, the mana swords descended upon his back, turning him into what seemed like a porcupine. Suffering through the agonizing ordeal, Siegfried was astonished to find himself still alive. He clenched his fists with a determined resolve, muttering to himself that he could still fight. He grumbled to Mikhail, it's not over yet. Mikhail nonchalantly sat down in front of Siegfried, agreeing, I know, it's not over yet. With an icy demeanor, Mikhail added, there are still 10 mana swords left. Siegfried was about to utter something, when Mikhail swiftly raised his hand to cover his mouth, hushing him. With a sly smile, Mikhail remarked, it's still quite late. Perplexed, Siegfried attempted to respond, but it's still daytime. Annoyed, Mikhail promptly utilized the last of the remaining sword mana. Siegfried, having endured the onslaught of the sword rain, lay sprawled on the ground with a battered and broken body, nearing the brink of death. He knights who had been observing the spectacle felt a sense of pity for Siegfried. Ruthless, truly ruthless, I thought he was already dead. How can a fellow human be so heartless, they whispered among themselves. Even Leon, at a loss for words, looked at Mikhail in disbelief. This mental mage was truly something else.